Gu Jinyu was reborn, returning to the night of his wedding 6 years ago. In his previous life, he mistakenly loved another, blinded by his affections, and was falsely accused of treason by his beloved and her accomplices. He witnessed the tragic demise of his family members one by one. His long-ignored young wife fought desperately to save him, ultimately dying before his eyes, while he himself perished in prison, consumed by hatred. Before his death, Gu Jinyu was filled with regret, vowing that if he were given a second chance, he would ensure his beloved's happiness and joy. To his astonishment, he found himself returned to the beginning, determined to seize this opportunity and bring justice to the wicked. He resolved to cherish his young wife, creating a sweet and blissful life together, showering her with affection until she could not bear to part from him. Chapter 1. Regret. In the 13th year of Mingde, the imperial palace was engulfed in turmoil. The crown prince was murdered, and the emperor's life hung in the balance due to poison. In the dungeons of the Supreme Court, Gu Jinlin sat beside the current princess, Lung Yushuang, observing as the guards executed Gu Jinyu. Lung Yushuang remarked, "Your Highness, do you truly believe that Ye Qingge will come to rescue him? Ye Qingge cares deeply for my brother. Upon hearing of his plight, how could she not come to save him? We shall wait for her to fall into our trap. If she is wise, she may yet preserve her life. If not, she will face my wrath," Gu Jinlin replied. "Indeed, Your Highness. At that time, we shall have her and Prince and as doomed lovers," Lung Yushuang said, leaning delicately against Gu Jinlin. They laughed heartily, paying no heed to Gu Jinyu's plight, while he silently wished that Ye Qingge would not come to his aid. "Bah! Gu Jinlin, you have slain the crown prince, poisoned the emperor, and framed me for your treachery. You are a usurper, and your claim to the throne is illegitimate." Gu Jinyu raised his voice, hoping Ye Qingge could hear his warning, understanding that this was a trap, and finding a way to escape. "Do not waste your breath. Aside from that foolish woman Ye Qingge, no one will come to your rescue. Your guards have been dealt with, including your father's shadow guards. Thanks to you, I was able to obtain that vital token, granting me the opportunity to witness their self-destruction," Lung Yushuang taunted, lifting Gu Jinyu's chin. "You too, madman. May you suffer a fate worse than death," Gu Jinyu shouted, veins bulging with fury. "In the end, the victor will be the one who is capable. You must accept this, Gu Jinyu. The elder prince has long since outlived his usefulness, and the throne must be held by those who are worthy. This realm will ultimately return to our grasp." Before Gu Jinyu could ponder further, a guard announced the infiltration of intruders. Gu Jinlin ordered them to silence Gu Jinyu and retreated with Lung Yushuang into the shadows. In a matter of moments, Ye Qingge had incapacitated the guards and entered Gu Jinyu's cell. At that moment, Gu Jinyu was bound and unable to move or speak, only able to shake his head vehemently at Ye Qingge. He wished to warn her to flee, for her actions were in vain. Ignoring his pleas, Ye Qingge approached and began to untie him. "Run. This is a trap. Do not concern yourself with me," Gu Jinyu urged. But it was too late. Those lying in ambush blocked their escape, and Gu Jinlin and Lung Yushuang emerged from the shadows. "Sister-in-law, you look as lovely as ever after all this time. I am soon to be the emperor. If you are wise, abandon the fifth prince and join me. With Shuang heir as empress, I could grant you the title of concubine," Gu Jinlin declared. Though Gu Jinlin had a princess, she had died suddenly a year prior, allowing Lung Yushuang to ascend as the primary consort. "You are deluded. I would never feign affection for you, even in death. You rebels will eventually face retribution," Ye Qingge retorted. She threw a concealed weapon, but Gu Jinlin's men deflected it, only managing to graze his neck rather than piercing his throat. What a pity. Had that weapon struck true, you would have met your end. Undeterred, Ye Qingge shielded Gu Jinyu with her own body, her eyes vigilant against the encroaching foes. "You are stubborn. I had considered sparing you due to your brother's status, but since you refuse to show gratitude, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Let us engage." Gu Jinlin withdrew a few steps with Lung Yushuang, as several of his guards advanced, their techniques brutal. Though these men were not as skilled as Ye Qingge, she was ultimately alone. Their blades were coated with poison, coursing through her wounds and debilitating her strength, soon turning the tide against her. Gu Jinyu, gravely injured and nearly incapacitated, could only watch helplessly as the woman who fought to protect him was wounded. He felt a pang of regret for the years he had mistreated Ye Qingge, neglecting her feelings and care. During their years of marriage, he had dismissed her affections, channeling his resentment for not being able to marry his true love onto her. They were not even genuine spouses, and she was blameless. Yet now, in his hour of need, he realized that his so-called ideal was never as he perceived. The narrative of her being forced to marry Gu Jinlin, of her living in constant fear within the royal court, was merely a facade. Lung Yuxuang did not love him. She was enamored with power and status, thriving on the adoration of men. While she manipulated Gu Jinlin, he foolishly remained oblivious, ignoring the one who genuinely cared for him. All that was unfolding was the consequence of his own ignorance, and in the end, he had caused harm to the one who truly loved him. Overcome by poison, Ye Qingge fell, having slain one assailant before succumbing to her own wounds. Gu Jinyu, already gravely injured, collapsed beside her. "Your Highness, I am sorry. Qingge could not save you, nor could she avenge you," she lamented, regretting her inability to eliminate the traitorous duo and rescue Gu Jinyu. Thus, this life would conclude. If there were another life, she would not pursue him again. Reaching out to touch Gu Jinyu, it would be the closest she ever came to him, her consciousness fading as she failed to make contact. As Gu Jinyu lay dying, watching Ye Qingge close her eyes before him, he was filled with remorse. Regret for his inability to see her true nature, for bringing her harm, and for failing to cherish her throughout the years. With great effort, he crawled toward her lifeless body, expending his final strength to grasp her hand. As he gazed upon her, memories of their beginnings flooded his mind, and he swallowed his last breath, unwilling to accept his fate. 6 years prior, traitors had infiltrated the capital, stirring chaos amid a plague. Ye Qingge's elder brother, Yuan Xian, the newly appointed leader of the Medicine King's Valley, had emerged to quell the crisis, saving the citizens of the capital and the ailing emperor. After the emperor recovered, he wished to reward Yuan Xian for his valor. Initially, Yuan Xian sought no reward, but when Gu Yao mentioned the matter again, he simply expressed his desire for his sister to marry the man she loved, the 5th Prince Gu Jinyu. The emperor, grateful for the loyalty of the Yi family and hearing that their only daughter adored his son, promptly decreed their union, fulfilling the young lady's heartfelt wish. A fortnight later, disregarding Gu Jinyu's objections, the imperial edict reached the general's residence and the prince An's estate. Although Gu Jinyu's heart belonged to another, he could not defy the emperor's command and thus married Ye Qingge. Despite never taking another woman, he also never truly engaged with Ye Qingge as a husband. In truth, he understood that his father sought to leverage the Medicine King's Valley for support against his brother. However, his inherent rebellious nature forbade him from accepting Ye Qingge. He perceived the Yi family as seeking to repay a debt of gratitude, believing that Ye Qingge's marriage to him was driven by a desire for royal power and status, leading him to mistreat her for years. Indeed, after a prolonged period of companionship, he had once felt a flutter in his heart. Countless nights and days had passed when he caught sight of her solitary figure, and he had contemplated treating her well. Yet, ultimately, it was his pride that held him back, an unwillingness to show vulnerability. As the daughter of a general, Ye Qingge possessed a stubbornness inherent in her character. Thus, neither was willing to take that first step, leading to a continued stasis in their relationship. It was only before his demise that he realized how deeply he had occupied a place in Ye Qingge's heart, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of regret and unwillingness. Chapter 2. The Night of Rebirth and Marriage ***. Awakening once more, Gu Jinyu found himself reclining on a couch in the study of the royal residence. In disbelief, he gazed at his attire. Was he clad in wedding garments? He had only married once, and that was to his beloved Qingqing. Rising to exit, he learned from Yu Feng that this indeed was the night of their nuptials. He had been reborn, and astonishingly, it was on the very night of his wedding to Qingqing. In his previous life, during their wedding night, he had indulged in excessive drinking due to his discontent, disregarding the entreaties of others and retreating to the study alone, weeping silently while embracing a portrait of Lung Yuexiang before succumbing to sleep, leaving Ye Qingge to wait in anguish, only to awaken the following morning. Upon waking in his previous life, he had felt remorse. However, upon seeing Ye Qingge impeccably dressed and seemingly unbothered, he had found solace, thinking that she had married him solely for power, dismissing any concern for her feelings. Reflecting on his past self, he recognized what a cad he had been. How heartbroken she must have felt that night. Discarding the portrait of Lung Yuexiang, he hastily made his way to their bridal chamber, Lanyue Pavilion. Meanwhile, Ye Qingge sat anxiously on the bed, fully aware that Gu Jinyu likely would not arrive for their wedding night. As she wrung her hands nervously, Tears threatened to spill, when suddenly she heard footsteps approaching. Jinyu reached the door, hesitated for a moment, then opened it. Upon entering, he beheld Ye Qingge, petite and delicate, seated on the bed. Her hands, concealed beneath the veil, twisted nervously, betraying her anxiety. The maids and matrons greeted Jinyu, offering their wishes for a harmonious union and the blessing of children. As they attempted to continue, they quickly retreated upon catching Jinyu's signaling gaze, leaving the newlyweds alone. Jinyu cast a soft glance at the small figure by the bed, memories of her selfless protection in his previous life flooding back, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He approached Ye Qingge, each step filling him with resolve. In his final moments of life, he had pondered that if given another chance, he would cherish and pamper her, prioritizing her in all matters, ensuring she would never feel betrayed. Whatever she desired, he would provide. For what he lacked, he would strive to obtain, as long as it brought her joy. Feeling someone sit beside her, Ye Qingge's breath quickened, her palms clammy with perspiration. While she yearned for Jinyu's arrival, she had not truly believed he would come, leaving her in a state of confusion. Jinyu noticed her tension and gently took the joyous scale beside him, carefully lifting her veil. The sudden exposure startled Ye Qingge. She gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly having recently cried. Jinyu's heart tightened, and he tenderly embraced Ye Qingge. Qingqing, Qingqing, he murmured, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Wang, yeah, what's wrong? She stammered. Ye Qingge had not anticipated that Jinyu's first action upon lifting her veil would be to embrace her. She had assumed they would sit in silence for the entire evening. Even more surprising was the way he tenderly called her name, as if she were the beloved woman of his heart. He held her for a while, then, unable to resist, pressed his lips against hers, dispelling all hesitation and replacing it with sweet shyness. Ye Qingge's face flushed deeper, and just as she felt breathless, Jinyu reluctantly released her, cradling her face in his hands, gazing into her eyes. As their gazes locked, Ye Qingge felt bashful, wanting to look away, but Jinyu gently prevented her from doing so. In that moment, Ye Qingge was at a loss, her mind a blank slate, overwhelmed by an unexpected tide of shyness and joy. Guiding the still-dazed Ye Qingge, Jinyu seated her upon a stool and handed her a cup of marriage wine. Realizing the significance of the moment, Ye Qingge drank the wine with Jinyu. Jinyu observed his bewildered bride, feeling both amused and pained, along with a flicker of relief. He felt sorrow for her hesitance and confusion, and for the girl he had once wounded deeply in his prior life. Yet, he was grateful that fate had granted him another chance, allowing him to return to before it all unfolded, to make amends with her. Regrettably, he felt it was a tad too late. Had he returned a few years earlier, to the time when he had not yet been swayed by Leng Yuexiang, he would have sought out his little wife with eagerness, joyfully bringing her home. In the midst of Ye Qingge's astonished gaze, Jinyu produced scissors he had prepared beforehand. He severed a lock of his hair, then gently gathered a strand of hers, binding them together. He placed their intertwined locks into a box, then lifted his gaze to Ye Qingge, making a solemn vow. Bound by hair as husband and wife, may our love be unwavering. I apologize, my Qingqing, for the sorrow I caused you. Now that we are united as spouses, we shall be one, never to part or betray one another. I promise to amend my faults. Should I err, you may point it out directly, for I shall always be patient with you. As he spoke, he noticed tears streaming down Ye Qingge's face. He raised his hand to gently wipe away her tears and continued, Qingqing, would you grant me the opportunity to protect and cherish you as your husband? From this day forth, I vow to be a good husband and father, and there shall be no other princess in the palace but you. I, Jinyu, swear that if I ever betray Ye Qingge, may I suffer a wretched fate. Upon hearing Jinyu's heartfelt words, Ye Qingge's tears flowed even more fiercely. Little did she know how long she had yearned for this day. Everything felt surreal, as if a dream. Under the table, she pinched her arm to verify her reality, wincing at the pain. Jinyu, surprised by her sudden pinch, lifted her arm and gently rubbed it. What I just said came from the heart. It is all true. Will you trust me once more?
Ye vink notet ganti.
Jinyu gazed at her enchanting visage, leaned in to kiss her, then, unable to restrain himself any longer, swept her into his arms and carried her toward the bed. Startled by the sudden lift, Ye Qingge panicked momentarily, then, recalling something, shyly buried her face in his chest. Once Gu Jinyu laid her on the bed, she anxiously shut her eyes, instinctively clutching his garments. Gu Jinyu, observing her demeanor, caressed her face and leaned closer. Whispering teasingly in her ear, he stroked her hair, coaxing her to open her eyes. "Qingge, please open your eyes and look at me." Obediently, Ye Qingge opened her eyes, meeting Gu Jinyu's gentle, passionate gaze. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with tears, looking at him with a naive innocence that was utterly endearing. Upon witnessing the current demeanor of Ye Qingge, Gu Jinyu found himself utterly unable to contain his emotions. His little wife was simply too enchanting. He had already felt the stirring within him, an undeniable urge that was akin to an arrow drawn taut, yet he still sought Ye Qingge's consent. Leaning over Ye Qingge, Gu Jinyu breathed softly. "Is it all right, Qingge?" "Hm." Ye Qingge replied with a nod. With her acquiescence, Gu Jinyu joyfully pressed his lips to hers, tenderly removing her hairpin, his hand gliding to the belt at her waist, gently tugging as he lifted his gaze to her, assuringly saying, "Qingge, do not fear. Entrust yourself to me." Once more, Ye Qingge nodded in response. Gu Jinyu then raised his hand to draw aside the bed curtains. Before long, the harmonious symphony of life resounded within the chamber, enveloping the space in a captivating ambience that lingered for an extended period. Gu Jinyu was reborn, returning to the night of his wedding 6 years prior. In his previous life, he misdirected his affections, blind to the truth, and was falsely accused of treason by the one he loved, alongside her conspirators. He witnessed the tragic demise of his loved ones, one after another. His once ignored little wife fought valiantly to save him, ultimately perishing before his eyes, and he too met a bitter end in prison, consumed by hatred. In his final moments, Gu Jinyu was filled with regret, vowing that if given a second chance, he would ensure his beloved's happiness and joy. To his astonishment, death brought him back to the beginning, and in this life, he resolved to seize the opportunity, ensuring that the wicked received their just deserts, while he and his little wife would savor a blissful life together, showering her with love, making it impossible for her to ever leave him. Chapter 1. Regret. In the 13th year of Mingde, the imperial palace was engulfed in turmoil. The crown prince was murdered, and the emperor's life hung in the balance due to poison. In the dungeons of the Dali Temple, Gu Jinlin sat beside the current princess, Lung Yushuang, observing as the guards executed Gu Jinyu. Lung Yushuang remarked, "Your Highness, do you truly believe that Ye Qingge will come to rescue him? Ye Qingge cares deeply for my brother." Upon hearing of his predicament, how could she not come to his aid? "We shall wait for her to fall into our trap. If she is wise, I may spare her life. If not, she shall not escape my wrath," Gu Jinlin replied. "Indeed, Your Highness. We shall see her and the Prince of and become a pair of doomed lovers," Lung Yushuang said, leaning weakly against Gu Jinlin, both oblivious to Gu Jinyu's plight, as they laughed heartily. Yet, Gu Jinyu silently wished that Ye Qingge would not come to his rescue.
Bah.
"Gu Jinlin, you murdered the crown prince, poisoned the emperor, and framed me for it. You treacherous usurper. You are unworthy of the throne." Gu Jinyu raised his voice, hoping that if Ye Qingge was nearby, she would hear him and realize it was a trap, seeking a way to escape. "Do not waste your breath. The foolish Ye Qingge is the only one who would come to save you. Your guards have long since been dealt with, including your father's shadow guards. Thanks to you for handing me such an important token, allowing me the chance to witness their mutual destruction," Lung Yushuang taunted, lifting Gu Jinyu's chin. "You two madmen shall meet a fitting end," Gu Jinyu shouted, veins bulging with anger. "The victor is king, and you must accept it. Gu Jinyu, you must acknowledge that your brother is old and should abdicate in favor of the capable. The realm shall ultimately return to us." Before Gu Jinyu could ponder further, a guard reported an intruder. Gu Jinlin ordered them to silence Gu Jinyu and retreated with Lung Yushuang into the shadows. In a mere breath, Ye Qingge had subdued the guards and entered Gu Jinyu's cell. At that moment, Gu Jinyu was bound and unable to move or speak, only able to shake his head frantically. He wished to warn her to flee, for all she was doing was in vain. Ignoring Gu Jinyu's desperate gestures, Ye Qingge approached and began to untie him.
Run.
"This is a trap,"
Do not worry about me.
Gu Jinyu urged. Alas, it was too late. Those lying in wait blocked their escape, and Gu Jinlin and Lung Yushuang emerged from the shadows. "Sister-in-law, you look as lovely as ever after all this time. I am soon to be emperor. You would do well to abandon the 5th prince and come to me. Shuang heir will be empress. I could grant you the title of a favored concubine," Gu Jinlin proposed. Though Gu Jinlin had a princess, she had passed away suddenly a year earlier, allowing Lung Yushuang to ascend as the primary wife. You are delusional. I would never feign affection for you, even in death. You will face retribution for your treachery. Ye Qingge declared defiantly. Ye Qingge unleashed her concealed weapon, but it was deflected by Gu Jinlin's subordinates, merely grazing his neck instead of piercing his throat. What a pity! Had your weapon struck true, you would surely have perished, Gu Jinlin sneered. Unfazed, Ye Qingge shielded Gu Jinyu behind her, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Foolish girl, I had considered sparing you for your brother's sake, but since you refuse to heed my warning, do not expect mercy. Let us engage. Gu Jinlin stepped back with Lung Yushuang, while several guards advanced, their strikes ruthless. Though their skills were inferior to Ye Qingge's, she was ultimately alone. Their swords glimmered with poison, swiftly incapacitating her as it coursed through her wounds, leaving her at a disadvantage. Gu Jinyu, gravely injured and nearly incapacitated, could only watch helplessly as the woman he had neglected fought desperately to protect him, witnessing her suffering yet feeling powerless to intervene. In truth, he lamented the years he had taken her for granted, disregarding her affections and kindness. In the years of their marriage, he had overlooked Ye Qingge's feelings and her care, projecting his resentment for being unable to marry his true love onto her. They were never truly husband and wife. She had done nothing wrong. Yet now, in his moment of despair, he realized that the so-called white moonlight was not as he had perceived. The claims of being forced to marry Gu Jinlin, of living in fear within the royal residence, were all fabrications. Lung Yushuang had never loved him. She was enamored only with power and status, enjoying the flattery of men while keeping Gu Jinlin under her influence. Meanwhile, he had foolishly remained oblivious, blind to the one who truly cared for him. Now he faced the consequences of his ignorance, paying the price for his folly and inadvertently harming the one who had genuinely loved him. Overcome by poison, Ye Qingge could not withstand it. After killing one assailant, she too was pierced through the chest. Gu Jinyu, already gravely injured, collapsed beside her. Your Highness, I am sorry. Qingge could not save you nor defeat them, she lamented, not regretting her choice, only wishing she had vanquished the villains and rescued Gu Jinyu. This was the end of this life. If there were a next, she vowed not to entangle herself with him again. She raised her hand, yearning to touch Gu Jinyu, the closest she had ever been, but as her consciousness faded, she could not reach him. In his final moments, Gu Jinyu watched as Ye Qingge closed her eyes before him, filled with profound regret. Regret for his inability to recognize her worth, for the harm he had caused her, and for not cherishing her over the years. He struggled to crawl towards her lifeless body, using his last ounce of strength to grasp her hand, reminiscing about their beginnings, and unwillingly surrendering to his fate. 6 years prior, treason lurked within the capital, utilizing a plague to sow chaos. Ye Qingge's elder brother, Yuan Xian, the newly appointed leader of the Medicine King Valley, emerged to quell the crisis, saving the citizens of the capital and the emperor from the disease. After the emperor's recovery, he sought to reward Yuan Xian for his loyalty, initially refusing any reward, but later, upon further prompting from Gu Yao, Yuan Xian expressed a desire for his sister to marry the man she loved, Gu Jinyu. Grateful for the Yi family's unwavering loyalty and hearing of their only daughter's affection for his son, the emperor decided to unite them in marriage, fulfilling the maiden's heartfelt wish. 2 weeks later, disregarding Gu Jinyu's objections, a marriage edict was issued to the general's residence and the prince of An's estate. Though Gu Jinyu harbored affections for another, he could not defy the imperial decree and reluctantly took Ye Qingge into the royal residence. Despite the absence of other women over the years, he and Ye Qingge had never shared a genuine marital bond. Deep down, he understood that his father sought to leverage the Medicine King Valley's influence to secure support for himself and the crown prince. However, his innate rebelliousness prevented him from accepting Ye Qingge. He wrongly assumed that the Yi family sought to exploit the favor granted to them, believing she married him only for the royal power and status, leading him to treat her coldly for many years. Through prolonged companionship, he had once felt a flutter in his heart. Countless nights and days had passed during which he gazed upon her solitary figure, contemplating how he might treat her with kindness. Yet, in the end, his pride prevailed, and he remained unwilling to show vulnerability. As the daughter of a prominent general, Ye Qingge possessed an inherent stubbornness. Thus, neither wished to take that crucial step, and so they continued to drift apart. It was only moments before his death that he realized how significant he was in Ye Qingge's heart, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of regret and resentment. Chapter 2. Rebirth on the wedding night. Upon awakening, Jinyu found himself reclining on a couch in the study of the royal residence. He was incredulous as he regarded the ceremonial garments adorning his body. Was this truly a wedding attire? He had only married once, and that was to his beloved Qingge. Rising to leave, he learned from the servant that it was indeed the night of his wedding to Qingge. He had been reborn, and astonishingly, it was on the night of their nuptials. In his previous life, he had succumbed to his discontent, consuming copious amounts of wine on their wedding night. Ignoring the entreaties of others, he had retreated to the study, weeping silently while embracing a portrait of Leng Yuexiang, before eventually drifting into slumber, leaving Ye Qingge to wait forlornly in their bridal chamber until he awoke the following morning. In his past life, upon awakening, he had felt remorse, but seeing Ye Qingge dressed elegantly and seemingly untroubled, he found solace. He convinced himself that she had married him solely for power, foolishly dismissing concerns about her feelings. Reflecting now, he recognized what a bounder he had been, how heartbroken she must have been that night. He carelessly discarded the portrait of Leng Yuexiang and hastened towards their bridal suite, Lanyue Pavilion. Meanwhile, Ye Qingge sat anxiously on the bed. Deep down, she understood that Jinyu was unlikely to arrive on this night meant for celebration. As she twisted her garments in distress, tears threatened to spill, when suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Jinyu stood before the door, hesitating before finally opening it. Upon entering, he found Ye Qingge, petite and delicate, seated on the bed, her hands nervously wringing beneath her veil. The maidservants and matrons, seeing Jinyu, exclaimed, "May the prince and princess enjoy a harmonious union and be blessed with children." As they attempted to continue with further auspicious remarks, they caught the look in Jinyu's eyes urging them to withdraw, hastily departing to leave the newlywed couple alone. Jinyu gazed tenderly at the fragile figure before him, recalling how she had once fiercely protected him, and his eyes grew misty. With resolute steps, he approached Ye Qingge, each stride affirming his determination. In his final moments of life, he had pondered that if given another chance, he would cherish and pamper her, prioritizing her in all matters, ensuring she never felt let down. Whatever she desired, he would provide, and for what he lacked, he would strive to obtain, as long as it brought her joy. Ye Qingge sensed someone sitting beside her, her breath quickening, palms damp with perspiration. She had longed for Jinyu's arrival, yet had not anticipated it would truly happen, leaving her momentarily flustered. Jinyu noticed her nervousness and gently picked up a ceremonial scale, carefully lifting her veil. As it was unveiled, Ye Qingge was momentarily taken aback, staring at Jinyu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly having wept moments before. His heart clenched, and he enveloped her in his embrace. Qingge, Qingge, he called her name repeatedly, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. "Your Highness, what is wrong?" she stammered, surprised by the sudden embrace. Ye Qingge had expected him to sit in silence beside her all night, never imagining he would hold her so tenderly and call her name with such affection, as if she were the woman he cherished above all. Jinyu held her for a while, then, after releasing her, he beheld her flushed face and, without hesitation, kissed her softly on her moist lips. The initial awkwardness dissipated, replaced by a sweet shyness. Ye Qingge's cheeks deepened in color, and just as she felt breathless, Jinyu reluctantly withdrew, cradling her face in his hands as they gazed into each other's eyes. Ye Qingge felt bashful and attempted to avert her gaze, only to be gently restrained by Jinyu. In that moment, Ye Qingge was at a loss for what to do, her mind a blank slate, overwhelmed by an unexpected blend of shyness and elation. Jinyu guided the still-dazed Ye Qingge to a chair, offering her a cup of marriage wine. Realizing its significance, she took a sip alongside him, her mind finally catching up. Jinyu observed his bewildered bride, feeling a mix of amusement, compassion, and relief. He ached for her cautiousness and confusion, lamenting the wounds he had inflicted upon the earnest girl in his previous life. Fortuitously, fate had granted him a second chance to rectify his wrongs before all had transpired. Yet, he regretted that time was somewhat against him. Had he returned a few years earlier, before his heart had been swayed by Leng Yuexiang, he would have sought out his beloved wife, joyfully bringing her home. In the midst of Ye Qingge's astonished gaze, Jinyu produced a pair of scissors he had prepared earlier. He snipped a lock of his hair and, with gentle hands, intertwined it with a strand from Ye Qingge's, placing their joined locks into a box, and then raised his gaze to her with a solemn promise. Bound by hair as husband and wife, our love unwavering. I apologize, my Qingqing, for the sorrow I caused you. Now that we are united in marriage, we shall be one, devoid of abandonment or betrayal. I shall amend my ways, and you may point out any missteps. I shall always be patient with you. As he spoke, he noticed tears streaming down Ye Qingge's cheeks, and he tenderly wiped them away, continuing, "Will you grant me the opportunity to love, protect, and trust you as your husband? From this day forth, I vow to be a good husband and father, and you shall be the sole princess of this palace. I, Jinyu, swear that if I ever wrong Ye Qingge, I shall not meet a good end." Upon hearing his heartfelt declarations, Ye Qingge's tears flowed more freely, for she had longed for this day and now felt as though she were living in a dream. Under the table, she pinched her arm, wincing at the pain, a reminder of reality. Surprised by her sudden action, Jinyu lifted her arm, gently massaging it. "Everything I just said comes from the depths of my heart, and it is all true. Will you trust me once more?"
Ye Qingge nodded sayhyelige.
Jinyu, captivated by her delicate beauty, leaned in to kiss her, unable to resist the urge to lift her into his arms and carry her toward the bed. Startled by the sudden embrace, Ye Qingge panicked momentarily, then shyly buried her face in his chest. Once placed upon the bed, she closed her eyes tightly, instinctively clutching at Jinyu's clothing. Observing her anxious demeanor, Jinyu caressed her face and leaned closer. He playfully whispered in her ear, gently stroking her hair, coaxing her to open her eyes. "Qingqing, please look at me." Obediently, Ye Qingge opened her eyes, meeting Jinyu's tender and passionate gaze. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, gazing at him with an innocence that made her utterly endearing. Upon witnessing the current demeanor of Ye Qingge, Jinyu could no longer contain himself. His little wife was simply too adorable. He had already felt the stirrings of desire within him, akin to an arrow drawn and ready to be released, yet he still sought Ye Qingge's consent. Leaning over Ye Qingge, Jinyu breathed softly. "Is it all right, Qingqing?"
Ye Qingge nodded in affirmation.
With her approval, Jinyu joyfully pressed his lips against hers, tenderly removing her hairpin and allowing his hands to glide toward the belt at her waist. Gently tugging, he looked up at Ye Qingge and reassured, "Do not be afraid, just entrust yourself to me." Once more, Ye Qingge nodded in response. Jinyu then raised his hand to draw aside the bed curtains, and soon, the harmonious symphony of life echoed throughout the room, enveloping it in an enchanting ambience that lingered for an extended time. Chapter 3. A warm morning at dawn the following day, Ye Qingge awoke in Jinyu's embrace, her eyes fluttering open to behold his handsome visage. The events of the previous night flooded her with embarrassment, compelling her to wish to bury herself beneath the covers. However, a slight movement revealed her body to be achingly sore. Ye Qingge gasped, prompting Jinyu, who feigned sleep beside her, to immediately open his eyes. Concern etched on his face as he gazed at her. "Qingqing, are you alright? Does it still hurt?" Ye Qingge sensed a refreshing sensation in her body, and certain areas were not as painful as she had anticipated, indicating that he had been somewhat considerate. Observing her silence, Jinyu assumed she was indeed suffering and prepared to summon the royal physician. Ye Qingge, alarmed by this, quickly grasped his arm and reassured him, "It's not too painful. I merely feel a bit sore all over, especially in my waist. A gentle massage will suffice." "Are you certain?" Jinyu inquired once more. "I am sure." With her affirmation, Jinyu tenderly placed his hands on her waist, and Ye Qingge closed her eyes in comfort. Despite her insistence on not needing a physician, deep down she recognized that Qingqing was likely experiencing considerable discomfort. It was his fault. The surreal nature of their encounter had affected not just Ye Qingge but him as well, leading him to hasten the validation of their reality, which resulted in a rather vigorous experience. Additionally, Ye Qingge's exquisite beauty had rendered him unable to restrain himself, nearly causing her harm. When Jinyu finally emerged from the bliss of truly possessing Ye Qingge, he found that his dear wife had already drifted back to sleep. He affectionately caressed her face, tucked her in, and then donned his clothing before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he found Li Baoquan and Ye Qingge's accompanying maid waiting at the door. "Do not disturb the princess. Let her sleep a little longer. Instruct the kitchen to prepare easily digestible food." In his previous life, when he married, His mother had prepared numerous gifts for Qingge, including several garments and jewelry, along with a bracelet passed down from his grandmother during her lifetime. This pair of bracelets had been a token of love from his great-grandfather to his great-grandmother. During the turmoil of war, the great-grandmother had passed them to his grandmother, who then gifted one to his mother, who in turn allocated one to the crown princess and the other to his own wife. Yet, in his past life, he believed that Qingge was unworthy of the meticulously chosen gifts prepared for the daughter-in-law, and even less deserving of the heirlooms passed down to the daughter-in-law, hiding them away, convinced that only Leng Yueshuang was worthy of such treasures. Thus, prior to his wedding, he had ordered all these items to be collected and given them to Leng Yueshuang after the marriage, including that bracelet. In his previous life, Leng Yueshuang had flaunted items belonging to Qingge in front of her multiple times. When Qingge entered the palace, she wore garments and jewelry provided by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and his mother had even inquired why she did not wear the jewelry she had prepared, including that bracelet, to which Qingge had concealed the truth. Jinyu arrived at Yunsong Pavilion, his study, where he had placed all the items sent by his mother. From a chest in the back room, he retrieved a red dress, selecting matching accessories and that bracelet. Li Baoquan, once we enter the palace, transfer these boxes containing the garments and my clothes to the Lanyue Pavilion, while the other items will go to the princess's private treasury. Before leaving the study, he chanced upon a portrait of Leng Yueshuang on the table, and a surge of anger coursed through him. He summoned Li Baoquan again. Destroy everything related to this woman in the estate, and burn that portrait. The princess must not see it. With everything arranged, Jinyu returned to the sleeping chamber, finding Ye Qingge awake and attempting to rise, but faltering in her stance. Why not sleep a little longer? It is still early. He set his belongings aside and moved to assist her. Last night was our wedding night. Both the emperor and empress will understand, so there is no need to rush. At his words, Ye Qingge's cheeks flushed visibly, prompting Jinyu to entertain the mischievous idea of teasing her further. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered something that elicited a playful punch against his chest from Ye Qingge. Ye Qingge was baffled. He had not been like this before, and now he seemed so unrestrained. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, yet her heart was sweetly elated. Jinyu, fearing that his little wife might sulk and ignore him, quickly withdrew his hand. Despite her often gentle demeanor, she had quite the temper. For the sake of their future happiness, he had to tread carefully. After personally dressing his wife, he found himself at a loss regarding her makeup and hairstyle. Thus he summoned Kai Lian and Kai Ping into the room, one to style Ye Qingge's hair and the other to apply her makeup. They soon completed the task. Just before inserting the final hairpin, Jinyu stood up to fetch it himself, carefully adorning Ye Qingge and simultaneously slipping the bracelet onto her wrist. As he gazed upon his wife, he marveled at her beauty, realizing how he had once foolishly deemed her less attractive than Leng Yueshuang. His Qingge was 1,000 times more beautiful than that wretched woman, who had self-proclaimed herself as the most beautiful in the capital. He must have accumulated immense virtue in his past lives to be granted the company of such an exquisite lady. Lost in thought, he instinctively leaned in and pressed his lips against Ye Qingge's. The kiss left her bewildered. She could hardly comprehend why he had suddenly kissed her. Kai Lian and Kai Ping, still in the room, quickly exited and shut the door, their faces flushed. Being innocent young girls, both were embarrassed, with Kai Lian excusing herself to fetch food for the princess. Jinyu's guard, Yu Feng, noticed Kai Lian's blushing flight and became intrigued by this amusing little maid. Inside the room, Ye Qingge was nearly breathless when Jinyu finally released her, his thumb lingering on her lips for a moment, which earned him a playful kick in return. Jinyu feigned ignorance, holding her close a little longer before letting go, taking her hand as they walked toward the front hall. In the front hall, Kai Lian had arranged the meal and quietly retreated. Upon their arrival, Jinyu helped Ye Qingge sit before taking a seat beside her. Prepare some congee and light dishes, easy to digest. Let us eat a little first. After entering the palace, we may not know when we will have our next meal. I am unsure of your preferences, but I will have the kitchen cater to your tastes in the future. Jinyu served Ye Qingge a bowl of congee, which contained minced meat and vegetables. Its aroma enticing. Thank you, my lord, I like it all. With no one else present, Jinyu felt emboldened to express his thoughts. You still call me my lord?
What did we agree upon last night?
You can either call me husband or Ayu. It seems I have not taught you well. Shall we practice again? Husband. Dear husband. Good girl, he said, affectionately ruffling Ye Qingge's hair. Their breakfast was swiftly concluded, and hand in hand, they set out for the palace in their carriage. Jinyu had initially intended to embrace Ye Qingge, but she adamantly refused, leaving him to forego his wishes, feeling a twinge of regret. Chapter 4. Entering the palace to present tea, Jinyu and Ye Qingge, accompanied by their attendants, made their way towards the palace. Upon reaching the palace gates, Jinyu felt a twinge of unease and grasped Ye Qingge's hand, imparting a warning. Qingqing, the people in the palace are not like those in the estate. Except for the empress, do not trust anyone easily. The concubines in the palace can be quite cunning. Even the emperor must tread carefully around them. If anyone speaks to you, do not keep it to yourself. Tell me or directly inform the empress. She will not allow anyone to bully her daughter-in-law. Feeling Jinyu's genuine concern, Ye Qingge was warmed by his protective nature and smiled gently at him. Do not worry, husband. I will not allow anyone to mistreat me. Before their arrival, the concubines from various palaces had already gathered in Qingge Palace. The current emperor was not particularly fond of women, resulting in the number of concubines in the palace being limited to fewer than 10, all of whom had been present since the crown prince's time. Due to the limited number of concubines, over the years there have been only 6 princes and 1 princess, with the second prince tragically passing away in his youth. The ministers had advised the emperor to take in more concubines to ensure a continuous lineage, but he never heeded their counsel. Eventually, they ceased their persuasion and turned their focus towards the princes instead. Among the women in the palace, only the empress was chosen by him. The other concubines had been arranged by the late emperor. Thus, the emperor cared only for his childhood companion, the empress, viewing the other concubines merely as mothers of certain princes. Of all his children, the emperor held the 2 sons born of the empress in the highest regard. After ascending the throne following the late emperor's passing, he settled those women in their quarters and never visited any of them again, rendering the concubines mere decorations. The emperor spent his days in the Qingge Palace, enjoying a simple life with the empress. The Prince of In, however, seemed to have forgotten the proper etiquette of presenting tea to the empress. Huifei remarked sarcastically that when Jinlin married, he had come to pay his respects well in advance. This indicated that Jinyu cherished his wife, which made the princess of In appear quite pitiful. She resolved to instruct her son Ye to treat his future wife with the same care, just as he should learn from his elder brother. Xianfei, a close friend of the empress and the mother of the 6th prince, could hardly tolerate Huifei. She wondered what merit there was in boasting about a son who lacked both talent and strength, as if there were no other mothers in the palace without sons. On the other hand, Yiping, who had only a daughter, wore a vague expression, anxiously gazing toward the entrance, as if waiting for someone. In the midst of their chatter, a eunuch announced, "Your Majesty, the Prince of In and Princess of In have arrived." Jinyu, accompanied by Ye Qingge, came to pay their respects to the empress. Upon seeing Ye Qingge, the Empress Meng Yanran was visibly pleased, and after the tea ceremony, she quickly granted them seats. Jinyu felt grateful to his mother for her concern for his wife's well-being, although he was mistaken. The empress simply had a fondness for her daughter-in-law. Before long, the empress dismissed the other women, and with her command, the remaining concubines had no choice but to leave. Only Yiping, unwilling to relent, glared at the empress and the Prince of In, her eyes brimming with malice. The concubines had not seen the emperor in quite some time and had initially planned to wait for him, but that was no longer feasible. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they all took their leave, leaving Qingge Palace with only the empress and the young couple. The emperor, who had been concerned that someone might bully his wife, felt relieved to see the concubines depart swiftly. Once alone, the empress called Ye Qingge to sit beside her, engaging in intimate conversation as if they were mother and daughter. Jinyu watched the two with a smile, suddenly reminded of his own mother from a past life. His mother had been ill, and after the misfortunes that befell their family, it was unimaginable how she bore such burdens. Even if she had miraculously survived, how could she endure the cruelty of Gu Jinlin? Lost in thought, the emperor and the crown prince arrived. The emperor has arrived. The crown prince is here. Jinyu, having been exempt from court duties during these early days of marriage, was surprised by the sudden appearance of his father. The emperor hurried to Qingge Palace, eager for a warm cup of tea. The crown prince Jincheng was astonished to see his younger brother enter the palace with his wife. Fully aware of his brother's feelings for Leng Yuanshuang and his attitude towards Ye Qingge. Initially, he had felt sympathetic towards Ye Qingge. But when their father announced that he had brought his wife into the palace, it was simply unbelievable. Hence, when the emperor made his way to Qingge Palace, The crown prince followed closely behind. Emperor Gu Yao noticed his daughter-in-law standing beside his son and immediately understood that his wife was pleased with her choice. Observing his son's demeanor, it was clear that he had accepted this new princess. Compared to the former favorite Lung Yuanshuang, Ye Qingge was a far more suitable match. How could a woman who entangled herself with both the Prince of Ying and entertained the crown prince even be worthy of a son? Even without the connection to the master of Yawang Valley, she had no right to marry Jinyu. He had feared that his son might not comprehend his intentions, but he soon realized he had been overly concerned. In truth, the moment he learned that the second son of the Yi family was the master of Yawang Valley, he had considered having Ye Qingge marry Gu Jinyu. This way, the brothers would have the support of Yawang Valley, and later, when Yi Wenshuan suggested that his sister had feelings for his son, it felt like a natural progression. Now, he felt increasingly satisfied with his decision. He waved his hand generously, bestowing bountiful rewards, leaving Ye Qingge astonished. She quickly rose to express her gratitude, but was stopped by the Empress. "Qingge, we are all family here. There is no need for such formality." Ye Qingge glanced back at Gu Jinyu, who smiled and nodded, reassuring her, and she settled back beside the Empress. Crown Prince Gu Jincheng, who had just arrived, watched the couple's interactions with wide eyes. He pulled his brother aside to inquire about the situation. Gu Jinyu anticipated his brother's astonishment, but could only share part of the truth, ultimately stating that Ye Qingge was worth it. Gu Jincheng felt a sense of comfort seeing his younger brother so serious, relieved that he had matured and had not become fixated on past grievances. He recognized that Lung Yuanshuang was a restless spirit, someone who had entangled herself with his brother while also maintaining ambiguous relations with the Prince of Ying. Such a woman was unworthy of his brother, and it was fortunate that his brother had finally seen clearly. The Empress sent someone to invite the Crown Princess Su Wanwan from the East Palace, and the six of them dined together. Only when the palace gates were about to close did the young couple exit. In the carriage, Gu Jinyu held Ye Qingge back to discuss what the Empress had said. "Mother told me many amusing stories about your childhood, like how at 3 years old you urinated on Father's desk, or at 7. You plucked the feathers off the parrot he raised and were scolded for an entire year. At 10, you drew on your teacher's face and went 3 days without food. Looking at you now, it's hard to believe you were such a mischievous child. Why does mother reveal everything?" Ye Qingge chuckled. "Please give me some dignity." Gu Jinyu could only sigh in exasperation. However, Ye Qingge laughed even harder, collapsing into his embrace. He threatened to pinch her nose if she didn't stop laughing, warning her that she would face his wrath if she continued. Finally, she quieted down, muttering that her mother shouldn't indulge her too much and that she wasn't feeling well yet. Gu Jinyu had no intention of pursuing anything further that night. He merely wished to tease her. Nevertheless, he found himself contemplating how he might have to speak with his father about tempering his mother's exuberance, lest she spoil Ye Qingge. After a tiring night, Ye Qingge fell asleep on Gu Jinyu's lap on their way home. Once the carriage came to a halt, he carefully lifted her in his arms. His little wife was so light that it required no effort at all to carry her. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Ye Qingge, her husband had silently vowed on the way back to the palace that he would ensure she gained some weight. Chapter 5. Venturing out to confront adversaries the next morning, Ye Qingge awoke once more in Gu Jinyu's embrace, recalling vaguely how she had fallen asleep after leaving the palace. It seemed he had carried her back. Life now felt so wonderful. Her parents and brother had initially been skeptical of Gu Jinyu, concerned about her happiness on their wedding day. As she pondered, she reached out to gently caress his features, only to find him feigning sleep again. With a swift turn, he pinned her beneath him. "Why are you pretending to be asleep again?" Ye Qingge exclaimed in embarrassment, attempting to push him away, but he was too heavy, and even her martial training could not budge him. Feigning sleep, how could one discern the subtle movements of his lady? It seems her health has greatly improved. Today, with no pressing matters at hand and no need for an early rise, it is the perfect opportunity to make up for what was left undone the previous night. A kiss, laden with desire, left Ye Qingge speechless. Before long, under Gu Jinyu's guidance, Ye Qingge began to lose herself in a whirlwind of emotions. And soon the familiar sounds echoed within the room. Outside, upon hearing that their princess had awakened, the maidservants Xilian and Kaiping were poised to speak, only to bear witness to this awkward moment. Xilian, ever composed, left with a faint blush on her cheeks, while Kaiping could not maintain her facade of calm and exited the courtyard, desperately seeking excuses for her sudden departure. What a splendid day it is. The sun shines so brightly.
Huh?
Yufeng, standing nearby, gazed at the sun peeking through the clouds, lost in thought. Within the chamber, after Ye Qingge's countless pleas for mercy, Gu Jinyu finally relented, albeit with lingering reluctance. He gently kissed her forehead before rising to call for water. Li Baoquan had already instructed the kitchen to prepare hot water upon hearing the sounds from within, and upon hearing Gu Jinyu's call, he promptly directed the servants to gather the necessary supplies. In the inner chamber, Ye Qingge, listening to the rustling sounds of water being delivered in waves, wished she could vanish into the ground. How embarrassing! How utterly humiliating! How could she have so foolishly surrendered to him? Lost in her thoughts, she buried herself deeper beneath the covers. When Gu Jinyu returned to the chamber, he was greeted by the sight of a plump quilt with no sign of its occupant. He chuckled softly and embraced his little wife, quilt and all, playfully searching for her head beneath the fabric. He gently coaxed, "My dear, everyone has left. No one will mock you. Come out, one to you, who will keep me company if you remain hidden." Ye Qingge timidly lifted a corner of the quilt, stealing a glance, only to see Gu Jinyu's teasing expression. "It's all your fault. You're to blame," she murmured. "Blame me? My lady, I was in the wrong. Please, grant me your forgiveness this time." Though he spoke of remorse, his heart harbored thoughts of daring to do so again. Shyly, Ye Qingge allowed Gu Jinyu to carry her to the bathing room, where he gently placed her in the tub. Initially intending to assist her in bathing, he found himself thwarted by her resolute refusal, a pity indeed. After resting until noon and enjoying lunch, Gu Jinyu proposed a leisurely stroll with Ye Qingge. Donning their casual attire and holding hands, they meandered through the streets of the capital, their unembellished appearance still captivating. Ye Qingge had always relished outings before her marriage, and now, accompanied by the one she adored, her joy was magnified. They ambled along until Gu Jinyu led Ye Qingge to a quaint establishment called Yunji Pastries. Through their time together, he had discovered her fondness for exquisite confections. Hearing that the shop had recently opened and was thriving, he thought she would surely appreciate it. Ye Qingge was pleasantly surprised. She had not expected Gu Jinyu to discern her tastes so swiftly, especially since today's lunch had been tailored to her preferences. Initially, she intended to select a few delicacies to take home, but Gu Jinyu promptly instructed the shopkeeper to prepare one of each item to be delivered to the prince's residence. Upon leaving Yunji, with plenty of daylight remaining, Gu Jinyu intended to continue their stroll, relishing the simplicity of their shared life. However, he soon regretted this decision. He led Ye Qingge into a jewelry store named Lingxi Pavilion, which catered exclusively to the aristocracy of the capital, boasting an impressive array of items. The moment Gu Jinyu entered, he was drawn to a beautiful magnolia hairpin, believing it would complement Ye Qingge splendidly. Just as he prepared to adorn her with it, a commotion erupted outside. "Brother Yu? What a coincidence to find you here." The voice belonged to Leng Yushuang. Their first outing together had already been marred by an unwelcome encounter. "Brother Yu, that hairpin is exquisite. No wonder it belongs to you. You have such an eye for beauty," Leng Yushuang exclaimed, eyeing the hairpin with covetousness, reaching out to take it. Before her fingers could touch the pin,
Guvinyu swiftly pulled Ye Qingge aside.
Leng Yushuang, taken aback by his sudden movement, nearly stumbled but was saved by her maid, Chun Tao.
Ignoring Ye Qingge entirely,
Leng Yushuang pressed closer to Gu Jinyu, believing herself above her rival. Is this how Lord Leng teaches his daughter? Failing to pay respects to the prince and princess? Attempting to take something from my hand? Gu Jinyu's voice was icy, as a barrage of questions fell upon her, shattering her expectations. Realizing the gift was not intended for her, Leng Yushuang's disbelief turned to tears as she looked up at Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge with a pitiful expression. The reason she could navigate the company of numerous suitors was not without merit. "Since Miss Leng cannot properly greet, let my guards assist you," Gu Jinyu continued, his tone sharp. "Yumu, help her kneel." Yumu stepped in, delivering a swift kick to Leng Yushuang's knee, forcing her to the ground. Her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked up at Gu Jinyu. "Brother Yu," Leng Yushuang began, but a mere glance from him silenced her. "This humble servant greets His Highness, the Prince, and acknowledges Her Highness, the Princess." She quickly adjusted her tone, recognizing the gravity of her situation. "Remember your place, and do not forget the proper decorum expected of you. I shall not remind you again next time. I will inform the Emperor of your family's upbringing." Ye Qingge was taken aback by Gu Jinyu's decisive actions, sensing an underlying tension that hinted at a rift between him and Leng Yushuang. If she had previously doubted his words, she now found herself believing them more than ever. Leng Yushuang's arrival had soured the mood for Gu Jinyu, and after purchasing their items, he noticed Ye Qingge's dwindling enthusiasm, prompting them to return home. Back at the prince's residence, Steward Li Baoquan reported to Gu Jinyu that the gifts for Ye Qingge's return had been prepared for his review. Gu Jinyu perused the list with satisfaction, affirming that his mother's arrangements were indeed meticulous. Ye Qingge, upon reviewing the list, felt it was somewhat excessive. In a previous life, Gu Jinyu had deemed the return gifts too numerous, considering the machinations of her family, and ordered the cancellation of several items. As she had not accompanied the return visit, Ye Qingge nearly became the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. Thus, in this life, it was paramount that no mistakes be made regarding such an important event. Meanwhile, within the Leng household, Leng Yushuang remained undeterred by her earlier humiliation. She believed that Gu Jinyu had not truly lost interest in her. He simply felt that she was unworthy of the hairpin. Surely, he had refrained from displaying too much intimacy out of respect for Ye Qingge. Blaming her rival for the misfortunes she faced, she secretly vowed to find an opportunity to undermine Ye Qingge, ensuring that she understood that marriage to Gu Jinyu would not grant her access to his heart. The two, blissfully unaware of her outrageous intentions, had already retired for the evening. Chapter 6. The return visit at the prince's residence. Everyone rose early, bustling with activity. Today marked the day of the princess's return visit, and they hurriedly loaded the carriage with gifts. Xia Lian and Yu Feng directed the servants in their tasks. In the Lanhua pavilion, the couple, having risen early, quickly consumed a simple breakfast before setting off for the Yi residence. In the carriage, Gu Jinyu held Ye Qingge close, reflecting on her feelings during her previous return visit. As her nominal husband, he had not even made an effort to accompany her, allowing his newlywed wife to face the journey alone without preparing any gifts, leaving her susceptible to the jests of others. What a scoundrel he had been! As she clasped her hands tighter, Ye Qingge glanced up at Gu Jinyu, who seemed lost in thought. Assuming he was merely anxious, she couldn't help but smile subtly. The carriage navigated through the bustling streets, amidst the cries of vendors, until they arrived at the Yi residence. Awaiting them at the entrance were Ye Qingge's mother, Li Yunru, and her elder brother, Ye Wenxuan. With apprehensive hearts, they hoped that even if the son-in-law did not arrive, they would not become the subject of ridicule. They were taken aback when the carriage from the Prince of An's residence arrived, laden with 5 carts of return gifts. "Mother, I missed you so much," Ye Qingge exclaimed as she jumped from the carriage and into her mother's embrace, showering her with affection, leaving Gu Jinyu behind, gazing helplessly at his empty hands. Realizing the situation, Gu Jinyu quickly bowed, addressing his mother-in-law with respect. "Your Highness need not be overly formal. Normally, it is customary for the bride's family to pay respects. But today, as Qingge returns home, I dare to take on the role of an elder." The Yi family was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the marriage and knew that the Prince of An had affections for another, showing little interest in their daughter. They had anticipated that today would see their daughter returning home alone. Thus, they were pleasantly surprised by Gu Jinyu's thoughtful companionship and the generous gifts he brought, far exceeding the expected standards for a princess. Observing Qingge's demeanor, Li Yunru felt relieved, realizing her daughter must have been treated well in the royal household. Gu Jinyu was welcomed into the main hall, where only Li Yunru and Ye Wenxuan resided. As the elder members of the Yi family had passed away when Ye Qingge's father was quite young, everything the family possessed was earned through her father's hard work. A fortnight prior, the kingdom of Jiang had unexpectedly invaded the borders of Jing, and General Ye Qingfeng had been dispatched to lead troops, causing him to miss his daughter's wedding. Ye Qingge's elder brother, Ye Wenjie, had also been absent from the capital for several months, missing his sister's marriage as well. Ye Qingge lamented this absence, understanding that her brother must have been aware of her wedding but refrained from returning due to lingering resentment. Gu Jinyu assisted Ye Qingge in taking her seat and addressed Li Yunru, mother-in-law. "Within the return gifts, there is a box of medicinal herbs, the finest from the imperial palace. Knowing that my father-in-law has long been injured from leading troops and that my brother-in-law excels in medicine, these herbs will be of greater use here than in the palace. Your Highness is thoughtful. As long as Qingge is well cared for, these material possessions are of little consequence. Unlike other noble women in the capital, who are gentle and graceful. Should there be any shortcomings, I hope your Highness will show understanding. Rest assured, within the royal household, Qingge is free to pursue her desires." I cherish her for who she is. I love her in every aspect. Gu Jinyu gazed tenderly at Ye Qingge, aware of the family's lingering reservations due to his past actions. However, he was determined to prove himself through genuine deeds. Yi Wenshuan had been quietly observing Gu Jinyu since their arrival, noting that some of Gu Jinyu's subconscious behaviors seemed sincere, which eased his concerns. Watching his sister's joyful demeanor, he sighed in relief and resolved to give this brother-in-law a chance, as long as he treated his sister well. Should Gu Jinyu fail her, he would ensure that life would become unbearable for him. The Valley of the Medicine King was known not only for healing, but also for its infamous poisons.
Xuanea.
Stay here and keep the prince company while I speak with your sister, Li Yunru said, leading Ye Qingge into the inner courtyard. Qingge, tell your mother the truth. How does the prince treat you? Ye Qingge, feeling shy, reassured her mother. Rest easy, mother. The prince treats me exceptionally well. We are truly a married couple, and I believe he will keep his promises, becoming a good husband and father. If he genuinely cares for you, then I can rest easy. However, I must remind you that as a prince, he will inevitably have other women in his life. Though it is acceptable for now. For the future's sake, it would be wise to consider having children sooner rather than later. Ye Qingge hadn't anticipated her mother would think so far ahead. Her face growing increasingly red as she quickly replied, "Do not worry, mother. I understand." As they emerged, they found Gu Jinyu and Yi Wenshuan engaged in conversation, surprised that they were getting along. In truth, the dialogue had commenced as soon as the two women departed. Yi Wenshuan made it clear from the outset. The prince should be aware that I do not approve of you as my sister's husband. Your marriage is a consequence of my actions. Yet if it were not for Qingge's affection for you, I would not have entrusted her to you. I understand that due to past events, there may be lingering mistrust towards me within the Yi family. I know a few words cannot change that, but I hope that you, brother-in-law, and the Yi family will grant me the opportunity to prove my sincere intentions towards Qingge. Should I betray her, I ask for a swift demise. Gu Jinyu bowed respectfully. Very well. If you dare to wrong Qingge, the Valley of the Medicine King shall not spare you. After lunch, Li Yunru suggested that Ye Qingge show Gu Jinyu her courtyard, and Gu Jinyu was curious to see where his wife had spent her childhood. Ye Qingge's courtyard was the most exquisite area within the Yi residence, complete with a designated training space for her. Do you know why I chose to practice martial arts? Gu Jinyu shook his head. When I was 8, my mother and I traveled to Jiangnan with a merchant caravan to visit my grandfather. We encountered mountain bandits along the way. Thankfully, a noble person intervened, saving us. After returning home, I secretly trained in martial arts with my father until I met my master. Truth be told, I do not even know who she truly is. She appeared and disappeared mysteriously, visiting me at regular intervals to teach, only to vanish again. Since last year, she has not returned. Ye Qingge led Gu Jinyu to her bedroom, and they lay on the bed, chatting. Do you know how I came to like you? Gu Jinyu shook his head once more. In the autumn of my 13th year, a young lady from the Sun family invited noblewomen from the capital to a lakeside gathering. I accidentally fell into the water, nearly drowning despite having some swimming skills. You jumped from another boat to save me, summoned a physician, and returned me home. Later, when an epidemic arose, my brother's Valley of the Medicine King came to the rescue. Initially, he had not intended to seek a reward from the emperor, believing it was his duty as a citizen of Tianquan. However, seeing me longing for you daily, my mother urged my brother to mention it before the emperor. And to our surprise, he granted the marriage. Thank goodness. Otherwise, how could I have married such a wonderful girl? Gu Jinyu held Ye Qingge close, feeling both protective of her and more determined to treat her well. I will soon be 17, of marriageable age. If I had not married you, I would likely be wed to someone else I do not like. Rather than spend a lifetime with someone I do not care for, it is better to be brave and seize this opportunity. Ye Qingge embraced Gu Jinyu in return. Gu Jinyu felt fortunate that his father was unwilling to arrange a marriage between him and Leng Yuexian, just as he did not wish to marry anyone else. The two had stalemated from the time he was 16 until he was 18. Had he wavered, he might have lost the chance to marry Qingge. Although his determination was for another's sake, the outcome was worth it. As they prepared to part, Ye Qingge felt a profound reluctance. Gu Jinyu comforted her, assuring her that she could return home at any time, which kept her tears at bay. Before leaving, Li Yunru reminded Gu Jinyu, I entrust Qingge to you. Treat her well. Gu Jinyu promised once more, rest assured, mother-in-law. I shall never fail Qingge. Li Yunru and Yi Wenshuan nodded in satisfaction as they watched the couple depart. Chapter 7. Punishing the disobedient servant. By the time Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge returned to the royal residence, it was nearly the hour of the dog. They washed up and went to bed. After the return ceremony, the young couple finally had time to enjoy their lives together. The next day, after lunch, Gu Jinyu took Ye Qingge to the royal treasury, handing her the keys. This is all the property of the Prince of An's residence, excluding the shops. From now on, it shall be entrusted to you, my dear wife. Just provide me with a small allowance each month. If Gu Jinyu had a tail, it would undoubtedly be wagging joyfully, resembling a large dog eagerly awaiting its master's praise. Ye Qingge, not one to indulge in sentimentality, accepted the key and entered, only to be astounded by the wealth contained within. Clearly, over the years, it was not just the royal family that had been generous. Both the emperor and empress had bestowed many valuable gifts upon their son. However, this wealth paled in comparison to the emperor's private treasury, and she resolved to ensure her father paid a price for it, if given the opportunity.
Ye Qingge.
Realizing this fellow was contemplating the private treasury of her own father, Gu Jinyu stepped forward, embracing Ye Qingge. This little key is your private treasury. The rewards from the emperor and empress, along with your dowry, are all within, and I've even added a few chests for you. Taking Ye Qingge's hand, he opened a door, only to be met with a sight that nearly caused Gu Jinyu to faint from anger. The contents were scattered haphazardly, several chests left wide open as if carelessly discarded.
Li Baoguan.
Gather everyone from the Wang Fu in the front hall, especially the stewards from each courtyard. I want to see how they conduct their affairs. Qing, let us depart. The once eager Gu Jinyu was now visibly furious. The members of the Wang Fu were assembled in the front courtyard, including Ye Qingge's maidens, Kai Lian and Kai Ping. Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge took their seats at the head, and Ye Qingge entrusted the treasury key to Kai Lian and Kai Ping, instructing them to collaborate with Li Baoquan in verifying the dowry list and the rewards from the emperor and empress. The remaining individuals stood still, and after about an hour, the trio returned. Your Highness and Princess, there is a total shortage of 115 taels of silver and some simple jewelry. Li Baoquan reported to the couple. I cannot believe that a traitor has emerged from my Wang Fu, pretending to be obedient while acting against us.
Speak.
Who is responsible for managing the treasury? Silence followed, prompting the subordinates to kneel, and a trembling young servant spoke. It is the steward, Mama Wang from Lan Yuxian. She instructed us to simply toss the items inside, saying that the prince would not concern himself with such trifles. The servants claimed they had not stolen anything but merely sought to avoid work, pleading for mercy. Another servant stepped forward, stating he had overheard Mama Wang conspiring with the maid beside Miss Lung, saying that once the prince returned to court, they would give the princess a lesson, making her aware that the prince had someone else in his heart. The missing jewelry and silver had been taken by Mama Wang, presumably for her son and daughter-in-law. Very well. The Lung family dares to defy the royal family. You treacherous servants, bring them forth. Execute these traitors with a beating. You Mu, take Mama Wang with you. I will deal with her accordingly. Her son and daughter-in-law's theft of royal treasures shall be handed over to the Court of Judicial Review for punishment. Should anyone dare to disrespect the princess again or engage in underhanded dealings, this will be their fate. The commands of the princess are my commands. Remember this. Cries for mercy echoed as the servants were made to witness the execution. Gu Jinyu led Ye Qingge away, sensing her desire to plead for the young servants. He spoke first. Qing, I know what you wish to say. Those who betray their masters cannot be spared. This serves as a warning to others. While kindness is commendable, it must not come at the cost of being bullied. How dare these servants tread upon their master's dignity? They seek death. No one shall bully my Qing. No one. Gu Jinyu assured her. Rest assured, I will not let the Lung family escape unscathed. To reach for the Wang Fu is akin to courting death. As Gu Jinyu embraced Ye Qingge, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes, indicating that certain accounts needed settling. After escorting Ye Qingge back to Lan Yuxian, he retreated to his study. He penned a letter for Yu Feng to deliver to Yu Iguan, then sent Yu Mu to the Lung residence with the treacherous servant, informing Lord Lung of his daughter's misdeeds and executing Mama Wang in front of Lung Yushuang. He admonished Lord Lung to discipline his daughter properly, administering 20 lashes to Lung Yushuang before returning to report to Gu Jinyu. Upon hearing the news, Gu Jinyu felt a measure of relief and departed the study, heading toward Lan Yuxian. On his way back, He learned that Ye Qingge had gone to the treasury, and he quietly followed.
Ye Qingge rejallet avade pendant in her dori.
A gift from her brother during his travels, believing it would please her. She had brought it with her for her marriage, feeling it was well suited for Gu Jinyu. When she asked Kai Lian and Kai Ping if they had seen the pendant while checking the items, Kai Lian confirmed she had a vague recollection, leading the three of them to this moment. Princess, we have found it. Kai Ping, holding the pendant, spotted Gu Jinyu outside the door and quickly bowed. Ye Qingge approached Gu Jinyu, taking the pendant from Kai Ping. Do not bow. You may all leave.
Yes.
Qing, do you have something for me? Ye Qingge's demeanor resembled that of a child seeking praise from an adult, causing Gu Jinyu to smile slightly. Husband, please close your eyes. Seeing Gu Jinyu obediently comply, she gently hung the pendant around his waist. You may open your eyes. As Gu Jinyu beheld the jade pendant at his waist, memories of his past life flooded back. Ye Qingge had gifted him the same pendant, which he had carelessly set aside and ultimately broken. Ye Qingge had been disheartened then, while he had dismissed it as trivial. Husband, isn't it beautiful? From the moment I saw this pendant, I thought it was perfect for you. It is beautiful. Thank you, my dear. I truly adore it. He leaned down to kiss Ye Qingge. Realizing the treasury of the Wangfu was woefully inadequate, hardly befitting his beloved Qing. Before retiring for the night, Gu Jinyu lamented that the treasures in his father's private treasury were far superior, vowing to extract more from it when the opportunity arose. Chapter 8. Dreaming back to a past life after visiting her retired parents, Yi Fu and Yi Mu, in their hometown of Ye County. Ye Qingge arrived in Yang City on the third day. Upon entering the city gates, she learned of Prince An's treason, having murdered his father and brother. Kai Lian and Kai Ping, accompanying Ye Qingge in the carriage, turned to her in shock as she stood frozen, unable to comprehend the news. Stop the carriage. We must find an inn to stay. Gripping the handrail tightly, she allowed Kai Lian and Kai Ping to assist her down from the carriage. Inside the inn, Ye Qingge pondered her next steps, suddenly recalling her mother mentioning that her cousin's merchant caravan was in Yang City.
Kai Ping.
Find out which inn my cousin's caravan is staying at. I need to see him. In the evening, Kai Ping returned with Li Ju to Ye Qingge's room, then discreetly exited and closed the door. Cousin, you are aware of the situation, aren't you? I cannot believe the prince would conspire against the throne,
Nor kill his own family.
I want to save him, Ye Qingge said, gripping Li Ju in trembling desperation. Calm down, Qingge. The crown prince is gone, and the emperor lies in a coma. The entire capital is under the control of Prince Ing, who is likely searching for you. Returning now would be walking into a trap. Li Ju helped Ye Qingge sit down, analyzing the situation coolly. I have already sent people to find your elder and second brothers. Once they arrive, we can devise a plan to rescue him. No, it will be too late. My brothers are unpredictable. By the time we locate them, it will be too late. I cannot gamble with the prince's life. Cousin, I do not need your help. Just assist me in using the merchant caravan to enter the city. Have you lost your mind? The prince and is not worth such sacrifice. I cannot allow you to do this. It would be detrimental to you. Cousin, I beg you. We were once lovers. I cannot stand by and watch him perish. In this life, I have made the wrong choice in love, but I cannot bear to see him die. Li Ju ultimately could not outmatch Ye Qingge and agreed to escort her back to the capital on the condition that if the situation turned dire, he would swiftly take her away. Before their departure, Ye Qingge instructed Kai Lian and Kai Ping to await her in Yangcheng, promising to bring them home afterward. She also commanded her personal guards to secretly return to Ye County to protect her parents, fearing that Gu Jinlin might target the Yi family. Upon returning to the capital, she learned through the merchant convoy of Gu Jinyu's imprisonment location. The inn prince was confined in the Tianlao of the Dali Temple, a place heavily fortified. And before Li Ju could finish his counsel, Ye Qingge rendered him unconscious. Little did Li Ju anticipate that Ye Qingge would knock him out and venture alone into the prison to rescue Gu Jinyu, leaving behind letters for each of her family members. One of these letters was addressed to him. Cousin, I apologize. This prison break is fraught with danger, and I may not return. I cannot implicate you in my demise. The royal family is unaware of the relationship between the Li and Yi families and will not act against the Li family. After you awaken, please leave the capital and don't forget to take Kai Lian and Kai Ping back to Ye County. Tell my mother to help them find suitable families for marriage when she has the time. The letter was signed with Ye Qingge's final words. As Ye Qingge departed, Thoughts of her parents and brothers flooded her mind. Forgive me for my filial impiety. I cannot remain by your side to fulfill my duties. The age-old dilemma of loyalty and duty weighed heavily on her heart. Even knowing it was a trap, she felt compelled to act. She would repay her debt to them in the next life. Venturing deep into the unknown, Ye Qingge was surprised to find the defenses of the Dali Temple were not as formidable as she had anticipated. Upon seeing Jinyu in such a disheveled state, her heart ached. It was the first time she had witnessed him in such distress, and despite the numerous ambushes surrounding them, she disregarded his shaking head and resolutely approached him. Jinlin emerged with Long Yuetang from the dark prison. Ye Qingge felt a surge of hatred. Despite Jinyu's kindness towards Long Yuetang, she was indeed a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Ye Qingge had come to see Jinyu one last time, hoping to share their fates together and, if given the chance, to eliminate both Long Yuetang and Jinlin. Alas, she was outnumbered and fell severely injured. As she lay dying, she thought, I have repaid my debt of gratitude. Dying together is a bittersweet resolution. In the next life, may we not meet again. To my parents, I am unfilial. I shall repay your nurturing in the next life. When Ye Qingge's cousin awoke, he heard the news of the princess's prison break and the demise of both the prince and princess, their bodies discarded in a mass grave. They stealthily retrieved the bodies and left the capital. The Ye family realized the truth when they saw Li Ju returning to Ji County with Kai Lian and Kai Ping. My poor daughter. Ye mother fainted on the spot, and Ye father nearly lost his balance, only steadied by his son. The two brothers of the Ye family clenched their fists, never expecting events to unfold this way. Although they were furious with their sister, they still kept watch over the situation. Having left the capital in good spirits, they were shocked by the sudden turn of events. With no news reaching them from the capital, Ye elder brother slammed his fist against the wall, vowing to avenge his sister at all costs. No, Qingge, don't. Jinyu awoke from his dream, drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated dreaming of his past life, particularly from Ye Qingge's perspective. The once peacefully sleeping Ye Qingge was roused by Jinyu's cries. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sat up, inquiring about his distress and gently patting his back to comfort him. Husband, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare? Qingge is here, everything is fine. Don't be afraid. Seeing Ye Qingge's worried expression, Jinyu suddenly embraced her tightly. Remembering how she had knowingly walked towards her demise in their past life, he felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. Oh, my Qingge, why must you be so foolish? They held each other for quite some time before Jinyu released her, solemnly promising to treat her with utmost care, vowing never to let her down. After soothing Ye Qingge back to sleep, he found himself unable to rest, haunted by the image of her resolute sacrifice from their previous life, watching over her until dawn. Chapter 9. Someone is watching the Wangfu Qingge. I wish not to attend court. I cannot bear to be away from you even for a moment. Ever since their wedding leave, such sentiments had become a recurring theme. After a long-awaited respite, Jinyu was now playfully indulging with Ye Qingge, reluctant to leave for court the next day. Your Highness should obediently attend court. I will await your return at the Wangfu. Upon hearing this, Jinyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. Qingge, you're being disobedient. I've told you not to call me your Highness. Yet you cannot remember. For that, you shall be punished. Let us stay up late together. He drew closer, pulling up the covers to shield their intimacy. As the night dwindled, the remnants of their shared warmth coincided perfectly with the time for Jinyu to rise. After donning his court attire, he kissed his wife, who had just fallen asleep, tucked her in, and quietly exited. Before leaving, he tenderly reminded her not to disturb the princess, allowing her to wake naturally. At court, no significant matters unfolded. The ministers engaged in trivial discussions that even the emperor found tiresome. The head eunuch announced the end of court, and the ministers dispersed. Jinyu hurriedly returned to the Wangfu. Inside the Wangfu, in the Lanyu pavilion, Ye Qingge opened her eyes in confusion. She could not comprehend why. Despite being a martial artist herself, she felt utterly exhausted in Jinyu's presence. It was he who exerted himself, yet she felt drained, awake, and unwilling to sleep further. Ye Qingge changed her clothes and decided to step outside for some fresh air. Sitting in the courtyard, she had recently sensed an unseen pair of eyes watching her. After several days, she was certain it was not mere imagination. Silently, she withdrew her hairpin and swiftly cast it toward the direction she felt was being observed. A shadow darted past, evading her strike, followed closely by Wushuang. Martial artists are particularly sensitive to such presences. She could not have mistaken it. Someone was indeed watching her, and even the Wangfu, someone who could evade the Wangfu-esque guards. Perhaps he did not expect to be detected. A moment of negligence led to his discovery. Lu Yun and Wushuang, Gu Jinyu's loyal guards, had been specifically assigned to protect Ye Qingge. When will the prince return from court? Go, send someone to summon him back. After a short while, Gu Jinyu hurried back, having already heard from a servant about the situation. His first instinct was to rush to Ye Qingge, thoroughly checking her for injuries, before he felt reassured. Has Wushuang returned with a pursuer? Not yet. The person possesses formidable skills. Had it not been for his momentary lapse of vigilance, he would never have been detected. Moreover, without the vigilance of the princess and Wushuang, he would have remained unnoticed. Gu Jinyu's expression darkened upon hearing this. In this life, it was due to Qingqing's vigilance that he discovered someone was watching the Wangfu. But what about in the past life? Without Qingqing's unexpected discovery, was there also someone secretly observing the Wangfu? Who could this person be? Was it the Ying prince or another hidden threat? As Gu Jinyu pondered, Lu Yun returned. Reporting to the prince and princess, I lost track of the individual. He was unwilling to engage and simply fled using lightness skills. However, I sensed his martial prowess is high. I would not have been a match for him had he chosen to fight. His reluctance to engage likely stems from a desire to conceal his identity. Today's events will be dealt with accordingly. I will increase the number of guards around the Wangfu, especially near the princess, and recall Yueying and Maju. Understood. After speaking, Yu Feng and Lu Yun hurriedly withdrew, while Yumu remained by Gu Jinyu's side. Qingqing, were you frightened today? Thanks to you. Those incompetent guards were unaware of the surveillance over the Wangfu. Ye Qingge consoled me, saying I was fine, and fortunately, there were both Lu Yun and Wushuang present. Otherwise, I might have been unable to handle him alone. With a shift in tone, Ye Qingge continued, noting that although that person was evidently highly skilled, he chose to evade Lu Yun instead of engaging, which suggested a prior acquaintance. Gu Jinyu recalled the events of her past life, where first, Lu Yun, Wushuang, and others vanished, followed by the inexplicable disappearance of the guards surrounding the emperor, empress, and her elder brother. Soon after, Prince Ying successfully orchestrated a rebellion. The coincidences were far too striking. In her previous life, the empress's sudden illness had disrupted everyone's thoughts, yet upon reflection, there were discernible patterns. The one who could quietly eliminate Yu Feng and his associates must have been someone they deeply trusted. The guards within the royal residence were all exceptionally skilled. And aside from the Yu brothers, who had been by Gu Jinyu's side since childhood, Lu Yun and others were members of the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard, an exclusive covert unit of the emperor, comprised highly skilled individuals who only obeyed the emperor's commands and were secretly trained by the late emperor. Those who appeared within the royal mansion today must have originated from the Shadow Guard. Wushuang was already a remarkable fighter, and few surpassed her in skill. Until now, Gu Jinyu had believed that in her previous life, she had been deceived by the woman, Leng Yushuang, who had led her to trust her words. Ensnared by her manipulations, she had placed the emperor in her grasp, allowing her to command the Shadow Guard with the Shadow Order, which ultimately led to their downfall.
Now,
it seemed there was more to it than that. This matter needed to be reported to the emperor. Only he could resolve it. The situation was growing increasingly complex, and she was left wondering who was truly playing this role behind the scenes. Who was orchestrating all of this? It was impossible for Gu Jinlin alone to accomplish such deeds. There must be more to the story, and how many others in the capital harbored nefarious intentions. Chapter 10. Gu Jinyu is blacklisted. The day after the court session, Gu Jinyu informed the emperor and the crown prince about the surveillance around the royal mansion. Father, I suspect something is amiss. Yesterday, when Wushuang pursued that person, he showed no intention of engaging in a fight and merely sought to escape. Moreover, Lu Yun mentioned that he possesses formidable skills, surpassing his own. The emperor's expression turned grave. This person must belong to the court. His high level of skill indicates he is likely a member of the Shadow Guard. Gu Jinyu added, I only have suspicions at this point and no evidence. But this person is undoubtedly familiar to us. Crown Prince Gu Jincheng remarked, Father, if he truly is one of the Shadow Guard, that complicates matters. They possess extensive knowledge of royal secrets. Yue, what are your thoughts? Who do you suspect? Emperor Gu Yao understood his son well. If he brought it up, he certainly had someone in mind. Gu Jinyu expressed her suspicion, If it relates to the Shadow Guard, I believe Deputy Commander Luo Xiong is a strong candidate. Could it really be him? Deputy Commander Luo has always seemed quite honest, Gu Jincheng replied uncertainly. Gu Jinyu suggested, if we wish to ascertain the truth, we should monitor him and look for opportunities to test him discreetly. However, it may be challenging to find someone capable of concealing their actions from him. Gu Yao pondered for a moment, reflecting on his 7 years on the throne. The Shadow Guard had been established for 15 years. And aside from the commander and deputy commander, the rest were orphans. Most of them had undergone secret training since the tender age of 4 or 5, remaining steadfast in their loyalty. The youngest in the Shadow Guard was 19, while the oldest, Deputy Commander Luo Xiong, was now 32. Tianshan had been established by the emperor's grandfather, who had ascended to the throne at nearly 50 years of age and passed away 3 years into his reign. The suddenness of the events left the late emperor with numerous crises to address, particularly the lurking dangers from the previous dynasty. After enduring the tumult of the court, the transition of old and new systems, the accumulation of national strength, and several assassination attempts from various factions, the late emperor had resolved to cultivate a covert unit known as the Shadow Guard, which would be under the emperor's control and would only heed his commands and the orders of the Shadow Order. This unit was created to serve the emperor and protect him from potential threats. Lu Yun, Wu Shuang, and others adhered to the orders of the Anwang couple as mandated by the emperor, who instructed them to prioritize the commands of Anwang. The Shadow Guard was specifically tasked with safeguarding the emperor and his offspring, with only the royal lineage aware of their existence. When the emperor ascended, he had assigned some members of the Shadow Guard to protect his legitimate heirs. 3 years into his reign, as various factions began to stabilize, the Shadow Guard gradually receded into the shadows. Some members were dispatched to protect the empress and the princes, with only the 2 legitimate heirs aware of their identities, while the other princes remained oblivious, believing them to be ordinary guards. The remaining personnel, led by the commander and deputy commander, remained on standby. Both leaders also held other positions within the court as a guise. The initial commander and deputy commander of the Shadow Guard were both from military families that had served the late emperor since childhood. They later stepped back into the shadows, with their children succeeding them as leaders of the Shadow Guard. Their grandfathers had fought alongside the founding emperor, earning remarkable military accolades, and were undeniably loyal subjects. The Shadow Guard was the last line of defense and an existence unknown to outsiders. In theory, these individuals held unwavering loyalty and would never betray the royal family or disclose the secrets of the Shadow Guard. However, if indeed a traitor existed within the Shadow Guard, the consequences would be unimaginable. Black Hawk. As his words fell, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows, none other than the leader of the Shadow Guard. The emperor whispered a few words into his ear before the black-clad figure vanished back into the darkness. What does father intend to do? The crown prince inquired. As your brother mentioned, if it truly is him, the situation may become quite troublesome. Although he has only served as deputy commander for 5 years, we cannot rule out the possibility that he has cultivated his own followers and he possesses far too many secrets. We must avoid alarming him before we identify everyone involved and assign him as few important tasks as possible. Gu Yao felt a pressing headache, astonished to discover that a traitor lurked beneath his very nose, potentially someone he had trusted for many years. The position of deputy commander of the Shadow Guard had not originally belonged to Luo Xiong 5 years prior. An unfortunate incident led to the demise of the former deputy commander, Bai Ge. At that time, Luo Xiong was merely a lowly guard, skilled yet overlooked. During a spring hunt, he had saved the emperor's life from an assassination attempt. Recognizing his loyalty and hearing his aspirations for greater purpose, the emperor entrusted him with a crucial role of deputy commander, allowing him to serve. Now, reflecting on it all, if Luo Xiong were indeed the traitor, then Bai Ji's demise and his assassination might not have been mere coincidences. Is your royal consort unharmed? I truly hadn't realized she possessed such capabilities. The emperor was taken aback to learn that the individual had been discovered by Ye Qingge. Of course, one must consider who my wife is. She is no ordinary noblewoman, he replied with pride, his demeanor almost soaring with elation. Gu Jincheng found it hard to look at his brother in this moment. Let us keep this matter from others and remain vigilant for any unusual behavior among those around us. The capital is not safe at present, the emperor earnestly advised both his sons. After leaving the palace, Gu Jinyu did not return directly to the royal mansion but instead made her way to the Yue Pavilion. The Yue Pavilion was the largest establishment of its kind in the capital, where the courtesans performed arts without offering their bodies. Yet it remained a favored venue among the young gentlemen of the city. While it ostensibly served as a place for wealthy heirs to indulge in pleasure, it actually functioned as a liaison for the Qingge Pavilion in the capital. The brothel's guise merely concealed its true identity. Regarding the Qingge Pavilion, most people only knew to drop off messages at designated locations, where appointed individuals would collect them. If the requests were reasonable, the Qingge Pavilion would accept the corresponding tasks and collect a fee. If the requests were unreasonable, the messages would be returned as a sign of refusal. Furthermore, only a select few individuals of status were aware of the Qingge Pavilion's external facade and could directly inquire. The majority still relied on traditional methods to obtain information. The Qingge Pavilion was a mysterious organization, existing since the previous dynasty, capable of accomplishing tasks that ordinary individuals could not, gathering intelligence and locating items with ease. The master of the Qingge Pavilion is quite capricious, choosing to collaborate only with those he deems fated. Regardless of the monetary incentive, he will not engage in business he is disinclined to accept. It is said that the Qingge Pavilion boasts a multitude of talented individuals and strategists, with some even considering it an honor to gain entry. A certain wanderer of the martial world once remarked that had the master of the Qingge Pavilion not been enamored with gossip rather than power, he might have already conquered the entire realm. The Qingge Pavilion itself is forbidden from meddling in court disputes, a rule established by the former master upon its inception, strictly prohibiting the gathering of intelligence or involvement in political strife, under penalty of severe punishment. The previous master once rescued a beleaguered founding emperor, and it was through this act of salvation that the current dynasty came to fruition. Yu Feng informed Gu Jinyu that the Qingge Pavilion had declined his request. Gu Jinyu was perplexed by this refusal, as he had no grievances with the pavilion in either this life or the last. While others were able to conduct their business, his own was rejected, leaving him utterly bewildered, prompting his visit today. "This young lady," Yu Feng began, "my master has recently acquired several rare editions from the previous dynasty and has heard that the ladies of the Yue Pavilion are fond of collecting books. He wishes to find a kindred spirit to appreciate them together." As he spoke, he revealed a pouch of silver. The young lady recognized the distinguished status of the man before her, aware of the true identity of the Yue Pavilion and sensing his request, she led them inside. "Please follow me," she beckoned, guiding them to box number 1. Once Gu Jinyu and his companion entered, she closed the door. Shortly thereafter, a gracefully attired young lady entered. She was Miss Yu Mei of the Yue Pavilion, the chief manager of the Qingge Pavilion in the capital. "What brings you here?" Yu Mei inquired directly. After Gu Jinyu articulated his request, Yu Mei quickly deduced their identities. "Your Highness, the master has expressly instructed that while all businesses in the capital may be entertained, yours is an exception. I must ask you to leave." She rose, preparing to escort them out. "Young lady, I truly do not understand why the master refuses to accept my business. I hold no animosity toward the Qingge Pavilion," Gu Jinyu protested, equally bewildered as to why he had been placed on a blacklist despite his innocence. "The master has said that if the prince remains unaware of the reason, he should reflect on matters surrounding his wedding," she replied. "Young lady, what I seek is of utmost importance, and I require the assistance of the Qingge Pavilion to achieve it. Might you show some leniency?" "Your Highness, I beg your pardon, but I cannot defy the master's wishes. The master's commands are paramount, and all must adhere to them. I implore you to leave, as the Yue Pavilion will not entertain you further until the master's directive is lifted." With that, she signaled for the attendants to ensure the two gentlemen were escorted out, instructing the doorman not to allow them re-entry. Thus, Gu Jinyu and Yu Feng found themselves unceremoniously expelled from the Yue Pavilion. As they trudged back to their royal residence, both were left feeling disheartened and bewildered, particularly Gu Jinyu, who had never encountered such humiliation in either of his lifetimes. The fact that he had been blacklisted by the Qingge Pavilion left many matters shrouded in mystery. Upon returning to the estate, Gu Jinyu sensed a palpable tension in the air. Li Baoquan, upon seeing him, sighed, "Your Highness, what can this old servant say?" and walked away without sparing him a second glance. The demeanor of the household staff was noticeably indifferent, and Gu Jinyu could not shake the feeling that he detected a hint of disdain in Yu Mu's cold gaze. Only he and Yu Feng remained perplexed until Gu Jinyu entered the Lan Yu Pavilion, where the true nature of the situation became evident. Chapter 11. Jealousy. Several hours earlier, Ye Qingge had been counting the time, convinced that Gu Jinyu should have returned to the royal estate by now. Wushuang. Go find out if the prince has left the palace after court and where he may be now. Concerned by Gu Jinyu's failure to return or send word, she hastily dispatched Wushuang to investigate. Yes, I will go at once, Wushuang replied before departing the estate. Half an hour later, Wushuang returned, having finally mustered the courage to return after much internal conflict. Where is the prince?
Ye Qingge.
He is Wushuang stammered, uncertain how to convey the information. Speak up. Can't you see the princess is anxious? Kai Lian, ever blunt, failed to notice Wushuang's turmoil. The prince is at the Yue pavilion, Wushuang finally managed to say, burying his head lower in embarrassment, thinking to himself that the prince had finally moved on from the cold Miss Lung and returned to the pleasures of the world. Due to the confidential nature of the Qingge pavilion's affairs, Wushuang and the others were unaware of the details.
Ye Qingge paused,
repeating the name Yue pavilion to herself for a moment before regaining her composure. It matters not. He has simply gone to the Yue pavilion. After all, it must be difficult for the prince to marry a woman who lacks proficiency in the arts. Let him be. Help me back to my chambers. Ye Qingge was quite upset, thinking to herself that it was just a matter of the arts. She had not been completely uneducated in them either. So, what was the fuss about? As they made their way, Ye Qingge busied herself with her grievances, while Kai Lian fervently recounted Gu Jinyu's supposed transgressions. Consequently, it was not long before the entire household learned that Gu Jinyu had gone to the Yue pavilion immediately after court. This explained the peculiar looks he and Yu Feng received upon their return. Upon arriving back at the Lanyu pavilion, Gu Jinyu found Ye Qingge embroidering nearby. Muttering to herself about how there was nothing remarkable about it, that she could do it too. Seeing this, Gu Jinyu rushed into the room, took her hand, and gently blew on it. What prompted this sudden endeavor, and why so carelessly? I am but a dullard. Aware that the prince favors women who are graceful and accomplished in the arts, Ye Qingge replied, I fear I cannot meet the prince's expectations. However, as the princess, it is my duty to bring comfort to the prince, so I must practice diligently. Ye Qingge was not inclined to engage with Gu Jinyu, feeling that he was not the type to frequent such establishments, yet she was still angered to hear he had done so. Realizing this, Gu Jinyu quickly deduced that she must have sent someone to inquire about his whereabouts due to his late return and learned of his visit to the Yue pavilion. Once they were alone, Gu Jinyu gently turned her face toward him, a teasing smile on his lips. My dear, are you feeling jealous? Who is jealous? I am merely reflecting on my own shortcomings. Since I cannot master these skills in a short time, perhaps you might reveal which lady has captured your heart. And I shall report to my father and mother to welcome her in. Observing Ye Qingge's reaction, Gu Jinyu felt a playful urge rise within him. Oh, not jealous at all. Since you brought it up, I must ponder it carefully. Is it Miss Chunju, or perhaps Miss Yinxia? Ye Qingge became increasingly agitated, realizing that Gu Jinyu was indeed teasing her. Enough. I was merely jesting. I went to the Yue pavilion to gather some information and left shortly thereafter, not even seeing what those people looked like. And if there is someone who has captured my heart, it is undoubtedly you, my dear Qingqing. As Gu Jinyu saw her preparing to leave, he quickly embraced her, keen to clarify what sort of information could possibly require a visit to such an establishment. Ye Qingge muttered softly, what information could you possibly need to gather from a place like that? Before Gu Jinyu could explain the connection between the Yue pavilion and the Qingge pavilion, Ye Qingge interrupted, stating that she did not wish to hear it at the moment. Gu Jinyu resolved to wait until her anger subsided before proceeding. Do you truly not mind? Ye Qingge blurted out once more after Gu Jinyu had professed his loyalty for what felt like the umpteenth time. Mind what? I am neither skilled in the arts nor a traditional lady of high standing. Ye Qingge spoke with a hint of anxiety, her hands nervously twisting her handkerchief. She awaited Gu Jinyu's response, torn between hope and trepidation. Although the couple enjoyed their time together, certain realities loomed over them, and she feared that one day they might become the catalyst for a rift in their relationship. Qingqing, I have expressed before, what I cherish is your essence, not these ephemeral matters. You need not force yourself to engage with things you dislike for my sake. No one is flawless, yet in my heart, my Qingqing is the epitome of perfection. Every aspect of you is endearing to me, so there is no need for change. I adore you just as you are. Gu Jinyu sensed that Ye Qingge still harbored some insecurities, for mere promises could not convey true assurance. He resolved to improve in the days to come, providing her with greater security. Gu Jinyu embraced Ye Qingge for a while, soothing her, and after their tender moments, dinner was ready. The young couple dined together and then ventured into the Wangfu garden to admire the nocturnal scenery. Nestled together on a swing that Gu Jinyu had arranged, they gazed at the nearly full moon, and Ye Qingge felt a twinge of melancholy. In just 8 days, the Mid-Autumn Festival would arrive. And she wondered how her father was faring in the borderlands, pondering whether the moon there was equally round. As thoughts of her father surfaced, she felt a pang. He could not attend her wedding and would not be able to return for the festival, making her heart ache slightly. Gu Jinyu noticed Ye Qingge's troubled thoughts and comforted her, mentioning that there would be a palace banquet for the Mid-Autumn Festival, attended by her mother and second brother. After the banquet, shall we return to the Ye family for a couple of days?
He suggested.
Yes.
Ye Qingge replied.
Her eyes sparkling with delight as she looked up at Gu Jinyu. After a moment, Gu Jinyu shifted the conversation to share amusing stories, and amidst their laughter and playful banter, they returned to their quarters. Chapter 12. The Master of Qianji Pavilion, Ye Qingge said uncertainly. Indeed. Yue Pavilion is the representation of Qianji Pavilion in the capital, though only a select few are privy to its true identity. After returning home, Gu Jinyu explained to Ye Qingge the reason for their visit to Yue Pavilion, not expecting her to react with such excitement. You have heard of Qianji Pavilion before? He inquired. It is said to be filled with talented individuals, and the master is particularly enigmatic. I sought to procure something through Qianji Pavilion, yet the master is reluctant to collaborate with me, he lamented, feeling unjustly wronged, unable to fathom how he had offended the master. Ye Qingge was equally surprised that Yue Pavilion was affiliated with Qianji Pavilion, realizing her elder brother owned such a venture in the capital. The master of Qianji Pavilion refuses to assist you? She asked again. Indeed, Miss Yume suggested I reflect on my actions before and after marriage. Yet, no matter how I ponder, I cannot discern what I did to offend the master. I believe I know the reason, Ye Qingge remarked, finding it somewhat amusing that her elder brother had not changed at all. What reason? Gu Jinyu leaned closer, gazing intently at her. Ye Qingge felt a bit bashful under his scrutiny and hastily pushed him away, settling into a chair to pour herself a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip. Seeing her demeanor, Gu Jinyu grew anxious. My dear, please tell me, he implored. Ye Qingge, unable to contain her laughter at his earnestness, found his irritation amusing. And Gu Jinyu, in his frustration, began to tickle her. All right, I will tell you, just stop. She gasped amidst laughter, nearly losing her breath. It was a discovery Gu Jinyu made by chance. Ye Qingge was sensitive to tickling, a revelation that proved effective time and again. The master of Qianji Pavilion is my elder brother, Ye Qingge declared, pointing triumphantly at Gu Jinyu's chest. What did you say? Gu Jinyu exclaimed, leaping from his seat in disbelief. It was no wonder that in his previous life, despite his pleas, Qianji Pavilion had been unwilling to engage in business with him. The root of the issue was his own brother-in-law. Ye Qingge elaborated on the specifics, recounting how her brother, Ye Wenjie, had rescued the former master of Qianji Pavilion, Xianming. Years ago, when her brother was 15, he had ventured south with their uncle's merchant caravan and happened upon Xianming, who had been robbed. Rather than a rescue, it was more of an act of kindness, as he treated Xianming to several meals. Unexpectedly, Xianming took a liking to her brother, proclaiming his business acumen and insisting on taking him as a disciple. He regaled her brother with tales of his prosperous ventures, claiming his current misfortune was merely a transient setback. Unable to refuse, her brother acquiesced, curious to verify Xuanming's assertions. Eventually, the people of Qianji Pavilion found Xianming, who introduced her brother to them, formally accepting him as a disciple and acquainting him with various enterprises. Everything was going splendidly until one day, her brother announced he had urgent matters to attend to, leaving only a letter and a token named the Xianin token. In the letter, he revealed that he had discovered his long-deceased lover was still alive and intended to pursue her. He instructed her brother to take the Xianin token to inherit the position of master, assuring him that the regional leaders would not question his authority. Henceforth, her brother was reluctantly thrust into the role of master of Qianji Pavilion. Ye Qingge chuckled at the thought of her brother's determined expression back then. Upon hearing the tale, Gu Jinyu was astonished by the convoluted circumstances, realizing the former master was indeed an intriguing character. Since Qianji Pavilion is your brother's, why were you unaware of Yue Pavilion's true identity? He inquired. My brother often travels, and when he is away, we communicate directly through letters. so there was no need for intermediaries. Moreover, given that UAE Pavilion operates as an entertainment establishment, my brother would certainly not disclose such matters to us, Ye Qingge explained, making it understandable why she was unaware of UAE Pavilion's true nature. Jinyu slumped in his chair, utterly taken aback, as he contemplated his wife's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. He never anticipated that his wife hailed from such an illustrious background, with a brother as the master of Qingge Pavilion, a second brother as the head of the Apothecary Valley, a wealthy maternal grandfather, and a mysterious master. He felt his own princely status paled in comparison. Ye Qingge found his reaction amusing, recognizing that his failure to establish rapport prior to their marriage had left him in a precarious position with her brother. If matters become urgent, I can write to my brother on your behalf. However, I can only advocate for you. The ultimate decision rests with him. Ye Qingge was aware that this situation was intrinsically linked to her, and she lacked the authority to sway her brother, known for his stubbornness. Particularly after having avoided home to evade Yunshan out of anger over her marriage to Jinyu, even missing her wedding. Thank you, my dear. Jinyu expressed his gratitude. For the matter at hand was crucial to everyone's safety, necessitating Qingge Pavilion's assistance in the investigation. He recognized his past misdeeds and understood Ye Wenjie's concerns, vowing to demonstrate his commitment to Ye Qingge. Chapter 13. The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. Before long, the Mid-Autumn Festival approached swiftly. Although the emperor had other consorts and sons, his heart remained tethered to his childhood companion, the empress, and their legitimate children. Thus, for each grand festival, the family would gather in the Qingge Palace a day in advance for a small reunion. In previous years, the gatherings comprised the emperor, empress, and the crown prince along with Jinyu. This year, Ye Qingge joined, elevating the occasion further. After court, Jinyu returned home, finding Ye Qingge already dressed in her palace attire. This was not her first time donning palace garb, yet she still struggled to acclimate. Jinyu gently embraced Ye Qingge from behind, assuring her, there is no need for such formality. Today is merely a family banquet with only father, mother, and brother. A casual appearance suffices. No one will fault you. We have dined together before, so there is no need to feel anxious. As he observed Ye Qingge's elaborate hair ornaments, he reached out to remove 2 pieces, instantly alleviating her burden. She smiled sweetly at him, feeling considerably lighter. Before the hour of Shen, Jinyu eagerly took Ye Qingge, accompanied by Kaiping and the recently returned Yueying, out the door, boarding a carriage heading towards the imperial palace. Upon entering the palace, the two made their way directly to the Empress's Qingge Palace, wasting not a moment. When they arrived, only the Empress was present. Upon seeing them, she hastily gestured for them to forego formalities and turned back to instruct the palace maids on arranging items. Observing her mother's bustling demeanor, Jinyu secretly shook her head, reflecting on how unchanged her mother's spirited nature remained. Half an hour later, the Emperor and the Crown Prince, along with the Crown Princess, appeared in Qingge Palace. This marked their first meal together since the grand wedding. Previously, whenever the Emperor wished for Jinyu to join him for dinner, she had politely declined, citing her need to return home to accompany her husband. The family joyfully shared their meal, with the 3 women engaging in light-hearted conversation about amusing happenings in the capital. Ye Qingge found both the Empress and the Crown Princess to be remarkably amiable, particularly the Crown Princess, who was truly a delightful person. It was no wonder that the Crown Prince had only her as his wife after more than 2 years of marriage. The Crown Princess Su Wanwan was the daughter of the Crown Prince's tutor, Su Bo, and they had grown up together, sharing a childhood that Ye Qingge envied. Although they had been married for 3 years, their affection for one another remained as sweet as that of newlyweds. The only regret was that Su Wanwan had yet to bear a grandchild, while the Emperor and Empress, along with the Crown Prince, were unconcerned about this. She herself felt quite ashamed. Dear Qingqing, although you have just married, I hope you will soon bless me with a healthy granddaughter. When I was pregnant with Jinyu, I always thought it would be a daughter. Who would have thought it turned out to be a little rascal? Given my current age and condition, I have no hopes left, but you are still young. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingge felt quite shy. She looked up to see a faint sorrow reflected in Su Wanwan's eyes. Sister-in-law, have you consulted a physician about your health?
Ye Qingge.
Aware that she might be overstepping but feeling that some matters needed to be voiced in order to find a solution. Dear sister, I have seen so many physicians, and I have even tried many remedies, yet nothing has worked. I have given up hope. The Crown Prince is unwilling to take a concubine, yet I feel inadequate.
Subangwan confessed.
Su Wanwan and Gu Jincheng shared a deep bond, yet their lack of children had become a significant obstacle between them. Ye Qingge thought of her second brother, who had remained in the capital since her marriage. Surely, he could assist the crown princess. Sister-in-law, do you trust me? Ye Qingge asked earnestly. The empress and the crown princess exchanged puzzled glances. If you are willing to trust me, I can have my second brother take a look for you. Indeed, Wanwan, Qingqing's second brother is the head of the Medicine King Valley. Having him examine you might reveal something, the empress reassured Su Wanwan, while simultaneously taking a jab at her son. Meanwhile, the three men engaged in conversation, drawn to the laughter from the women. It is getting late. Let us not dwell on this for now, the emperor declared, rising to approach the empress. The couples departed Qingge Palace together, and before leaving, Ye Qingge whispered to Su Wanwan, assuring her she would await news. In the carriage, Gu Jinyu was quite curious about what the three women had discussed, yet no matter how he pressed or tempted, Ye Qingge resolutely refused to divulge any details. During this palace visit, the empress had bestowed numerous gifts upon them, which Gu Jinyu ordered to be transported to Ye Qingge's small treasury. The palace banquet was scheduled for the evening of the following day, and various ministers, along with their families, gathered early at the palace gates. Although Ye Qingge's father, General Yi, was absent, her mother and second brother would still be attending. Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge entered the palace at the hour of Shin. With the banquet held in the Taiji Hall, the wives of the ministers greeted Ye Qingge, and she returned their greetings with nods. Among the princes, only the Prince of England, Gu Jinlin, was married, and when Ye Qingge exchanged pleasantries with the prince and his wife, she noticed the latter appeared unwell and lacked vitality. Assuming she must be ill, General Yi held a second-grade official position, and her mother and brother sat at the front of the lower seats. When her brother glanced at Gu Jinyu, he disdainfully turned his head away. After exchanging pleasantries with other ministers, Gu Jinyu and his wife returned to their seats, which coincidentally were next to the crown prince and his wife, leading to shared smiles among them. Soon after, a palace maid announced the arrival of the emperor and empress, prompting everyone to rise in reverence, chanting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress!" Once the emperor and empress took their seats, the emperor raised his hand. Addressing the ministers, "You may all rise. Please be seated." As everyone settled down, the banquet commenced. The emperor raised a toast to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, honoring the prosperity of our realm, the valiant soldiers safeguarding the borders, and the well-being of our people, encouraging all to drink in unison. The ministers raised their cups in unison, drinking heartily. Today, there is no need for excessive formality, nor any distinction between ruler and subject. Enjoy the wine, compose poetry, and relish the performances. With that, he instructed the chief steward to commence the music, and as the melodies filled the air, the dancers entered, marking the official beginning of the palace banquet. Chapter 14. The Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. The food at the banquet was insufficient to satiate one's hunger. Gu Jinyu, concerned for Ye Qingge and wary of her indulging in drink, had ensured she consumed a substantial meal beforehand. Thus, faced with a table laden with delicacies, Ye Qingge found herself unable to eat much. Annoyed by Gu Jinyu's fussing, she discreetly shifted towards Su Wanwan's position. Observing this, Gu Jincheng had no choice but to rise and join his brother, though he felt disgruntled, yet said nothing. "Sister-in-law, have you given further thought to what we discussed yesterday?" Ye Qingge inquired cheerfully of Su Wanwan. "I spoke with your royal brother. He believes it is worth a try. Once I arrange a time to visit the Prince of England's residence, I will trouble you," Su Wanwan replied softly. Ye Qingge nodded in understanding before quietly returning to her own seat. As the banquet progressed, with several performances having taken place, Ye Qingge began to feel somewhat bored, when a voice rose above the others. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, on this splendid autumn festival, I dare to present a dance in honor of Your Majesty and Your Highness." The speaker was Zhao Yuting, the daughter of the Minister of Justice. Gu Jinyu's eyes glinted with menace as he regarded her. In a previous life, it was the Minister of Justice, now a minor official, who had conspired with Gu Jinlin to bring harm to him and Qingqing. Gu Jinyu averted his gaze, resolving that he would not spare any who had wronged Qingqing. Granted, Gu Yawu understood the intentions of these women, who sought to present themselves before the young masters and even the princes. If one were to catch a prince's eye, even as a concubine, it would bring considerable prestige. If not, it would at least afford them more opportunities to be seen. Hence, such displays were often permitted. Seeing the emperor's approval, Zhao Yuting seized the opportunity to flatter further. The esteemed Princess of England and I have a good rapport. Since her marriage, this is our first encounter. The princess plays the zither beautifully. Might we be fortunate enough to hear her play a piece? Zhao Yuting thought to herself. Ye Qingge is a simpleton. How could she possibly play the zither? Ye Qingge raised an eyebrow, knowing full well Zhao Yuting harbored ill intentions. Fully aware of her lack of skill and deliberately aiming to embarrass her. Who has she gotten along with? Just as Jinyu was about to express his anger, Ye Qingge halted him, shaking her head in a gesture of reassurance, indicating that she had a plan. Miss Zhao, you flatter me. However, if it is so, I shall embarrass myself. Please feel free, Your Highness. I will dance according to the melody, Zhao Yuting said, seemingly confident that Ye Qingge would not play the zither. Wishing to see her humiliated, as some nearby, emboldened by drink, began to murmur doubts about Ye Qingge's abilities, Jinyu felt a surge of indignation. Upon the Empress's nod of approval, the palace maids brought forth the zither, and while the others found this quite normal, Jinyu felt astonished. In her previous life, Qingqing had declined due to physical discomfort, only to be ridiculed by the noble women of the capital for her supposed inability to play the guqin. This time, however, she unexpectedly agreed, though one must wonder if it was truly wise. As her fingers glided over the strings, the melody of high mountains and flowing water astonished the audience, including Jinyu, while only Yi Mu and Yi Ergo remained composed. Zhao Yuting, upon hearing the music, faltered in her dance, her movements chaotic and out of sync. Originally intending to humiliate Ye Qingge, she found herself in a state of panic instead. She could already foresee that many in the capital would mock her in the days to come. The enchanting music from Ye Qingge captivated everyone, while Zhao Yuting appeared as a mere fool, drenched in sweat by the end of the performance, trembling as she knelt on the ground. The performance of high mountains and flowing water was splendid. A reward for you, remarked the emperor, while he coldly added, Miss Zhao, perhaps you should practice a bit more. He was fully aware of Zhao Yuting's intentions, yet Ye Qingge had pleasantly surprised him. At that moment, Zhao Yuting felt utterly despondent, unable to believe the turn of events. She had not anticipated being scolded while Ye Qingge received praise. This plan to expose Ye Qingge had been proposed by Leng Yueshuang, who had insisted that Ye Qingge, being a newcomer to such gatherings in her role as a princess, would surely falter. Zhao Yuting's apprehension grew as she realized she had made this decision without consulting her parents. Now, facing the emperor's reprimand, she knew she would be unable to marry into a respectable family in the future. Her father glared at her in anger, and she felt as though everything was lost. Qingqing. Ye Qingge had genuinely astonished Jinyu, who gazed at her with bright eyes. Why do you look at me like that? Don't you recognize me? Ye Qingge waved her hand in front of Jinyu. Qingqing, what else don't I know about you? You truly surprise me. Jinyu grasped Ye Qingge's hand, gently caressing it. Ye Qingge, feeling shy under his gaze, withdrew her hand. I never claimed I couldn't play. I'm just not that proficient. Besides, my master taught me this. It's perfectly normal for them not to know. After speaking, she turned away and approached the table of the crown princess to whisper with her. Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that his Qingqing was indeed a treasure. In his past life, he had been blind to this. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuting, feeling humiliated and furious, took the opportunity of changing clothes to retreat to a side hall. Leng Yueshuang, who had been observing quietly, followed her outside under some pretext. What a fine idea you had. Ye Qingge can clearly play the guqin exceedingly well. Did you intentionally want to see me humiliated? Zhao Yuting was beside herself with fury, disregarding their supposed sisterly bond. Ye Qingge has truly played her cards right, completely rehabilitating her image. But Yuting, I truly had no prior knowledge. If you must place blame, let it be on her cunning nature. She conceals her talents well. In Leng Yueshuang's mind, Zhao Yuting still held potential value as a pawn, the perfect candidate to take the lead, so she continued to comfort her. What do we do now? I won't just lose the favor of Princeton. Others will also look down on me. Zhao Yuting could no longer hold back her tears. She was one of Jinyu's suitors, captivated by his status and appearance, genuinely enamored with him, unlike Leng Yueshuang, who was merely drawn to power and the feeling of being adored by men. After being punished previously, her resentment toward Jinyu and Ye Qingge had deepened. Since they were so affectionate, she felt compelled to disrupt their peace, considering any opportunity to use them. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Yueshuang leaned closer to Zhao Yuting and whispered something in her ear. Will this really work? Zhao Yuting inquired.
How can we know without trying?
It's already too late, Leng Yueshuang replied. Upon seeing Zhao Yuting nod in agreement, Leng Yueshuang's lips curled into a subtle smile. She had already prepared everything under the arrangements of Consort Hui. All that remained was for the main character to take her place. Tonight's plan positioned Zhao Yuting merely as a pawn, intended to tarnish the reputation of the prince and princess, bringing shame upon the empress. Regardless of how the banquet unfolded, the outcome had already been sealed. As Gu Jinyu observed the two women returning, his expression darkened. He was uncertain of what they had discussed, but he suspected it was nothing beneficial. To be cautious, he discreetly instructed Ye Qingge before returning to whisper with Ye Qingge. Within half a stick of incense, his suspicions were confirmed. Upon Ye Qingge's return, she informed him of Zhao Yuting's scheme, and the murderous intent in Gu Jinyu's eyes became more pronounced. He did not expect them to conspire against him, and thus, he felt justified in his harshness. Once again, Ye Qingge was dispatched, while Ye Qingge sensed something amiss and, thinking there was trouble, anxiously asked what was going on. Nothing to worry about, it has all been resolved. Just stay at ease, for the grand performance is about to commence, Gu Jinyu reassured her. Not wishing to press further, Ye Qingge refrained from asking more questions, trusting his judgment. In stark contrast to Gu Jinyu's calm demeanor, Zhao Yuting was visibly anxious. Despite having made all the necessary arrangements, she still feared unforeseen complications. After confirming with a glance at Leng Yueshuang, she felt a bit more secure, even harboring a hint of anticipation. The palace maid, tasked with serving drinks, approached with a tray, but as she poured wine for Gu Jinyu, she accidentally spilled some. The maid quickly knelt to clean up the mess, causing both Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge to scowl. The maid, terrified, dared not disturb anyone else. Go change into another outfit, Ye Qingge instructed Gu Jinyu. He followed the maid outside, and as he stepped out, Zhao Yuting followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to them, Prince Ing, Gu Jinlin, had also vanished without a trace. The maid led Gu Jinyu to a side hall in the Tai Chi Palace, where he immediately detected a strange odor and instinctively held his breath. As he entered, the maid attempted to lock the door, but Gu Jinyu caught her in the act. He swiftly incapacitated her and concealed her behind a rockery in the imperial garden, then quietly slipped away to hide. Gu Jinlin, already inebriated and led by the palace maid arranged by Gu Jinyu, unsuspectingly entered the room. Following Leng Yueshuang and Zhao Yuting's plan, the maid locked the door and placed the key in the designated spot. Zhao Yuting, calculating the timing, believed the effects of the drug had taken hold, and entered the side hall. As soon as she stepped inside, she was tackled to the ground by Gu Jinlin. The room was dark, leading her to mistakenly believe it was Gu Jinyu who had knocked her down. Elated, Zhao Yuting thought to herself that she would soon become the beloved consort of Prince Yin, and once she secured his favor, she would make Ye Qingge pay dearly. Your Highness, I am here to serve you. Shall we move to the bed? She coyly suggested, guiding the disoriented Gu Jinlin toward the bed. However, as soon as they reached the bed, she was once again overpowered. Gu Jinlin was not one to show tenderness, and he took her without hesitation. Zhao Yuting, suppressing her physical discomfort, struggled to accommodate him. If she had known that the one above her was not the prince she had longed for, she might have slapped herself in disbelief. The fragrant concoction and the maid had all been prearranged. Zhao Yuting had given little thought to how Leng Yueshuang had managed to procure them so effortlessly. Her sole focus was on becoming Gu Jinyu's possession, completely unaware that she, too, was merely being used. Consort Hui, unable to bear the sight of the empress thriving, sought to humiliate her. While Leng Yueshuang aimed to vex the prince and princess, Zhao Yuting was merely a tool in their scheme. Watching Gu Jinyu take longer to return, Ye Qingge felt a gnawing sense of foreboding, and just then, she heard Leng Yueshuang's voice. Has anyone seen Miss Zhao? She has been gone for quite some time, and has yet to return. Could it be that I am lost? The palace is so vast, one can never be sure, others remarked. Suddenly, someone pointed out that there was no one in Prince An's position and suggested that His Highness had gone to change his clothes. And it had been quite a while since he returned. Upon hearing this, the Emperor and Empress exchanged dark glances. Those raised in the royal court could hardly be oblivious to such sordid affairs, yet to think it could involve their own son was utterly intolerable. Noticing the Emperor's agitation, the Empress quickly grasped his sleeve, softly offering her reassurance. She trusted that their son would not fall victim to such schemes, thus, she remained unafraid. Just as she was about to command a servant to investigate the situation, she spotted Ye Qingge coming to report. Upon learning that Jinyu was unharmed and that someone else had been ensnared, the emperor and empress secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The empress also cast a reassuring glance at Ye Qingge. Once the emperor regained his composure, he informed the ministers that it was nearly time for the gathering, and it was appropriate for them to proceed to the moonlit royal garden, as he had prepared other delights for their enjoyment. The private chambers chosen by Lung Yueshuang were conveniently located along the path to the royal garden. As they approached, they heard the sound of a woman weeping intertwined with the heavy breaths of a man, a continuous cacophony. Who dares to engage in such lewd acts in the royal palace? Open the door, the empress commanded. Even a woman like her, who had borne 2 children, felt her cheeks flush at such sounds, let alone the unmarried maidens who appeared completely taken aback. Prince N and Sister Ye Qingge have yet to return. Surely they cannot be involved in such disgraceful behavior. Lung Yueshuang exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. Silence. Who gave you the audacity to slander a royal? Is this the upbringing of the Lung family? The emperor thundered, glaring at Lung Yueshuang with a fierce intensity. Before the door could be opened, Jinyu emerged from behind. What transpired? I just heard someone call my name. The crowd turned to see Jinyu standing there, his expression varying among them, especially Lung Yueshuang, whose face fell as if struck by lightning. It was then that someone recalled the identity of the people within, prompting them to open the door. Upon doing so, they were met with the sight of 2 bare bodies entwined, the woman inside crying out, Ayu, Ayu, as if she had mistaken her partner for Jinyu. The emperor cleared his throat, prompting the occupants to regain their senses and realize they were not alone. Zhao Yuting, draped in a garment, knelt on the floor, lamenting Jinyu's alleged transgressions, causing the emperor and empress to darken their expressions once more. Absurd. I was merely standing here. I had just changed my attire and took a stroll in the royal garden, never entering this room. How could I have committed any impropriety with you? Just look at your face. What about it could rival that of my princess? Am I blind enough to find you appealing? Jinyu disdainfully belittled Zhao Yuting. Listening to Jinyu's words, Zhao Yuting's already pale countenance drained of color. She stared in disbelief at him and shouted, Impossible. If you are here, then who is that? As she spoke, she lifted the covers from Jinlin, and with the lights now illuminating the room, she recognized his face. It was Prince Jinlin. Zhao Yuting collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, This cannot be. It shouldn't be like this. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. Witnessing the scene, her father felt utterly humiliated, kneeling before the emperor and empress, awaiting their judgment. Not only Zhao Yuting was incredulous, Lung Yueshuang too was astonished, realizing she had inadvertently delivered Zhao Yuting to the bed of the man she adored. The consort of the English prince remained indifferent, wearing an expression of apathy, for she had never cared for the prince, having been forced into marriage with him. As the farcical gathering reached its climax, the emperor dismissed the court officials, leaving the 2 naked individuals in their exposed state, forbidding anyone from intervening. He permitted Prince An and his wife, along with the English princess, to stay in the palace overnight before taking the empress to Qingge Palace. Lung Yueshuang returned home in a daze, internally cursing Zhao Yuting countless times, vowing to make the wretched woman pay. Her resentment toward Jinyu and his wife deepened, for the incident had transpired during the royal banquet, and soon the scandal spread throughout the capital, leaving Jinlin too fearful to venture outside for an extended period, but that was a matter for another time. Chapter 16. The secondary concubine Jinyu and Ye Qingge were arranged to rest in Qilua Palace. That was close. If you hadn't had Ye Qingge relay the message, I would have truly believed you were the one in trouble. Ye Qingge sighed lightly, leaning against Jinyu. My dear, I do not possess any eye ailments. How could I possibly be attracted to someone as unsightly as her? If one dares to conspire against me, they must be prepared to face the consequences, Jinyu replied, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint. The thought of being coveted by such a person made him feel nauseated. In the side hall of Taiji Palace, Zhao Yuting regained consciousness shortly after the crowd had departed. She attempted to rise, but was blocked by the palace attendants stationed outside. Following orders, they insisted she don the garments prepared for her and await further instructions. With her body aching, Zhao Yuting sat in a chair within the side hall, gazing at her disheveled appearance and then at the unconscious Jinlin, despair washing over her. She had even contemplated killing Jinlin and then taking her own life. But ultimately, for the sake of her parents, she set down the hairpin she had raised. Confused as to how it had come to this, she recalled how meticulously the plan had been laid out, how everyone had followed their roles. Yet, the outcome had led her to the English prince instead. In a fit of uncontrollable grief, she covered her face and wept until dawn approached, when clarity struck her. Since everything had already occurred, and she was now bound to the English prince, she resolved to become his secondary consort and bide her time to seek revenge against Prince An and his wife.
Indeed.
It was she who had plotted and failed, only to reap the bitter fruits of her own machinations, yet she blamed everything on the couple, determined to destroy what she could not possess. By the time Ye Qingge fully awakened, it was already late morning. Upon opening his eyes, he found Zhao Yuting gazing at him with a mixture of shyness and grievance. The previous night, intoxicated, he had stepped out to sober up, unaware of what had transpired, only recalling a sense of restless heat within. Seeing the woman before him, he instinctively lunged forward, eager to relieve the inner turmoil. Now fully aware, he comprehended the events of last night. Observing Zhao Yuting's tear-streaked face, he felt a twinge of remorse, realizing he had forced himself upon her. Last night. It was my fault. I drank too much and acted inappropriately. Do not worry. I shall inform my father and grant you the position of secondary consort. Ye Qingge spoke gently.
I believe in you, my lord.
Last night it was my own choice. I have admired you for a long time, Zhao Yuting replied, deliberately lowering her head in feigned modesty. Though Ye Qingge was already wed, he held no affection for his wife. His feelings for Leng Yueshuang stemmed from the dependence she instilled in him. He cherished the sensation of being the center of her universe. Consequently, witnessing Zhao Yuting's demeanor only deepened his pity for her. Outside, the guards, upon hearing of Ye Qingge's awakening, promptly reported to the emperor, who ordered the summoning of Zhao Yuting's father, the deputy minister of justice, and also requested the presence of consort Hui. They awaited in the main hall of Taiji Palace alongside others. The attendants escorted Ye Qingge and Zhao Yuting outside, where they knelt before the emperor. You ungrateful son! Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The emperor bellowed, hurling a teacup from the table. Your Majesty, you must take responsibility for my son. It must have been this woman who seduced him. Otherwise, how could he have behaved so disgracefully in that situation? Consort Hui wailed beside them. It must be her, who took advantage of my son while he was inebriated. She had been waiting in the palace for news. Anticipating the moment, she could relish the misfortune of Meng Yanran and Prince An. However, the tidings that arrived were of her son's disgrace, a reality she struggled to accept. She and Leng Yueshuang had meticulously devised a plan to ensnare Prince An, yet, unexpectedly, it was her own son who fell victim. How could she endure such a betrayal? Surely, Zhao Yuting must have had a change of heart midway, believing her son superior to Meng Yanran's, thus orchestrating this scheme against her. The incessant wailing echoed in her ears, almost rendering her deaf. She demanded her rebellious son to speak for himself. The emperor, too, had reached his limit, astonished by the incessant irritations posed by these women. His patience with any woman other than the empress was thin, particularly with concubine Hui. Years ago, she had drugged him to climb into his bed, and although he remembered nothing upon waking, her demeanor made it clear that everything had transpired. Relying on her father's sacrifice to save the late emperor, she had been granted the position of a side consort to the crown prince, and a month later, she was found to be with child. Before the emperor's demise, he had advised him to grant her a consort's title, ensuring her a peaceful existence. He had only ever touched her that once. He could not fathom from where she derived her audacity, constantly provoking the empress and coveting what was not hers. Lost in thought, he subtly took the empress's hand, eliciting a disdainful glance from her. Gu Yao mused that his wife was indeed the best. Father, all of this is my fault. Do not blame Miss Zhao. It was I who, in a drunken stupor last night, misidentified Zhao Gudong as the princess, thus losing my dignity. I implore you to punish me instead. I have wronged Miss Zhao, and I am willing to take responsibility. I wish to take her as a side consort. I ask for your approval. Ye Qingge observed Zhao Yuting silently weeping beside him, feeling a twinge of sympathy, though more so a sense of helplessness due to the circumstances. She had lost her purity in public, her reputation irrevocably tarnished. Should she refuse to accept responsibility, her own standing would further deteriorate. Such a calamity could not be allowed to transpire. He had worked too long to cultivate his reputation to see it destroyed by a single woman. Seeing Gu Jinlin's determination, the emperor nodded in agreement. He understood that should Gu Jinlin reject Zhao Yuting, her fate would likely be a swift demise, and though he was the emperor, he would not resort to murder. Yet, to his surprise, concubine Hui objected. I do not consent. Such a woman is unworthy of marrying my Liner. Zhao Yuting harbors designs on Prince N and now plots against my son. How can a woman so fickle be deemed worthy of my Liner? Moreover, after this incident, her reputation is ruined. Liner cannot have a side consort who tarnishes his name, not even as a mere concubine. Before she could finish, Gu Jinlin quickly interjected. His mother could be overly emotional at times. The current situation was evidently disadvantageous for him, and now is not the time for such remarks. Mother, please tread carefully. I have wronged Miss Zhao first, and I ought to take responsibility. Father has already consented. I ask that you refrain from further objections. He gestured for concubine Hui to cease her disturbances, and she, recognizing the emperor's displeasure, refrained from further disputes. Though she glared at Zhao Yuting with a ferocity that suggested she could consume her whole. How do you both see this, Lady Ying and Lord Zhao? The emperor inquired. I shall abide by your decision, Your Majesty, Lady Ying responded coolly. I shall defer to the emperor's judgment, Lord Zhao added with a bow. The crown prince and Gu Jinyu had been observing the spectacle, and as it seemed to be nearing a conclusion, Gu Jinyu brought up last night's events. Has there been a resolution regarding the matter between third brother and Miss Zhao? Shouldn't I also be afforded an explanation? Last night, Miss Zhao claimed that I had acted improperly towards her. Zhao Yuting, upon hearing this, panicked, while Gu Jinlin regarded her with a peculiar gaze. I cannot articulate the reasons, she stammered. In that moment, it became painfully clear to Gu Jinlin that she had mistaken herself for Gu Jinyu. Everything from last night was likely her attempt to ensnare Prince N, but she had miscalculated. Gu Jinlin gritted his teeth in frustration, yet could only swallow his resentment. He felt a pang of regret for having proposed that she be made a side consort. I was momentarily bewitched, thinking that the prince's consort had nearly undermined my dignity at the banquet. It was my error, and I willingly accept my punishment. At this point, Zhao Yuting was at a loss, harboring even greater animosity towards the prince and his consort. She could not reveal the matter of the drugged incense, for that would lead to her demise. Furthermore, she could not mention Leng Yuanshuang. As long as she remained, there would be someone to target the prince and his wife. They had brought her to such ruin. She was determined to make them pay the price. Do you realize that slandering a royal is a grave offense? However, considering your status as a victim, I shall not pursue this matter further. Yet, the deputy minister of the Dali Temple has failed in his duties, effective immediately. You are reassigned from the Dali Temple to the Ministry of Works. Zhao Yuting, daughter of Zhao, shall be appointed as a concubine to Lord Ying. Thank you for your graciousness. Long live the emperor. Upon expressing her gratitude, Lord Zhao appeared to age a decade in an instant. The news of his demotion and reassignment to the Ministry of Works, along with his daughter's reduced status, nearly took his breath away. Zhao Yuting collapsed to the ground, and it was not until everyone had departed that she regained her senses. The emperor, indifferent to their reactions, rose and departed with the entourage, including the previously lamenting concubine Hui, whom he ordered to remain under confinement. Gu Jinlin watched the emperor's procession leave, shot Zhao Yuting a glare, and then departed in a huff. Ultimately, only Zhao Yuting and her father remained, escorted from the estate by the eunuchs, during which Zhao's father did not utter a single word to her. Upon returning home, he locked himself in his study, leaving Zhao Yuting and her mother to weep together in the courtyard. The couple, Prince N and his consort, were the happiest among the crowd as they left the palace, particularly Gu Jinyu, who relished the discomfort inflicted upon several enemies. He was overjoyed, having received ample compensation for Zhao Yuting's schemes against him, and returned home jubilantly with Ye Qingge. The following day, the imperial decree to wed Lord Ying to Zhao Yuting was issued, and thanks to Gu Jinyu's covert machinations, the entire capital was abuzz with tales of their scandalous affair. Gu Jinlin subsequently feigned illness and remained indoors for over half a month. That night, a palace maid was discovered dead in a corner, her eyes wide open and unblinking. Chapter 17. Yunshan before the Mid-Autumn Palace Banquet. Gu Jinyu had promised to accompany Ye Qingge home, but they were delayed due to matters involving Lord Ying. After the festival, Lord Ying fell ill for 2 weeks, with many responsibilities falling upon Gu Jinyu. Ye Qingge had not seen Gu Jinyu rest for days, feeling discontent in her own family. She decided to wait until he was finished before returning home together. When Gu Jinlin finally resumed his duties in court, the couple seized the opportunity to visit her family for a few days. Dreadful Gu Jinlin, unable to control his desires, has caused me to suffer unnecessarily these past days. She complained as they sat in the carriage back to the Ye residence, accompanied by Tsilian and Yufeng, with Lu Yun and Yueying covertly protecting them. Throughout the journey, Gu Jinyu was relentless in her grievances, to the point where Ye Qingge's ears felt like they would develop calluses. Enough of the complaints. This morning, my mother sent word that my elder brother is returning. Ye Qingge's announcement doused Gu Jinyu's spirits. Throughout this life, and the last, the one whom the Ye family regarded with the most disdain was undoubtedly her elder brother. She cast furtive glances at the carriage behind, wondering if the prepared gifts would suffice. "My dear, what is my brother like?" Gu Jinyu asked with a feigned sweetness. Ye Qingge raised an eyebrow, amused that he too had something to fear. Had she known this would be the case, she would have been more amiable from the start.
"So,
You wish to curry favor with my elder brother?" Gu Jinyu nodded. "Let me think. Well, my brother doesn't have any particular likes. If I were to say he enjoys something, it would be money. However, he has no lack of that unless one were to offer him the entire treasury, which would yield no effect." Gu Jinyu's expression darkened further, and Ye Qingge, observing his dismal demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. "All right, I shall cease my jesting. If you truly wish for my elder brother to acknowledge you as a brother-in-law, it is imperative that you conduct yourself appropriately. Once he perceives your genuine affection towards me, he will inevitably come to accept you. My elder brother is known for his stubbornness, much like how he secretly harbors feelings for Sister Yunshan yet refuses to admit it." Upon returning to the Knight residence, Mother Knight and second brother Knight awaited them at the entrance, visibly excited to see Gu Jinyu and his wife. "Mother, brother, we have returned," Knight Qingge exclaimed as she dismounted the carriage, hastily abandoning Gu Jinyu. He smiled wryly at the familiar scene before him and greeted his mother-in-law and brother-in-law with a respectful bow. Just as Mother Knight and second brother Knight were about to pay their respects, Gu Jinyu quickly interjected, stating that in the Knight family, he was merely a son-in-law, not a prince, and they should simply call him Jinyu. Mother Knight welcomed this notion, indicating Gu Jinyu's significance to Knight Qingge. "Qingqing, you have finally returned. I had the kitchen prepare an abundance of your favorite dishes," Mother Knight said, linking arms with Knight Qingge as they entered the house. Knight Wenshuan, having observed the mid-autumn banquet, noted that his sister seemed unharmed, appearing slightly plumper than before. His gaze towards Gu Jinyu softened as well. Seated at the table, Mother Knight inquired about the events of the banquet. On that day, when they heard of the potential mishap involving Gu Jinyu, both felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Knight Qingge would be heartbroken. However, when they learned that the matter concerning the Duke of Ang had resolved, they breathed a sigh of relief. The schemes of Zhao Yiting had been directed at Ayu, but ultimately, she had failed and faced her own repercussions. Knight Qingge omitted some secrets, mentioning only the critical aspects. "Madam, the meal is ready," announced the maid Shuangjiang. "Let us set aside those matters for now. Come, let us dine," Mother Knight urged, rising to direct the serving. During the meal, Knight Qingge truly indulged herself, as both Mother Knight and Gu Jinyu persistently served her more dishes. Knight Wenshuan secretly chuckled to himself. Well aware of his mother's and Gu Jinyu's intentions, they both wished to plump up his sister a bit. Not long after they began to eat, a servant reported, "Madam, Miss Yun has arrived. Sister Yunshan. She has returned to the capital," Knight Qingge exclaimed, excitedly putting down her utensils, causing Gu Jinyu to momentarily pause with his chopsticks. "Please bring Shan in," Mother Knight instructed. "Good day, Aunt," came Yunshan's voice even before she entered. Upon seeing Gu Jinyu and Knight Qingge, she continued, "I pay my respects to His Highness and the Princess." Yunshan had heard of Knight Qingge's return to the Knight residence and had come to visit, bringing with her some local specialties, not expecting that Prince and would accompany her. "Sister Yunshan, please rise. There are no outsiders here. No need for such formalities," Knight Qingge said, stepping forward to assist Yunshan up and guiding her to sit beside her. "This is Sister Yunshan, the daughter of Minister Yunfeng, whom I mentioned earlier. She recently returned from visiting her maternal grandparents," Knight Qingge explained to Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu nodded towards Yunshan and resumed serving Knight Qingge. The Knight family was accustomed to this behavior, with only Yunshan appearing awkward, staring in astonishment at Gu Jinyu's actions, pondering why he was not pursuing Leng Yuanshuang, as she had expected. "Have you eaten, Shan?" If not, please join us, Mother Night said, asking Shuangjiang to bring another set of utensils. Yunshan quickly declined, slightly embarrassed. Thank you, Aunt, but I have already dined before coming here. My mother is still on the road. I returned early to visit. I arrived in the capital yesterday and thought to pay a visit today, not anticipating encountering Prince An and the princess. Oh, Sister Yunshan, you are being too formal. You may come at any time, Ye Qingge cheerfully exclaimed. Ye Qingge's nature was already quite distinct from that of the typical noble lady, and now, being pampered by Jinyu, she was even more carefree, acting according to her own desires, knowing she would be cherished regardless. As Ye Qingge held Yunshan's hand, she sensed nothing amiss, while Yunshan, however, felt increasingly uneasy. Aware of a piercing gaze fixated on her since she sat beside Ye Qingge, almost as if it were attempting to bore a hole through her. She wished to caution Ye Qingge that if she did not let go soon, Prince An might very well unsheath his sword against her. Mother Night instructed Ye Qingge to take Yunshan to the garden to play, and Ye Qingge joyfully dashed off, displaying none of the decorum expected of a married woman, prompting Mother Night to shake her head in disbelief. Jinyu, feeling ignored once more, found himself grappling with a tumult of emotions, realizing that anyone could easily steal his beloved away. Night when Xuan observed all of this, reveling in the discomfort of his brother-in-law, his heart feeling quite satisfied, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement. Ye Qingge led Yunshan towards her courtyard. Kai Lian opened the door for them, but before they could enter, Ye Qingge commanded the others to remain outside and not intrude. She swiftly closed the door, leaving Kai Lian and Yunshan's personal maid, Huixin, outside. Sister Yunshan, did you know? My elder brother is returning soon. What did you say? Who is coming back?
When?
Yunshan rose suddenly, unable to believe her ears. Chapter 18. Yunshan to Ye Qingge conveyed the news of her elder brother's imminent return to Yunshan without alteration. Over the years, she had keenly observed the dynamics between Yunshan and her elder brother. Yunshan had pursued him far longer than she had cherished Jinyu. When they were children, the Night and Yun families were neighbors. At that time, her father was a mere minor official, while Uncle Yun had just begun his career. Their fathers became acquainted after a few drinks, and so their friendship began. Aunt Yun's family, engaged in commerce, found common ground with her maternal grandparents. This led to their children growing up together. The Night siblings, having perfectly inherited their parents' attractive traits, especially their elder brother Ye Qingge, were enviable in beauty. When Ye Qingge was 8, he had sneaked out to play and caught the attention of an elderly woman at the Drunken Joy Pavilion. Mistaking him for a girl in disguise, the woman attempted to abduct him for nefarious purposes. Fortunately, Night Father discovered his son's absence and promptly searched for him, rescuing him just in time. Ever since, Ye Qingge could not endure being compared to a girl. Yunshan first met Ye Qingge when she was 5. Accompanied by her mother to visit Ye Qingge, she spotted the 9-year-old Ye Qingge and immediately rushed to hug his leg. At that time, Ye Qingge was still a child, surrounded only by his younger sister, Ye Qingge, and was taken aback by Yunshan's enthusiasm. He merely patted her head, only to earn a call of sister from little Yunshan. This left Ye Qingge feeling quite disheartened, as he repeatedly corrected her, insisting he was her brother. Yet Yunshan refused to heed him, calling him sister with each attempt he made to assert his title. By the end of the day, Ye Qingge's face was as dark as coal, and thus began their complicated relationship. Before returning home, Yunshan had shouted, "Goodbye, sister," causing Mother Night to laugh heartily. In the following years, Yunshan frequently visited the Night residence, and she and Ye Qingge grew to be close friends. As Yunshan matured, she ceased calling Ye Qingge sister, but the childhood incident left a lasting impression, resulting in his distant demeanor towards her. Later, both Yun and Night fathers were promoted, relocating their residences and no longer being neighbors, yet the families maintained a close relationship. As the budding feelings of youth emerged, Yunshan found herself pursuing Ye Qingge, but he consistently evaded her, a pattern that persists even now. Having concluded her reverie, Ye Qingge gazed at Yunshan. Sister Yunshan, after all these years, do you feel weary? Yunshan lifted her head to meet Ye Qingge's gaze, pondering the question. Was she weary? Certainly, but what could she do? Yunshan refrained from answering, turning the question back to Ye Qingge. What about you? Was it not exhausting to harbor feelings for the prince? Ye Qingge paused, as did the heartbeat of a certain individual lurking outside. Indeed, Jinyu had approached, curious to discern what the two were discussing. Upon arriving at the entrance, I halted the maid's announcement and turned to overhear their conversation, unable to resist listening a little longer. It was exhausting, yet worthwhile. The prince treats me well now, and I am truly happy. Had I not persevered, today would not have come to pass. A genuine smile spread across Ye Qingge's face. And outside, Jinyu let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated that at the moment he relaxed, Ye Qingge would glance in the direction of the door. So, you see, my affection for someone is not within my control. I strive to draw closer to him. If he takes a step back, I shall take 2 steps forward. Eventually, he will notice me. A glimmer of light shone in Yunshan's eyes, tempered by a hint of sorrow. Ye Qingge understood that while she might appear strong, her heart undoubtedly ached. Much like her past self, she was reluctant to give up. Yet her sorrow deepened with each passing day, each disappointment weighing heavily upon her. It was getting late. I ought to say goodbye to my aunt and return home. I will come back when your elder brother returns. Yunshan spoke calmly. The sadness that had briefly flickered across her face vanished as if it had never existed. As they exited, Jinyu had already slipped away unnoticed. The 2 young ladies returned to the front hall, and after greeting everyone, Yunshan headed back to the estate. Ye Qingge and Jinyu watched as she climbed into her carriage. Upon their return, Ye's mother instructed them to rest in the courtyard before she too retired, while Ye Ergo headed to the apothecary to tend to his herbs. Is the wall music pleasing? Ye Qingge inquired of Jinyu. Jinyu believed he had been discreet, unaware that his wife had always known of his presence. He awkwardly touched his nose and then took Ye Qingge's hand. My dear, I did not intend to intrude. I merely wished to see if you were thirsty while chatting. Out of curiosity, I listened a bit longer than I should have. I promise, I shall not do so again. As he spoke, he raised his hand, eliciting a laugh from Ye Qingge. It's quite all right. I bear you no ill will. There's nothing wrong with listening. Qingge, you are truly exhausted, aren't you? Jinyu stopped in his tracks, gazing at her. Ye Qingge was taken aback momentarily. She hadn't expected him to ask such a question, but soon she smiled. It's all in the past. Everything is well now, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Jinyu suddenly embraced Ye Qingge, resting his head on her shoulder, his voice tinged with emotion as he declared, Qingge, I will never let you feel weary again. I promise. I believe you. Ye Qingge reciprocated the embrace, and they held each other for a while before releasing. Jinyu took Ye Qingge's hand, and they continued their walk home. Jinyu found himself at a loss for words midway, through discussing his elder brother and Yunshan. In his previous life, he had been woefully ignorant of those surrounding Ye Qingge, his heart having been entirely preoccupied with Leng Yushuang, leaving him oblivious to matters concerning Ye Wenjie, including the fact that he was the head of the Qianji Pavilion. Yes, Sister Yunshan has liked elder brother for many years, yet he has never accepted her. I can see that he harbors feelings for her as well, but he refuses to acknowledge it. Ye Qingge wished to prevent any regrets between them, yet felt powerless. Meanwhile, Jinyu had not paid attention to her words. His mind was occupied with memories of his past life, recalling how Ye Wenjie had been unmarried before his demise. He pondered how to facilitate a union between the two, believing it would bring joy to his wife, secretly devising a plan for when Ye Wenjie returned to the capital. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Wenjie was on the road, unaware that the person he wished to test was currently plotting against him. Chapter 19. The challenge from the elder brother. On the 3rd day following Ye Qingge and Jinyu's return to the Ye family, Ye Wenjie finally arrived home. He returned with a trade caravan, heading straight to the Ye residence. Upon entering the capital, Madam, the eldest son has returned, called out a servant from a distance, hurrying to report the news. Ye Wenjie rode in on horseback, several boxes of goods trailing behind him. Upon hearing the news, the family members rushed out. At that moment, Ye Qingge was enjoying pastries being fed to her by Jinyu while reading. Upon hearing that her elder brother had returned, she hurried out, leaving Jinyu holding a pastry in surprise before he chased after her. Mother, second brother, I'm back. Ye Wenjie exclaimed as he embraced his mother, who had rushed out to greet him. You've been gone for months and you didn't even think to visit us, Ye mother chided, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief as she led him into the courtyard. Before she could continue her reprimand, Ye Qingge's voice rang out, growing louder as she approached. Elder brother, I missed you so much. She ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Ye Wenjie had been informed of Jinyu bringing his sister back to the Ye residence before his return. He gently ruffled her hair, saying, I missed you too, Qingge. I've brought you a gift. Let us look at it later, shall we? I don't believe you missed me. You didn't return for my wedding. Such an important day. Father was away, and you weren't there either. I was truly heartbroken. Ye Qingge's voice quivered with emotion as her grievances poured forth. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I was in the wrong, Ye Qingge admitted, remorse washing over him as he reflected on how his anger had clouded his judgment back then. He had been furious at their parents and at her for choosing to marry Jinyu, especially since his younger brother had dared to inform the emperor about her feelings for him. The nerve, he thought, glancing at his brother with a mixture of irritation and concern. Just when the courtyard was filled with warmth, Jinyu appeared unexpectedly. He had intentionally slowed his pace, knowing the siblings had things to discuss. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Ye Qingge had her back to him and was unaware of his presence. While Ye Qingge faced him, his gaze shifting from his brother to Jinyu, his eyes narrowing with hostility. All right, you siblings should head inside. Your husband is waiting. And you wouldn't want to embarrass yourselves, Ye mother interjected, recognizing Jinyu's presence just in time. Ye Qingge, feeling shy, stepped out of her brother's embrace and moved to stand before Jinyu. Just as she was about to introduce him to her elder brother, Ye Qingge interrupted. Who is this? His tone was pointed, and there was no mistaking his intent. Elder brother, he is silence. Let him introduce himself. Ye Qingge cut her off with a glare, gesturing for Jinyu to speak for himself. Bowing slightly, Jinyu addressed Ye Qingge. I am Jinyu, Qingqing's husband and your brother-in-law. He cast a brief glance at Ye Qingge as he mentioned their union. Humph.
Ye Qingge snorted coldly,
turning to enter the house alongside their mother. This reaction was anticipated by Jinyu, so he remained unfazed. However, Ye Qingge, worried about her husband's feelings, comfortingly squeezed his hand before following him inside. Perhaps in retaliation for Ye Qingge's indifference, Jinyu deliberately held Ye Qingge's hand as they walked past him, taking a seat on the opposite chair. With Ye mother present, no one dared to speak out of turn, and they listened to Ye Qingge recount amusing tales from the Qianji pavilion. Ye Qingge was thoroughly entertained, and Jinyu, observing her delight, contemplated taking her on excursions once everything was resolved. Midway through, a servant informed Ye mother of an issue at the silk shop in the west end of the city that required her attention. After she departed, only the three siblings and Jinyu remained in the front hall. Ye Qingge scrutinized Jinyu with an assessing gaze, and knowing her elder brother wished to converse with him, Ye Qingge sought an excuse to leave with Kai Lian. Once Ye Qingge had exited, the room fell into a prolonged silence, each person exchanging glances without uttering a word. Breaking the quiet, Jinyu spoke up, Elder brother. Do you have something to say to me? Please, your highness. I am merely a humble merchant and cannot bear the honor of calling you brother. Now that I am wed to Qingqing, her elder brother becomes my elder brother as well. In the Ye family, there are no princes, only sons-in-law. Ye Qingge continued, addressing his highness, my sister has been spoiled by us since her childhood. We have indulged her every whim, leading her to believe that the person she loves will always be able to obtain her affection. As he spoke, he touched the pouch at his waist, which was crookedly embroidered, a gift from Qingqing when she first learned needlework. Each member of the Ye family possessed one. He then raised his gaze to Jinyu, saying, I am aware, your highness, that you have someone dear to your heart, and that person is not my sister. It is a fault on our part to have arranged this marriage without your permission. If you so desire, I can act on behalf of the Qianji pavilion and appeal to the emperor for your separation. You may marry your beloved and my sister. Even if she remains unmarried for life, we shall provide for her. Though Ye Qingge had not returned to the capital, he was well informed about his sister's affairs and understood that Jinyu treated her with kindness. Yet, he could not suppress his frustration, for Jinyu had a history that troubled him. He tested him with words, stating that if he showed any hesitation, he would certainly ensure that his sister left him. Brother, Qingqing is my wife. I will never part from her, not in this lifetime. Moreover, I have never loved another woman. My past affections were merely youthful folly. It was only after being with Qingqing that I realized what true affection is. He implored his brother for a chance, vowing never to betray Qingqing's trust. If I ever wrong her, may I die alone and mournfully. Hearing this, Ye Qingge's expression softened considerably. Very well, I shall temporarily accept you as my brother-in-law. But your actions will determine your worth. You are aware of my and my second brother's status. Should you ever cause Qingqing any sorrow, we will not hesitate to take her away from you. Gu Jinyu swore an oath to the heavens, declaring he would never harm Ye Qingge and would ensure her happiness, lest he face dire consequences. Yi Wenshuan deemed this sufficient and stepped forward to assist Gu Jinyu, who had knelt on the ground, fearing that if Qingqing returned and witnessed this, there would be chaos. Seated at the table, Gu Jinyu observed the two young men before him. In his previous life, they had also treated Ye Qingge with great kindness. Upon learning of his indifference towards her, they had even reprimanded him. In that life, did they not attempt to persuade Qingqing to leave him? Yet, that foolish girl remained by his side until her last breath. He wondered if, after their demise, these two brothers would seek vengeance for his Qingqing. Surely they would, for their love for her surpassed even his own. Were it not for Qingqing's protection, he might have met his end countless times in his past life. In this new life, he was determined to ensure that his beloved wife remained by his side, with children to cherish. The following day, after lunch, Yunshan arrived punctually. Knight Wenjie, who had been leisurely enjoying tea, felt dismay upon hearing from the servants. Do not inform her that I have returned. Simply say I have urgent matters and will not be back. He pushed Knight Wenshuan and Knight Qingge to the forefront while he prepared to escape through a back route. Peeking out the back door and confirming the coast was clear, he sighed in relief, only to find a pair of shoes before him. Looking up, he realized it was Yunshan. She had anticipated his escape through the back door and had instructed Huixin to announce her arrival at the front, lying in wait for him. Sure enough, she soon spotted the sneaky Knight Wenjie emerging from the rear. "Knight elder brother, are you hiding from me or searching for me?" Yunshan exclaimed, startling him so that he nearly stumbled. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat. "I merely overindulged and came for a walk, happening upon this place." If one ignored his shifty eyes, his earnest tone might have convinced some. However, Yunshan had grown up with him. She knew his habits all too well. "Oh, is that so? What a coincidence. I just finished eating as well. I thought it too close to walk through the front, so I decided to take a detour through the back to aid digestion. Since we've met, let's enter together. Surely, the esteemed young master would not mind my company." With that, Yunshan strode into the Yi residence, catching a glimpse of the irate Knight Wenjie behind her, a smirk playing on her lips. The two appeared before the others, and aside from Gu Jinyu, all bore expressions of knowing anticipation, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Yunshan stepped forward, greetings to His Highness and the princess consort. "Good day, aunt." As customary, Ye Qingge assisted Yunshan, ignoring the glances from her husband and elder brother, pulling Yunshan to sit beside their mother. Shan, you are far superior to these two rascals," Yimu remarked with a smile. "If only I could have daughters like you and Qingqing." Turning to Knight Wenjie, she scolded, "You rascal. Now that Shan is here, you should know better than to neglect her. Did you not bring gifts for her and her parents? See to it that you present them to her before she departs." Indeed, while sorting through the items Knight Wenjie had brought back, Yimu discovered a special box. This box of jewelry was clearly not intended for her or Qingqing, as Qingqing favored gemstones and jade, while she herself preferred emerald and agate. Only Yunshan had a fondness for coral and pearls, and the entire box, along with several rare books, was evidently prepared for her. Who said that was for her? It was clearly meant for Qingqing. Knight Wenjie muttered under his breath, earning a disapproving glare from Yimu. Knight Wenjie had not anticipated that his mother, who should have been concerned for him, would begin to lecture him just one day after his return. He wanted to shoot a reproachful look at the source of his troubles, only to find that person gazing at him with a smug expression, leaving him powerless to act. After dinner with Yunshan, the hour grew late, and she prepared to return home. Yimu insisted that Knight Wenjie escort her. Yunshan suggested walking back, so Knight Wenjie ordered the box of gifts to follow closely behind. As they walked along the street, an unusual tranquility enveloped them, and they occasionally exchanged glances before turning away. Knight Wenjie sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere and initiated conversation. "How is your maternal grandfather? Is he well?" Having met Yunshan's grandparents in his youth, he recalled them as a kindly couple, still deeply in love despite their advancing years. "They are well," Yunshan replied. "Though my grandparents have grown older and sometimes suffer minor ailments, nothing serious. The family business has long been entrusted to my uncle's family. My eldest cousin's son is already walking, and they delight in playing with their great-grandson." Yunshan often pondered whether she would find such happiness as her grandmother when she reached that age, yet the thought of Knight Wenjie made her sigh inwardly. "What of you? How fares your Qingge pavilion? I remember how reluctant you were when you first took over the responsibilities. All is well. Even if that old man suddenly returns to contest ownership of the Qingge pavilion, it will not be an easy endeavor. Over the years, I have gained considerable renown. Knight Wenjie replied, lifting his chin with pride, much like a peacock displaying its feathers. Yun Shan found herself momentarily distracted, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the gates of the Yun residence. Standing at the entrance, she turned to Knight Wenjie. I have arrived. Thank you for accompanying me today, and for your gifts. Please take care on your way back. Rest assured, there are gifts for your parents in the box, Knight Wenjie reassured her. It is late. I shall not intrude further. I will come to visit again another day. Yun Shan replied, it's all right. My father has been busy with official duties lately, hardly spending a few hours at home, and I scarcely see him. My mother has yet to return, but it will not be too late when she does. Very well. I shall take my leave. After Knight Wenjie spoke, he departed with his servant, while Yun Shan stood at the entrance, watching him until he vanished from her sight. Miss, are you well? Young Master Yi has already left, Huixin gently reminded her, noticing her daze. I am fine. Please bring the items into the residence. With that, she turned and entered the Yun mansion, shutting the grand door behind her. Upon returning home, Yun Shan instructed someone to open the box Knight Wenjie had sent her, which was filled to the brim with items, all tailored to her and her parents' preferences. Huixin, ever considerate, comforted her mistress. Having grown up alongside Yun Shan and understanding her feelings well, hoping for her to find fulfillment in her desires. Miss, young Master Yi must hold you in his heart. Look at this treasure trove. All of it caters to your tastes. One can only hope, Yun Shan murmured, picking up a coral bracelet. Meanwhile, Knight Wenjie, walking along the path, gazed up at the rising moon, lost in thought. Chapter 21. A surprise during his few days at the Knight residence. Jinyu took the opportunity to discuss the matters that required investigation by the Qingge pavilion with Knight Wenjie, emphasizing the significance of the issue. Knight Wenjie's attitude towards Jinyu had improved considerably. Considering his sister's well-being, he agreed to assist in the inquiry. Ye Qingge had enjoyed her stay at her maternal home for several days, and Jinyu had obtained the answers she sought. The two then made their way back to their residence. In the days that followed, Ye Qingge felt as though she had forgotten something important. It wasn't until that afternoon when Jinyu mentioned the crown prince that she recalled her oversight. Oh no! I forgot to have my second brother show this to the crown princess, as I promised. Suddenly, Ye Qingge sprang to her feet, calling for Kaiping as she rushed outside. Where are you going, Qingqing? To find my second brother. With that, she hurried towards the Knight residence. Jinyu, busy with official affairs and concerned for her safety, quickly instructed Yueying to accompany her. Second brother. Second brother. Knight Wenxuan, tending to the herbs in the medicinal garden of the Knight residence, heard his sister's urgent call from afar. Believing something was amiss, he hurried out without taking the time to clean his hands. Qingqing, what is the matter? Why the urgency? Knight Wenxuan's voice caught the attention of others in the Knight residence, and Knight Wenjie was the first to rush out. He thought, did she just return from the Wang residence? Did Prince An cause her distress? Unfortunately, Ye Qingge paid him no mind and headed straight for Knight Wenxuan's herb garden. Qingqing, what is the hurry in finding your second brother? Slow down. Let us talk inside. Knight Wenxuan wiped his hands on his clothing and pulled Ye Qingge into the house. She explained the situation regarding the crown princess, hoping that Knight Wenxuan could examine her. He readily agreed, and they arranged that once she entered the palace the following day and inquired about the crown princess's availability, she would inform him. The next day, Ye Qingge entered the palace early, paid her respects to the empress, and headed straight to the Eastern Palace. Crown sister-in-law, I have spoken with my second brother and wanted to know when it would be convenient for you to leave the palace for him to examine you. The crown princess replied, tomorrow, the crown prince is on rest. Let us do it then. I will inform the empress to allow me to leave. I will return to notify my second brother and ensure he is prepared. Having received a response, Ye Qingge did not linger, leaving the Eastern Palace and making her way to Fingyi Palace, where she spent a brief time before returning home. Upon her return, Ye Qingge sent someone to the Knight residence with a message, feeling reassured after receiving a reply from the servants. She intended to seek out Jinyu and, upon reaching the study's door, quietly opened it a crack, only to find Jinyu busy inside. She stealthily closed the door again. Considering organizing the items her elder brother had brought back, she discovered a room in an adjoining space that she distinctly remembered being empty before returning to the Knight residence. With a sense of curiosity, she opened the door, which was not locked but merely ajar, and pushed it gently. Upon entering, Ye Qingge was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated Jinyu preparing such things. She recognized that these items were intended for her. Though Jinyu was skilled in martial arts and weaponry, she instinctively knew that these were made for her. The array of weapons on the rack was of her usual preference, and the concealed weapons displayed nearby were those her master had previously taught her to use. She picked up a sword and tested its balance. It felt perfectly tailored to her. She also spotted her Bai Luo's sword resting on a pedestal above. When she had married, she had hidden it in the Knight family's treasury, fearing judgment for being unladylike. Little did she know, Jinyu had brought it back, without her knowledge. "Do you like it?" Jinyu's voice came from behind her. Ye Qingge's heart swelled, and she turned to embrace him. "When did you do all this?" "I had no idea." With her head nestled against Jinyu's chest, she spoke softly. Listening to her voice melted Jinyu's heart. He gently lifted her chin to meet her gaze, their foreheads touching. "This is the surprise I prepared for you, if you already know." Can it still be called a surprise? As early as the second day of their marriage, Jinyu had given this task to be arranged. And it was only a few days ago upon returning to the Knight residence that he had entrusted it to Li Baoquan for execution. Jinyu traced a finger along Ye Qingge's nose, then took her hand, guiding her on a detailed tour. "Some of these weapons were specially sought for you, while others were custom-made, crafted from the finest materials to ensure they suit your handling perfectly. While they may not compare to your Bai Luo sword, I hope you will not find them lacking. I truly like them. Thank you, my husband." Ye Qingge's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Jinyu. He could hardly contain his affection as he looked into her loving eyes and leaned in to kiss her. Fortunately, those at the door had long since withdrawn, otherwise, Ye Qingge would have been embarrassed. Watching Ye Qingge's gentle demeanor moved Jinyu deeply, and as his kiss descended from her eyes to her lips, the couple lost themselves in a passionate embrace in the weapons room until Ye Qingge, breathless, pushed Jinyu away to end their fervent kiss. Her cheeks flushed. She leaned against him, feigning anger as she playfully glared at him and lightly hit him to express her frustration. In contrast, Jinyu remained composed, interpreting her actions as playful affection, which only heightened his spirits. Once Ye Qingge's complexion and breath had calmed, Jinyu expressed his desire to see her swordsmanship. "Qingqing, may I see your swordplay?" As he spoke, he picked up her Bai Luo's sword and handed it to her. Initially hesitant, Ye Qingge met Jinyu's determined and expectant gaze and agreed. "All right, let us go to the backyard." In the courtyard, Ye Qingge moved with elegance, confidence, and charm as she danced with the sword, revealing a completely different side of herself. With a subtle gesture, she signaled Lu Yun to toss him his sword. The young couple engaged in a playful sword contest in the backyard of the Wang residence. It remained unclear whether Jinyu was genuinely outmatched or intentionally allowing Ye Qingge to win, but he found himself at a disadvantage. After a brief exchange, Jinyu beamed with joy, marveling at Ye Qingge's impressive skills. In her previous life, had she not been ensnared by a trap while rushing to save him, those adversaries would hardly have posed a challenge for her. Jinyu stepped forward to embrace Ye Qingge, who still held her sword aloft. It was only when he released her that she passed the sword to Tsilian. "Well, we've seen enough. Let us head back." Jinyu had suddenly hugged her in front of so many people, and his silent gaze made her blush, prompting her to pull him toward Lanyue Pavilion. "Wait a moment." Jinyu stopped Ye Qingge to retrieve a special sword from the weapons room, a soft sword. "This is the sword that Mo Zhu sought for me. It is conveniently portable and offers better protection. When it is inconvenient to carry a sword, I can keep this one close at hand for self-defense in case of danger." After obtaining the sword, the young couple continued their journey home. Jinyu had some matters to attend to in the study, so she brought Ye Qingge along, presenting her with a sketchbook that she had specially procured from the common folk, while she herself handled official business nearby. As Ye Qingge perused the sketchbook, she occasionally made soft sounds. Initially, she feared that her noise might disturb Jinyu, but seeing her expression remain unperturbed, she let herself be free. During dinner, Jinyu was exceptionally considerate, waiting for Ye Qingge to finish her meal before starting on her own. Unbeknownst to the innocent little rabbit, her behavior had awakened the predatory instincts of the great wolf before her. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. "Oh, dear little rabbit, you have been thoroughly devoured." Chapter 22. Poison. The next morning, Ye Qingge, nursing a sore back, sat up in bed. The culprit, Gu Jinyu, sat at the bedside, reaching out to massage her back. Noticing Gu Jinyu's refreshed demeanor, Ye Qingge shot her a fierce glare. When Gu Jinyu smiled, it only fueled her indignation further. You dare to laugh. Knowing full well that the crown princess is coming today, you still lack restraint. What will others say if they see me like this? Ye Qingge pinched the soft flesh at Gu Jinyu's waist, lamenting, "It is all your fault. You ought to massage your wife instead." Li Baoquan shouted from the door. Your Highness, the crown prince and crown princess have arrived." Ye Qingge shot another glare at Gu Jinyu before summoning Xilian and Kaiping. Gu Jinyu then headed to the front hall, instructing Yufeng to invite Yi Wenxuan from the Yi residence. Arriving late, Ye Qingge entered the front hall to witness a tender scene. The crown prince and crown princess seated together in affection, while Gu Jinyu sat across from them, his expression dark and silent. Unable to contain herself, she let out a chuckle. Seeing his wife arrive, Gu Jinyu stood to assist her. The crown prince and crown princess, being seasoned in such matters, immediately grasped the situation. The crown prince remained unfazed, but the crown princess's cheeks flushed slightly. Ye Qingge greeted the crown princess, saying, "I have come to pay my respects to my elder brother and sister-in-law." The crown prince replied, "Sister-in-law, you are being too courteous. We are family in private." Yi Wenxuan entered the royal residence, led by Yufeng, and after exchanging formalities with the crown prince and crown princess, they swiftly got to the point. Before taking the pulse, Yi Wenxuan observed the crown princess's complexion, which appeared vibrant and her breath stable. "I beg your pardon," he said. As he examined Su Wanwan's pulse, his brows furrowed deeper, and he cast a meaningful glance at those present, then turned his gaze towards Gu Jincheng. "Your Highness, may I check your pulse as well?" Upon hearing this, Gu Jincheng glanced at Gu Jinyu and then at Su Wanwan before sitting down. As Yi Wenxuan checked the pulse, the room fell into an eerie silence, and the tension mounted as Yi Wenxuan's brow remained knitted. After a moment, he whispered something into Ye Qingge's ear, prompting her to hurry out, returning shortly with silver needles and other items. Yi Wenxuan used the needles to draw blood from both Gu Jincheng and Su Wanwan's fingertips, letting it drip into a cup that Ye Qingge had prepared earlier. As the onlookers watched in confusion, the color of the blood deepened gradually. Yi Wenxuan sniffed the liquid in the cup, and his expression slightly softened. He felt a twinge of doubt. His mentor had once told him that this poison and the method of poisoning were commonly used in the previous dynasty's harem. So, why had it appeared in the present Yanxuan? Observing the grave expressions of those around him, Yi Wenxuan finally spoke again. "Your Highness and the crown princess have been poisoned." The room fell silent in shock, and Su Wanwan slumped against Gu Jincheng, who wore a terrifying scowl. He had not anticipated that someone had managed to poison him within the palace, eluding everyone's scrutiny. Gu Jincheng inquired if he knew the type of poison, its potential lethality, and whether there was an antidote. Yi Wenxuan reassured him, "Your Highness need not panic. The poison is called Waguxiang. While it does not pose a threat to life, those afflicted cannot bear children. To call it poison is somewhat inaccurate, as it can only be expelled from the body, with no antidote available. It acts through skin contact or inhalation of its fumes. The toxins within the crown prince and crown princess's bodies have accumulated, but not significantly, indicating they have not been in frequent contact. The poison can be naturally expelled from the body, albeit over a prolonged period. The fact that the crown princess has not conceived for many years suggests that this poison may have been encountered around the time of your marriage. Have someone bring paper and pen," Yi Wenxuan instructed, writing down a prescription. Following this formula, take 1 dose daily, simmering 3 bowls of water down to 1. For half a month, and the toxins will be completely expelled, strengthening the body. Both your highnesses are still young and in good health. With time, offspring will surely come. The immediate priority is to identify the perpetrator and how this poison found its way into the Eastern Palace. As he spoke, Yi Wenxuan suddenly turned to his sister and brother-in-law, taking his sister's hand to check her pulse, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. He then grasped Gu Jinyu's hand to do the same. "You too are afflicted with this poison." Yi Wenxuan shared his findings with everyone, and they quickly realized that the person behind this scheme did not wish for them to have children. Yi Wenjie searched around the courtyard of the Lanyu Pavilion and ultimately discovered the substance within the candles on the bedside candlestick and the incense in the incense burner. Waguxiang had been added to the candles and incense, releasing fumes that were inhaled to take effect. Fortunately, the concentration of the poison in both the candles and incense was minimal, and it was not present in every candle or every portion of incense. indicating that the poisoner was not overly audacious. The concentration was insufficient to reach a critical level, and with intervals between exposures, there was still hope. Had they been subjected to a high enough concentration of awakens on a daily basis, even his mentor would have been unable to salvage the situation. All these items were sent from the palace, prepared according to specifications and preferences by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Jinyu addressed Ye Qingge, saying, "Second brother, please accompany me to the palace tomorrow morning." Ye Qingge immediately understood Jinyu's intent. "You are worried about father and mother."
Jinyu nodded.
Recalling another matter that had puzzled him in his previous life, it was no wonder that his elder brother had never sired an heir. He had been poisoned. The following day, after court, Jinyu and his brother brought Ye Qingge to the imperial study. After dismissing the attendants, the two brothers informed the emperor of the poisoning incident. After examining the emperor's pulse, Ye Qingge shook his head. "Your Majesty shows no signs of poisoning." Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained uncertain whether the attack was aimed specifically at them or at all the princes. Ye Qingge explained to the emperor, "The crown prince and prince have been afflicted by a type of poison from beyond our borders, known as awakens. To call it poison is somewhat misleading, as it lacks an antidote and can only be expelled. It was introduced into the harem by concubines from the previous dynasty. It is a colorless and odorless powder that enters the body through skin contact or the fumes of burning. Its malevolence lies in its effects on both men and women. Any remaining toxins in the body render one incapable of bearing children. A small amount is sufficient to have an impact. I have conducted a thorough examination of the prince's residence and discovered the substance in the candles and incense burners. I later checked other candles and incense within the royal residence and found no abnormalities. However, it is uncertain whether there are others in the palace who have been poisoned, especially among the princes." Jinyu suggested, "Father, I believe we should first investigate whether it is solely my brother and I who have been poisoned, or if all the princes and princesses are affected." Ye Qingge presented a bottle he had prepared earlier to the emperor, explaining, "Simply drop blood into this bottle." Yao summoned the Black Hawk, issuing commands, and soon the Black Hawk vanished into the shadows with the bottle. An hour later, the Black Hawk returned, delivering all the bottles to Ye Qingge. After opening them and taking a whiff, he reported, "Your Majesty, among the princes, only the crown prince and prince have been poisoned. What is there left to comprehend, Yao? It is patently clear that this is aimed at one's own legitimate offspring. The candles in the Wangfu are supplied by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He, send someone to monitor the ministry. If any wrongdoing is discovered, they shall be rigorously interrogated. I am eager to uncover the puppeteer behind this scheme. There are still a few precious medicinal herbs in the storeroom. Let them be bestowed upon young Master Ye. I trust you will surely heal my two sons. I am weary now. You may all withdraw." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your graciousness." "I take my leave," said the minister. "Your son takes his leave." Yao was genuinely troubled. He could not fathom why there had been so many distressing matters over the past 2 months. Before leaving the palace, Ye Qingge first visited the Eastern Palace, where he indeed discovered the fragrance of awakens among the candles and spices. He took that candle away and destroyed it. Upon returning home, Jinyu recounted the entire course of events to Ye Qingge, initially believing that clarity would take some time to emerge.
To their surprise,
the poisoner was apprehended the very next day. Chapter 23. The truth revealed upon hearing from the emperor's envoy that the poisoner had been caught. Jinyu and Ye Qingge exchanged incredulous glances. They were summoned to the palace, accompanied by Ye Qingge. In the Taiha Hall, the emperor sat at the high seat, while a line of individuals knelt below. One among them had evidently been subjected to torture, while the others appeared to be his accomplices. Seeing that they had all arrived, the emperor dismissed their need for formalities and gestured to the chief eunuch, Li Dequan. "Wang Guikai," Li Dequan began, "who instructed you to poison the crown prince and princess? Do you know what poison you used?" Wang Guikai, a minor official from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, lay prostrate on the ground, barely clinging to life. This servant confesses, "I confess everything. It was consort E. She provided me with a sum of money to add her materials into the goods required for the Eastern Palace and Prince Anne's residence. Each time, she would give me a sum of silver. However, I knew it was no good. I only added a little each time and discarded the rest, deceiving consort E into believing I had added it all." After confessing, Wang Guikai glanced up at the emperor, then hastily bowed his head, exclaiming, "This servant deserves death. I was deluded. I truly did not know what it was. I beg your majesty for mercy. Gu Yao ordered Wang Guikai to be taken away and turned to the true instigator, Consort Yi. Did you hear that? Take him away.
Consort Yi.
Do you have anything to say? At this moment, Consort Yi was bound hand and foot, her mouth gagged, unable to utter a word, only shaking her head desperately. Seeing this, Gu Yao commanded the guards to remove the gag, allowing her to speak. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have never done such things. I do not even know who he is. I never instructed him to poison the crown prince and princein. I am innocent. It is these vile servants who have so humiliated me. How can they treat me this way? I am the emperor's woman, the mother of the princess. You must seek justice for me, your majesty. In her frantic attempts to clear her name, Consort Yi unwittingly disclosed too much.
Consort Yi, Guvinyu intergested.
No one has ever claimed that the poison was intended for the crown prince and the emperor's brother, nor that it was in the spices. How do you know this? Silence. I am the emperor's woman. You are merely a prince. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? She then crawled toward the emperor's position. Your Majesty, they are all framing me. I have done nothing wrong. This is all slander. Consort Yi was truly panicked. She had not anticipated that everything would be exposed. Her hatred had consumed her. Hatred for the empress, who monopolized the emperor's favor. Hatred for the emperor, who overlooked her in the harem, and hatred for herself for her inability to bear a son, which prevented her from gaining the emperor's esteem. The empress cherished her two legitimate sons above all, so Consort Yi schemed to ensure they would remain childless. In time, the emperor would grow weary of them and the empress, and then her opportunity would arise. None of the other princes were worthy. She could bear a son for the emperor, one that he would find satisfactory. Thus, she procured the poison from a mysterious individual and bribed the eunuchs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to mix it into the candles and spices. That individual assured her that the substance was colorless and tasteless and would go undetected. The past 2 years had been uneventful. The court officials had already begun to criticize the crown prince for being childless after 3 years of marriage.
Yet,
she did not foresee that her scheme would come to light. The emperor, observing Consort Yi, was about to seize her. He raised his hand and used his internal force to send her flying. She crashed against a pillar of the Taiha Hall, spitting blood. You venomous woman! Still attempting to argue? I have already dispatched individuals to search your Qingye palace. After hearing Gu Yao's words, Consort Yi fainted completely. The chief guard, Xiao Ran, presented to Gu Yao the items retrieved from Qingye palace. Your Majesty, we have found these items. We are uncertain if they are relevant. Gu Yao turned to Ye Qingge, the master of the Night Valley. Come, examine whether these items are indeed what we seek. Ye Qingge stepped forward and exclaimed, this is grave. Not only is there Waguxiang here, but several other poisons from the previous dynasty's court, all sourced from foreign lands. He cast a complex look at the unconscious Consort Yi and reported to the emperor, Your Majesty, among these, there is indeed the poison that afflicted the crown prince and princein. There are other poisons as well, all from the previous dynasty's secret arsenal, imported from abroad. Bring that venomous woman to me and douse her with water. A bucket of water splashed down on Consort Yi, awakening her from her stupor. Now fully conscious, Consort Yi remained unyielding, repeatedly claiming her innocence. At that moment, her personal maid, Yun Er, confessed everything was orchestrated by Consort Yi. She was envious of the empress's exclusive favor, desiring to ruin her. She wished for them to remain childless, believing that in time they would be cast aside. Gu Yao's fury intensified. Shui, confess where all this came from. Your Majesty, these are not my possessions. Someone must have deliberately placed them in my palace to frame me. Your Majesty, do not believe their words. They seek to harm me. They have all been bribed. In the midst of her panic, she began to look around, finally fixing her gaze on Ye Qingge. Your Majesty, it must be her. She has bribed them and arranged for her brother and the palace attendants to frame me. Suddenly, a heavy inkstone fell from above, striking Consort Yi on the head, causing blood to stream down her forehead, nearly rendering her unconscious once more. You are utterly unreasonable. The princess consort bears no grudge against you. Why would she conspire against you? You have failed to harm others and now seek to frame them. Do you truly believe I am such a fool? At that moment, Ye Qingge could no longer remain silent. Madam Consort, you jest. I bear no grudge against you. Why would I poison myself and then frame you? Consort Yi, however, paid no heed to Ye Qingge's words, lost in her own delusions. Why do you not believe me? They are all outsiders. I am your closest confidant. No one in the harem loves you more than I do. Why can you not see my love? Everything I do is out of love for you, your majesty. Your love is truly terrifying. I cannot bear it. Moreover, my closest confidant has always been the empress. You overestimate yourself. You need not say it. I shall declare my decree.
Consort Ye Qingge
Is to be demoted to commoner status and imprisoned in the dungeons for thorough interrogation. I shall uncover the origins of these poisons. Left Minister Shuiyang, having failed in raising his daughter, shall be granted retirement for his years of service to the country. Consort Yi attempted to crawl once more toward Gu Yao, but was restrained by the guards, rendered immobile. She could only struggle and cry out in despair.
No, no.
Your Majesty, you cannot treat me this way. I am the mother of the princess. She is still young. She cannot be without her mother. Gu Yao recalled that he had a daughter, a princess indeed. Why should she not be a bit more outspoken? Yet, she had been raised to be so meek, devoid of any semblance of a princess. It seemed he must find her a more assertive mother. The princess shall be entrusted to the virtuous consort for nurturing, and I shall declare that her mother will henceforth be the virtuous consort. From this day forward, there shall be no trace of you within the palace.
No, no.
Shui remained undeterred, still shouting, her heart never once feeling remorseful for her actions. Rather, she felt a deep-seated resentment and a sense of inadequacy in her ruthlessness. Muffle her mouth and drag her away. Use all the necessary tortures upon her. Do not let her die easily. Ensure she divulges everything she must. In the Qingyan Palace, all of Zhang's close attendants were to be executed. Wang Guikai and his associates from the Internal Affairs Bureau were likewise sentenced to death. Gu Yao addressed Yuan Xuan, saying, Master of the Night Valley, these poisons shall be entrusted to the Apothecary Valley. I have faith they will handle it with care.
Ye Wan Repiet, U Shadobe.
This incident had caused immense distress to his two sons, all due to his foolish concubine. Given the magnitude of the uproar, it was certain the Empress was aware of the true circumstances. If he did not comfort them properly, he might not even gain entry to the Fingyi Palace for the rest of the month. Thus, as the two young couples departed, Gu Yao generously presented them with treasures from his private vault, nearly emptying it for Gu Jinyu, who had long coveted these royal riches. Before leaving the palace, Yuan Xuan assured the crown prince and his wife that they could come directly to the Night Manor for any issues, or send someone to summon him to the palace. He would not leave the capital for several months. From that day forth, the two young couples embarked on a long-term plan for progeny. Chapter 24. The aftermath of Shui. The news of Gu Jinyu's brothers being poisoned ultimately reached the Empress, sealing Gu Yao's fate of being ousted from the bed. Not only the Empress but also other concubines in the harem became aware of the situation. The large-scale search and executions had instilled fear throughout the entire imperial palace. Upon hearing the news, the English prince entered the palace the following morning to consult the Empress before visiting concubine Hui in Yuhua Palace. Concubine Hui, still under house arrest, felt as though the emperor had forgotten her entirely, showing no intention of lifting her confinement. Anxious after hearing of the chaos in the palace, she was unable to leave and was unaware of the specific details. Relieved to see Gu Jinlin unharmed before her, she exclaimed, Liner, are you all right? I heard that madwoman Shui poisoned the crown prince and princein, only to be discovered. What a fool.
Concubine Hui examined Gu Jinlin closely, feeling regretful.
Gu Jinlin's expression shifted as he replied earnestly, Mother, I am fine. Walls have ears. Do not speak carelessly. Despite her anger, concubine Hui understood the need for caution in both her words and actions moving forward. Aware of the source of Shui's poison, she could not guarantee that the madwoman would not indiscriminately poison others. After confirming Gu Jinlin's safety and offering a few words of caution, she permitted him to leave the palace. Now confined, and knowing her son had previously angered the emperor, she could not allow him to bear further consequences. Before departing, Gu Jinlin promised to seek an opportunity to appeal to the emperor and empress for the lifting of her confinement. Concubine Hui watched him leave with reluctance until the palace doors closed, disappearing from her sight. She thought very soon, one day, we will reclaim all that belongs to us and make those who have wronged us pay dearly. In the prison, Shui endured severe torture on the first day, but remained silent. That night, a masked figure appeared, incapacitating the guard before approaching her. The figure assured her that if she remained silent, help would come to avenge her. She agreed, consumed by hatred, desiring only their deaths. In the following 2 days, she continued to refuse to speak about the poisoning incident, enduring unbearable torture while incessantly uttering curses and insults. She fainted several times, only to be revived. Suffering through endless torment by day and sleepless nights, Guyao had ordered that if she could not endure any longer, the physician should treat her, ensuring she remained alive. However, after 3 days, she still said nothing. The deputy minister of punishment, responsible for her interrogation, was left with no choice but to report the truth to the emperor. Your Majesty, Xue refuses to confess, insisting no one instructed her and claiming the poison was something she found. Guyao had anticipated her silence, remaining calm upon receiving the news. Very well. In that case, her life is no longer necessary. Issue my decree. Xue is to be executed by slow slicing at noon tomorrow for her attempt on the crown prince's life. Upon hearing the imperial edict in her cell, Xue laughed, first softly, then escalating into a wild cacophony of laughter that eventually turned to tears. Guyao, Meng Yanjun, I curse you to be childless and die a miserable death.
Ha ha ha.
The guards, witnessing her madness, began to beat her mercilessly. Already battered and bruised, she could not withstand their onslaught, spitting blood before collapsing, yet still muttering curses against the emperor and empress. That night, Xue lay alone on the ground, unable to die yet unable to sleep, staring blankly at the door. The guard had long since fallen into a deep slumber. A figure cloaked in black approached silently, coming to a halt before Xue's cell. For a fleeting moment, Xue felt a surge of excitement. She knew the figure was not there to rescue her, but could offer her the release she sought. She grasped the figure's clothing, pleading for liberation. The figure fed her a pill, and then vanished into the night. After consuming the pill, Xue soon found her breathing labored, her heart constricting painfully.
Moments later,
she ceased to breathe, dying quietly within her cell. The following morning, when the guard delivered her final meal, he found her lying motionless on the ground, her eyes wide open. Thinking she was merely staring at him, he kicked her, yet received no response. Checking for breath, he confirmed she was lifeless. The guard reported Xue's death to his superiors, and upon examination by the coroner, it was concluded that she had died from excessive injuries. When the deputy minister of punishment reported to the emperor, the empress was present as well. He relayed the news of Xue's death, and upon hearing it, Guyao ordered that her body be discarded in a mass grave, then dismissed him. Guyao, who had been attending to his wife, was interrupted by this news yet continued to tenderly massage Meng Yanjun's shoulders, only to hear her lament. How fortunate for her to die so easily. Guyao replied, if you remain upset, we could bring her here, whip her corpse, and then toss it into a mass grave. Meng Yanjun shot him a disapproving glance, lamenting instead about the old Xue, a loyal subject, having raised such a daughter. Ayao, why not allow old Xue to reclaim her daughter's body? Although Xue is detestable, she is still the daughter of old Xue. Guyao sighed, stroking Meng Yanjun's head, appreciating her kindness. He instructed Li Dequan to inform the deputy minister of punishment that there was no need to discard Xue's body in a mass grave. Instead, they should notify old Xue to collect her daughter's remains. Upon learning of his daughter's actions, Xue Yang felt an overwhelming urge to end her life himself. His daughter's actions had become the greatest stain on his life. He had thought the entire Xue family would be ruined, yet the emperor had spared them, allowing their return home. Grateful, Xue Yang recognized that he had only one son and one daughter, having lost his wife many years ago and never remarried. His son, though mediocre, was of good character, while his daughter had shown signs of extremism before marriage. He had hoped the palace would temper her, but instead, she committed the most heinous of acts. Regretting his decision to heed the late emperor's wishes to send her to the Eastern Palace, he lamented that had she remained by his side, he could have guided her, and this tragedy might have been averted. Though he felt anger towards her, she remained his daughter. He sent someone to the prison to collect her body and chose a location in the outskirts to bury her. She had married and committed such a grave mistake, making it impossible for her to rest in the family tomb. After hastily burying Xue Yang, along with his son and a few servants, returned to their hometown. As the carriage left the city, the sole daughter of the Xue family, Xuang, lifted the curtain and cast a glance back at the capital, Kyoto. Chapter 25. The Virtuous Consort and the Princess. After the Xue family was imprisoned, that very afternoon, Princess Gu Jinchong was taken away from the Qingyan Palace by the attendants of the virtuous consort, Lu Qingqin, to the Yuxiu Palace. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Lu Qingge felt a sense of reluctance. Among the palace inhabitants, her greatest aversion was towards Consort Hui, followed by Consort Yi. Years ago, when the emperor was still the crown prince, she and Consort Yi both entered the Eastern Palace in the same year, having witnessed the 6-year marriage between the crown prince and the crown princess. Initially, she had been infatuated with the crown prince, but as she observed the deep affection between him and the crown princess, her feelings waned. Fortunately, the crown prince never visited her quarters, allowing her some peace, and she soon became close friends with the crown princess. She owed the birth of her son, Xian'er, to the crown princess. In the first 2 years of her residence, she harbored no ambitions, but eventually, seeing the crown princess's 2 children ignited a longing within her. Even after she bore Gu Jinxian, she never sought to compete for anything. The emperor's advances were not out of desire, and she never forced herself upon what did not belong to her. All that had transpired was the best outcome possible. It must be said, Meng Yanran was a commendable empress and a devoted wife, showing grace when needed and tenderness when appropriate. She understood that as long as Gu Yao's heart remained with her, no one could shake her position. Currently, the emperor, along with the late second prince, had a total of 7 children. Among them, the third prince, Gu Jinlin, and Princess Gu Jinchong were the fruits of her careful planning. The remaining 3 children came about through the crown princess's encouragement. When Consort Yi entered the palace, she held the rank of a side consort, but her greed prevented her from being content. Jealous of the crown prince's exclusive affection for the crown princess, she resented being the only side consort in the Eastern Palace without a child, while even Lu, who had entered the palace alongside her, had a son. She believed all of this was orchestrated by the crown princess, who feared losing the crown prince's favor, thus preventing him from attending to her. Consequently, during that mid-autumn festival, she finally seized an opportunity. That night, after the crown prince had indulged in drink at a banquet, she secretly drugged him. The potent aphrodisiac took effect, and after drinking a cup of tea, he felt a change within himself, only to witness Consort Shui enter his chamber and shut the door. That very night, Gu Jinchong was conceived. The intensity of the previous night's events left Shui in pain upon waking, expecting gentle comfort from the crown prince, only to be met with his furious wrath. Having been previously schemed against, he despised deceit, and as a result, Shui's status fell from side consort to a mere concubine, confined to her quarters. It was only when the physician confirmed her pregnancy that the emperor intervened to lift her confinement. From that point onward, Gu Yao never laid eyes on her again, and she blamed the crown princess for her misfortunes, longing daily to bear a son to siphon away the crown prince's affections from the crown princess and her 2 legitimate sons. Yet, she ended up giving birth to a daughter. Because she was a girl, Shui never treated her well, allowing servants to neglect and disrespect her, relegating her to a cramped room with inadequate care. Whenever Shui felt displeased, she would punish her without mercy. Thus, Gu Jinchong grew up with a timid disposition. Reflecting on this, Lu Qingge sighed and commanded her servants to prepare the room next to Gu Jinxuan's chamber for the princess, who would reside there from henceforth. Heart. Lu Qingge's personal maid returned with Gu Jinchong, having already informed her of her father's arrangements while omitting the details of Shui's demise, merely stating that henceforth, the virtuous consort would be her mother. At 11 years of age, Gu Jinchong appeared frail and undernourished, hardly resembling a royal princess. Her mother had never favored her, and the servants secretly withheld provisions. The emperor harbored reservations toward his only daughter, and Gu Jinchong, being timid, did not dare approach Gu Yao, leading him to almost forget he had a daughter. "Greetings, virtuous consort, 6th brother," Gu Jinchong stammered as she bowed to Lu Qingge and Gu Jinxian, stealing glances at them. She had observed the concern the virtuous consort showed for Gu Jinxian with envy, wishing her own mother could exhibit such affection. Lu Qingge gently stroked Gu Jinchong's head and softly said, "You need not be overly formal, my dear. Your father has decreed that I shall be your mother from now on, and you will live with me and 6th brother." Unable to contain herself, Gu Jinchong wept, for her mother had never shown her such tenderness before. "Mother, mother," she cried, throwing herself into Lu Qingge's embrace. The warmth of her mother's embrace was as comforting as she had imagined, and she finally had a mother who would hold and comfort her. Seeing the little girl in her arms, Lu Qingge could not help but shed tears as well. The remnants of her earlier reservations dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of empathy for Gu Jinchong. 2 years her senior, Gu Jinxian approached and affectionately patted Gu Jinchang's head, promising, "Sixth brother will protect you." After the emotional outburst, Lu Qingxin ordered a physician to examine the princess, who diagnosed her with severe malnutrition, advising that she needed to nourish her body. During dinner, Gu Jinchang consumed a substantial amount of food, far more than she had ever been offered before. This reminded her of her mother and the palace's wet nurses, who were no longer in Qingyan Palace when she departed. Upon arriving at Yuxiu Palace, she had heard from the servants that her mother had poisoned her elder brother and fifth brother, resulting in her execution at the hands of the emperor. The palace's wet nurses had also perished. Despite Shue's mistreatment, she was still her mother, and Gu Jinchang couldn't help but worry for her, shedding tears for her. Deep down, she knew the truth but still asked, "Mother, did Consort Yi and the palace wet nurses die?" Lu Qingxin, understanding Gu Jinchang's concerns, gently stroked her head and replied, "You are a good child. You should understand that they made grave mistakes, and this is their punishment. Your father is a discerning emperor. He would never punish the innocent." Gu Jinchang nodded, continuing to eat, though tears streamed down her face. After finishing her meal, exhausted from crying, she fell asleep. Lu Qingxin, seeing her slumber, instructed the servants to carry her back to her chambers. Once settled, she gazed towards the direction of the prison, where the former consort Yi was held. She was still alive, but it was likely that her days were numbered. Turning her gaze back to the princess's chamber, Lu Qingxin sighed. "Shue, Yi, look at your daughter. Despite your treatment, she still worries for you and cries for you. Yet you, unworthy of motherhood, have shown her none of the love she deserves. From now on, she shall be my daughter. If you refuse to cherish her, I shall love and care for her in your stead." After speaking to herself, she turned and returned to her quarters. Later, she learned of Shui Yi's tragic death in prison. Watching the little princess play with Gu Jinxian, she couldn't bear to reveal the truth of her mother's demise. Instead, she summoned her to the courtyard, instructing her to bow a few times in the direction of the prison.
Farewell, Zhu Yi.
In your next life, may you not be so impulsive. I will take good care of your daughter, though you may not care for this at all. With her thoughts returning to the present, Lu Qingxin took Gu Jinxian by one hand and Gu Jinchang by the other, and together they swung on the swings, the sounds of laughter resonating through Yuxiu Palace. Chapter 26. The Knight General's Victory Report. The Knight General has led a surprise attack against the forces of Jiang, and they are in full retreat, having surrendered to our side. The urgent news arrived swiftly. In the court, those discussing state affairs turned their attention to the messenger. This was the best news Gu Yao had heard in months. Indeed, the Knight General is a true pillar of our Tianxian, exhibiting unparalleled bravery. A soldier, kneeling, produced a letter from his chest and presented it to Li Dequan. After reading the letter, the emperor's joy was palpable. "My lords, the Jiang nation is willing to negotiate peace with us and has agreed to cede 6 border cities to our Tianxian. General Yi is soon to return to the capital. May the heavens bless Tianshuan. Truly, Prime Minister Meng and General Yi deserve the title of the Invincible General." Indeed, indeed. After court, officials from various factions discussed this matter while congratulating Gu Jinyu. King Gu Jinlin approached Gu Jinyu, extending his congratulations to his younger brother for marrying a commendable princess. With General Ye's recent victory over the kingdom of Jiang, His Majesty is sure to bestow generous rewards, and thus, the younger brother will also bask in the glory. Alas, I do not share such good fortune. Gu Jinyu replied, "How could that be? You, the 3 of you, are truly blessed. Next month, we shall welcome Lady Zhao into our home, and you shall enjoy the affections of the Cold family's daughter, relishing the blessings of a harmonious union." Upon hearing Gu Jinyu's words, Gu Jinlin's face turned pale. How dare he say such things? If it weren't for his scheming, he would not be in such dire straits. Once that wretched woman enters the estate, I shall deal with him properly. You should return to the royal residence to share the good news with the princess. As for me, I shall prepare for the arrival of the concubine, Gu Jinyu stated before ignoring Gu Jinlin and striding out. In the royal residence, Ye Qingge had just finished her training and was watching the kitchen staff prepare osmanthus cake. Upon Gu Jinyu's return, she emerged, holding the freshly made delicacy. "You're back. The kitchen has just finished making osmanthus cake. Come and eat." As soon as Ye Qingge spoke, Gu Jinyu enveloped her in his embrace. Over the past few months of marriage, she had grown accustomed to being greeted in such a manner upon his return from court. Gu Jinyu took her hand and led her into the study, saying, Qingge, my father-in-law is returning soon. Really? Father is coming back. Indeed, my father-in-law successfully ambushed the enemy, causing them to retreat in defeat. An agreement has been reached, and he shall soon return to the capital. Wonderful. Father is finally coming home. Let us hurry back to the Ye residence to tell mother and my brothers. Seeing Ye Qingge eager to leave, Gu Jinyu chuckled and gently restrained her. Slow down, no need to rush. The news will soon spread throughout the capital. How could my mother not know? They may already be on their way to the royal residence. True to his words, no sooner had he spoken than Yi Mu and the two Yi brothers arrived at the Inwangfu. Jinyu, is it true that your father-in-law is returning? Do you know when he will arrive? That scoundrel, he never bothers to write to me, leaving me in constant worry. Upon hearing the news, Yi Mu wasted no time and hurried to her son-in-law's residence with her two sons, eager to obtain specific details.
Ye Qingge understood her parents' feelings.
Although her mother did not openly express it, she must have been deeply concerned about her father's safety. Now that they had heard of a victory, she would want to know the particulars immediately. Gu Jinyu reassured his mother-in-law, Rest assured, my father-in-law wrote that he is already on his way back. I believe he will arrive in the capital shortly. Mother, please come inside and sit, Ye Qingge urged. Jinyu's information comes directly from the emperor, and it must be true. You should prepare at home to welcome father back. With both my elder brothers home, our family will finally be reunited. Ye Qingge assisted Yi Mu into the house, which marked her first visit to the royal residence. Previously, she had avoided it for fear of gossip, even when longing to see her daughter. Now, witnessing the royal residence, she felt reassured that Nwang truly treated her daughter well. While the mother and daughter exchanged whispers, Gu Jinyu engaged in discussions with the two Yi brothers. Brother Yuanjia, have there been any updates? Yi Wanjia shook his head, indicating that more time was needed and there were still no leads. Yi Wenshuan inquired about the origins of matters that even the Qianji Pavilion could not easily investigate. Gu Jinyu was unclear, relying on memories from his past life to request his brother's assistance in gathering information. However, he had not anticipated that there would still be no results. If even the Qianji Pavilion could not uncover these secrets, it would indeed be a challenging situation. Yi Wenshuan took Gu Jinyu's pulse, confirming that the toxins within him had been completely purged. Yi Mu remained unaware of the poisoning incident involving Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge, so Yi Wenshuan refrained from mentioning it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yi Mu and Ye Qingge remained oblivious to the three men's subtle exchanges. As they resumed their conversation about children, your cousin-in-law was diagnosed as pregnant a few days ago. You should make haste to follow suit. Did your monthly cycle arrive this month? You must take care of your health, avoid cold foods, and if you feel unwell, send for your second brother.
Ye Qingge, Bulushing.
Playfully interjected, All right, mother, I understand. It's all about letting nature take its course. Yi Mu, unable to resist her daughter's charm, chuckled helplessly and pinched her cheek.
Oh, you child.
After sending the Yi family off, Gu Jinyu accompanied Yi Wenshuan to the palace to check on the crown prince and crown princess's health. Both were recovering well, and the toxins within them had nearly dissipated. Good news would likely follow soon. Thank you, Master Yi. Chapter 27. The confession. Upon hearing from her mother about her cousin-in-law's pregnancy, Ye Qingge began preparing gifts. For several consecutive days, she busily flitted in and out, more occupied than Gu Jinyu himself. On numerous occasions, Gu Jinyu attempted to embrace or kiss Ye Qingge, only to be brushed off with her insistence that she was too busy. Gu Jinyu grew increasingly displeased. His wife was neglecting him for an unborn child, prompting him to contemplate other schemes. One early morning, Gu Jinyu carried the slumbering Ye Qingge into a carriage. With Yufeng and Xilian accompanying them, Lu Yun and Yueying discreetly provided protection. The group made their way to the outskirts of the capital. Ye Qingge was eventually roused from her slumber, finding herself resting on Gu Jinyu's lap. The previous night, for reasons unknown, he had been insistent and relentless, and no amount of pleading had swayed him. She recalled finally succumbing to sleep as the roosters began to crow. Surveying her surroundings, Ye Qingge was taken aback and looked up at Gu Jinyu. Where are we going? It's a secret, Qingge. You will know once we arrive. As Gu Jinyu leaned down to kiss her, she turned her head away to evade him. Ye Qingge rose from his embrace and moved to the other end of the carriage, pouting as she refused to look at the man across from her. Gu Jinyu, amused by his little wife's demeanor, smiled affectionately. After half an hour, the carriage reached its destination. Ignoring Ye Qingge's protests, Gu Jinyu lifted her out of the carriage, and upon stepping down, Ye Qingge was left speechless. Before her lay a picturesque estate, nestled amidst green hills and clear waters, utterly delightful. Gu Jinyu embraced her from behind, asking, "Do you like it? I specially chose this place. Originally, I intended to present it to you as a gift for your birthday next spring." Pausing, he continued, "However, since you have been rather distant lately, I thought I would give it to you early so that you might pay a bit more attention to me." Gu Jinyu spoke with a hint of grievance, which Ye Qingge detected, bringing a smile to her face. She turned to him, wrapping her arms around him and saying, "Thank you, my husband. I truly love it." Qing, remember, as husband and wife, there's no need for gratitude. As long as you are happy, I shall do anything for you. Ye Qingge gazed into his eyes and nodded. Gu Jinyu led her into the courtyard, where every blade of grass and every tree had been chosen with her preferences in mind, leaving her deeply moved. This estate is ideally located. We can escape the summer heat by staying here for a few days. I plan to build a small training ground over there so we can practice martial arts together. He pointed out several undeveloped areas, sharing his plans. On this side, I will create a flower garden where you can plant many of your favorite flowers. In the backyard, there's a pond where I previously had fish and shrimp released. They should be ready to eat now. I will send Yu Feng to catch a few for you, and I shall prepare grilled fish, alright? Qing, if there's anything you dislike or wish to change, do let me know. Gu Jinyu looked at Ye Qingge, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, awaiting her praise. The expression on his face suggested that as long as Ye Qingge said she did not like him, he could cry for her to see. This amused Ye Qingge, causing her to chuckle, which made Gu Jinyu feel somewhat wronged. Not only did his beloved not praise him, but she even laughed at him. Was love truly fading? Fearing that she might remain silent and be unable to rise from bed the next day, Ye Qingge uttered the words Gu Jinyu longed to hear. I like you very much, every bit of you. My husband is truly wonderful." Since her husband was so good, did that mean she should offer some reward? Ye Qingge, perplexed, asked what kind of reward. We'll talk about that later. Without allowing her to ponder further, Gu Jinyu diverted the conversation and instructed Yu Feng to catch fish. Yu Feng, the unsuspecting guard, never imagined he would have to fish. But what could he do? After all, that man was his master. Resigned, he took the fish basket and headed toward the pond, with Silian following closely behind. When Yu Feng noticed Silian had joined him, he was momentarily taken aback, but then handed the fish basket to her and waded into the water. By the time Yu Feng was catching fish, Gu Jinyu had already set up the grilling tools and started a fire. Once Yu Feng brought over the fish, Gu Jinyu began grilling them for Ye Qingge. Before long, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Ye Qingge, who had always enjoyed various aquatic delicacies, couldn't help but swallow hard upon catching the scent. She abandoned her sketchbook and sat directly in front of Gu Jinyu, fixated on the fish in his hands. Gu Jinyu, seeing her greedy expression, couldn't help but smile indulgently. After blowing on the grilled fish to cool it, he offered it to Ye Qingge, who took a bite and closed her eyes in delight, savoring the taste. Eat slowly, there's more. If you like it, I'll grill it for you in the future. Yu Feng had caught quite a few fish, so Gu Jinyu grilled them all. They had more than enough to eat, allowing Yu Feng, Silian, and the others to enjoy a hearty meal. Gu Jinyu planned to spend the night with Ye Qingge here, keeping the fact that there was a hot spring at the foot of the mountain a secret from her. In the evening, he sent the others to a small courtyard 2 kilometers away, leaving only himself and Ye Qingge at the manor. He instructed them to return at noon the next day to fetch them. Exhausted, Ye Qingge took a short nap and awoke to find no one around. After circling the manor, she finally heard sounds coming from the foot of the mountain. To expedite her journey, she utilized her lightness skill, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she discovered the hot spring. Unaware of what was about to transpire, she was taken aback when Gu Jinyu emerged from the hot spring clad in a bathrobe, with another robe prepared for her resting on a nearby rock. Ye Qingge turned to flee, but Gu Jinyu pulled her into the water. What are you doing? Let me go. Gu Jinyu whispered in her ear, Wife, let us bathe together. You wash yourself. As Ye Qingge lifted her leg to escape, Gu Jinyu tightened his embrace around her, making it impossible for her to break free. You promised to reward me, so why not keep your word? Realization dawned on Ye Qingge. He had been waiting for her here, which explained why he hadn't mentioned the hot spring earlier. He feared she might refuse. Wife, please take care of your husband. Hearing this softened her heart. Gu Jinyu noticed and began to caress her in an unrestrained manner. I've heard hot springs can relieve aches, Let us see if it's true, shall we? With that, he kissed Ye Qingge, discarding their clothing piece by piece onto the shore. The sounds of their passion echoed at the foot of the mountain, causing the birds to flee in embarrassment, while ripples danced across the surface of the hot spring, lingering for quite some time. At the height of their intimacy, Jinyu, unable to restrain himself, confessed, "I love you." Initially, Ye Qingge was in a daze, but she instantly became alert. "What did you just say?" She turned to look at Jinyu in disbelief, as it was the first time she had heard those words from him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Jinyu, seeing her tears, panicked and, realizing what he had just said, cupped her face and kissed her. "Please say it again. I want to hear it." Jinyu tirelessly repeated those 3 words. "I love you. I love you. I love you." In the beginning, Jinyu's feelings for Ye Qingge were perhaps more of gratitude. He wished for her happiness, which is why he became her husband. However, through the passage of time and their shared experiences, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Seeing her joyful demeanor made him want to smile, while witnessing her sadness caused him immense heartache. He understood that he had genuinely fallen in love with this girl, the one who had loved him for so many years and was willing to sacrifice everything for him. To this day, he yearned to keep her close. Unable to contain his desire to express his love, Ye Qingge turned to face Jinyu, embracing him tightly as she cried, recounting the hardships of the past years. "I love you so dearly, I've loved you for so long, and today, I finally got to hear it." As she spoke, she lightly punched Jinyu's chest with her fist. Concerned that her punches might hurt her hand, Jinyu enveloped her small hand in his large one, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. "I'm sorry for making you suffer, my Qingqing, and for taking so long to love you. But from this day forward, you shall not be alone. I will love you, and only you." With that, he kissed Ye Qingge again, and they shared an impassioned kiss. From that moment on, no one could ever separate them. Once they had spoken their heartfelt truths, both felt an inexplicable sense of relief, their hearts drawing closer together. As long as they were together, they would be enveloped in sweet bliss. Jinyu, since that day, would express his love for Ye Qingge in various ways every morning. Initially, she would feel shy upon hearing his declarations, but she gradually became accustomed to it. That night, Ye Qingge made an effort to please Jinyu, granting him unprecedented joy. Yet, one could not help but pity Ye Qingge. That night was more exhausting than their wedding night. Whoever claimed that hot spring water could alleviate such matters was sorely mistaken. 2 kilometers away, the others in the small courtyard exchanged glances, speechless. Except for Salian. Everyone was aware of the hot spring behind the manor and what might transpire there, so there was no need for further discussion. Salian quietly asked Yueying, "What could the prince and princess possibly do alone in the manor?" Yueying shot her a glare and retorted, "They're bathing in the hot spring," before retreating into the house. Salian, momentarily stunned by the glare, soon realized what was implied, her face flushing as she hurried inside. Witnessing the entire scene, Yufeng couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself that the little girl was quite amusing. Chapter 28. Punishing the Troublemakers. Get up. "We need to go pick out a gift for cousin's baby." Ye Qingge reached for Jinyu, who lay in bed, laughing at her antics, refusing to rise. It wasn't until he saw the annoyed expression on Ye Qingge's face that he finally sat up, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin on her shoulder. "All right, I'm up." Ye Qingge huffed and moved to the dressing table. Jinyu followed her, picking up a nearby comb to style her hair. Ever since that night at the manor, the couple had become increasingly affectionate, often disregarding the presence of their servants and unabashedly displaying their love. "Wife, allow me to shape your brows." Ye Qingge glanced at Jinyu. "Oh, can you do that?" "Only one way to find out." He picked up a piece of stone powder and began to apply it to her face. In no time, 2 dark caterpillars appeared on her face. Jinyu's mouth twitched. He attempted to wipe it away, only to smear it further. Ye Qingge sensed trouble and rushed to the mirror, and her fears were confirmed. Her appearance was beyond words. Summoning Salian and Kaiping, the 2 couldn't contain their laughter at the sight of their princess's face adorned with caterpillars. Kaiping took over the task of shaping Ye Qingge's brows while Salian styled her hair. "Your Highness, let us handle this." Jinyu changed into his attire in the back room and settled into a chair, awaiting Ye Qingge. He pondered the perplexity of why painting eyebrows appeared deceptively simple, yet proved to be a daunting challenge. Secretly resolved to seek private instruction, he made Li steward and Yufeng, Yumu, and others his unfortunate subjects of torment. Once prepared, the young couple ventured out together. They took a horse-drawn carriage to a bustling street in the city, then disembarked and walked. Ye Qingge headed straight for a goldsmith shop in the eastern part of the city. The reason for choosing the east was that several shops in the capital belonged to the Li family, managed by appointed individuals, with the profits ultimately reaching her mother. The goldsmith shop in the east was the finest in the capital, aside from those owned by the Li family. "Boss, I would like to customize a gold longevity lock," she instructed. The proprietor greeted her, eager to fulfill her request, assuring her that all her needs could be met. After discussing her requirements, they agreed for her to return in half a month to collect it. She then turned, taking Gu Jinyu's hand as they departed. "Isn't the Li family the one that has an abundance of gold? Why the desire to gift this?" Gu Jinyu inquired. "What do you know? This is my heartfelt intention as your aunt, and there is more to prepare beyond this," she replied. "In just a few months, we shall welcome our adorable little baby. It fills me with joy." Gu Jinyu gazed at Ye Qingge's starry-eyed expression, wondering what their child would be like. Surely, they would be the most delightful child in the world. "Since we cherish each other so much, let us have one ourselves. Let us return home tonight to conceive. Shall we?" "Go away, you mischief maker," Ye Qingge exclaimed, breaking free from Gu Jinyu's grasp and darting ahead. Seeing this, Gu Jinyu laughed and pursued her. Suddenly, a carriage rushed by. Ye Qingge, running too swiftly, had distanced herself from Gu Jinyu and the others. Just as she turned back to smile at Gu Jinyu, the carriage careened around the corner. Gu Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted for Ye Qingge to be cautious. As Ye Qingge attempted to evade the oncoming carriage, she found herself surrounded by too many people to escape unharmed. Strangely, although there was a driver on the carriage, and it was evident that there were passengers inside, none of them alerted the pedestrians or restrained the horses, which was quite peculiar. The urgent matter at hand was to halt the horse. So Ye Qingge devised a plan. Lacking weapons and concealed projectiles, she reached for the hairpin atop her head and thrust it into the neck of the horse. The horse struggled a few steps forward before falling silent. Fortunately, Gu Jinyu and the others had already cleared the crowd, preventing the runaway carriage from injuring anyone. The driver emerged from the ground, pulling aside the carriage curtain, and an enraged voice emerged from within. "Who dares to have the audacity to slay my horse? If I find out who it is, I shall flay them alive." The man, supported by the driver, attempted to continue his tirade, but upon raising his gaze, he was met with the mesmerizing visage of Ye Qingge. "Ah, where did this little beauty come from? Did you kill my horse? Do you have any idea how much this horse is worth? Selling you wouldn't even cover the cost." The man gazed at Ye Qingge, licking his lips involuntarily, extending a hand toward her as he proposed. "Why not accompany me as my 7th concubine? You won't need to compensate for the horse. And as long as you please me, I shall overlook your insolence today." Before Ye Qingge could retaliate, Gu Jinyu intervened. He grasped the man's hand before it could touch Ye Qingge. "Who is this ruffian? Who granted you the audacity to lay hands on my esteemed lady?" The man turned to find Gu Jinyu's face darkened with fury. This man was Sun Jiaxiang, the only son of the Duke of Konglu. Gu Jinyu recalled that in his past life, this man was notorious for bullying others, leveraging his status as a duke's son to wreak havoc. The women in his household were often coerced into submission, first tarnishing their purity and then bribing their families to bring them into the duke's residence. Such a vile scoundrel could not be redeemed, no matter how many times he perished. Sun Jiaxiang did not recognize Gu Jinyu, but was aware that he was outnumbered. Spitting in disdain, he muttered a curse before commanding his driver to take the carriage back to the duke's residence. On the way, he instructed his servant to follow Ye Qingge and her companions to discover which residence they visited, while he returned home to summon others. Intending to employ the same underhanded tactics against Ye Qingge. Having been reborn, Gu Jinyu was well aware of Sun Jiaxiang's nefarious intentions and discreetly instructed Yu Feng and Yu Mu. Consequently, both Sun Jiaxiang and the driver were met with a severe beating. Sun Jiaxiang spent an entire night in a foul-smelling gutter in a narrow alley, remaining unconscious for many days, awakening in a state of near death. Upon learning of this, Duke Konglu nearly suffered a stroke. After inquiring about the incident, he discovered that his son had attempted to abduct a young lady from a prominent family but ended up paying the price for his misdeeds. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the identity of the individual behind it. Even if he sought to report it, he would find no avenue for redress. However, it was clear that the perpetrator hailed from a well-to-do family. When he eventually discovered who had harmed his son, he vowed to dismember them to quell his rage. On the third day of Sun Jiaxiang's unconsciousness, General Yi returned, leading his troops back to the capital, welcomed by the entire court of civil and military officials at the city gate. Chapter 29. The return to the capital. The streets of the capital were bustling with activity, filled with citizens eager to witness General Yi's triumphant return. Have you heard? General Yi is returning today. Indeed. Who in the capital does not know? In just a few months, General Yi has repelled the enemy forces, capturing several cities and forcing the enemies into retreat. Truly, General Yi is unmatched in valor. Let us hurry to see. I'm eager to witness General Yi's prowess. Ye Qingge and Jinyu had set out early to the Yi residence. Knowing that Ye Qingge was returning, Jinyu, is your father truly coming back today? Yi mother inquired. Yes, mother. A message from father confirmed it is today. Ye Qingge recognized her mother's excitement and nervousness, gently holding her hand to offer comfort. The sound of well-trained soldiers' footsteps grew louder as they approached the city gate. Soon, a man clad in silver armor, wielding a spear and riding a warhorse, came into view. Mother! Ye Qingge exclaimed, it's father. Ye mother could not contain her tears as she covered her mouth, exclaiming, it is your father. He is unharmed and as valiant as ever. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the families of the soldiers called out, searching for their husbands and sons. The Yi family joined in the calls for Ye Qingge, with Ye mother and Ye Qingge shedding tears, while Jinyu tenderly wiped Ye Qingge's face. Despite the throngs of people, the man atop the horse quickly spotted his wife and daughter. Hearing their calls, Ye Qingge smiled and continued to lead his troops forward. The ministers had already been ordered to greet them at the city, with Gu Jinchen leading the welcome. Ye Qingge dismounted, bowing to Gu Jinchen. I, Minister Ye Qingge, have fulfilled my duty and returned victorious. General Yi, please rise. All valiant soldiers, please stand. Your bravery is a blessing to our kingdom. His Majesty has commanded us to welcome you home and has arranged a banquet tonight to honor your return. Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall obey. As the crowd dispersed, everyone rushed to reunite with their families. Father, I'm back. Just returned safely. That's all that matters. People embraced their families as they made their way home. Ye Qingge also approached his family, pulling Ye mother into a tight embrace. Roa, I'm home. Ye mother said nothing but wept in his arms, for she knew all too well the fear she endured every time he went to battle. Fearing for his safety, worrying about his well-being, and dreading the day he might not return, the Knight family siblings refrained from disturbing their parents, silently observing. Ye Qingge nestled deeper into Gu Jinyu's embrace. The couple held each other tenderly, and when they parted, Ye Qingge gently wiped away his wife's tears before turning to see the children and his son-in-law. During the past few months, stationed far at the frontier, Ye Qingge had gleaned insights into Gu Jinyu's changes through letters from his wife. However, the letters did not elaborate, leaving him somewhat in the dark. Thus, when he beheld Gu Jinyu standing beside his daughter, waiting for him, he was first struck with astonishment, then quickly regained his composure. Out of respect, he prepared to bow to Gu Jinyu, but the young man preempted him. Gu Jinyu stepped forward and respectfully performed a bow customary for a junior, addressing him as father-in-law. Ye Qingge turned to his wife, who nodded in approval, and he stepped forward to support Gu Jinyu, saying, Good. He affectionately ruffled Ye Qingge's hair and patted the shoulders of her brothers, finally gazing at his wife and children. Let us return home. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, Ye Qingge listened to his family recount recent events. Observing his daughter's demeanor and the natural harmony in her interactions with Gu Jinyu, he felt genuine joy. It seemed that during his absence, his dear daughter had found fulfillment. That evening, a banquet was held at the palace to honor the generals who had defended the frontier. The Yi family, along with Gu Jinyu and his wife, attended the feast. In just a few months, Ye Qingge had led the Tianquan soldiers to capture 3 cities along the border of the Jiang kingdom, defeating their foes with unparalleled prowess. Ultimately, peace was negotiated at the cost of ceding territories, and the Jiang envoys were already preparing to visit Tianquan. The emperor, delighted, bestowed upon Ye Qingge the title of first-class protector general of the nation, while Li Yunru, was honored with the title of Lady of Command. All generals who had contributed to the war received corresponding rewards, including the son of Ye Qingge's deceased comrade, Wen Shicheng. Upon hearing this name, Gu Jinyu narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, he had often encouraged Ye Qingge to distance herself from him. though he recognized his past self had not been virtuous. He still suspected that Wen Shicheng harbored ulterior motives. This banquet served not only to reward the generals, but also to honor the soldiers who had fought bravely on the battlefield. A lavish feast was laid out for the families of the fallen, offering substantial compensation. During the banquet, Gu Yao brought up subsequent matters regarding the war. With Zhang's defeat, the envoys would visit our capital next year. To showcase Tianxuan's grandeur, the emperor entrusted the negotiation to Gu Jinyu. After the feast, Ye Qingge, amidst the congratulations of the ministers, departed the palace with his family. Gu Jinyu requested that Ye Qingge accompany them, as he had matters to discuss with the emperor. After years of marriage, Ye Qingge had guessed his intentions and cautioned him to be prudent before returning to the royal residence with her parents. Once everyone had dispersed, only Gu Jinyu and Gu Yao remained in the Tai Chi hall. Gu Jinyu protested, "Father, why did you not send my elder brother to receive the envoys and negotiate? He is the crown prince and more suitable than I, or perhaps just let the Ministry of Rights handle everything."
Ha!
You think I am unaware of your schemes? The emperor replied, "This task is most fitting for you. You are my legitimate son, and the son-in-law of General Ye. Sending you demonstrates our Tianxuan's majesty while imposing a certain deterrence on Jiang. There is no need to discuss this further. At worst, you may choose from my private treasury later. Now off you go, accompany your princess. I must seek your mother. If I delay, I shall not gain entry to her chambers." With that, Gu Yao hurriedly departed, dismissing Gu Jinyu's attempts to speak further, leaving him in a state of disarray. Upon returning home, Gu Jinyu whined to Ye Qingge, "My dear, my father is so cruel." Ye Qingge gently patted his head and reassured him, "Father must have his reasons. Embrace this responsibility with confidence." "My dear, I seek comfort," he implored, resembling a forlorn puppy as he leaned closer to her. Ye Qingge tenderly kissed his lips. "Is this sufficient?" "No, it is still inadequate," Gu Jinyu declared, leaning in for another kiss. By the time Ye Qingge realized, he had already reclined on the bed, bare. Chapter 30. Childhood Sweethearts. Your Highness, a guest has arrived. Li Baoquan reported to Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge. Ye Qingge set aside her book and looked up at Gu Jinyu. "Who is the visitor?" "Your Highness, it is Lord Wen." Upon hearing this, Gu Jinyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that this individual had found his way to the royal residence. "Come, my dear, let us greet our guest." He took Ye Qingge's hand, intentionally intertwining their fingers, and they strode confidently toward the entrance. In the front hall, Wen Shicheng sat sipping tea. Rising to his feet upon seeing Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge, he bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your highness and the princess." "Lord Wen, no need for such formalities. Please have a seat. I had not the chance to congratulate you on your promotion amidst the haste." "Not at all. I dare not claim any credit. I merely benefited from the general's favor." Ye Qingge glanced at Gu Jinyu before turning to Wen Shicheng, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Wen." While she spoke the words, she knew the hardships Wen Shicheng had endured over the years. Wen Shicheng smiled in response. His father had passed away when he was 10. It could be said that Ye Qingfeng's current standing was largely due to the guidance of Wen's father. The bond between the Wen and Yi families was different from that of the Yun and Yi families. Wen's father and Ye's father were sworn brothers forged in the fires of battle. Had Wen's father not died valiantly, he would have undoubtedly been the foremost general of Tianxuan today. Regrettably, during the Battle of the Plains with Jiang, General Wen sacrificed himself to save the Benjin Nan general. Now the Marquis of Wei Yuan, Zhou Su, leading a small team into an ambush. The battle was brutal, with Zhou's forces suffering nearly total annihilation, only to be saved by reinforcements. Though Zhou could no longer wield a sword, he miraculously survived, while General Wen remained forever on that battlefield, leaving his legacy on that soil. In truth, Wen Shicheng had once aspired to be a wandering physician, dreaming of traveling the world to aid the common people. The death of General Wen struck him profoundly. He secluded himself for 3 days without food or drink, regardless of his mother's pleas. After 3 days, he emerged with an unexpected resolution. The adolescent relinquished his dreams, renounced the title bestowed upon him by the emperor, and resolutely enlisted in the army. He sought to fulfill his father's unfinished business, to defend his homeland, and to avenge him. Starting from the ranks of a mere soldier, he spurned Ye Qingfeng's assistance and forged his own path to achieve his current stature. Gu Yao understood his character and his motives for enlisting. Being young and unmarried, he feared that Wen might share his father's fate. Thus, when it came time for accolades, he promoted him to a first-class imperial bodyguard, allowing him to showcase his abilities while averting the tragedy that befell his father, preserving the Wen family lineage. Today, I am off duty, and I came specifically to see you. In the haste of battle, I did not witness your marriage firsthand. I have brought you a wedding gift. Wen Shicheng presented a uniquely crafted short knife from the Jiang kingdom, distinct from Tianquan's craftsmanship. It was petite and exquisite, with a handle adorned with colorful gemstones. Perfect for a young lady to carry. Thank you, brother Wen. I adore it, Ye Qingge exclaimed, admiring the short knife as she toyed with it, clearly enamored by the gift. Jinyu observed the two with a twinge of jealousy. He had prepared an entire room of weaponry for Ye Qingge, yet none had captivated her as this one had. It's merely a knife. What is there to admire? Jinyu spoke softly, casting an unfriendly glance at Wen Shicheng. Wen Shicheng was evidently aware of Jinyu's presence, yet he chose to disregard him, instead stoking the flames by recounting tales from his childhood with Ye Qingge. Perhaps the prince is unaware, but Qingge and I have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together. In our youth, she was quite the mischievous one, scattering Uncle Ye's military texts everywhere, and it was I who had to clean up after her. She would always chase after me, calling Shicheng Gige, like a little shadow. When Gige, after all these years, why bring this up? Ye Qingge scratched her head in embarrassment, turning to see Jinyu's darkened expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. Perhaps His Highness is unaware, but had it not been for my father's misfortune, Qingge and I would have remained as we were, growing up together. Wen Shicheng refrained from continuing, knowing that Jinyu understood. He then regarded Jinyu with a hint of provocation, as if to say, if I were not here, do you think it would be your turn? Wen Gige. Wen Shicheng caught a glimpse of Ye Qingge, who, fearing an argument between them, sought to intervene. Qingqing, could you fetch that book from my study, please? Jinyu wished to send Ye Qingge away for a moment to speak privately with Wen Shicheng. However, Ye Qingge hesitated. Go ahead, it's fine, Jinyu gently coaxed. Qingge, go on, don't worry. He won't harm me. Wen Shicheng also spoke, casting a provocative glance at Jinyu. Realizing that they wished to discuss matters she should not overhear, Ye Qingge nodded and exited. Once she left, the atmosphere between the two men became tense and charged. Jinyu broke the silence. What does Lord Wen wish to convey? The prince knows well that Qingge and I are childhood sweethearts. Had I not been absent from the capital these past few years, she might not have married you. There are no ifs, she is now my wife. I recognize that she will not abandon you, nor will she stray. However, despite my absence from the capital, I have heard of your romantic escapades. I cannot discern whether your current demeanor is genuine or merely a facade. Regardless, I hope you maintain this demeanor. I can see that she is happy now, and I wish for her continued happiness. As Wen Shicheng spoke, he lowered his gaze, his eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. When he raised his head again, the sadness was replaced by a determined gaze. If ever you dare to bring her sorrow, if you betray her trust, then I shall do everything in my power to seek justice for her. Jinyu regarded Wen Shicheng with a changed expression, no longer icy. Everything I do springs from my heart. I genuinely care for Qingge and sincerely wish for her happiness. I understand she holds you in high esteem, and thus, I shall respect you as well. The concerns you harbor will never come to pass. She is the very motivation for my existence. At the culmination of his statement, a glimmer of sorrow, incomprehensible to Wen Shicheng, flickered in Jinyu's eyes. After Ye Qingge returned with the book, Jinyu and Wen Shicheng exchanged silent, intense glances. Your Highness, I have brought the book, she announced. The Art of War. What do you need this for? Jinyu accepted the book and handed it to Wen Shicheng. Lord Wen, this is a return gift from my manor. I hope you will study it diligently and contribute more to our Tianquan. Hearing Jinyu's earnest words, both Ye Qingge and Wen Shicheng involuntarily twitched their lips. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall take good care of it. Before departing, Wen Shicheng gently patted Ye Qingge's shoulder. Qingge, no matter the time, I will always be your Wen Gige. If this fellow dares to treat you poorly, remember to seek me out. I will handle him for you. Thank you, Wen Gige. Ye Qingge watched Wen Shicheng leave, only to turn and collide with Jinyu's embrace. Observing her husband's inscrutable gaze, Ye Qingge felt a sense of unease. At that moment, Jinyu was lost in thoughts of the past. In his previous life, Wen Shicheng had met his end on the battlefield, perishing 4 years hence. In that life, Wen's mother had also passed away due to an accident 3 years later, leaving him without kin. Subsequently, when the Songyan kingdom invaded, Wen Shichong had stealthily joined the battlefield, ultimately falling to the enemy's sword. Gu Jinyu understood that Wen Shichong held a brotherly place in Ye Qingge's heart. If he were to be lost, she would undoubtedly grieve. Chapter 31. Green Tea. Gu Jinyu. After Wen Shichong's departure, Ye Qingge spent the afternoon in a state of anxiety, feeling as if Gu Jinyu's earlier gaze could consume her. She sensed that her delicate waist was in jeopardy. To her surprise, during dinner, Gu Jinyu maintained his usual demeanor, which relieved her somewhat. That evening, Ye Qingge sat at the head of the bed, perusing a newly acquired storybook, her cheeks flushed. Upon noticing Gu Jinyu's arrival, she hastily concealed the book beneath her pillow and shot a glare at the silent Silian and Kaiping. Feeling unjustly reprimanded by their mistress, the two handmaidens exchanged glances, silently acknowledging that Ye Qingge had not instructed them to monitor the prince.
Observing Ye Qingge's embarrassment.
The two young women surmised that the book she had been reading was of a rather suggestive nature. Anxiously, they tiptoed out of the room, gently closing the door behind them. Once outside, Silian sighed. Oh dear, the princess is in for it now. Kaiping nodded in agreement. What has happened to the princess? Yufeng's face suddenly loomed large before them, startling Silian. Are you insane? You nearly scared me to death, she exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration as she walked away. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
I'm sorry. All right.
Yufeng, realizing his mistake, followed behind, apologizing, but no matter what he said, Silian refused to acknowledge him. Ultimately, Silian entered the room, shutting Yufeng outside. In his haste, he collided with the door, prompting a laugh from Wushuang, who was observing from the wall. What are you laughing at? Are you mad? Yufeng retorted, rolling his eyes dramatically before turning to leave, leaving Wushuang alone to ponder in silence. Upon Gu Jinyu's arrival, Ye Qingge appeared notably tense. You're here, she stammered. Realizing her awkwardness, she quickly corrected herself. This is our bridal chamber. Why does it sound as if we're conspiring? Yes, I've come. Or, do you wish to see someone else? Perhaps your Shichong? Gu Jinyu, oblivious to Ye Qingge's subtle fidgeting, focused solely on her childhood memories with Wen Shichong. His tone carried a hint of grievance, as if to accuse Ye Qingge of being a heartless cad. Is it hot in here? Your face is quite flushed. With that, Gu Jinyu rose to open the window, allowing the evening breeze to waft into the room, causing the bed curtains to sway gently. Is this better, or are you blushing because you were thinking of your Shichong? Gu Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ye Qingge. Ye Qingge found herself at a loss against Gu Jinyu's advances every time she tried to respond. His next remark would render her speechless, leaving her embarrassed and at a loss for words.
Observing Ye Qingge flusteret de manor.
Gu Jinyu felt a renewed urge to tease her. Leaning closer, he whispered, What are you thinking about? Your Shichong, perhaps? You call him Gij so affectionately. You've yet to call me Gij. All right, you're insufferable. Stop it. Ye Qingge squirmed, attempting to distance herself, but Gu Jinyu only held her tighter. You dare dislike me? Oh, woe is me. Once I've gained your affection, you no longer cherish me. I used to be your one and only. But now that your Shichong has returned, I am cast aside. He feigned tears, dramatically wiping non-existent ones away, while resting his head on her shoulder, acting the part of the aggrieved. Ye Qingge, having never encountered such antics before, gently patted Gu Jinyu's back in a bid to soothe him. All right. You know I love you the most. To Brother Wen, that was a bond of the past. I have not referred to him by that title since I grew up. I do not harbor feelings for him. My heart belongs solely to you. Please do not be angry, all right? After Ye Qingge spoke, Gu Jinyu revealed a triumphant smile in a place she could not see. From now on, you are not permitted to call him brother. You may address anyone else. But only me, Gu Jinyu pressed on. All right, I shall only call you. I will do so right now. Brother Jinyu, Ye Qingge softly called out. And Gu Jinyu's heart blossomed with joy at the new intimate title shared between spouses. My dear, I am feeling quite discontent today. You must make it up to me. A glint of mischief sparkled in Gu Jinyu's eyes, as if everything prior was merely a prelude to this moment. Very well, I will compensate you.
Ye Qingge,
caught off guard, acquiesced to Gu Jinyu's demand, only realizing her predicament when it was too late. Compensate? Compensate for what? I do not understand. Once she regained her composure, she sought an opportunity to flee, but Gu Jinyu firmly held her waist, leaving her utterly immobile. Are you attempting to shirk your obligations? Have you truly grown weary of me? Gu Jinyu feigned a pitiful expression, causing Ye Qingge's eyes to twitch.
I have not, she softly protested.
Then prove it to me, he declared, pushing her down onto the bed. You must perform well and compensate me, so I can see how much you truly care for me. Ye Qingge gasped for breath as Gu Jinyu kissed her, and just as she felt she might suffocate, he released her. Gently ruffling her hair, he affectionately teased, how could you be so easily overwhelmed by a kiss? My dear Qingge is quite the little fool. That night proved to be quite the ordeal for Ye Qingge, as Gu Jinyu compelled her to call him by his special title repeatedly. If she refused, he would not relent. By the end of the night, she had lost count of how many times she uttered the word brother. She could not recall when it ended, only that she succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. When she awoke the next morning, Gu Jinyu had already departed for court. She could not fathom why. After their intimate encounters, Gu Jinyu always appeared invigorated the next day, while she struggled with aches and pains. Retrieving a book of tales from beneath her pillow, she felt relieved. Fortunately, Gu Jinyu had only been preoccupied with extracting promises from her, failing to notice her peculiarities. Had he discovered her reading such tales, she might have been bedridden for 3 days. Silent, Kaiping, she summoned 2 maids to assist her with her grooming, determined to prevent a recurrence of yesterday's unexpected events. Ye Qingge instructed them to keep a vigilant watch on the prince's whereabouts should she find herself secretly reading again. Why must we pay attention to the prince? Salian asked, perplexed. Ye Qingge gave her a look of incredulity, sighing as she explained, for the sake of your lady's life. Just remember to alert me if the prince arrives. That is all you need to know. Understood, my lady. Relieved by their compliance, Ye Qingge seized the opportunity to read her book once more while Gu Jinyu was still at court. Unfortunately, her reading was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected face appearing before her. What are you so engrossed in? Your face is flushed. Gu Jinyu suddenly materialized beside her, having noticed her subtle actions and the book in her hands. How do you manage to move so silently? Ye Qingge silently set the book aside, praying Gu Jinyu would not notice, yet her efforts had already been observed. Internally berating herself for being too comfortable and lowering her guard, she realized this was the second time she had failed to notice Gu Jinyu. Attempting to glare at Salian and Kaiping, she found they were no longer in the room, those 2 traitors. Gu Jinyu sat silently beside her, leaning in as if to kiss her. In the past, Ye Qingge would have never allowed such liberties. However, this time, she did not resist. Gu Jinyu became more convinced that her reading material was anything but ordinary. Seizing the moment when Ye Qingge was distracted, Gu Jinyu reached for the book beside her. What is so captivating about this book that my dear is so engrossed? He scrutinized her closely, pinching her cheek, noting her flushed face. It seems this book is indeed special. I must take a closer look. Before he could open it, Ye Qingge hastily attempted to retrieve it. This is merely an ordinary book. It cannot possibly pique your interest. Gu Jinyu deftly evaded her grasp. Oh, is that so? Then I must inspect it even more closely. Ye Qingge grew desperate and lunged for the book, but how could she possibly match Gu Jinyu's strength? He raised the book above his head while she jumped beside him in an attempt to reach it. After this futile struggle, Ye Qingge sulked on the bed, refusing to look at Gu Jinyu. Since my dear no longer desires it, I shall reluctantly accept it. Flipping through the pages, Gu Jinyu's expression darkened upon seeing the book's contents. He had not anticipated that she was reading such material, and he wondered if he had failed to satisfy her desires. The explicit text was utterly scandalous. He had suspected that her flushed face was due to such literature. Ye Qingge observed Gu Jinyu's changing demeanor, her heart racing. Yet she maintained a facade of calm. What do you intend to do? I have read it. What of it? She stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Gu Jinyu felt a mix of anger and helplessness, constantly reminding himself that she was his wife and that he could not resort to violence. He could not believe that he had failed to meet Ye Qingge's needs all along. You read this book to enlighten me, did you not? To remind me to strive harder to ensure your satisfaction. I did not. Ye Qingge attempted to explain, but her words felt feeble. No need for explanations, my dear. I understand you are trying to preserve my pride by not saying it directly. Thus, you use this book as a reminder. Rest assured, I shall work even harder from now on until you are satisfied. Please do not misunderstand. I am quite satisfied. Truly, I am not deceiving you. Gu Jinyu feigned a pitiful expression that ensnared Ye Qingge, who once again fell for his ploy. Oh, is that so? Then can you explain why you were so engrossed in reading just now? Where did this book come from? The ones I have purchased for you have never contained such content. Realizing she had no choice but to confess, Ye Qingge explained. This book was among the gifts my elder brother brought for me. He knows I enjoy such tales and brings me many each year. Perhaps the seller overlooked it and included it with the rest. The others I have read are all quite normal. Only this one was mixed in. After her explanation, Ye Qingge cautiously glanced up at Gu Jinyu. Is that truly the case? She asked, nodding vigorously. Well then, since my dear is so fond of it, why not we enact a few scenes? These actions described here are ones we have yet to try. Gu Jinyu gazed at her with a mischievous glint, making her heart race with trepidation, feeling as though she might be devoured at any moment. Her instincts proved correct, for in the next moment, Gu Jinyu pinned her onto the bed. Since today is free of obligations, why not take the time to learn? What do you think, my dear?
No, no.
This is inappropriate in daylight. Ye Qingge protested, attempting to push Gu Jinyu away, but her efforts were in vain. Though she was skilled in martial arts, she was no match for Gu Jinyu's strength and could not budge him. Yufeng, ensure that no one approaches the Lanyue Pavilion today and guard the entrance diligently. Gu Jinyu called out. Ye Qingge, hearing Gu Jinyu's instructions, was engulfed in fear, convinced that she might truly perish in her bed this time. Her petite face was contorted with distress, on the verge of tears. Do not cry, save your strength for later, she whispered, leaning down to kiss her trembling lips. Outside the door, not only Yufeng stood guard, but also Tsilian, Kaiping, Yumu, and the concealed presence of Luyan Wushuang. Without exception, they all heard Gu Jinyu's words. Luyan Wushuang and Yumu maintained their composure and departed, as if everything that had occurred was merely a figment of the imagination. The two young maids, however, were different. They lingered by the door, having overheard the entire conversation within. Even the usually composed Kaiping felt her cheeks flush. Upon returning after giving orders to the other servants, Yufeng encountered the sight of the two young maids, their faces aglow with embarrassment, fleeing the scene. The previous day, he had startled Tsilian and consequently incurred her displeasure, leading her to ignore him. As Tsilian exited, she immediately altered her course upon spotting Yufeng, heading toward the kitchen instead. This scene was once again witnessed by Wushuang, who leaped down from the tree and approached Yufeng, patting his shoulder with a knowing look. Do you think women are this perplexing? I merely startled her by accident. I even apologized. What more does she want? Should I pursue her like a beggar? Wushuang shook her head, glancing towards the kitchen, and sighed, choosing to retreat back to her perch in the tree without uttering a word. Unbeknownst to Yufeng, Tsilian had heard every word he had just uttered. Inside the room, Ye Qingge was in a dire state, having been tormented throughout the night and now subjected to further exertion. Despite her martial physique, she could hardly endure Gu Jinyu's relentless vigor. Ye Qingge could no longer recall the myriad of unfamiliar movements Gu Jinyu had compelled her to undertake, feeling utterly numb. As Gu Jinyu continued to guide her, he warned her to refrain from reading such novels, lest she face his wrath. When she finally regained consciousness, the sky had darkened, and the exertion persisted. Ye Qingge rolled her eyes at him. Throughout the day, regardless of her pleas for mercy, Gu Jinyu remained steadfast, only releasing her at the hour of use, satisfied at last. He tenderly washed her body and held her close, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, she awoke to find it was already noon. Ye Qingge felt completely drained, lacking the strength to rise. Thus, she remained in bed throughout the day, attended to by others. Gu Jinyu recognized his excesses, yet served her without complaint, enduring a few of Ye Qingge's glares. However, to him, those glares lacked any real malice, akin to Ye Qingge playfully pouting at him. Chapter 33. The Queen's birthday. The last significant event of the year was the Queen's birthday on the 5th day of the 11th month. Each year, the Emperor would lavishly celebrate the occasion, from morning until night, with various activities in between. On this day, the Emperor granted a court holiday. Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge entered the palace early. Qingqing, lean on me and sleep a little longer. I will wake you when the time comes. The winter chill made one drowsy, and after the late night endeavors, Ye Qingge was utterly fatigued, dozing against Gu Jinyu in the carriage. Upon arriving at the palace, they followed the customary protocols of greeting. Ye Qingge and the crown princess accompanied the queen, awaiting the commencement of the banquet. After the incident in the Taiji Hall, the emperor deemed it inauspicious to hold the banquet there, and instead chose the Yonghe Hall. In Fengyi Palace, the crown princess and Ye Qingge conversed with the queen. The Xianfei, accompanied by the sixth prince and princess, arrived early to congratulate the queen. Your servant greets mother and wishes her blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountains.
Rise.
The queen, taking the sixth prince and princess by the hand, invited them to sit beside her. The two children looked at Ye Qingge and Su Wanwan, greeting them. Gu Jinzhan regarded her sister-in-law with wide, curious eyes. During her time in the Xianfei's palace, Gu Jinzhan had been well cared for, embodying the demeanor befitting a princess. Observing the little one's curiosity, Ye Qingge reached out to pat her head, unexpectedly causing the little princess to blush.
Oh.
It seems Zhaner is quite fond of your fifth sister-in-law, turning shy. The Xianfei teased her daughter. Gu Jinzhan felt somewhat nervous in the current setting, but fortunately, Gu Jinxian stepped in to alleviate her discomfort. Of course, it is normal for my younger sister to admire a beautiful and kind fifth sister-in-law. The queen, hearing praises for her daughter-in-law, beamed with delight, even more so than if the accolades had been directed at herself. The royal family had not welcomed a child in a long while. You two must make haste. Both Ye Qingge and Su Wanwan flushed at the remark. Listening to the Xianfei's words, the queen fell into contemplation. Why have Qingqing and Wanwan not shown any signs after such a long time? Could it be that my two sons are lacking? They wouldn't have any hidden ailments, would they? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Secretly resolving to nourish her sons thoroughly. Were Ye Qingge and Su Wanwan aware of the queen's thoughts? They would undoubtedly assure her that there was no need for such concern, as they were more than capable. As the hour approached, shall we head to Yonghe Hall? We must not keep everyone waiting. At the moment of the Mao hour, the queen departed Fingyi Palace with the Xianfei and others. Promptly arriving at the entrance of Yonghe Hall, the emperor, who had just been discussing state affairs with his two sons, the crown prince and princess, followed closely behind. The emperor and the queen exchanged smiles, linking arms as they entered the hall, with the others trailing behind. We pay our respects to the emperor and the queen. Long live the emperor, long live the queen. The courtiers bowed in greeting. Be at ease and take your seats. Dressed resplendently, Meng Yanran gazed down at the assembly with a serene smile. Thank you, your majesty, and your highness. After the formalities, Ye Qingge approached Gu Jinyu, who secretly took her hand. This banquet differed from previous ones, as the courtiers and their ladies were seated separately. Ye Qingge quickly spotted her mother, Aunt Yun, and Yun Shan in the crowd, engaged in lively conversation. Noticing Ye Qingge, her mother looked up and smiled at her. Aunt Yun and Yun Shan also nodded in acknowledgement. Once everyone was seated, the queen spoke. There is no need for you all to feel anxious. Enjoy some tea and snacks for now. The banquet will officially commence with performances. After lunch, there will be some games for everyone to participate in. Those who perform well will receive generous rewards from the emperor and me. Today is the queen's birthday, so the emperor has entrusted all arrangements to her. This celebration is ultimately for her joy, and she shall dictate the proceedings as she pleases. Gu Jinyu glanced toward the direction of the English prince. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, the English prince had been rather subdued. The next spring, he was set to welcome Zhao Yuting into the royal residence. And it was rumored that she and Leng Yefeng had recently had a considerable confrontation, promising much drama ahead. Why does third sister seem to have aged considerably? Ye Qingge whispered to Gu Jinyu. Life within the royal confines can be quite constraining. If Qingqing is concerned, perhaps after the banquet, you could find an opportunity to speak with her. Third sister is truly a good person. Gu Jinyu squeezed Ye Qingge's hand, contemplating that Tuoba Yun was also a pitiable soul. Following the events of the last Mid-Autumn Palace banquet, the emperor was exceedingly cautious with this arrangement. Those who had previously caused unrest were not included in the guest list, prompting a considerable outburst from Leng Yefeng at home. Before lunch commenced, the various palace ladies, princes, princesses, and officials presented their gifts. The Xianfei was the first to present her offering, a painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, crafted by her own hand. Following her was Hui Fei, who had recently been released from confinement, presenting a jade pillow, known for its calming properties. Then came the mother of the fourth prince, Xu Fei, who, devoted to her religious practices, gifted a string of blessed prayer beads. The other consorts also presented their gifts. Those unable to offer anything resorted to showcasing their talents. The crown prince and crown princess gifted a painting depicting longevity, while the royal couple from England presented a golden silk fan. Gu Jinyu and her husband contributed a fist-sized luminous pearl from the East Sea, and the fourth prince bestowed a pair of jade auspicious symbols. Gu Jinxian and Gu Jinzhan offered hand-copied Buddhist scriptures and birthday blessings. The other ministers brought various gifts, most of considerable value, including renowned paintings, gold, silver, and jewels. All graciously accepted. The empress expressed her gratitude for everyone's heartfelt offerings and invited them to partake in the meal. After lunch, the emperor instructed for the prepared items to be brought forth. We, along with the empress, have arranged some small activities. Whoever emerges victorious shall be granted a wish as a prize, and I speak without jest. The ministers acknowledged his words. The first activity was a poetic challenge, where all could participate, exchanging verses over drinks. Ultimately, the victor was Crown Prince Gu Jincheng. Father, I wish to have the painting of cranes in autumn colors from your collection, he declared, having long coveted his father's artistic treasures. Much like Gu Jinyu coveted the emperor's private vault. Gu Yao's expression betrayed his annoyance. This young lad was undoubtedly being deliberate in his request. Seizing the moment immediately after the emperor's proclamation. Granted, the emperor replied, his tone slightly gritted, as Gu Jincheng beamed at Gu Yao, who internally lamented, unfilial son. This ungrateful child. Meng Yanran, observing the subtle rivalry between father and son, gently held Gu Yao's hand in reassurance, noting his slightly resentful gaze. Next was a painting competition, where participants were free to express their creativity inspired by the day as scenery, with the empress selecting the most satisfactory piece as the winner. The prize went to Ji Mingling, the legitimate son of Minister Ji. I currently have no desires. May I leave my prize with your majesty until I have need of it? He requested.
Granted.
Thank you for your grace, your majesty. Subsequent games of throwing pots and archery concluded, with the victors being General Sun Qingde and Wen Shichong respectively. The Ye family and Gu Jinyu and her husband abstained from these events, as they had little need for further accolades. Before the banquet commenced, the emperor organized a riddle-solving segment in the imperial garden, with each riddle corresponding to a reward. Just as the riddles were being solved, an unexpected occurrence transpired. In Chapter 34, the crown princess fainted. The crowd moved to the imperial garden, where numerous lanterns adorned the trees, each displaying corresponding riddles. Ye Qingge grasped Gu Jinyu's hand and approached a lantern. The river by the window reflects the colors of spring, guess a medicinal herb. She mused, biting her lip. Her eyes sparkling at the sight of a fine white jade bracelet as the prize, one she desired greatly. Regrettably, her second brother was not present. Had he been, he would have easily guessed the answer. She sighed in disappointment. Empty green, Ye Qingge suddenly exclaimed, looking up at Gu Jinyu with bright eyes. He playfully tapped her nose and led her to exchange her riddle answer for the coveted bracelet. Silly girl, your husband is here. There is no need to trouble your second brother. Upon receiving the long-desired bracelet, Ye Qingge beamed with joy. Adorning it on her wrist and lifting her hand to the sunlight, watching it gleam beautifully. My husband is truly wonderful. She flashed a sweet smile at Gu Jinyu, unaware that this reward had been prepared exclusively for her, while others received different prizes. Suddenly, a cry rang out, followed by a palace maid's frantic shout. Not good. Not good. Hurry, the crown princess has fainted and is bleeding. Everyone rushed towards the crown princess's direction. Su Wanwan had been with Gu Jincheng, but when the emperor summoned him for urgent matters, he instructed her to remain for a while. As she sought her mother, for an unknown reason, she stumbled and fainted. Gu Jincheng, hearing the palace maid's cries, disregarded his father and dashed through the crowd to Su Wanwan. Summon the physician. To Yunxiu Palace. It is the nearest. The suggestion came swiftly, as the imperial garden was closest to Consort Shu's Yunxiu Palace. Gu Jinyu, cradling the bleeding and pale Su Wanwan, rushed her to Yunxiu Palace and laid her on a bed in the side hall. Where is the physician? Why hasn't he arrived? She called out. Your Highness. The physician is on his way. Given the unfolding events, it was clear that the riddle solving could not continue. Gu Jinyu organized the ministers and their families to wait in Yonghe Hall before hastening to Yunxiu Palace herself. In Yonghe Hall, the crown princess's mother was a bundle of nerves, anxiously awaiting news alongside the esteemed Su Taifu. At the moment of Su Wanwan's collapse, Su's mother had been conversing with other ladies when she heard the alarming news, leaving her utterly distraught. Due to her status, she could not attend to her daughter directly, which only heightened her worry. Will Wanwan be all right? How could she faint so suddenly? Rest assured, my lady, the The physician is present, and Wanwan shall be fine, reassured Su Taifu, though he too was concerned for his daughter. However, his immediate priority was to soothe his wife. If both mother and daughter were to faint, it would be catastrophic. Within Yunxiu Palace, the attending physicians had gathered to assess the crown princess. Even Ye Qingge was summoned, unaware of the cause of her fainting. I pay my respects to your majesty and the empress, he began, but Gu Yao interrupted, excusing him from the formalities. Knight Ye Qingge, the crown princess is pregnant. Her condition has always been precarious. The fainting and bleeding suggest a risk of miscarriage. Given the previous poisoning incident, the physicians are hesitant to administer any medication. I wonder if you have a method to ensure the safety of the crown princess and her unborn child. I must first examine the crown princess's pulse before determining the appropriate treatment, Ye Qingge replied. I humbly request your assistance, Night Valley Master. Gu Jincheng cast a hopeful glance at Ye Qingge, having not anticipated Wanwan's pregnancy. Had he known earlier, he would have ensured she remained indoors. In the cold of November, the ground was slick, and Su Wanwan had slipped on the ice. This child was their first, one they had longed for dearly. The thought of losing their baby was unbearable, and Gu Jincheng could scarcely imagine how heartbroken Wanwan would be.
Ye Qingge checked Sudanyan's pulse.
His brow furrowing and relaxing in turns. He retrieved a pill from his medicinal pouch and administered it to her. Then produced silver needles to acupuncture several points on her body. Moments later, the bleeding ceased. The physicians observed Ye Qingge's actions, hesitant to speak, as the emperor and empress remained silent, leaving them at a loss for words. As a member of the Medicine King Valley, Ye Qingge's skills were undoubtedly beyond their capabilities. Before long, Su Wanwan's bleeding had stopped, and her complexion improved somewhat. The bleeding has ceased for now. I will prepare a prescription for her. After simmering for an hour, it should be administered to the crown princess. He wrote 2 different prescriptions, handing them to the attending physician. The first prescription is for today and tomorrow. The second is for after tomorrow, to be boiled down from 5 bowls of water to 1, taken morning and evening for 7 days. I will return to check her pulse after 7 days and determine if further medication is necessary. The physicians marveled at the precision of Ye Qingge's prescriptions, which surpassed their expectations. Zhang Yuanguang, the head of the Imperial Medical Department, gazed at Ye Qingge with admiration, wishing he could apprentice under him, if not for the inappropriateness of the occasion. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Night Valley Master, may I keep these prescriptions for further study? This is the first time I have encountered such exquisite formulations. Feel free to take them for your research. Should you have any questions, you may visit me at the herbal garden in the eastern part of the city, Ye Qingge replied generously, unconcerned about sharing his knowledge. An hour later, after Su Wanwan took the medicine prescribed by Ye Qingge, she quickly awoke. Wanwan, you are finally awake. You scared me to death. Gu Jincheng, a man of stature, remained steadfastly by Su Wanwan's side. Little did he know the depth of his panic at the sight of her bleeding and fainting. Fortunately, Ye Qingge was present. Lying on the bed, Su Wanwan glanced at the empress and the noble consort, attempting to rise and pay her respects, yet her frail condition held her back, prompting the empress to stop her. Rest well. Your health is of utmost importance, and you must not move. The crown prince should come and assess the situation. Zhang Yuanguang, the head physician, checked Su Wanwan's pulse and assured them that the crown princess was no longer in danger. As long as she took her medicine on time and rested, all would be well. For the next few days, she must remain still and recuperate. After issuing these instructions, the empress dismissed him. Confused, Su Wanwan looked towards the others in the room. Only the empress, the noble consort, Gu Jincheng, and Ye Qingge remained. After confirming that Su Wanwan was out of danger, the emperor returned to Yonghe Palace with the others, leaving Ye Qingge and the empress to wait for Su Wanwan to awaken. Wanwan, you are with child. We are expecting a baby, Gu Jincheng said, holding her hand and gently caressing her slightly pale face, his heart aching with tenderness. I'm with child? Is the baby safe? Su Wanwan asked in disbelief, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen as tears streamed down her cheeks, piercing Gu Jincheng's heart. It's all right. The baby is safe, thanks to Qingge's brother. He stammered, hurriedly wiping her tears, his own eyes reddening. It had been such a struggle, but they were finally expecting a child. Su Wanwan looked at Ye Qingge, wanting to express her gratitude. Without her, she would never have had this chance. Sister-in-law, I know what you wish to say. We are family, and it is only right.
Ye Qingge interjected, sensing her thoughts.
1-1. Your priority now is to nurture your health and bear a healthy grandchild for me. Do not worry about anything else. You can entrust it all to Jincheng. Meng Yanran also comforted Su Wanwan, fearing that her distress might harm her health. But I ruined the Empress's birthday banquet.
Su Wanwan lamented.
That is of little consequence. The child in your womb is the greatest gift you could offer me, the noble consort reassured her. Crown Princess. You must not cry. It is a joyous occasion, not a sorrowful one, she added, recalling her own experience with the fourth prince and being particularly attentive to Su Wanwan's condition. Su Wanwan nodded gently and drifted back to sleep, with Gu Jincheng vigilantly by her side, not leaving her for a moment. Due to the instability of her pregnancy, she could only remain in the side chamber of Yunxiu Palace for the next few days. When Su Taifu and Su Furan learned of their daughter's pregnancy and near miscarriage, they nearly lost their breath. Having cherished their only daughter, whom they had raised with utmost care, they finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that she was safe and that the baby was secured. The birthday banquet thus concluded prematurely with the crown princess's incident. The empress lost her desire to continue, and shortly after the emperor's return to Yonghe Palace, the officials exited the palace. News of the crown princess's pregnancy and the preservation of the child spread quietly. However, in a concealed corner, a pair of eyes glinted with malice. Chapter 35. Malice. The banquet concluded early, and Gu Jinyu led a group to the imperial garden. According to palace maids, the crown princess had slipped unexpectedly on the way there. The emperor placed great importance on the empress's birthday banquet, conducting numerous thorough inspections in the days leading up to it, making it implausible that the ground was icy.
Indeed,
Gu Jinyu found traces of ice in front of the rockery in the imperial garden. Considering the weather of the past 2 days and the condition of the other areas in the garden, Gu Jinyu was convinced that the ice was artificially created. Gu Jinyu had initially suspected the palace's consorts, particularly the restless Hui Fei, but upon investigation found no connection. Her shocked expression upon hearing of the crown princess's fainting did not seem feigned, and with the presence of the emperor's men nearby, any minor actions would be reported to him, ruling her out. After questioning the palace servants in the garden, none had witnessed anyone spilling water on the path, leaving the leads barren. Everything was too coincidental to prove it was aimed at anyone specific. The crown princess was unaware of her pregnancy, let alone others, suggesting someone intended to see another suffer at the empress's birthday banquet, but inadvertently almost harmed the crown princess. To prevent any further incidents, Gu Jinyu informed the emperor of his observations, and the emperor dispatched several individuals to secretly protect the crown princess. He also sent people to investigate who had left the banquet midway and where they had gone. Once the arrangements were made, Gu Yao accompanied Gu Jinyu to see the empress. You have an exceptional wife. The lord of the Medicine King Valley is truly remarkable. You have struck gold. The emperor lauded Ye Qingge for the umpteenth time. Gu Jinyu proudly held his head high. Do not be so arrogant, Gu Yao admonished, playfully smacking the top of his head. Yes, I understand, Gu Jinyu replied, rubbing his head as he followed along. Hand in hand, Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge strolled through the palace. Was it indeed a deliberate act? Ye Qingge questioned, harboring doubts about the sudden event. Gu Jinyu embraced her. Qingqing, I am relieved that it wasn't to you. Otherwise, I genuinely would not know how to cope. Ye Qingge gently patted Gu Jinyu's back.
Oh,
this is mere childish play. How could it possibly harm me? Do not forget that I am skilled in martial arts. She gestured playfully, eliciting a chuckle from Gu Jinyu. The ice had indeed been caused by someone spilling water, but the palace servants hadn't seen who it was. And he had already dispatched the shadow guards to investigate. Was it aimed at sister-in-law?
Ye Qingge inhuited.
Gu Jinyu shook his head, uncertain. Since his rebirth, so many incidents had transpired. None of these circumstances had occurred in his previous life. Could these changes be a result of his rebirth? Sister-in-law was pregnant now. In his last life, she had never conceived, even until she had sacrificed herself for his elder brother. This time because of his actions, no, more accurately, because of Qingqing, his elder brother and sister-in-law were expecting. Gu Jinyu turned to look at Ye Qingge, realizing this woman was indeed his lucky star. All changes began when he started treating her well. In a moment of spontaneity, he leaned in and kissed her cheek when she was not paying attention. You! Ye Qingge exclaimed, covering her face and glancing at the serious Gu Jinyu beside her. She then turned to see Kai Lian, Yu Mu, and others, who all averted their gazes.
Infuriated, Ye Qingge pinchet Gu Jinyu.
Upon returning home, Gu Jinyu received a report from those observing Leng Yuexiang and Zhao Yiting, who had not left their residences that day. He had previously suspected one of them might have sneaked out of the palace, mingling among the maids of some noble lady to seek revenge against the royal family during the banquet. However, it appeared that was not the case. Had he misjudged? Return and continue monitoring these individuals. Report any unusual movements immediately.
Yes.
After they departed, Gu Jinyu ceased to ponder these matters. His father had already dispatched people to keep an eye on the families of various officials, and he believed results would soon follow. Unbeknownst to Leng Yuexiang and Zhao Yiting, Gu Jinyu harbored suspicions about them. Ever since their recent street altercation, they had been confined at home, with no opportunity to leave. Leng Yuexiang, though seething with resentment, found herself powerless. Unable to confront others, she decided to take her frustrations out on Zhao Yiting. It was unfortunate for Zhao Yiting, who had already been humiliated and now faced this additional disgrace. She had hoped to settle the score with the Earl of Ying after entering his residence, oblivious to the fact that her good days were numbered. Hui Fei, not wanting such a woman to drag down her son, sent Zhao Yiting many intimate items under the guise of a gift, each laced with a potent infertility drug. This was far more severe than the fragrance of the innocence incense. It was intended to ensure she would never bear children. She believed the scent on the garments was merely a cover, deliberately left to mask the drug's odor. Moreover, the pastries and meals typically sent by Hui Fei and the Earl of Ying were also infused with various other substances. In this lifetime, she is destined to remain childless. The Mo Academy, a den of contempt. How could she possibly be pregnant? After all, she fell, and yet she did not miscarry. She has monopolized the crown prince for so many years, and at last, it seemed she was on the verge of an opportunity. The ministers have long expressed their dissatisfaction with that wretched woman for her inability to bear children and have petitioned for her impeachment. To everyone's astonishment, she is now with child. Mo Yue, in a fit of rage, began to smash items within her chamber. Hearing the commotion, Madame Mo rushed to investigate, only to find a vase shattered at her feet. Startled, she paused as Mo Yue ceased her destruction and took a seat by the bed. Madame Mo waved her hand, instructing the maids to leave. My dear ancestor, why do you still cling to thoughts of the crown prince? Mother, why shouldn't I yearn for the crown prince? He is not solely Su Wanwan's. I have grown up alongside him. Why does he refuse to marry me? Mo Yue cried, leaning against her mother. Mother, please persuade father to speak to the emperor about allowing me to marry the crown prince. I truly adore him. My dear, I must ask you something. And you must answer truthfully. Were you responsible for today's incident?
Madame Montag inquired solemnly.
Mo Yue, evasive, responded. What incident? I know nothing. Understanding her daughter's demeanor, Madame Mo realized that the culprit behind the crown princess's fall was indeed her own daughter. This matter must remain a secret. Otherwise, no one could protect her. Do you understand? Madame Mo opened the door, saw no one outside, and turned back to caution Mo Yue.
Montag Yue nodded,
acknowledging that her actions today were driven by a moment of anger. Witnessing Su Wanwan and the crown prince's affectionate display had stirred her jealousy. Under the pretense of needing fresh air, she had stealthily ventured into the imperial garden. With her years of familiarity with Su Wanwan, she knew the latter would traverse that very path. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, she had secretly fetched a bucket of water from the side hall and splashed it onto the ground. She had merely wished to see Su Wanwan humiliated, never anticipating that the outcome would lead to pregnancy. Upon hearing of her bleeding, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. She believed divine justice had intervened against Su Wanwan, that wretched woman who had monopolized the crown prince, causing her hard-won child to be lost. Yet, unexpectedly, she was saved by the second brother of the Prince of Yin. Her hatred grew, directed at both Su Wanwan and Ye Qingge. She vowed that one day, she would trample them beneath her feet. When her maid approached to offer consolation, Mo Yue's anger flared even further. Wretched girl, are you here to enjoy my misfortune as well? I shall strike you down, she exclaimed, lashing out at her maid. Not feeling satisfied, she seized the last remaining vase and hurled it at her maid. The maid fell to the ground, and Mo Yue, believing she was feigning unconsciousness, kicked her several times, only to discover she lay still. Checking for breath, panic set in when she realized the maid was lifeless. In a frenzy, she summoned help to carry the deceased maid to the backyard for burial, unaware that the maid had not truly died. In the royal estate, Ye Qingge sneezed twice. Gu Jinyu, who had been fervently trying to conceive, looked over with concern, fearing she had caught a chill. He adjusted the blankets around her and resumed his efforts, declaring that since his elder brother had children, he too must strive not to fall behind. Chapter 36. A visit to the Princess of England during the last birthday celebration of the Empress. Ye Qingge noticed the Princess of England appeared quite haggard and had long desired to pay her a visit. On this day, the Emperor had summoned all the princes to the palace for official matters, providing the perfect opportunity. Jinyu had previously warned her that the Prince of England was not a man of virtue, harboring ulterior motives. She could discern that he was cunning, unlike the Princess of England, who exuded an air of cold aloofness. Observing her indifference toward the prince, Ye Qingge realized they were not of the same ilk and had long contemplated forming a connection. Where have Kaiping and Silian gone?
Ye Qingge inhuited.
Hoping Silian could assist her in finding something, yet she could not locate either of them. Replying to the princess, she has been rather unsettled lately. And I do not know her whereabouts, Kaiping answered candidly. Ye Qingge recalled Jinyu mentioning that Yu Feng had also been out of sorts, suspecting that the two might be entangled in some affair, and chose not to intervene. Kaiping, go to the storeroom and retrieve that set of sapphire hairpins. Have Li Baoquan deliver them to the crown princess as a congratulatory gift. Also, bring out that set of jade hairpins and accompany me to the Princess of England's estate. After completing the tasks as instructed, Kaiping asked if she needed to inform the prince about their visit. No need. With New Year's Eve approaching, the princes are all busy in the palace. Only the princess will be at the estate, so it is of no concern. Having Kaiping accompany her was beneficial, as she had spent time with the second brother and was knowledgeable in medicine and pharmacology, particularly with a keen sense of smell. To ensure her safety, in addition to the hidden protection of Luyun, Ye Qingge brought along Yueying, the only female shadow guard among the elite. Although she possessed martial skills, she could not face overwhelming odds alone, so it was prudent to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The Prince of Anne's estate and the Prince of England's estate were separated by 2 streets. Upon arriving at the latter in a carriage, Tuoba Yun set aside his tasks and personally came to greet her. As my sister-in-law mentioned, I was feeling rather bored at home and thought it had been months since my last visit, so I came uninvited. I hope my sister-in-law will not take offense. Not at all, we welcome you. Come inside quickly. The cold wind is biting, and we wouldn't want you to catch a chill. Tuoba Yun took Ye Qingge's arm and led her inside. Once they entered, Ye Qingge recalled the gifts she had brought. Kaiping, please bring the items from the carriage. Kaiping followed closely behind, carrying the gifts into the Prince of England's estate. The royal residence is rather modest. Please do not mind it. Not at all, my sister-in-law. This residence is quite elegant, Ye Qingge replied, sipping her tea, which was surprisingly pleasant. Ye Qingge gestured for Kaiping to step forward and presented the set of jade hairpins. Previously, I noticed my sister-in-law wearing jade accessories with great grace, and I happen to have a brand new set of jade hairpins. So, I thought to present them to you today. Thank you, sister-in-law. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. This is too extravagant. I have nothing to offer in return, Tuoba Yun said, eyeing the exquisite hairpins that were indeed of significant value, feeling it inappropriate to accept. Sister-in-law, you are being too polite. This is a token of my affection. If you truly wish to reciprocate, perhaps you could visit the Prince of Anne's estate one day to teach me embroidery. I wish to create a pouch for the prince, but my skills are quite lacking.
Ye Qingge se heyelie tachet her nose.
Very well, I shall accept it. In the future, should you wish to learn anything, feel free to send someone to request my presence. Inside the room were only Tuoba Yun, Ye Qingge, and their 2 maids. The estate steward had been dismissed by Tuoba Yun under the pretext of inviting Ye Qingge to stay for a meal. Sensing that the people outside had departed, Ye Qingge signaled for Yueying to keep watch. Just as she was about to express the true purpose of her visit, Tuoba Yun spoke first.
Sister-in-law,
your visit must not merely be for a social call and gift-giving. Ye Qingge was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Tuoba Yun was astute enough to discern her intentions.
Sister-in-law has seen through me.
While others may not grasp the situation, I, who have had dealings with you, could hardly be oblivious to your motives. From the moment Ye Qingge arrived, Tuoba Yun had suspected she harbored ulterior motives and had been skillfully guiding the conversation to mislead outsiders. Has he been keeping watch over you? Ye Qingge asked, frowning. Tuoba Yun scoffed. This marriage has always served his schemes. Both my family and my maternal grandfather's estate are merely tools in his eyes. After more than a year of marriage, I have grown accustomed to it. In this royal residence, Apart from the individuals I brought from the Marquis' estate, there is not a single person worthy of trust. How lamentable, isn't it? I fear you may mock me, but this marriage was never my desire. Thus, I am indifferent whether he chooses to be with Leng Yuexiang or Zhao Yuting. My feelings for him are non-existent. After our union, he does not visit me, preferring the company of his flocks of admirers, and I find solace in my solitude. When I learned of your betrothal to Prince N, I felt a pang of sympathy for you, for in my heart, I regard Prince N as someone who lacks discernment. I even believed you to be more unfortunate than I. My indifference towards Prince N stems from my lack of affection, whereas your love for Prince N makes it impossible for you to remain unaffected. Fortunately, Prince N has found his way back, or else the world would bear another tragic soul. After speaking, Tuoba Yun coughed a few times, her violent fit nearly taking her breath away. Ye Qingge gently patted her back, concern etched across her face. Sister, your health appears to be deteriorating. Though I, too, am a daughter of a military family, my constitution is somewhat frail. In the past, it was manageable with careful attention, but this year, due to various reasons, my health has indeed worsened, requiring me to take tonics daily. Tuoba Yun gazed at Ye Qingge. I know you are a good person, and now you have what you wished for. Unlike me, I shall never find my destined companion. As she spoke, an inescapable sorrow clouded her eyes. To be honest, I have a beloved, but he has long since departed this world, lost to a tragic accident. I cannot help but blame myself. Had it not been for me, he would not have acted out of spite, nor would he have perished. Years ago, Gu Jinlin employed despicable means to coerce me into marrying him, prompting my Wei Lang to enlist at the border in anger. On his journey, he encountered bandits, leaving no trace behind. Since that day, my heart has turned to ash, and my declining health matters little. Perhaps it will hasten my reunion with Wei Lang. Tears streamed down Tuoba Yun's cheeks as she spoke, and Ye Qingge was taken aback by her harrowing tale. Sister Yun, how do you know that Wei Gongzi is no longer alive? Ye Qingge ceased to address her as sister-in-law. Tuoba Yun looked at Ye Qingge in disbelief. It was Gu Jinlin who informed me that Wei Lang perished on his way to the border. At first, I could not accept it. I even had my father send people in search of him, but to no avail. If he were still alive, what would this year mean? I have so recklessly treated my body, all in hope of seeing him sooner. As a thought struck her, Tuoba Yun suddenly clutched the hem of her garment, her gaze fixed on Ye Qingge. Could it be that Wei Lang's death is connected to Gu Jinlin? Chapter 37. Suspicion it must be him. Otherwise, how could he so confidently declare that Wei Lang would not return? It must be him. She coughed violently. I should have realized it sooner. Wei Lang must despise me, not only for failing to avenge him, but also for becoming entangled with his enemy. Tuoba Yun wept in anguish, trying to conceal her sorrow while battling a fit of coughs. Ye Qingge comforted her. Regardless, Sister Yun, you must take care of your health. Perhaps Gu Jinlin himself is uncertain about Wei Gongzi's fate. It is conceivable that he deceived you merely to gain the Marquis' support. You must prioritize your well-being, for there is a future yet to behold. Gu Jinlin is cunning and ambitious. Sister Yun, you must never reveal your true feelings to him, lest you invite danger. Tuoba Yun's eyes burned with hatred. I understand. Now is not the time to take his life. One day, he shall pay for his deeds. Yet, I am uncertain if my body will endure until that day arrives. She shook her head in resignation, a bitter expression upon her face. Ye Qingge gently stroked Tuoba Yun's back, suddenly struck by a thought, and posed her question. Sister, have you considered whether your health issues might be related to Gu Jinlin? Were you always in this state, or did it begin to deteriorate at a certain point? Tuoba Yun lifted her head as if recalling something, her grip tightening on Ye Qingge's hand, trembling as she spoke. Are you suggesting that my condition is also due to Gu Jinlin? It is merely a conjecture, Sister Yun. But would you trust me? In Tuoba Yun's heart, she found Ye Qingge more trustworthy than Gu Jinlin, and thus shared her suspicions. If he has indeed meddled with something, the issue must lie within this very chamber, for I reside here alone, and Gu Jinlin would not dare enter. Furthermore, I am unwell and seldom venture outside, always confined to this room. Ye Qingge called for her maid, Kaiping, who had some knowledge of medicine, to examine Tuoba Yun and the room for any anomalies. Kaiping checked Tuoba Yun's pulse and confirmed her alarming frailty, yet found no signs of poisoning. After inspecting the chamber, she shook her head at Ye Qingge. Could it truly be a matter of my own body? Tuoba Yun turned to Ye Qingge, who shared her bewilderment. Have you taken your medicine today? Ye Qingge recalled the essential detail. Tuoba Yun had mentioned needing tonics to restore her health, suggesting that the problem might lie there. I have yet to use it. Where is it now? In the kitchen. Yue, go to the kitchen and retrieve the princess's medicine without alerting anyone in the residence.
Ye Qingge instructed.
Shortly thereafter, Yue returned with the items. Qingge took a whiff and identified it as a restorative tonic, yet noted that some of the herbs seemed inappropriate. This is not the most suitable prescription. It is unlikely that the Imperial Hospital would make such an error. Princess, we may need to take this back for the second young master to examine. My skills are not sufficient. Qingge informed Ye Qingge, who then sought Tuoba Yun's opinion. Tuoba Yun nodded in agreement. Ye Qingge instructed Qingge to keep it safe for the second young master. Sister Yun, if there is a way to avoid this medicine, please refrain from using it for now. Let my second brother determine if there is an issue, and I shall return to you later. Tuoba Yun nodded, placing her trust in Ye Qingge. As Ye Qingge prepared to leave, she sensed someone approaching. Sister-in-law, do you find this matter amusing? It has me in tears from laughter. Ye Qingge said deliberately for those outside to hear. Indeed, it has been ages since I heard such an entertaining tale. Sister, you must visit often. It would alleviate my boredom in the residence, Tuoba Yun replied, her spirits lifting as she conversed with Ye Qingge. It is getting late. I promised the prince I would prepare chestnut cake. If I delay, he may grow angry. I must take my leave. As Ye Qingge opened the door, she spotted the steward eavesdropping at the entrance. Oh, Steward Zhou, are you unsteady on your feet? You nearly toppled into the door. Please be more cautious next time. Steward Zhou laughed awkwardly, watching Ye Qingge depart. Noticing the calm demeanor of his princess, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon Gu Jinlin's return to the residence, Steward Zhou reported today's events truthfully. Gu Jinlin, hearing that nothing seemed amiss, dismissed it without concern. In his mind, Ye Qingge, a mere woman skilled in martial arts, posed no threat. After returning home, Ye Qingge instructed Yue to deliver the samples retrieved from Prince Ying's estate to her second brother at the Yi residence for examination. As for the chestnut cake, it was merely a pretext to observe others at work. In truth, she had not intended to mention it. But now she found herself craving it. Inexplicably, her appetite had surged of late. When Gu Jinyu returned, the chestnut cake was ready. Ye Qingge joyfully approached him with the delicacy, recounting the day's events. Gu Jinyu's expression darkened upon hearing her tale. No wonder the previous Princess Ying had met an untimely demise. It was the result of Gu Jinlin's slow-acting poison. I never imagined Sister Yun would also be a tragic figure. Does your husband know of this Wei Gongzi? Ye Qingge asked, savoring the chestnut cake with a sense of melancholy. I have heard of him. He is not from a noble family, merely a scholar from humble beginnings. At that time, for reasons unknown, he relinquished his scientific pursuits to enlist at the frontier, yet vanished without a trace along the way. In retrospect, it seems that all of this was likely orchestrated by Gu Jinlin. Gu Jinyu could not resist poking Ye Qingge's cheek. Her chubby cheeks were utterly adorable. Was it truly that delicious? Ye Qingge nodded, lifting a piece of pastry to Gu Jinyu's lips. Gu Jinyu took a bite, savoring the sweet aroma of chestnut filling her mouth. She affectionately patted Ye Qingge's head, urging her to eat, but not too much, lest she spoil her appetite for dinner. As for that young Master Wei, I will dispatch someone to investigate him. Our immediate priority is to tend a third sister-in-law's health and devise a way to keep it from the prying eyes of the Prince of England's household. Gu Jinyu never imagined that his little wife had developed such an appetite lately. She had devoured an entire platter of pastries before dinner and, during the meal, consumed a considerable amount more. Had he not intervened, she might have eaten twice as much. He suspected that perhaps he had been too relentless in his recent endeavors with her. That night, Gu Jinyu, for once, did nothing but simply hold Ye Qingge as they slept. Chapter 38. Tsalian Ye Qingge accompanied Gu Jinyu in his study, and when the tea was exhausted, she called for Tsalian to brew more. As Tsalian returned, she stumbled over the wooden railing and nearly fell forward. Yu Feng promptly caught her, steadying the tea she held, and they exchanged a brief glance before hastily parting ways. Are you all right? I'm fine, she hurriedly replied, entering the room with the tea, then coming back to stand with Yu Feng outside the door. Their eyes occasionally met, causing Tsalian's heart to race and her cheeks to flush. Yu Feng, observing her flustered demeanor, found her utterly charming, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. For several consecutive days, they stood together outside the study. On 2 occasions, It was not Yu Feng's turn, yet he inexplicably switched shifts with Yu Mu. The thought of being on duty with that little girl brightened his spirits considerably. From initial silence, they gradually began to share clandestine conversations. When Salian's stool broke, she actively sought out Yu Feng to repair it. Once it's fixed, if anything else breaks, feel free to come to me. Thank you, do stay a while for tea. Yu Feng accepted her invitation, raising the teacup to his nose to savor the fine brew. Pleasantly surprised by the quality of tea Salian provided. This is what our young master brought back from afar. I don't know much about it. Only the princess has given us this. If you like it, I have some more you can take. No need to take it back. If you don't mind, I'll come here for tea in the future, and anything you need, just ask me. It'll be my way of repaying your hospitality.
All right.
From that moment on, they grew even closer. During leisure time, they would stroll together in the back garden, basking in the sunlight. And as she gazed at Yu Feng's face, Salian felt her heart racing, realizing something was amiss within herself. She had never experienced such feelings before. Unsure if they were good or bad, instinctively wanting to reject them, thus she began to maintain a deliberate distance. One day, Ye Qingge happened to witness their mutual avoidance of one another, and she couldn't help but chuckle, sensing something was amiss. There was definitely an issue. Shaking her head, she returned to the study. Inside, Jinyu noticed Ye Qingge had not returned, his gaze fixated on the door, and saw her squinting with a playful smile. Jinyu could not suppress a gentle smile himself. As Ye Qingge, caught in her mirth, looked up and met Jinyu's amused gaze, she became irate. Setting the tea aside, she playfully pounced at Jinyu, exclaiming, "You laughed at me." With her small teeth nibbling at his neck, it was evident that even a rabbit could bite when cornered. Jinyu had not anticipated such a reaction from Ye Qingge. Feeling helpless, he could only threaten her softly by her ear. "Are you sure you want to keep that up?" At last, Ye Qingge, still fuming, settled herself on Jinyu's lap. With her antics, Jinyu found himself devoid of any inclination to attend to his duties, simply embracing her while seated. What was so amusing just now? Grinning like a little fox? Jinyu teased, pinching Ye Qingge's cheek. Reflecting on his playful taunts, Ye Qingge recalled her earlier predicament. Lately, for reasons unknown, her memory seemed to falter, causing her to forget things frequently. Especially this man's jesting, she had completely overlooked it. Now, recalling it, she felt compelled to discuss it with Jinyu. "Earlier, I noticed something peculiar between Yu Feng and Salian. They were completely ignoring one another. How strange. Yu Feng follows you daily. Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" Jinyu admitted he had not paid attention to his subordinates' dynamics lately. Upon reflection, it did seem somewhat off. Yu Feng, usually so talkative, had grown remarkably silent. It is indeed rather peculiar. He has become quite reticent. Jinyu felt slightly embarrassed, realizing he had not observed Yu Feng's behavior in quite some time. Salian has been acting strangely as well. I initially thought they might be developing a relationship. If they are willing, I might consider arranging their marriage next year, as I have already contemplated the dowry. Are you eager to experience the role of a mother in advance? Upon hearing Jinyu's teasing, Ye Qingge shot him an indignant glare. I am addressing serious matters. Please listen properly. All right, I am listening. Please continue. Qing. Jinyu, concerned she might slip from his lap, adjusted her position securely. She has grown up alongside me, akin to a sister. Naturally, I must consider her well-being. Jinyu, unable to resist, kissed Ye Qingge's cheek, prompting her to cover her face in protest and struggle to rise, only to be held tighter by him. Be good, don't move. Jinyu spoke with restraint, and Ye Qingge realized something, ceasing her struggles. Observing her shy demeanor, Jinyu smiled warmly, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Ye Qingge, too, found herself charmed by his smile, unable to contain a smile of her own, only to realize she had been sidetracked in their conversation.
Well,
matters of the heart are beyond our control. If they genuinely harbor feelings for each other, we may assist them. We should look for an opportunity to gauge their intentions. If they are disinterested, we cannot force anything. Jinyu remarked, pinching Ye Qingge's nose before rising to leave the room, leaving her to seethe alone behind him. Upon Jinyu's exit, Yu Feng followed suit. After he departed, Salian huffed in annoyance, though Yu Feng remained oblivious. Yu Feng, what has been troubling you lately? Yu Feng scratched his head, perplexed, responding to his subordinate. Nothing's wrong. Jinyu nodded. Very well. This fellow seemed denser than he realized. It was evident that an opportunity to enlighten him was necessary, lest he remain oblivious and lose his wife, lamenting with nowhere to shed his tears. Gu Jinyu led Yu Feng towards the kitchen. In the study, Ye Qingge called for Cao. Cao, please come in. Your Highness, what is your command? Ye Qingge inquired. Is there any discord between you and Yu Feng? Cao hesitated momentarily before remaining silent. In truth, she was unsure of her own feelings. Seeing Yu Feng irritated her, and not seeing him left her feeling empty. His words provoked her anger, yet his silence felt equally unsettling. Previously, things had been fine, but recently, whenever she found herself alone with him, a chaotic sensation enveloped her. Ye Qingge, perceiving Cao's reluctance to speak, did not press her further, recognizing that matters of the heart must be pondered individually. If there is something you cannot confide in me, feel free to speak with Kaiping or Yueying. Do not bottle it up inside. You may go now and take a rest. There is no need to remain here. Go find Kaiping and Yueying to play. Once Cao departed, Ye Qingge resumed nibbling on the half-eaten pastry, continuing her indulgence. Gu Jinyu returned this time bearing dinner, and Ye Qingge's eyes sparkled at the sight of the dishes presented. Recently, she seemed to have developed quite an appetite, perhaps due to the winter chill. Gu Jinyu had made a special trip to the kitchen to brew a bowl of ginger soup, placing it before Ye Qingge. Instantly, Ye Qingge's face contorted in distaste. She had detested ginger soup since childhood. With a pitiful gaze directed at Gu Jinyu, she opened her mouth to protest, but Gu Jinyu preemptively spoke. You spent quite a while in the study today, and your hands are cold now. If you don't drink it today, you'll have to take medicine tomorrow. Just think about it, which is the better option. With a resigned grimace, Ye Qingge ultimately drank the ginger soup. After finishing, a piece of sweet candied fruit was placed in her mouth, instantly dispelling the spiciness of the soup. A delightful sweetness filled her mouth, and her heart felt equally sweetened. Chapter 39. Infiltrating the English Prince's Manor. It had been 5 days since Ye Qingge's visit to the English Prince's Manor. After the New Year's Eve, it became increasingly inconvenient to act. Thus, on this day, Ye Qingge asked Gu Jinyu to devise a plan to delay Gu Jinlin's return to the manor by a few hours. That evening, they successfully diverted Gu Jinlin. Accompanied by Yi Wenshuan, Lu Yun, and Wu Shuang, Ye Qingge employed her lightness skill to enter the English Prince's manor. Lu Yun and Wu Shuang stealthily incapacitated the guards at the entrance, allowing Ye Qingge and Yi Wenshuan to slip inside during the guard change. Lu Yun and Wu Shuang remained hidden, waiting for the right moment. Inside the palace, Tuoba Yun was just removing her hairpins and preparing to rest when she heard a commotion outside the door. Who is it? Tuoba Yun picked up a hairpin from the table, holding it defensively close to her chest as she approached the door. When the door swung open from the outside, Ye Qingge stood before Tuoba Yun, with Yi Wenshuan following closely behind. Sister Yun, it's me. Come in quickly. Tuoba Yun anxiously peered outside, confirming no one else was present before shutting the door and extinguishing the 2 candles by the window. What brings you here, without any warning? There are too many eyes of Gu Jinlin in the manor, especially after the last incident when he increased the guards. You weren't discovered, were you? Tuoba Yun inquired urgently. Ye Qingge reassured her, Sister Yun, you need not worry about my skills. Turning to Yi Wenshuan, she implored, Second brother, please check the room for any anomalies. As soon as Yi Wenshuan entered, he began inspecting the surroundings, ultimately focusing on the pillow on Tuoba Yun's bed. He picked it up and sniffed it, exchanging a knowing glance with Ye Qingge, who understood the issue lay with the pillow.
Ye Van Wam questioned, Princess.
Where did this medicinal pillow come from? Tuoba Yun hesitated, clearly surprised that the pillow was the problem. It was given to me, by someone else. I have trouble sleeping, and this medicinal pillow is supposed to help calm me. Yi Wenshuan used a silver needle he carried to puncture a small hole in the pillow, taking a pinch of the powder to smell. The herbs within the pillow could indeed have a calming effect when used alone. However, a mixture of certain components could lead to gradual weakness and ultimately decay in the user. Over time, with increased dosage, the princess's health would deteriorate drastically. Tuoba Yun collapsed into a chair, exclaiming, This medicinal pillow was personally given to me by concubine Hui during my introduction to the palace after marrying into the prince's household. It was indeed him. They never intended for me to survive. Clenching the armrest tightly, her knuckles turned white. Yi Wenshuan then inquired who had prescribed the medicine Tuoba Yun was taking. It was Dr. Zhang from the Imperial Medical Institute. He is affiliated with concubine Hui and oversees matters in the English Prince's Manor. The medicine preparation is closely monitored, and tampering is impossible. Clearly, This was all orchestrated by Gu Jinlin. Without his orders, Dr. Zhang would not act so brazenly. Tuoba Yun trembled uncontrollably, consumed by hatred for Gu Jinlin and concubine Hui. If that is the case, we must take action regarding the medicinal pillow, Ye Wenshuan resolved. I will have someone recreate this pillow, replacing the problematic herbs, and find a way for Qingge to deliver it to you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have died without knowing how it happened. If there is ever anything my Ho residence can assist you with, I will certainly lend my full support. Tuoba Yun expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards Ye Qingge, her mind racing with thoughts of how Gu Jinlin had employed underhanded tactics to force her into marriage, endangering her Wei Lang, and now seeking her life. Princess, someone is coming, Lu Yun reported. Ye Qingge glanced toward the door, then turned to take Tuoba Yun's hand. Sister Yun, we must leave now. Take care of yourself. With that, Ye Qingge and Ye Wenshuan swiftly departed, vanishing into the night sky. Tuoba Yun looked up at the heavens, pondering if her Wei Lang was still alive, where he might be, and if he was well. She stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Princess, did you see any suspicious individuals? A guard from the manor, having spotted the fallen guards, rushed to Tuoba Yun's courtyard to investigate. Seeing Tuoba Yun staring blankly at the open door, he inquired, "Is everything all right?" Tuoba Yun turned to the guard and coldly replied, "Nothing is wrong. Do not appear before me unless necessary." With that, she raised her hand to shut the door, disregarding the guard's reaction. The guards, accustomed to the princess's unpredictable moods, did not question her further. Upon Gu Jinlin's return, the guards reported the day's unexpected events. Gu Jinlin suspected it was a test from the emperor and resolved to be cautious in the upcoming days. He instructed his subordinates to exercise greater care, especially regarding the individuals on the outskirts of the city, whose existence must remain concealed. After briefing his men, he proceeded to Tuoba Yun's quarters, standing outside and gazing into the palace. The lights in Tuoba Yun's chamber had long been extinguished. Since their marriage, he had scarcely witnessed her in a good mood. Were it not for her continued utility, he would have long since lost patience with her. One day, he would thoroughly diminish her pride, compelling her to submit entirely to him. Gu Jinlin swept away, heading to a secluded chamber in the rear courtyard where one of his concubines resided. After marrying, Tuoba Yun had denied him access, prompting him to take in this concubine. Although of humble origins, she served him well, and he frequently visited her. Fortunately, this concubine was wise enough not to provoke him in the main courtyard, otherwise, he could easily cast her aside. Assuming Gu Jinlin would not show up, the concubine extinguished the lamp and fell asleep, only to be awakened by his unexpected presence. Startled, she found Gu Jinlin's furious gaze directed at her, and he unleashed his pent-up frustrations upon her. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" the concubine asked in a broken voice, only to have Gu Jinlin silence her, forcing her to endure the tempest he brought. After Ye Qingge departed, she entrusted Wu Shuang with escorting Ye Wenshuan home while she remained under Lu Yun's covert protection. At the entrance of the Anwang Manor, Gu Jinyu awaited, sighing in relief as she spotted Ye Qingge. Ye Qingge's face lit up, and she rushed forward, embraced tightly by Gu Jinyu. "Have you resolved everything?" Gu Jinyu inquired. "There's still a bit left to do, but it's nearly finished," Ye Qingge replied. "Next time, just let me know if you need anything," Gu Jinyu offered. "Of course," Ye Qingge responded, and the two entered the prince's manor together. Chapter 40. Ye Wenshuan's plans. The day after Ye Qingge and Ye Wenshuan left the English prince's manor, Ye Wenshuan presented Ye Qingge with a newly crafted medicinal pillow. Ye Qingge instructed Lu Yun to deliver it to Tuoba Yun. Ye Wenshuan mentioned that he would concoct a variety of pills for Tuoba Yun to help her regulate her health, while also employing herbs to maintain her pulse in a weakened state, preventing others from noticing. As Ye Wenshuan and Ye Qingge spoke, they hesitated, ultimately instructing Ye Qingge to bring Gu Jinyu without elaborating further. "Brother, you summoned me," Gu Jinyu remarked upon her arrival the next day, where both Ye Wenshuan and Ye Qingge awaited her presence. "I must return to Yawang Valley after the new year. If anything arises in the capital, consult my trusted allies at Baikaiwan," Ye Wenshuan stated gravely, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Jinyu, who mirrored his concern. Ye Qingge inquired if they could ascertain the involvement of Yawang Valley. "It is highly probable," Ye Wenshuan replied. "What has transpired?" Gu Jinyu asked, perplexed by the unfolding situation. "I suspect the illness of the royal consort may be linked to Yawang Valley. Furthermore, the incident involving your poisoning may also be connected." It seems there may be a traitor within Yawang Valley. Yuanshuan's expression darkened. Having been away from Yawang Valley for nearly a year, it is time for me to return. I shall depart the capital after the new year and will address the matters at Yawang Valley swiftly. Do not inform Qingge. I fear it may worry her. My parents and sister are unaware of this situation. Should they inquire, simply say a patient urgently requires my attention, and I will need my elder brother to cover for me. Ye Qingge reassured him, do not worry, I will handle things here. Brother, you can leave with peace of mind. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me, Jinyu added. To mitigate the risks of your journey, I will arrange for Wushuang and Maju to accompany you. Their martial prowess will provide some protection. Ye Qingge nodded in agreement. I shall send you Mei to accompany you. If necessary, they can contact Qianji Pavilion, whose members are always at your service. As they exited the study, they spotted Ye Qingge engaged in a snowball fight with Yunshan and several maidservants nearby. Yunshan's mother had arrived early to visit the matriarch, and Yunshan had come along. When Ye Qingge and Jinyu returned, Yunshan was already present, and the young ladies naturally began to frolic together. Following a heavy snowfall the previous night, the conditions were perfect for such playful antics. Clad in a rose-red winter outfit, Ye Qingge and Yunshan donned a charming yellow floral coat, frolicking through the snow like two butterflies lost in a garden. Ye Qingge, skilled in martial arts, moved with grace, easily outmatching the others. Yunshan, on the other hand, appeared comically as if she had just been pulled from the snow. You cheat. I've never seen anyone bully like you, she exclaimed, shaking the snow from her head in frustration. Sister, if you can't keep up, don't blame me. I won't play with you next time. Ye Qingge feigned annoyance, yet her eyes glimmered with mischief as she caught sight of Yunshan's discontent. Sister, dear sister, was I wrong? Please forgive me, Yunshan pleaded, pulling Ye Qingge's hand as they wandered about. Very well, I forgive you, but watch out. A snowball hurtled toward Yunshan, and the playful chaos resumed. From a distance, Yuanshuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. This girl, even after marrying, remains so carefree. Turning around, he caught sight of Jinyu, whose eyes held a tender affection as she watched Ye Qingge.
Notijinie Vinswan se gaze.
Jinyu cleared her throat and remarked, she is splendid just as she is, in every way. Ye Wenshuan smiled in agreement. Indeed, her happiness is all that matters.
Meanwhile,
Ye Qingge, who had refrained from interjecting, cast a sidelong glance at the cheerful figure of Yunshan, a subtle smile curling upon his lips. You two should cease this play. You will soon be soaked and look quite ridiculous, he admonished. The matriarchs, intending to visit the rear courtyard, stumbled upon the scene of Ye Qingge and Yunshan, both ladies and their maidservants covered in snow. The matriarchs approached, brushing the snow off Ye Qingge and Yunshan. The matriarch scolded her daughter for not behaving more maturely, despite her marriage. Ye Qingge tugged at her mother's sleeve. All right, I cannot argue with you. Later, I shall take Shanshan to change her clothes lest she catch a chill. The matriarch of Yunshan chimed in, chiding her daughter for neglecting her own marriage prospects in favor of frivolity, expressing her concern. Although she understood Yunshan's feelings, she could not compel Ye Qingge to marry her daughter if his affections did not align. Hence, she frequently broached the subject, hoping to encourage Yunshan to consider other suitors, much to the latter's exasperation. Mother, please stop. I am still young, Yunshan protested, pulling Ye Qingge toward her private quarters. The matriarch, resigned, chuckled to Yuanshuan. These two children, truly. The trio who had been observing from a distance discreetly slipped away at the appearance of the matriarch. Jinyu was pulled along, while Yuanshuan and Ye Qingge sought to evade their mother's admonitions. Once in Ye Qingge's room, she retrieved two outfits from her wardrobe, garments she had worn before her marriage. After they changed, they reclined on the bed, engaging in conversation. Have you and my brother made any progress? None. He still avoids me, Yunshan replied, lifting her left hand to reveal a coral bracelet gifted to her by Ye Qingge upon his return to the capital. I truly do not understand his intentions. My mother has been pressuring me to consider suitors, but as you know, I cannot entertain them. Yunshan turned to face Ye Qingge, who appeared lost in thought. After a long pause, Ye Qingge spoke, just now in the courtyard. I saw my brother smiling at you. You know I am trained in martial arts. My senses are quite acute. I am certain he was genuinely smiling at you. Ye Qingge turned to face Yunshan, acknowledging that he might harbor feelings for her, yet he was too proud to admit it. Casting a glance toward the door, she raised her voice, it matters not. There are countless fine young men in the world. He is not the only one. Let us have Jinyu compile a list of eligible bachelors in the capital, and we shall choose from among them. If he refuses to acknowledge his feelings, then let us not dwell on him. Very well, let him weep in solitude, Yunshan agreed, finding merit in Ye Qingge's plan. Next spring, I shall host a poetry gathering, inviting all the eligible young men in the capital. Within the room, the two sisters laughed and chatted, while outside, the three observers were met with a mix of suppressed laughter, grim expressions, and incredulous reactions to their wives' ambitious declarations. Ye Qingge shot Jinyu a dark glare before departing in a huff, while Yuanshuan, unable to contain his mirth, quietly retreated. The trio had intended to check on Ye Qingge and her friend, but upon reaching the door, they were caught off guard by Ye Qingge's bold words, which were deliberately aimed at Ye Qingge. Yet, she was indeed inclined to follow through with her intentions, hoping to temper her elder brother's arrogance and prevent any future distress should he lose his wife. Chapter 41. Preparations before New Year's Eve. In the blink of an eye, the days leading up to New Year's Eve arrived, marking the busiest time of the year. As the sole mistress of the Wang residence, Ye Qingge had numerous preparations to undertake, including organizing new garments and red envelopes for the household. This was her first endeavor in such duties, and she recalled that her mother had always provided generous red envelopes for the servants of the Ye family. Thus, she aimed to maintain the same standard. The clothing had been prepared in advance, ready to be distributed. For her 3 loyal maidservants, Ye Qingge had even visited the Li family's jewelry shop to commission some accessories, eagerly anticipating their completion. This year's New Year's Eve was unlike any other, as the emperor had cancelled the palace banquet in favor of a family gathering. The previous 2 incidents had left him deeply unsettled, and to preserve the sanctity of this significant occasion, he permitted his officials to celebrate the eve in their own residences with their families. Furthermore, with the crown princess expecting, the royal family's legitimate heir must be safeguarded. The women outside the palace cast covetous glances at the crown prince, raising concerns over potential schemes. For the sake of security, both the emperor and empress unanimously decided to transform the palace banquet into a familial gathering, restricted solely to royal members. As Ye Qingge prepared red envelopes for the servants of the Wang residence, Jinyu hurriedly returned from outside. Before entering, he brushed the snow off his clothes and peered at the busy figure of Ye Qingge. The maids, Xilian and Kaiping, who had been assisting, discreetly retreated upon spotting Jinyu, opting to help the matron in the back courtyard instead. "My lady, how is the preparation coming along?" Jinyu inquired, picking up a completed red envelope to inspect it before joining Ye Qingge in wrapping more. This year, like every other, they would celebrate New Year's Eve in the palace, albeit with a quieter atmosphere. In previous years, various young ladies clamored to showcase their talents, creating an unbearable ruckus. Jinyu tilted his head to observe Ye Qingge, recalling that she had always maintained a serene demeanor, with the sole exception being her response to Zhao Yuting's provocation. Noticing Jinyu's gaze, Ye Qingge felt perplexed and playfully glared at him, urging, "Stop staring at me and hurry up, there are other matters to attend to." Rather than feeling upset by his wife's playful admonishment, Jinyu felt a sense of contentment and continued assisting her with the red envelopes. With many servants in the residence, the preparations were plentiful, including red envelopes for the Yu family's UAE pavilion and by Kewin, all arranged by Ye Qingge. On the following day, the day before New Year's Eve, early in the morning, a messenger from Li's jewelry shop arrived, delivering the custom-made ornaments for Xilian and the others. "Your Highness, everything you requested is ready and here for your review," the shopkeeper announced. Ye Qingge glanced at the items and nodded in satisfaction, finding them to surpass her expectations. Producing a red envelope from her pocket, she handed it to the shopkeeper, who, upon seeing the envelope, beamed with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Your satisfaction means everything to us," the shopkeeper replied, before taking his leave. After he departed, Ye Qingge summoned Xilian and the others, presenting each with a jewelry box. Inside each box lay a pair of earrings, a headpiece, and a necklace. When Yueying opened hers, she quickly closed it again, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this is far too precious. I cannot accept such a gift." Ye Qingge shook her head gently, placing her hand over Yueying's. "Take it, you have earned it. I have nothing else to offer you. If you prefer not to wear it now, it can serve as part of your dowry." The mention of dowry caused the young maids to blush. Unlike Yueying's surprise, Xilian and Kaiping were accustomed to such gifts, as every year Ye Qingge bestowed a different set of jewelry upon them. Ye Qingge reassured them. These pieces have been tailored to suit your individual qualities perfectly. Thank you, Your Highness, they chorused, and she encouraged them to enjoy the gifts. Not only they, but all the servants of the Wang residence received presents from Ye Qingge this spring festival, though one person was unfortunately overlooked by our kind-hearted princess. Gu Jinyu eagerly anticipated receiving a gift from Ye Qingge, especially upon learning of the jewelry she had given to the maids and other servants. Yet the new year arrived without a gift for him. On the third day, the last day of the year, the festive spirit filled the air. Early in the morning, households busied themselves with preparations, cleaning, changing door gods, and hanging peach charms. In the courtyard of the Wang residence, Li Baoquan directed the servants as they affixed couplets, hung lanterns, and arranged items. No, that's incorrect. It should go over there, he instructed, exclaiming, "Be careful, my little ancestors. Don't drop it." His voice echoed throughout the residence. After lunch at the Wang residence, both Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge prepared to enter the palace. Inside the Lanyu pavilion, Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge were tidying themselves. Ye Qingge wore a deep crimson gown selected by Gu Jinyu and sat at her vanity. Xilian and Kaiping styled her hair, while Ye Qingge chose a simple pearl headpiece. However, Gu Jinyu grew increasingly uneasy, feeling that her attire was too plain for the occasion. Though it was merely a family banquet, he knew the emperor's concubines would adorn themselves extravagantly. He rose and retrieved an ornate headpiece embedded with jewels. Qingqing, wear this instead. Ye Qingge's eyes twitched at his choice, sensing it might be overly ostentatious. Tentatively, she asked, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" Gu Jinyu remained resolute, insisting, "We cannot appear less splendid than the ladies in the palace today." Ye Qingge pondered the headpiece before ultimately conceding to Gu Jinyu's wishes, donning the attire he had prepared for her as they entered the palace together. Gu Jinyu's intentions were simple. It was Ye Qingge's first New Year's Eve as a royal daughter-in-law, and she deserved to be dressed splendidly, becoming the most beautiful presence in the gathering. This time, Gu Jinyu personally painted Ye Qingge's eyebrows, which made her apprehensive at first. However, she couldn't resist his earnest expression and eventually agreed. Having prepared everything, she was taken aback by Gu Jinyu's skill, marveling at his artistry. "How did you manage this?" she inquired with genuine curiosity. Gu Jinyu proudly replied, "Your husband is exceptionally gifted. I learned just by observing." He thought to himself, "I want to reveal that I practiced discreetly with Yufeng and the others while you weren't paying attention." At the hour of Shin, Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge, accompanied by Yufeng and Yueying, proceeded to the palace. Due to restrictions on the number of attendees, they brought only Yufeng and Yueying, while Li Baoquan arranged for the others to stay behind and keep vigil. The family banquet took place in the Qianqing Palace, where the princes and princesses arrived one after another, including Gu Jinyu's brother, Gu Jinxie, who had returned from his travels and earned a reprimand from the Shufei. On this day, the palace transcended the usual hierarchies, simply gathering as a family. Whatever they did, as long as it was not out of line, was permitted. Upon entering, Gu Jinyu was promptly taken by Gu Jincheng to sit opposite him at a prepared chessboard. Gu Jincheng had long desired to play chess with his younger brother, but had previously lacked the opportunity. Seizing the moment, he declared, "Let us enjoy a few rounds, brother." "Since elder brother has invited me, I shall gladly oblige," Gu Jinyu replied. While the brothers engaged in their game, Ye Qingge settled beside the crown princess.
Today,
The crown princess's attire was refreshingly simple due to her pregnancy, as she gently caressed her belly with tenderness. Su Wanwan noticed Ye Qingge's gaze on her belly and took Ye Qingge's hand, placing it on her own abdomen. It was Ye Qingge's first encounter with a pregnant woman and her first touch of new life, leaving her somewhat at a loss. She remained in that touching position, gazing blankly at Su Wanwan. Outside, laughter erupted as Gu Yao's concubines entered the Qianqing Palace, accompanied by Gu Jinxian, Gu Jinzhan, and the fourth prince, Gu Jinxie, who was rarely seen in the capital. The Shufei and Xianfei lamented about their sons, expressing their grievances. "This boy doesn't resemble anyone. He spends months away from the capital. The last time he returned was during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I thought he would stay longer, but on the third day, he departed again, claiming he was traveling with his master. I suspect he is just being deceived. Only he believes it." Gu Jinxie silently countered his mother's words. "My master is a respectable wanderer, not a fraud. He possesses great skills, and besides, father has given his approval, so please don't blame me." He continued, "Moreover, I want to be traveling again anytime soon. My master has learned that an old acquaintance is still alive and has gone to seek him out. You still have the audacity to say that you should remain quietly in the capital this time and not run off so swiftly. The consort Shu, in fact, possesses the gentlest disposition within the palace. However, she finds it difficult to maintain her composure when it comes to her son. Sister, do not be vexed. It is commendable that he has his own aspirations, unlike my two children, who only know how to play all day. As the Xian consort spoke, she glanced at her two children, Gu Jinxian and Gu Jinzhan, who were merrily frolicking outside under the watchful eyes of the palace attendants. Ever since Gu Jinzhan was raised by the Xian consort, she had transformed into a bright and cheerful child, embodying the grace befitting a princess, resembling a little angel. The sounds of their playful banter drifted into the hall, prompting Ye Qingge and Su Wan to look up and smile at the sight outside. Gu Jinlin and Tuoba Yun sat quietly, the previous events leaving Gu Jinlin feeling anxious and reluctant to act out again. Tuoba Yun, on the other hand, simply wished to ignore him, allowing a slight smile to curl upon her lips as she observed Ye Qingge and Su Wanwan. Tuoba Yun appeared to be in better spirits. Although the medicinal effects of Yi Wenshuan still lingered, she was aware that her health had improved significantly, which brought Ye Qingge some solace. The Emperor and Empress arrived, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. "Long live the Emperor and Empress," they exclaimed. "May the Emperor and Empress have peace and prosperity. Please, no need for formalities today, as it is a family banquet. Let us dispense with these trivialities." After the Emperor and Empress took their seats, they waived the formalities for the others. "Yes, your son and daughter-in-law will comply," they replied. "The crown princess is with child. So, let us not concern ourselves with these protocols. Quickly, provide her with a soft cushion." The Empress cherished this long-awaited grandchild, fearing any mishap. She had already advised Su Wanwan numerous times to forego the formalities, yet she persisted in her adherence. Ye Qingge, who had been by Su Wanwan's side, assisted her gently into her seat. There were few consorts in the palace aside from the Empress, with 6 others holding lesser ranks. Excluding those with children, the remaining consorts were virtually inconspicuous, merely filling the numbers at such gatherings. Once the Emperor and Empress were present, the family feast commenced. Li Dequan instructed the servants to present the dishes. Except for the Emperor, Empress, and the special case of the Crown Princess, the meals served to the rest were largely the same. As everyone enjoyed the music and dance, engaging in light conversation, the Emperor occasionally interjected. The primary topic was Gu Jinyu recounting his various adventures during his travels, boasting about the skills of his master. Ye Qingge listened, her eyes shining with excitement, as she found the idea of being a wandering hero rather intriguing. Gu Jinyu, noticing Ye Qingge's expression, understood her thoughts and contemplated that once stability returned, he would also take her to experience such adventures. After Gu Jinyu finished speaking, the Empress urged him, "You are not getting any younger. Your 5th brother has been married for several months now. It is time for you to consider marriage as well. Do you have anyone in mind? If so, do inform your father or me, and we shall assist you." Gu Jinyu's smile twitched. He had heard similar words from his mother, and now the Empress echoed them. "As for my mother's words, I have yet to find a beloved. When I do, I will certainly request my father and mother to facilitate the matter." Meng Yanran nodded and turned her attention to Ye Qingge and to Obayun. "You two have been married for quite a while now, and with the crown princess expecting, you should also hasten your plans." Ye Qingge and Tuoba Yun rose to acknowledge. "We understand, Your Highness." Mention of children caused Gu Jinlin to cast a meaningful glance at Su Wanwan, pondering that if it were not for Shui's incompetence, this entanglement would not exist. He had initially intended to find an opportunity to eliminate the issue, but the previous incident had drawn attention, and he could not be certain that it was not Gu Yao who had taken notice. To minimize his own suspicion, he could only watch as the crown princess's child continued to grow. Looking back at Tuoba Yun, he felt she was ungrateful. Was it truly so difficult to accept him as a prince and become his wife? Unbeknownst to anyone, the recently released consort Hui was also watching Su Wanwan's belly with keen interest. In her heart, she believed that the royal offspring could only belong to her son. As the hour struck, fireworks erupted in the sky, heralding the arrival of the new year. The Emperor led everyone outside to enjoy the spectacle, while Ye Qingge nestled in Gu Jinyu's embrace, pointing at the resplendent fireworks above. Gu Jinyu leaned close to Ye Qingge's ear and whispered, "Happy New Year." Ye Qingge turned, smiling sweetly, "Happy New Year." The Emperor and Empress received well wishes from all, and the princes were given red envelopes. As they exited the palace, Ye Qingge clutched a handful of envelopes, a mischievous grin on her face, while Gu Jinyu playfully pinched her nose. In the carriage, Gu Jinyu held Ye Qingge close, reflecting on how this was their first year together and that many more would follow. Just as the carriage was gliding smoothly, it suddenly came to an abrupt halt, causing Ye Qingge to tumble into Gu Jinyu's arms. Gu Jinyu shielded her and called out to Yu Feng outside. "What is happening?" "Your Highness, there is an ambush nearby. Yu Ying has gone to pursue," Yu Feng replied, remaining vigilant outside. Just then, an arrow flew toward the carriage, piercing through with chaos ensuing outside. Passers-by on the street, drawn by the commotion, scattered in fear. Gu Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically. It was New Year's Eve, and he had only brought Yu Feng and Yu Ying with him. The assailants clearly knew there were skilled fighters nearby and had lured them away to mount their attack. Ye Qingge became alert, grateful that she had her soft sword with her. When Gu Jinyu had entrusted it to her for emergencies, she had thought he was being overly cautious. But now it proved to be fortuitous. Yu Feng had already engaged with the attackers, and Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge exchanged glances before lifting the carriage curtain and leaping out. There were 7 assassins in total, one of whom had been pursued by Yu Ying. With Yu Ying handling her opponent, they needed to confront 2 assailants each. Upon seeing Ye Qingge and Gu Jinyu emerge, the assailants charged forward, clearly targeting Ye Qingge. These individuals were nimble and skilled, members of a professional assassin organization. Ye Qingge's attire billowed as she fought fiercely, her movements fluidly shifting between offense and defense. The attackers were evidently unprepared for her capabilities. Seizing their underestimation, she unleashed a ferocious onslaught, swiftly dispatching one of them. Grabbing the fallen assassin's sword, she tossed it to Gu Jinyu, who was employing lightness skill and inner strength throughout the encounter. As Ye Qingge expended her inner energy, she felt a twinge of pain in her abdomen, attributing it to overexertion without giving it much thought. The couple fought side by side, the battle intensifying. The assassin she had slain was the weakest among the group. The remaining assailants, witnessing Ye Qingge's prowess, adopted a more serious approach. Their organization was driven by monetary reward. They had no choice but to complete their mission, knowing that failure would lead to dire consequences. In the ensuing chaos of 5 against 3, Yu Feng struggled against his opponents, nearly being pierced by a blade. Fortunately, Ye Qingge intervened, blocking the attack with her sword. Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge shielded Yu Feng while searching for opportunities to eliminate the remaining assassins, and soon 2 more fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Ye Qingge's condition deteriorated. She felt increasingly unwell, her strength waning. She was perplexed as to why her inner energy had become inaccessible. The pain in her lower abdomen intensified, making her feel as though she might faint at any moment. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, Yu Ying and the royal guards arrived. After pursuing the earlier assassin and engaging in combat, Yu Ying, having been trained as a royal shadow guard, employed techniques unknown to others. She incapacitated her opponent without killing him, forcing a secret drug down his throat, rendering him unconscious. Realizing that the prince and princess had not returned, she discerned the ambush strategy and led Luyan Wushuang and a group of guards to rescue them. In a desperate bid, 3 assassins, seeing their failure, committed suicide, leaving Gu Jinyu and the others unable to intervene in time. Ye Qingge was utterly unable to hold on any longer, leaning against Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu noticed her pallid complexion and the bloodstains at the hem of her skirt. Assuming she had been injured, he thought it was grave and hurriedly lifted Ye Qingge in his arms, flying straight to the Yi residence. Wushuang remained behind to handle the bodies, while Yu Feng, injured, needed Wushuang to take him back to the Wangfu for medical attention. Yue Ying and Luyan followed Gu Jinyu to the Yi residence. Inside the Yi residence, the people who had been resting rose to investigate upon hearing commotion outside. They saw Gu Jinyu anxiously carrying the unconscious and bleeding Ye Qingge, both of them injured. Yi mother was horrified, frantically questioning what had happened to her daughter. Yi father turned to ask where the second young master was and urged them to summon him. Upon hearing his brother-in-law's call, Yi Wenshuan, realizing something was amiss, donned his outer robe and rushed out. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with the sight of the injured Gu Jinyu holding his bloodied, unconscious sister, and his heart sank. Quickly, bring her inside. Just as Yi Wenshuan was about to send someone for the medicine box, he noticed Yi Wenjie waiting nearby with one in hand. Yi Wenjie had been cautious, knowing Gu Jinyu's arrival at this time indicated trouble, so he had taken a detour to fetch Yi Wenshuan's medicine box. Gu Jinyu swiftly carried Ye Qingge into the room and laid her on the bed, gazing at her with deep concern. Ye Qingge examined Ye Qingge's pulse, his expression grave. He retrieved a vial from the medicine box, poured out a pill, and administered it to Ye Qingge, then took a silver needle and began to acupuncture her acupoints. Everyone in the room held their breath, fearful that any disturbance might affect Ye Qingge's work. After half an hour, Ye Qingge exhaled, indicating that all was well. Qingge is pregnant, more than a month along. She merely experienced some distress today. Had we arrived any later, the child would have been lost. Fortunately, I was here. She is fine now. Let her rest, and with regular medication, the child will be safe. He continued, pregnant women are already frail, and today she exerted her internal energy, causing turmoil within her. Henceforth, she must not use her internal strength again, nor act as she did today. Upon arriving at the Ye residence, Jinyu had already mentioned their encounter with assassins, and now, upon hearing that Ye Qingge was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Jinyu learned from Ye Qingge that Ye Qingge was pregnant, he was momentarily frozen, staring at her. His beloved Qingge was with child. They were to be parents. The thought of what had transpired today, endangering their child, filled him with rage against those responsible. It was clear the attack was aimed at Qingge. They knew his identity and refrained from harming him directly, yet they struck at her with lethal intent. Had it not been for her martial skills, she might have already succumbed to their blades. With this realization, Jinyu's heart seethed with hatred. He understood they were acting under orders, but should he uncover the mastermind behind this, he would ensure they suffered a fate worse than death. As Ye Qingge spoke, he cast a serious glance at Jinyu. Ye Qingge questioned, "Weren't you attending a banquet at the palace? How did you encounter assassins?" Jinyu, having confirmed Ye Qingge's safety, cast a lingering gaze at her sleeping form. Her brow had relaxed, and her complexion had improved somewhat, allowing him to release the tension that had gripped him. He signaled to the two brothers that they should discuss matters outside. Ye father and Ye mother remained by Ye Qingge's bedside, with Ye mother nestled in Ye father's embrace, clutching her daughter's hand and weeping continuously. "My daughter, how could you suffer such torment?" Outside, Jinyu conveyed the details of the assassination attempt to his brothers, their expressions growing serious. The infamous assassin organizations in the Jianghu are the Hall of Hell and the Earth Fiends Pavilion. The assassins from these groups are formidable and ruthless. It is commendable that you managed to escape them unscathed, Ye Qingge acknowledged. Jinyu nodded, and Ye Qingge inquired, "What are your plans from here?" "I will seek out those behind this and ensure they suffer," Jinyu declared. "Those who dare to harm my Qingge must be prepared for the consequences." The Ye brothers, observing Jinyu's unwavering gaze towards a room, remained silent. Ye Qingge informed him that Ye Qingge's condition was fragile and she could not be moved. Thus, she would need to stay at the Ye residence for a time. Jinyu nodded, ignoring Ye Qingge's unfinished words, and entered the room to check on Ye Qingge. Ye Qingge was not in a hurry. His sister was now safe, and he could advise her gradually. That night, everyone kept vigil at Ye Qingge's bedside. Ye Qingge suggested that Ye father and Ye mother rest, but Ye mother insisted on waiting for Ye Qingge to awaken, and Ye Qingge did not press the matter further. The news of the assassination attempt on Prince N and the injury of Princess N spread rapidly throughout the capital. Meanwhile, the East Palace encountered its own troubles that same night. Chapter 44. Ye Qingge awakens. The Ye family kept vigil by Ye Qingge's bedside throughout the night. By the dawn of the next day, Ye Qingge stirred awake. When she opened her eyes, only Jinyu and Ye Qingge were at her side. Ye father and Ye mother had been sent to rest by Ye Qingge, but unable to shake their worries. They ventured to the kitchen to prepare some easily digestible food suitable for a pregnant woman. Ye Qingge had gone to brew medicine and had not yet returned. Jinyu had not closed his eyes all night, vigilantly watching over Ye Qingge, afraid he might miss her awakening. Thus, as soon as Ye Qingge's eyes fluttered open, he was immediately aware. He appeared somewhat haggard, his clothes unchanged, and bloodstains still marred his attire, presenting a disheveled appearance. "Qingge, you are awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Does your stomach still hurt?" Jinyu held one of Ye Qingge's hands while gently caressing her face with the other. Ye Qingge smiled and shook her head, assuring him that she was fine and the pain had subsided. "What about you? You look exhausted. Have you not slept all night? And your clothes remain unchanged. Have your wounds gone untreated?" "It is of no concern. These minor injuries are trivial. Your husband can endure them," Jinyu replied. At that moment, Ye Qingge, who had been dozing in a nearby chair, also awakened. Observing the tender scene between the young couple, he quietly slipped out to notify the others. Ye father, Ye mother, and Ye Wenshuan hurried back upon hearing from Ye Qingge that Ye Qingge had awakened. Ye Wenshuan brought the prepared medicine to the bedside, indicating for Jinyu to help Ye Qingge take it. Ye father and Ye mother had also returned with a bowl of lean meat porridge. First, let Qingge drink the medicine. After that, she can have some food.
Ye Wenwan instructed.
Once Ye Qingge had taken her medicine, Jinyu fed her more than half a bowl of porridge. After she lay down again, Ye Wenshuan finally spoke about her pregnancy. Qingge, you must refrain from such exertions in the future. You are now carrying another life within you. And you must take care to protect yourself. When Ye Wenshuan revealed her pregnancy, Ye Qingge initially thought she was hallucinating. She looked incredulously at her second brother, then turned to Jinyu, who nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of her situation. Placing her hand on her abdomen, she felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. She was indeed pregnant. Within her lay a tiny life, a shared creation between her and Jinyu. She was about to become a mother.
Ye Wenwan risusuret her.
The child is already over a month along. Yesterday, you overexerted yourself, causing instability, but everything is fine now. You both must proceed with caution moving forward.
Ye Wenji interjected.
During this time, ensure you take your medicine regularly and rest well to nurture the baby. Do not worry about anything else. We are here for you, understand? Listening to the words of her elder brothers, Ye Qingge nodded, reflecting on the perilous events of the previous night. She had never imagined she was pregnant, nor that she had been carrying this child for nearly 2 months without realizing it. The thought of those who had nearly harmed her child filled her with a desire for vengeance. Did they leave any survivors from last night? She inquired. Jinyu did not answer, instead urging her to rest peacefully. Understanding his desire to shield her from further distress, Ye Qingge refrained from pressing the matter further. She firmly believes in Jinyu, confident that he will avenge her. Those individuals cannot escape their fate. The pregnant Ye Qingge exudes an aura of tenderness, gently caressing her abdomen while gazing affectionately at Jinyu. Previously, due to concerns for Ye Qingge, Jinyu had not reacted strongly to the prospect of fatherhood. But now that she is completely out of danger, genuine emotions finally surface within him. He and Qingqing are on the cusp of becoming parents. And she is still so young, yet she is all ready to bear his children. While nurturing their offspring, she must also endure threats from unknown assailants. Were it not for the fear of alarming Ye Qingge, Jinyu might have already succumbed to the overwhelming urge for vengeance within him. Ye's mother and father observe their daughter, and as tears threaten to spill from Ye's mother's eyes, her husband tenderly embraces her, soothing her sorrow. Qingqing, your husband and brothers have other matters to attend to. Your father and I will stay by your side. You should rest well, he reassures her. Aware that last night's events were not trivial, he refrains from asking too many questions, trusting that his children can manage the situation, and if not, he will be there to support them. In truth, Jinyu has much to convey to Ye Qingge, yet now is not the appropriate time. For her parents are also deeply concerned for her. He, too, has pressing matters to address, thus he and Ye's brothers step out of the room. Before departing, he casts a lingering glance at Ye Qingge, and only after she insists multiple times that he should not worry does he finally leave her in the care of her parents. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, I must trouble you to look after Qingqing, he states. Ye's father replies, do not worry, we are here for Qingqing. Rest well, Qingqing. Leave everything to me, he assures her, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning to exit. Once Jinyu and the others have left, Ye's mother sits beside her, holding her hand. My poor daughter, you have suffered so, she laments. Ye Qingge shakes her head playfully, teasing her mother, I am fine now, you need not worry. In a few months, you will be holding your grandchild. If he learns that his grandmother is a weeper, he will surely tease you. You little rascal, you dare to jest with your mother? Ye's mother chuckles in response. All right, Ye's father interjects. Qingqing has just awakened and is still weak. Let her rest a little longer. We shall stay quietly by her side. Understanding that her parents likely had a sleepless night as well, Ye Qingge thinks to encourage them to rest. Father, mother, you should also take some time to rest. There is no need to worry about me. It is of no concern to us. You sleep, Ye's mother insists. Rest easy. Qingqing, your mother is too worried about you. Even if we tell her to rest, she will not be able to. Ye Qingge nods, and having just taken her medicine, which has a calming effect, she gradually drifts off to sleep, her hand still gently resting on her belly. a serene smile gracing her lips as if she is lost in a beautiful dream. After Gu Jinyu and his brothers leave, they head straight to the Wangfu. On the way, Ye Qingge discusses various pregnancy taboos with Gu Jinyu, as he had previously refrained from mentioning them in front of his sister out of consideration for her modesty. However, he feels it necessary to advise Gu Jinyu directly. Ye Qingge shares important precautions and prohibitions regarding Ye Qingge's pregnancy, and Gu Jinyu listens intently, aware of the gravity of the situation. Not wanting to risk him forgetting, Ye Qingge writes down the information and hands it over. He particularly emphasizes that due to the instability of Ye Qingge's condition, they must abstain from intimacy throughout the pregnancy. Gu Jinyu reassures him that nothing is more important than Ye Qingge's well-being. Before Gu Jinyu and the others can reach the Wangfu, they are summoned to the palace. Chapter 45. Discussion. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Gu Jinyu and the Ye brothers are promptly taken into the palace by a messenger. Along the way, they learn from a eunuch that there was an assassination attempt in the Eastern Palace the previous day. The palace is heavily guarded, making it difficult for intruders to go unnoticed. Thus, they resorted to disguising themselves as palace maids and eunuchs to infiltrate the premises. When the Crown Prince and Crown Princess passed through the southeast corner of the Imperial Garden, the assailants emerged from the shadows. To their surprise, since Su Wanwan's pregnancy, the Emperor had increased the number of guards around her. Their plan failed, and although Su Wanwan was startled, she ultimately remained unharmed. In a desperate moment, she bit down on the poison hidden in her tooth and took her own life. Upon hearing that his daughter-in-law encountered assassins in the palace, Gu Yao was furious and ordered a thorough search of the entire palace that night, yet no suspicious individuals were discovered. The festive atmosphere of New Year's Eve was marred by the presence of these assailants. Just when they thought the ordeal was over, they learned that the couple from the Anwang had also been attacked by assassins after leaving the palace the previous night. The Anwangfei suffered injuries and fell unconscious, but was fortunately not in grave danger. Subsequently, Gu Yao dispatched personnel to bring the Yi family and Gu Jinyu into the palace. Knowing his son would undoubtedly investigate the events of the previous night now that Ye Qingge was safe, he learned that Gu Jinyu had captured an assassin and was detaining him at the Anwangfu. Thus, he directly sent someone to request the assassin's presence. Gu Jinyu and the Yi father arrived at the imperial study nearly simultaneously, escorted by palace attendants into the hall. "Your son pays his respects to the emperor. May your majesty be auspicious." "No need for formalities," the emperor replied, turning to Gu Jinyu. "You encountered assassins when you and the Wangfei left the palace last night? Were you unharmed?" Gu Jinyu, now dressed in fresh attire that concealed any signs of injury, bore a weary expression. "I am unscathed, however. The Wangfei was gravely injured and fell unconscious, but has awakened this morning." Gu Jinyu tactfully avoided mentioning Qingqing's pregnancy. Considering the presence of others in the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, including the King of England and officials from the Ministry of Punishments and the Supreme Court, it was not the right time to discuss such matters, especially with the fetus's stability in question, fearing that ill-intentioned individuals might take advantage. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jincheng. "Has the Crown Prince and Crown Princess sustained any injuries? Rest assured, they are safe. Within the palace, they cannot stir up much trouble but you." Gu Jinyu shook his head, and Gu Jincheng chose not to elaborate further. Instead, the highly suspicious King of England interjected. "Father, I heard that last night both my elder brother and fifth brother were attacked by assassins. Were any alive captured?" Gu Jinyu frowned at Gu Jinlin before responding. "One was captured, but he remains unconscious. Attempting to assassinate a member of the royal family is a crime deserving of the utmost punishment. We must ensure a thorough interrogation to bring the masterminds to justice." Gu Jincheng, Gu Jinyu, and the Yi brothers observed Gu Jinlin throughout the discussion, finding no signs of unusual behavior, leading them to ponder if, perhaps, they were overthinking the situation. The debate over the captured assassin ensued between the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Punishments, both eager to conduct their own interrogation. The simultaneous attacks on the Crown Prince and Anwang were significant news that could shake the court. Should they handle this matter well, the emperor would reward them handsomely, potentially even granting promotions. In the past, Gu Jinlin would have eagerly inserted himself into such affairs. But with his recent missteps, he had become a suspect in the emperor's eyes. He could not allow them to suspect him of involvement in this incident, so he remained silent throughout. The emperor disregarded their opinions and directly inquired Gu Jinyu's thoughts on how to proceed. "Your son wishes to interrogate the assassin personally. These assassins are organized and calculated. Given the danger to the Wangfei, I trust no one else to handle this matter." Gu Yao nodded, as officials from the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Punishments continued to squabble. What does this mean, An Wang? If such matters can be handled by individuals, what purpose does the Supreme Court serve? An official from the Supreme Court retorted. The Ministry of Punishments should handle the interrogation. That is our expertise. Hand it over to the Supreme Court. No. Give it to the Ministry of Punishments. To the Supreme Court. To the Ministry of Punishments. Enough. The Emperor interjected. We shall proceed as An Wang suggests. This matter will be entirely managed by An Wang and the Crown Prince, with General Ye assisting. They must swiftly uncover the masterminds behind this incident. Those unrelated to the matter may withdraw. We obey your command. The officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, upon witnessing the situation, could only retreat in embarrassment, initially hoping to gain merit from the incident, but ultimately encountering disappointment. After the English king and others departed, Gu Yao once again cast a serious gaze upon the assembly. The purpose of summoning them was merely a formality. The assassination attempt on the Crown Prince and the Prince was no trivial matter and could not be concealed from them. Thus, they were invited into the palace for this formality before being dismissed. With no one else present, Gu Jinyu spoke up, suggesting that the assassins might belong to a gang from the underworld. Gu Jinlin turned to Ye Qingge, who stepped forward and bowed before the emperor, stating that there were two notorious assassin organizations in the underworld, the Hall of Yama and the Earth Fiend Pavilion. They operated for monetary gain, and failure to complete a mission would result in immediate suicide, with the method employed by the Earth Fiend Pavilion being the ingestion of poison. Gu Yao's expression darkened as he contemplated whether the English king could be involved. Gu Jinyu shook his head affirmatively, stating that it could not be him. The son had just observed him and found no abnormality in his demeanor, and the hidden guards accompanying him also confirmed his innocence. Gu Jinyu found it puzzling that not only was it not the English king, but also not Leng Yueshuang or Zhao Yuting. Each of them had their own people nearby, and he had sent inquiries the previous night, all of which indicated their non-involvement. Thus, Gu Jinyu was left perplexed regarding the identity of the culprits. Hearing his son's words, General Yi suggested whether the government could directly intervene to investigate and seal off information regarding these two organizations, as well as obtain the buyer's details. Ye Qingge shook his head in disapproval, explaining that the underworld organizations were tightly interconnected and a large-scale government intervention would incite chaos. It was better to conduct a covert investigation. Gu Jinshen believed they would need to extract information from the captured individuals. Ye Qingge had already formulated a plan. If the captive was indeed tight-lipped, he would leverage the influence of the Qingge Pavilion to apply pressure. He vowed not to let the perpetrator who harmed his sister go unpunished. Gu Yao then inquired about the well-being of Gu Jinyu's wife. With no outsiders present, Gu Jinyu candidly replied that the princess had misused her internal energy and, compounded by her pregnancy, had experienced a disturbance. However, with Ye Urge present, she was no longer in grave danger. Upon hearing that Ye Qingge was pregnant, both Gu Yao and Gu Jinshen were startled, but soon felt relieved upon learning that she was now out of danger. Gu Yao's eyes lit up as he exclaimed with delight, promising substantial rewards once this matter was resolved. He summoned someone to declare that Ye's second son, who had aided the princess, would be awarded 1,000 taels of gold and honored as a divine physician. Yi Wenshuan humbly expressed gratitude, stating that since the princess was his sister, it was his duty to assist. Gu Yao insisted that he should not decline, as all of this was deserved. He was soon to have 2 grandsons, which filled him with joy, and he planned to discuss the matter with the empress upon their return. After arranging everything, Gu Jinyu and the others exited the palace, with Gu Jinshen heading back to the Eastern Palace to inform Su Wanwan before departing together. They made their way straight to the dungeons of the Wangfu, where the assassin remained unconscious, guarded by Yu Mu and Mo Zhu. Gu Yao proceeded to Fengyi Palace to explain the situation to Meng Yanran, who was understandably anxious. Fortunately, there were no serious repercussions, and the prospect of having 2 daughters-in-law expecting filled her with excitement. She resolved to visit and reward Ye Qingge personally once her health improved. Chapter 46. Uncovering the real culprit after leaving the palace, Gu Jinyu and Ye's father were still concerned for Ye Qingge's safety. They sent Ye Wenshuan back to the Yi residence while Ye Qingge remained behind. Gu Jinyu and the others arrived at the dungeon of the Wangfu, where the assassin was still in a state of unconsciousness. Upon seeing Gu Jinyu and the others, Mo Zhu administered a pill to the assassin, who gradually awoke. Coughing violently from the intense pain in his chest, the assassin found himself disoriented and, upon fully regaining consciousness, realized he was in a dungeon. Standing before him were Jinyu and his brothers, as well as the members of the Ye family. Instinctively, he attempted to poison himself, but found that the poison was no longer in his possession. "Please don't kill me," the assassin pleaded, kneeling in desperation. Jinyu and the others exchanged glances, taken aback by the assassin's lack of resolve and the absence of the expected code of conduct among assassins. To the assassin, with death inevitable, it was better to seek a swift end than to suffer prolonged torment. Before Jinyu could impose any punishments or before Ye Qingge could apply any poison, the assassin spoke up. Jinyu raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Who are you? And why did you target the Wangfu and the Eastern Palace? Who is behind this, and who dispatched you?" Jinyu's imposing demeanor intimidated the assassin, who trembled on the ground. Jinchen interjected, "Did you not hear the words of the Wang? If you refuse to speak, we shall resort to torture." "I will tell you. We are from the Earth Fiend Pavilion. Half a month ago, we received an assignment to assassinate the Crown Princess and the Wangfei for a high price on New Year's Eve," the assassin confessed. Ye Qingge raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicions. They were indeed from the Earth Fiend Pavilion. Since they dared to target his sister, they would have to face the consequences. Jinchen inquired further. What was the price on the lives of the Crown Princess and the Wangfei? Jinyu was surprised by the question, while Jinchen, feeling a bit shy under his brother's gaze, awkwardly laughed before looking back at the assassin. His curiosity was piqued, as this assassination attempt was indeed a significant undertaking. Deploying so many individuals yet yielding no results. The price for the Crown Princess was 2,000 taels of silver, and for the Wangfei, it was 1,500 taels, the assassin revealed. "Quite a hefty sum indeed," Jinchen remarked, then provocatively glanced at Jinyu, as if to say, "See? My wife is worth more than yours." Jinyu chose to ignore him, instead fixing a serious gaze upon the assassin. Jinchen resumed his serious demeanor, asking, "Who is behind this?" "I do not know. I am merely a low-ranking assassin following orders and do not have access to confidential information. I only know that the person is from the capital, and this task was personally assigned by the pavilion master, who alone knows the identity of that individual." The assassin answered, "Is your pavilion master currently in the capital?"
Ye Qingge inhuited.
"Yes," the assassin confirmed. Ye Qingge turned to the others, declaring, "I now know who it is. I have a way to uncover the truth." Jinyu instructed Moju to keep a close watch on the assassin, and the group departed the dungeon. Jinyu addressed Ye's father, "You should return home for now. We will handle the subsequent matters." Ye's father agreed, realizing he was no longer needed there, and decided to return home to accompany his wife and daughter. Ye Qingge led the group to a courtyard in the western part of the city, stating that this was where the pavilion master of the Earth Fiend Pavilion resided. "This individual is named Fu Sheng. We met by chance and became friends for a time. However, he possesses formidable martial skills, a peculiar temperament, and is quite difficult to deal with," Ye Qingge explained. The courtyard was simple and unadorned, hardly suggestive of its owner's notorious reputation as the leader of a feared assassin organization. Upon their arrival, they heard a voice from within, accompanied by a surge of internal energy as the door swung open. "Esteemed guests, please come in." Fu Sheng welcomed them, sitting comfortably on a chosen stone bench, sipping tea. He did not rise but merely cast a casual glance before addressing Ye Qingge. "What brings the esteemed pavilion master of Qingge here?" Ye Qingge, filled with anger, retorted, "Fu Sheng, cease your sarcasm. Who gave you the audacity to send people to kill my sister?" Fu Sheng feigned confusion. "When did I send anyone to kill your sister?"
What are you talking about?
"You accepted a contract half a month ago to eliminate 2 individuals on New Year's Eve," Ye Qingge pressed. Fu Sheng calmly sipped his tea. Indeed, it was a significant contract, but alas, it was unsuccessful. One of those individuals was my sister. "You truly dare to take on any job, even targeting royalty?"
Ye Qingge climate.
Fu Sheng, startled, spat out his tea. "What did you say? Your sister was among those 2? Is she the Crown Princess? Go to hell." "My sister is the Wangfei, and the 2 individuals before you are none other than the Crown Prince and the Wang," Ye Qingge declared vehemently. "You'll have to answer for this, old dog Fu Sheng." Fu Sheng quickly stood up, offering seats to the 2 men, finally noticing their grave expressions. "Had I known you had such connections to the royal family, I would have refused the job even for 2,000 taels of gold." In the realm of fleeting existence, Fu Sheng, a wanderer of the Jianghu, returned to the capital of Kyoto only in recent months, thus remaining unaware that Miss Ye had become the current princess consort of An. It is uncertain whether the crown princess and the princess consort have any grievances. The Disha Pavilion is fully responsible for the matter. Ye Qingge suggested postponing this discussion for later, urging them to disclose the buyer's information first, assuring that once matters are settled, he would deal with them. Fu Sheng made his way to the study, retrieving a letter from a concealed compartment, which contained details about the buyer and their requirements. An eatery in the eastern part of the city, a wonton shop, served as the rendezvous point. Should anyone require assistance, they would pass the information to the shopkeeper, who would relay it to the higher-ups. Smaller tasks could be accepted directly, but for significant undertakings like this one, the pavilion master's explicit consent was necessary. The agreed payment was to be placed in a designated location, and upon receiving the funds, an assassin would be dispatched at the specified time. Past transactions had all concluded successfully, yet unexpectedly, this time they encountered a formidable challenge, resulting in losses without eliminating any targets. Fu Sheng handed the envelope to Gu Jincheng, whose expression changed dramatically upon reading its contents. He was taken aback to discover that the mastermind behind everything was, in fact, Moue. Gu Jincheng then passed the letter to Gu Jinyu, who, after reading it, fell into deep contemplation. He held little impression of Moue and could not fathom why she would wish to harm the crown princess and Qingqing. However, he vowed not to spare anyone who sought to injure Qingqing. His current thoughts revolved around how she managed to amass the considerable sum of 3,500 taels of silver to hire an assassin. Based on his understanding, her father's salary would not suffice. Furthermore, he knew that Mo Darren's wife hailed from an ordinary family, lacking the means to produce such a substantial amount. There was undoubtedly something amiss here. In his previous life, he had not encountered any assassination attempts, and the Mo family had remained intact until the end. Thus, Gu Jinyu was left to investigate the matter gradually. Accompanied by the letter and their suspicions, Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng entered the palace to report to the emperor. Before their departure, Ye Qingge reprimanded Fu Sheng once more and suggested they investigate the Yue Pavilion. After they left, Fu Sheng sighed heavily, lamenting his losses, both the woman and the soldiers. The few thousand taels he had just obtained would surely need to be surrendered, and even that might not quell the anger of those involved. His subordinates had perished, all due to that wretched woman. He resolved to stealthily visit the Mo residence that night to discover any treasures worth taking and to uncover any clandestine activities, hoping to present his findings to Ye Qingge for leniency. Chapter 47. Fu Sheng's midnight visit to the Mo residence after Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng reported to the emperor. His Majesty too sensed the unusual circumstances. He decided to discreetly send someone to investigate further, planning to act once they had concrete evidence. A seemingly peaceful first day of the month had been thrown into disarray by a band of assassins. Upon leaving the imperial study, Gu Jincheng returned to the eastern palace. The previous day, his beloved Wanwan had been frightened. Now, with him absent all day, he worried about her state of mind. He hurried home to accompany his wife, not even pausing to bid farewell to Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu, likewise, headed straight back to the Ye residence. Upon his return, he learned from old Madame Ye that Ye Qingge had awakened once more, eaten a little, and then returned to sleep. As Gu Jinyu gazed upon her serene sleeping face, his thoughts drifted far away. He had not eaten all day, and during dinner, old Madame Ye brought him food, knowing he would be reluctant to leave Qingqing's side. She decided to let him dine in the room, allowing him to feed her if she awoke.
Jinyu, please eat something.
I heard from your second brother that you haven't eaten all day, old Madame Ye urged, placing the meal on the table. Mother, you should eat first. I am not hungry yet. I wish to wait until Qingqing wakes before I eat, Gu Jinyu insisted. Seeing his determination, old Madame Ye did not press further. As soon as she left, Ye Qingge stirred awake. Gu Jinyu approached her, taking her hand. Qingqing, how do you feel? Are you hungry? Ye Qingge shook her head, and under Gu Jinyu's attentive supervision, she ate a little. After finishing, she expressed her desire to sit up for a while, having slept for an entire day. Gu Jinyu gently helped her to sit up, placing cushions behind her. As she caressed her abdomen, she pulled Gu Jinyu's hand to her own. With a bright smile, she looked at him and asked, "We're having a child, are you happy?" Gu Jinyu carefully stroked her belly, his heart swelling with affection. "Yes, I am very happy." Salian and Kaiping had been brought over the previous night to assist in caring for Ye Qingge. Initially, upon hearing from Yue Ying about the encounter with the assassins, they were startled. When they learned that Yu Feng had been injured and brought back, their anxiety intensified, particularly for Xilian, who was torn between concern for Ye Qingge and worry for Yu Feng. Ultimately, they chose to return to care for their beloved princess consort, leaving Yu Feng in the hands of others. The warmth in the room was abruptly interrupted as Xilian entered to announce, "Your Highness, the Honorable Minister one has arrived." Jinyu gently caressed Ye Qingge's face, saying, "I will go see him. You rest for a while. If you feel bored, let Xilian and Kaiping come in to keep you company." "Go ahead," Ye Qingge replied, refraining from inquiring about the assassins, understanding that everyone wished to shield her from such knowledge. In due time, she would learn the truth. Upon reaching the front hall, Jinyu found Wen Shichong waiting. Apart from Ye Wenjie, all members of the Yi family were present. Wen Shichong had already heard the news and, while both women were now safe, he was keen to uncover the identity of the assailant. "I was off duty last night, and upon hearing the news at noon today that both the crown princess and the princess consort were attacked by assassins, I wish to know if any inquiries have revealed who is behind this?" Jinyu replied, "The assassins are from the Disha Pavilion, merely hired hands. The mastermind is the daughter of the Mo family." Having rushed back to see Ye Qingge, Jinyu had not yet informed the rest of the Yi family about this revelation. They were all hearing it for the first time. Ye father slammed his hand down in anger. "What audacity! I shall avenge Qingqing." Ye mother intervened, pulling Ye father back. Ye Wenxuan added, "Father, as my brother-in-law mentioned, this matter concerns the royal family. The emperor will ensure a resolution for my sister." Jinyu cautioned, "This situation is not so straightforward. The Mo family may be engaged in some illicit dealings. My elder brother is already investigating, and it won't be long before we uproot them entirely." Wen Shichong regarded Jinyu, saying, "Take good care of Qingge. Should you require anything, come to the Wen residence. Uncle and aunt, Shichong must return to duty tonight." "I shall take my leave," Wen Shichong said before departing. After his departure, Ye Wenjie also remained out. In the dead of night, a shadow stealthily crept into the Mo residence. Fu Sheng made his way directly to the storeroom, located on the west side of the back courtyard. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the sparse contents, only a few boxes with little of value. Discontented, he rummaged through them, contemplating his disappointing return when he accidentally knocked over a vase on a bookshelf. The bookshelf shifted, revealing a hidden chamber before him. A sudden realization struck him. How had he not considered the possibility of a secret room? Inside, he discovered a treasure trove of gold, silver, and jewels, along with various antiques and paintings piled in the center. To his astonishment, this old man was quite wealthy, which explained how he could so readily offer thousands of taels. After collecting a few valuable items, he noticed some locked chests on a shelf, clearly containing undisclosed secrets. Upon opening them, he found evidence of Mo Darren's dealings in buying and selling official titles and leaking examination questions to candidates. Fu Sheng tucked these documents away securely, departing quietly and making his way to the Yue Pavilion. Upon arrival, he requested that Miss Yue relay the message that he had uncovered significant leads. While Ye Wenjie awaited reports from the Qianji Pavilion, he learned from his subordinates about Fu Sheng's momentous discovery and promptly went out to greet him. Fu Sheng presented the items he had retrieved from the Mo residence to Ye Wenjie, who hurried back to the Yi residence. "At least offer me a cup of tea," Fu Sheng said, as Yue brought forth a pot of tea. Observing both the tea and Yue, Fu Sheng raised an eyebrow, wondering what mischief might arise next. Ye Wenjie hurried back to the Yi residence, contemplating the prospect of infiltrating the Missouri estate, a notion they had indeed considered, albeit with the intention of confirming their intelligence before seeking tangible evidence. Just as he dispatched his agents, a report arrived, revealing that Lord Mo was implicated in the illicit trade of official titles. The means to acquire evidence had serendipitously come to him through Fu Sheng. Meanwhile, Fu Sheng harbored his own ambitions. After witnessing the treasures concealed within the Mo family's hidden chamber, he departed from the Yue Pavilion with a few associates to further investigate the Mo residence. With the estate on the brink of collapse, the confiscation of its riches seemed inevitable. Thus, he reasoned it would be prudent to seize a few coveted items for himself. This reconnaissance encompassed not only the secret chamber, but all quarters of the estate. Utilizing a soporific fragrance to induce deep slumber in the inhabitants, he entered the chambers and absconded with previously acquired valuables. He left ample goods in the storeroom, for he was an assassin of the earthly fiend pavilion, and the items he took would merely serve as compensation for his losses. Upon returning to the Yi residence, the assembled individuals cast grim faces at the records laid before them. Jinyu was particularly astounded to discover that a distinguished member of the cabinet, a scholar of high repute, had clandestinely engaged in the trafficking of examination answers and official positions. Although the titles in question were of the 6th rank and below, their ramifications extended throughout the Tianquan realm. It had always been the principle that capable individuals should occupy official positions, if such titles could be bought and sold without restraint. What then was the purpose of the imperial examinations? Jinyu resolutely declared that he would report this matter to the emperor at the morning court session, intending to conclude the previous assassination incident concurrently. Chapter 48. Confrontation in the court. The following morning, Jinyu presented the evidence before the court. Your Majesty, I have come into possession of certain materials that implicate many, and it is imperative that your Majesty reviews them personally. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Mo Zhai, who felt a surge of unease. The emperor signaled to Li Dequan to present the documents. Upon examination, the emperor's astonishment grew as he uncovered dozens of letters evidencing Lord Mo's clandestine transactions involving examination answers, with sums exceeding 1 million taels. The handwriting and seals were irrefutable, and the emperor's fury erupted upon seeing them. He hurled the documents at Mo Zhai, demanding, "Look at what you have done. How could you, Mo Zhai, engage in the sale of official titles? I had thought you a loyal minister, a paragon among scholars." Mo Zhai trembled as he knelt, picking up the incriminating letters that bore witness to his own malfeasance. For years, he had exploited his position, selling examination answers obtained from the examiners to the scions of affluent families. Despite escaping exposure for so long, he now faced the consequences of his actions. With no time to ponder how evidence from the hidden chamber had surfaced in the hands of the Prince of In, he realized that if he could not dispel the emperor's suspicions, his entire family would be doomed. The officials in the court murmured in a cacophony, discussing Mo Zhai's plight. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I do not know how the Prince of In acquired these materials, nor do I understand how they could be used to frame me. I am innocent. I have never engaged in such activities, he pleaded. Jinyu observed Mo Zhai's desperate antics with disdain. So, you imply that I could forge your private seal? How skilled am I? Mo Zhai, in confusion, lamented, I do not know where I have offended His Highness. Why does he seek my demise? He then turned to Gu Yao, continuing, if His Highness desires my death, how could I dare to survive? In that case, I shall take my leave. He made to dash into a pillar of the Grand Hall, determined to cast the blame upon others, believing that even if the emperor favored the Prince of In, he could not escape the condemnation of scholars across the realm. He was wagering that the emperor would not take the prince's words at face value, yet he underestimated the prince and overestimated himself. The guards moved to restrain him, but Jinyu halted them. Since Lord Mo is so eager to leave, let him proceed. I shall ensure that the others follow in due course. Do take your time, Lord Mo, so that they may catch up with you. Mo Zhai clutched his chest, feigning distress, his finger trembling as he pointed at Jinyu. A powerful voice rang out from above. Enough. Those who have engaged in transactions with Mo Zhai, step forward, and I may show leniency. Should I be compelled to call out your names, you shall face charges of treason. At the emperor's words, the officials who had clung to hope fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Mo Zhai, in despair, closed his eyes and slumped to the ground. It is over. It is all over. Bring forth my decree. All officials on the list are to be dismissed and investigated, and their families barred from holding office for 3 generations. Mo Zhai is to be dismissed, investigated, and exiled for accepting bribes and trading official titles. Before Gu Yao could finish, Jinyu interjected. Your Majesty, I have other matters to report. Allow me to finish before any decisions are made. Mo Zhai was oblivious to his daughter's assassination plot, and thus was shocked by Jinyu's statement. Gu Yao nodded, indicating for him to continue. I wish to further accuse Lord Mo. His daughter is the mastermind behind the assassination attempts on the Crown Princess and the Princess of In. The court erupted once more. News of the Crown Princess and the Princess of In being attacked on New Year's Eve had already spread throughout the capital. Yet the true instigator was revealed to be Mo Zhai's daughter. Do not speak such nonsense, Your Majesty. My daughter is gentle and demure. She could never commit such an act. Mo Zhai protested. She has long admired the Crown Prince. How could she ever hire assassins to kill him? Unbeknownst to him, his daughter harbored a ruthlessness that few could rival. The Emperor and the Crown Prince were taken aback, both shocked by this revelation. Gu Jincheng struggled to contain his murderous impulse, but Gu Jinyu restrained him, fully aware of his brother's rage. Evidence and witnesses abound, Your Majesty. Please examine them. Li Dequan presented the materials to the emperor, while the witness, the steward who had initially attended to Moua, was brought forth. Upon reviewing the evidence, the emperor threw his teacup across the table, striking Mo Zhai on the head. Mo Zhai, behold the daughter you have raised. How bold she is, daring to conspire against the royal family. What? Did she find my presence intolerable? Does she wish to assassinate me as well? Should I abdicate and offer her the throne? I would not dare. I would not dare. Mo Zhai exclaimed in panic. The steward stepped forward, bowing. I, a humble servant of the earthly fiend pavilion, was entrusted by Miss Moua to eliminate 2 individuals half a month ago. She claimed they were mere commoners attending the palace feast on New Year's Eve and instructed the assassins to ambush them at a designated location. As a man of the underworld, I was unaware that the targets were the Crown Princess and the Princess of N. Otherwise, I would never have accepted this commission. My lord has declared that this incident is our fault, and to express our regret, the earthly fiend pavilion shall henceforth unconditionally heed the royal family's commands, provided they do not contravene the principles of our craft. Fusheng's offer was enticing, promising the support of the underworld, which would undoubtedly benefit Tianquan. The emperor had no reason to decline such a proposal. Mo Zhai continued to struggle, for had the evidence not been so compelling, he would never have believed that his dutiful daughter could commit such acts. Upon seeing the jade pendant, his despair deepened. It was a unique piece he had crafted for her before her birth. No wonder she had not worn it recently. It had been given away. Knight Qingfeng and the Grand Tutor Su knelt before the emperor, pleading for justice for their daughters. Your Majesty, the Crown Princess is with child and in a frail state. We cannot fathom what motive Miss Mo harbored to harm a member of the royal family. Knight Qingfeng added, the Princess of N and Miss Mo hold no enmity. Yet, who would have thought she would wish her harm? The poor princess has just discovered her pregnancy, yet remains bedridden from her injuries. We implore your Majesty to grant justice for my daughter and her unborn child. Gu Yao inquired, is the Princess of N also with child? Is she well? Knight Qingfeng replied, fortunately, my second son is present. Although she has experienced some distress, there is no cause for alarm. Very well, the emperor responded. Rise. Father Yi and Father Su, your Majesties. I shall ensure justice prevails for you. Mo Zhai, do you have anything further to say? In this moment, Mo Zhai's heart was ashen, rendered speechless. He acknowledged his failures as an official and a father, resigning to the emperor's decree. With that, he prostrated heavily upon the ground. Summon my edict, the emperor commanded. From this day forth, Mo Zhai shall be stripped of his official title, and the entire Mo family shall face execution, to be confined in the Great Li Temple's prison, with the sentence to be carried out at noon in 7 days. Subsequently, Mo Zhai was led away by the guards. The remaining matters were entrusted to the Crown Prince and Princess, and the court was dismissed. After court, the Crown Prince proceeded to the Mo residence to deliver the decree, while Prince N was summoned to the imperial study by Gu Yao. Chapter 49. Execution and seizure. Upon arriving at the Mo residence, the Crown Prince encountered Wen Shicheng. Gu Jincheng, having heard of Wen Shicheng's request from Gu Jinyu, invited him to accompany him to the Missouri estate. The sight of the Crown Prince and his retinue of guards alarmed the Mo family.
Montakmu.
Anxious about Mo Zhai's delayed return, sensed the gravity of the situation and feared for the family's future. Little did she know, the circumstances were far worse than she had anticipated. There would be no future for them at all. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's assertion that all misfortune stemmed from Moua, she struck her daughter across the face. Gripped by guards, Mu wept as she accused. It is all your fault. Our family is doomed. Moua, tears streaming down her face, was in disbelief. It was the first time her mother had struck her. Mother, you hit me. Mu lamented. Had I known it would come to this, I should have revealed your misdeeds when you caused the Crown Princess to fall. If only I had urged your father to turn you in, our family would not face this fate. You are the cause of our suffering, and my dear Hauer bears the brunt of it. With the outcome already sealed, Mu, unconcerned about additional charges, unleashed her pent-up rage. Moua, taken aback, realized her mother's first reaction was to lament her brother's plight, even uttering that she deserved death. Gu Jincheng, not in haste to remove them, sought to extract further information. To his astonishment, he learned that the earlier incident involving Wanwan's fall was indeed linked to her,
Rising, Ye Qingge kick Montag Yuwei.
sending her crashing into a pillar. Blood erupted from her mouth as she felt her inside shatter, lying dazed on the ground, her eyes fixed on Gu Jincheng. The world around her faded, and she vaguely heard her mother's frantic calls and Gu Jincheng's vicious curses. Surely it was an illusion. Such a distinguished man would never lay a hand on a woman. The pain was unbearable. How could this happen? The more she tried to dismiss it, the more it consumed her. Tears mingled with blood as Mo Yue lost consciousness. Heaven knows how restrained Gu Jincheng was. He did not personally end her life. The servants of the Missouri estate struggled as they were rounded up, clamoring for justice. The Mo residence descended into chaos, while Wen Shichong led the guards in a thorough search for Mo Zihua, yet found no trace of him. Reporting back to Gu Jincheng, he stated, "Your Highness, we have not discovered Mo Zihua." Gu Jincheng turned to Mo Mu, demanding to know her son's whereabouts. She remained silent, and other servants echoed her ignorance. Faced with this, Gu Jincheng resolved to remove the rest first, and would later initiate a manhunt for Mo Zihua. Over 100 members of the Mo family were executed, marking the second such occurrence since the establishment of the nation. The populace, already aware of the Mo family's transgressions, stood in silence, offering no cries for justice. Following the intelligence provided by Gu Jinyu, Gu Jincheng discovered a concealed chamber in the storeroom, filled with an abundance of gold and jewels. After confiscating all of the Missouri estate's assets, the property was sealed, and thus, the Mo family ceased to exist in the capital.
Montag Ziva.
Who had ventured outside the city the previous day, was delayed in returning. Upon hearing of the Mo family's calamity at the city gate, he purchased a hood from an old woman and hurried back, only to find his home marked with a seal. Clenching his fists, he departed down a narrow alley. When Mo Yue regained consciousness, she found herself in the dungeons of the Great Li Temple, where Gu Jincheng stood outside the iron bars, hands clasped behind his back. Mo Yue staggered to her feet, and Gu Jincheng slowly turned, regarding her with a cold gaze. In her memory, he had always been gentle. She never imagined he could be so frigid. Gu Jincheng commanded the jailer to open the cell door. A flicker of hope ignited within Mo Yue. Perhaps he had reconsidered and wished to release her. She reached out to grasp the hem of his garment, but he evaded her touch. "Surely, you do not believe I am here to liberate you? What a farcical notion. I am here to let you experience the depths of despair," he declared disdainfully. He summoned several jailers, instructing them to treat her well but ensure she did not perish. Bound to a frame, Mo Yue could not move. "Why are you doing this to me?
Why?
What makes Su Wanwan that wretched creature superior to me? Why can you never see me? I was the one who loved you first. She stole you away and bore your child. She deserves death. When she is gone, you will be mine. You will belong to me." Before she could finish, a gust of wind accompanied a slap, and Mo Yue coughed up blood. Tearfully, she protested. "Why?
Why?
How dare you compare yourself to Wanwan? If I hear you speak ill of her again, I shall not hesitate to sever your tongue before your demise. Your affection for me is repugnant. Execute the punishment," Gu Jincheng ordered, turning his back on her without another glance. Enduring the tortures inflicted upon her, Mo Yue's gaze remained fixed on Gu Jincheng until he vanished from her sight. If one were to inquire whether Mo Yue felt remorse at that moment, one would expect her to, for he was the object of her affections for many years. No matter how she had acted, he had never acknowledged her. In the future, any recollection of him would only evoke disdain. Her decision to hire an assassin stemmed from jealousy towards Su Wanwan. In a moment of despair, she sought to eliminate her rival. As for Ye Qingge, it was because she had thwarted her plans that Mo Yue aimed to dispose of her as well. Yet fate had turned the tables, leading to the downfall of her entire family. After being summoned to the imperial study, Gu Jinyu faced a tirade from Gu Yao. The reason? His concealment of Ye Qingge's pregnancy, which displeased Gu Yao greatly, even invoking the empress's name to scold him. Gu Jinyu felt unjustly treated. But as he departed, Gu Yao rewarded Ye Qingge with considerable gold, jewels, and supplements, returning him home laden with treasures. With his worries dispelled, he joyfully returned to the Yi residence, only to find Yunshan entangled with Ye Qingge. After much effort, he managed to send her away, but she returned the following day. For several days, Gu Jinyu contemplated returning to the Wang residence, for it offered no convenience like the Yi residence. Free from her incessant pestering, However, upon proposing this, he faced unanimous opposition, forcing him to relent. In a moment of frustration, he recalled his brother-in-law, recognizing that having someone idle at hand was foolish. Under Gu Jinyu's subtle hints, Yunshan successfully diverted her attention, no longer pestering Ye Qingge. The seventh day approached swiftly, and on that day, the Mo family awaited their execution at the marketplace. After days of torment, Mo Yue was a mere shadow of her former self, filled with regret, yet it was far too late. The onlookers hurled rotten eggs and spoiled cabbage at them. Mo Zhai and Mo Mu had never been so humiliated. Following the failure to locate Mo Zihua, the court promptly issued a wanted notice, yet by this day, he remained elusive. The Mo family, fiercely defiant, revealed nothing of his whereabouts. As the executioner prepared, Gu Jinyu presided over the proceedings, with Wen Shizhong maintaining order. At the appointed hour, Gu Jinyu cast aside the insignia in his hand, signaling the executioner to strike. In a sudden outburst, Mo Zhai cried, "My son, live well, and avenge the Mo family." Mo Zhai had long recognized Mo Zaheo among the crowd, while others may have failed to identify him. How could a father not recognize his own son? His words were a plea for him to remain concealed and to live well. As soon as he spoke, the blade fell, and a head rolled onto the ground. Blood stained the entire market square, and it also tainted the eyes of a certain individual in the crowd. He quietly withdrew, unseen by all, vanishing from the capital. With the demise of the Mo family, the previous turmoil came to a close. After Ye Qingge's pregnancy stabilized, Gu Jinyu fulfilled his wish and brought her back to the royal residence. Chapter 50. Conversations between spouses. The mass execution of the Mo family sent ripples of fear throughout the capital. For quite some time, officials in the city acted with trepidation, acutely aware of the positions held by the crown prince and in the emperor's heart. Ever since her pregnancy became stable, Ye Qingge, at Gu Jinyu's insistence, returned to Prince Anne's residence. Initially, her parents were reluctant to let her go, believing they could better care for her at their home. However, Gu Jinyu argued that the royal residence would be safer and quieter, facilitating Ye Qingge's pregnancy. Her father ultimately agreed, allowing Gu Jinyu to take his wife home as he wished. Expecting to enjoy a period of tranquility upon their return to the royal residence, they were surprised when the next afternoon, Princess Ying came to visit Ye Qingge. Gu Jinyu cast a resentful glance at his wife, now occupied by another. Feeling both anger and helplessness, he then remembered his guard, Yufeng, who had been injured while protecting them. Gu Jinyu rose to visit Yufeng, only to overhear laughter and chatter outside, seemingly from female voices. Assuming it was Kai Lian tending to Yufeng, he was about to leave when he spotted Kai Lian and Kai Ping emerging from the kitchen with refreshments. Gu Jinyu turned back to glance at the room, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Princess Ying selected gifts from her dowry for Ye Qingge and her child, avoiding anything from the royal residence for fear of tampering. Tuoba Yun observed Ye Qingge suffering, noting her health had improved but she remained considerably thinner. Ye Qingge shook her head and took Tuoba Yun's hand, reassuring her sister not to worry, as everything was well now. She placed Tuoba Yun's hand on her belly, smiling that she would soon be an aunt. Tuoba Yun's fingers brushed over Ye Qingge's abdomen, her expression distant. She had always loved children, yet it seemed unlikely she would ever have one herself. Merely surviving was a challenge. Her gaze shifted, inquiring whether Ye Qingge was experiencing severe pregnancy symptoms. The crown princess had been unwell since her previous fright, unable to keep food down. Ye Qingge replied that she felt fine, her appetite had improved, and any weight loss was likely due to the child. Gu Jinyu had previously expressed concern, but her second brother assured her there was no issue. At that moment, Kai Lian and Kai Ping entered with freshly prepared delicacies, placing them on the table before retreating. "Sister Yi, do try the new milk cake from the kitchen. It is delicious."
Edgalim Kai Lian.
Popping a piece into her mouth with a delighted smile, Tuoba Yun chuckled at her enthusiasm, remarking that it was good to eat, far better than not being able to. Ye Qingge set down the cake, asking Tuoba Yun how she had been and if Prince Ying had grown suspicious. Tuoba Yun reassured her that all was well, adding that the recent turmoil surrounding the Mo family kept her husband preoccupied, leaving him little time to focus on her. They were set to welcome Zhao Yuting into their home in half a month, so he was busy preparing for that as well.
Ye Qingge noted.
Not dwelling too much on the matter, Tuoba Yun, wishing not to disturb Ye Qingge's rest, took her leave. After her departure, Gu Jinyu returned.
Ye Qingge, puzzled.
wondered why Gu Jinyu seemed so devoted to her, questioning if he had no other responsibilities to tend to. "Aren't you supposed to handle the affairs regarding Jiangguo's visit in 2 months?" she inquired. Gu Jinyu replied that those matters were no longer his concern, as the emperor, pitying their ordeal with assassins and her pregnancy, had entrusted her care to him. He had delegated the Jiangguo affairs to his fourth brother and Lord Wen. Indeed, Lord Wen Shichong had been recommended to the emperor by Gu Jinyu himself, who wanted him occupied rather than visiting Ye Qingge frequently. The emperor agreed, recognizing Lord Wen's capabilities as a commander from the recent campaign, and deemed it a wise decision. Thus, Gu Jinyu successfully offloaded that troublesome task while also ensuring someone preoccupied with his wife was out of the picture, leaving Gu Jinyu and Wen Shichong to endure the mundane dealings with officials in the Ministry of Rites. Did the emperor truly agree to that and place Lord Wen at his side? Gu Jinyu confirmed, noting that perhaps the emperor recognized Lord Wen's abilities and wanted to give him an opportunity. Ye Qingge sensed something was amiss but could not pinpoint it, so she chose not to dwell on it. That evening, the empress sent gifts and rewards from various palace consorts to the royal residence, advising Ye Qingge to take good care of herself and to visit her when time permitted. She also brought along Mama Qian, who had cared for Gu Jinyu since childhood, believing her experience would be beneficial for Ye Qingge. Thus, Ye Qingge embarked on a life of indulgence, relishing the attention and care she received from everyone. As she lay in bed that night, Gu Jinyu gently embraced her, being careful to avoid her belly, appearing somewhat flustered. Ye Qingge laughed at his demeanor, her whole being shaking with mirth. Gu Jinyu pouted, chiding her for laughing at him, then turned away in feigned annoyance. Ye Qingge, amused, turned him back around to face her, holding his hand and guiding it to her abdomen. "You are strong. There is no need to be so anxious." Gu Jinyu tenderly caressed Ye Qingge's belly, a smile gracing his lips as he placed a kiss on her forehead. "Qingqing, I am exceedingly happy, truly happy. Thank you, my beloved." Ye Qingge smiled softly, asking if he preferred a son or a daughter. Gu Jinyu replied that as long as it was their child, he would cherish it. "If I must choose, I would prefer a daughter, one who resembles you. I would then protect both of you. If it is a son, then we shall protect you together." Since their marriage, the young couple had seldom simply slept without engaging in other activities. Gu Jinyu usually insisted on playful antics. Now, only a few months into their intimate life, they were to return to a more restrained existence, prompting a sigh from Gu Jinyu. Hearing Ye Qingge mention Kai Lian and Kai Ping reminded him of the laughter he had overheard earlier. "I wonder when Yu Feng's injury will heal. It is quite inconvenient without him here," he mused. "Perhaps I should have my second brother come to check on him. It might expedite his recovery," Ye Qingge suggested. Speaking of Yu Feng, she recalled Kai Lian. "That girl has been acting strangely lately, hardly speaking and always hovering around me." Gu Jinyu, upon hearing this, suspected something was amiss. Not wanting Ye Qingge to probe further, he quickly shifted the topic. The jewels retrieved from the Mo residence, 1/3 were sent to the royal residence by the emperor as compensation for you. Ye Qingge lifted her gaze to meet Gu Jinyu's, as if seeking confirmation of the truth. "Is that true?" "Indeed. Do not be overly excited. They have been placed in your private treasury. You may inspect them in a few days." He teased her, playfully pinching her nose before the two embraced and drifted into slumber. Chapter 51. A spectacle the following day. Gu Jinyu visited Yu Feng, whose injuries had nearly healed, and he was soon to return to his post. Upon seeing Gu Jinyu, Yu Feng rose to offer a salute. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Gu Jinyu stepped forward, urging him to remain seated. "No need for formalities, rest well." "Thank you, Your Highness," Yu Feng replied. "Gu Jinyu is recovering quite well. Recently, Yu Mu and Lu Yan have been quite busy, so who has been assigned to take care of you?" Yu Feng chuckles. "It's Inger from the side courtyard, who used to deliver pastries to me. After my injury, she has been coming to check on me when she is not busy." Gu Jinyu inquires, "Oh, is there something going on?" Yu Feng scratches his head awkwardly. "Your Highness, I do not understand what you mean." Gu Jinyu then asks, "Has Kai Lian come to visit you?" Yu Feng, looking dejected, replies, "When you and the princess were still at the Night Manor, she visited me once. At that time, Inga was telling me a story. When she saw me, she left and hasn't returned since." "Your Highness, what do you think happened?" "I did not offend her." Gu Jinyu ponders. "Oh, Yu Feng, how dense can you be? Ignoring you is well-deserved. Men who lack a sense of distance are like rotten vegetables." With a sigh, Gu Jinyu advises, "Rest well, manage as you see fit." Having said that, Gu Jinyu stands up and walks out, while Yu Feng rises to respectfully see the prince off, assuring him he will recover quickly and return to duty. Gu Jinyu later discusses Yu Feng's situation with Ye Qingge.
Ye Qingge reflects.
No wonder Kai Lian has been so taciturn lately, appearing quite glum. It seems she has been affected. She can see that Kai Lian has feelings for Yu Feng, and it is evident that Yu Feng harbors feelings for Kai Lian as well, but he is too oblivious to recognize his own emotions. However, he cannot accept affection from any woman indiscriminately. If he does not correct this in time, she will not entrust Kai Lian to him. Initially, she thought he would be someone worthy of reliance, but now he seems unreliable. Gu Jinyu perceives Ye Qingge's thoughts and decides to assist Yu Feng after some time has passed. If Yu Feng continues to be oblivious, there is little she can do. As time passes, it has been 7 days since Ye Qingge returned to the Wangfu. During these days, Yuan Xuan has visited her daily and under everyone's attentive care. Ye Qingge is recovering well. Finally, on this day, with the permission of Gu Jinyu and Yuan Xuan, Ye Qingge steps out for the first time in days to go shopping. Gu Jinyu has business in the palace, but is concerned about Ye Qingge being alone. Therefore, he sends someone to Yunfu to invite Yun Shan to accompany Ye Qingge. Yu Ying provides protection in the open, while Lu Yun guards in the shadows. Yi Wenjie has even secured 2 female assassins, Xiaoyao and Baihe, specifically to protect Ye Qingge. As they step out, Ye Qingge pulls Yun Shan directly to the silk shop. Li Silk Shop is a family business of Ye Qingge's maternal side, currently managed by her mother. The steward, upon seeing Ye Qingge, hurries to greet her. "Oh, what brings you here? If you need anything, just send someone. I would have it delivered to your residence. No need for you to come personally."
Ye Qingge replies.
"I came to look at fabrics. I need something soft for children to wear." The steward responds, "Certainly, I will fetch it for you right away." Yun Shan leans in and whispers, "The fabrics in the palace should be quite good. Why are you still out buying?" Li's family has a fabric that is exceedingly soft, even more comfortable than what the palace provides, but its annual production is limited, and the price is exceptionally high. Just in time as my cousin, the crown princess, is also expecting, I want to make some baby clothes for her as a token of my affection. If she does not need them, I will turn them into toys for the baby, along with the gold lock I prepared, to be sent to Jiangnan via the merchant convoy. The steward brings out the fabrics, and Ye Qingge selects several vibrant colors to take with her. She heads to Li's ready-made clothing shop to have them made into the necessary items. After leaving the clothing shop, Ye Qingge and Yun Shan go to watch a street performance. As they pass Lingxi Pavilion, they encounter 2 individuals they would rather not see, Leng Yefeng and Zhao Yuting. Noticing the tense atmosphere between them, Ye Qingge becomes intrigued and decides to watch the commotion. Gu Jinyu, fearing she might catch a chill, has dressed her warmly, even providing a hood, making it difficult for anyone to recognize her. In a few days, Zhao Yuting is set to marry. Ever since the mid-autumn palace banquet debacle that resulted in her father being reprimanded, she has been under strict supervision. Despite this, Zhao Yuting has not learned her lesson and has engaged in yet another fight with Leng Yefeng, prompting her father to confine her. She has been restricted from leaving the house, even during the New Year's festivities, until today, when she was finally allowed to go out to buy necessities. Zhao Yuting heads straight to Lingxi Pavilion, known for its jewelry, which is popular among the noble ladies of the capital. Upon entering the shop, she reaches for a hairpin, only to have it snatched away by a hand nearby. Just as she is about to explode with anger, she sees Leng Yefeng's face and becomes even more furious. Zhao Yuting demands, "Give that to me." Leng Yefeng defiantly retorts, "Why should I? It's in my hands now and I like it." The shopkeeper rings up the purchase, stating, "This hairpin is mine now." Enraged, Zhao Yuting raises her hand to strike Leng Yefeng, but Leng Yefeng catches her wrist and retaliates with a slap. "You wretched girl! How dare you hit me?" Zhao Yuting, in a fit of rage, lunges to pull Leng Yefeng's hair, and they begin to tussle like 2 wild animals, completely abandoning their refined manners. "You deserve this, you little harlot. You seduced my lineage. May you suffer a terrible fate." Leng Yefeng snaps back, "You have the audacity. I will soon be the royal concubine. Who do you think you are to lay a hand on me? You must be tired of living. I will be the first to eliminate you once I become the princess," Leng Yefeng vows. "It is your fault, you useless waste." Zhao Yuting screams, "I will kill you." Their struggle draws the attention and fright of the surrounding patrons, while the shopkeeper stands by helplessly, fearing injury if he intervenes. Unbeknownst to them, someone reported the incident to the authorities. Officials arrived to separate the two, thus bringing an end to the farce. It is astonishing to think that the two who were once close friends just months ago have now become bitter enemies in such a short time, leaving onlookers in disbelief. As they reach the door, Leng Yefeng spots Ye Qingge, attributing all her misfortunes to her, believing her to be the source of her troubles. It is Ye Qingge who seduced Prince In, causing him to turn his back on her. From the moment she notices Ye Qingge, her gaze remains fixed upon her, filled with animosity. When she reaches Ye Qingge, she does not hesitate to mock and curse. What are you so proud of? Your husband only sees you as a tool. He does not love you. He loves me, and he has done many outrageous things for my sake. What does it matter if you are pregnant? Whether you can give birth is still uncertain. Yun Shan, incensed, attempts to confront her, but Ye Qingge stops her. She is merely engaging in verbal sparring. It is inconsequential. Just a foolish clown. With little interest left, Ye Qingge returns home and has someone escort Yun Shan back to Yunfu while she lies in bed waiting for Gu Jinyu. Ye Qingge believes today as events to be trivial and has no intention of informing Gu Jinyu. However, to her surprise, Yu Ying reports the matter to him in full detail. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinyu is furious and instructs Lu Yun to teach Leng Yefeng a lesson. Were it not for her usefulness, Gu Jinyu would have wished to deal with her on the spot, to spare Qingqing from the sight of such a disgrace. That night, Leng Yefeng is drugged and taken away, left to spend the night in the waterway of the Leng residence. She is discovered the following morning by a servant, having developed a fever that lasts 3 days, leaving her severely ill. She has no recollection of how she ended up there, and during her illness, Zhao Yuting has already entered the prince's residence. Chapter 52. Conspiracy. Zhao Yuting and Leng Yefeng have completely severed ties after these recent events. The news of their altercation spread rapidly, reaching Gu Jinlin's ears that very night. Gu Jinlin considers Zhao Yuting a source of incessant trouble. Had he not been previously schemed against, he would never have married her. Recently, Leng Yefeng has also disappointed him. She had initially managed to hold her ground against Gu Jinyu but has now failed to gain any favor in his presence, while simultaneously allowing Ye Qingge to become pregnant. Observing the growing affection between the couple is certainly not a favorable development. Deciding to visit the familiar place the next day, I intended to see Leng Yuanshuang and subtly suggest that she provoke the relationship between Gu Jinyu and her husband, as their discord would ultimately be advantageous to her. However, the following day at the Wang residence, I heard rumors that Leng Yuanshuang had spent the night by the water ditch. To maintain my image in her eyes, Gu Jinlin resolved to visit the Leng household. Upon arrival, he found Leng Yuanshuang unconscious in her bed. According to the servants, she had been discovered there that morning. No one understood the circumstances, as they had seen her enter her room the previous night. Leng's mother wept beside the bed, lamenting, "My daughter, why are you so unfortunate? Who has wronged you?" Upon seeing Gu Jinlin, she knelt before him, pleading, "Your Highness, please seek justice for our Shuang'er. It must be that woman from the Zhao family who harbors jealousy towards her. It was she who clashed with Shuang'er yesterday and has now done this to her out of spite." Leng's mother wept uncontrollably, causing Gu Jinlin to furrow his brow. "Madam Leng, please remain calm. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. It was not Zhao Yuting who did this. As for other matters, once I have results..."
I shall advocates for Miss Link.
He added, "I have brought a physician. With him present, Miss Zhao will surely be safe." With that, Gu Jinlin took his leave from the Leng residence after a slight bow. Once he departed, Leng's parents expressed their grievances. What does he mean? If it weren't for him, Shuang'er would not have clashed with that vile woman. It must be that wretched creature's doing, and he dares to protect her. Leng's father cautioned, "Be careful with your words. The walls have ears. The Zhao family is about to join the royal household, and our Shuang'er remains an outsider. People naturally prioritize immediate benefits." In a secluded courtyard of the Leng residence, a frail figure appeared, looking down upon the scene with disdain. While the world knew of Leng Yuanshuang, few were aware that she, Leng Ningxue, was the true heiress of the Leng family. After Gu Jinlin left the Leng estate, he sent some items as a token of his concern. To prevent any discontent from the Zhao family, he also had servants deliver gifts to Zhao Yuting. Despite being trivial items, Zhao Yuting treated them as treasures. Upon hearing the servants' report of her reaction, Gu Jinlin mused, "She truly is foolish. Such a woman is easily manipulated." In a secret chamber of the Wang residence, a man stood facing the wall, lost in contemplation. "On the day you marry the concubine, arrange for me to leave the city." After Gu Jinlin exited the city, he would head south, blending in with a merchant convoy, continuing his journey southward. The man turned to look at Gu Jinlin. It was none other than Mo Zihua, who had recently gone missing. Rest assured, I will take care of myself and fulfill my mission, he assured. Gu Jinlin and Mo Zihua were clearly conspiring, though their intentions remained shrouded in secrecy. The Mo family's actions were ultimately in service of Gu Jinlin. Had it not been for Mo Yue, whose blunders had brought their downfall, the Mo family would not be in such dire straits. In a previous life, after Gu Jinlin rose to power, the Mo family had thrived. If not for Mo Yue's secretive dealings with assassins targeting the crown princess and the prince of An, leading to their capture, the Mo family would not have faced extermination. Had he not dispatched Mo Zihua the day before to attend to matters outside the city, Mo Zihua would also be facing dire consequences now. Gu Jinlin placed a reassuring hand on Mo Zihua's shoulder, presenting him with a travel permit and a stack of silver notes. Mo Zihua knelt in gratitude, expressing, "Your Highness, I am immensely grateful for your rescue. I shall not fail in my duty, assisting you in achieving great things and avenging the Mo family." Gu Jinlin helped him to his feet, affirming, "I believe in you. I have specifically petitioned the emperor for a grand wedding. During the occasion, I will help you escape the city." Despite being a wanted man, Gu Jinlin still brought Mo Zihua into the royal residence, indicating Mo Zihua's continued utility. Given the Mo family's current plight, Gu Jinlin was willing to assist him in seeking vengeance, offering him a chance. Should he succeed, he would become an unwavering loyalist. If he were discovered, death would be the only recourse. Those bereft of value did not deserve to remain. Mo Zihua managed to evade the notice of others and enter the Wang residence due to the shadow guards, who were indeed their own people. Having been previously compliant, Gu Jinlin's demeanor had allowed those sent to monitor him to lower their guard, thus overlooking the slight anomaly. After leaving the secret chamber, Gu Jinlin proceeded to the courtyard of Tuobayun, gazing thoughtfully before quietly departing to seek solace with his concubine. In the Prince of An's residence, Gu Jinyu lay against Ye Qingge's belly, feeling the movements of their child. Ye Qingge playfully nudged him, saying, "Brother, it is not yet time. You cannot hear anything." Gu Jinyu, smiling, replied, "My dear, feel free to ask anything. I shall answer all inquiries and fulfill your requests." Ye Qingge gently urged him. It has been said that Leng Yuanshuang spent the night in the courtyard and was found unconscious this morning, burning with fever. Did you have a hand in this? Feigning ignorance, Gu Jinyu replied, "What are you talking about? I know nothing of such matters." He continued seriously, "Perhaps heaven has opened its eyes, unable to tolerate her existence." Gu Jinyu even thought that her fate was too lenient. Had she not been of use, he would have dearly wanted to eliminate her to relieve his frustrations. Ye Qingge appeared quite unfeeling, having once been affectionate months ago, now displaying such indifference. Gu Jinyu embraced her, burying his head in her shoulder, declaring, "Who has feelings for her? My heart belongs solely to you." With a sigh, Gu Jinyu gazed at Ye Qingge's belly, lamenting, "Your father has only just begun to indulge himself. Since you are here, stay comfortably within. Do not bully your mother, or once you arrive, I will discipline you." Ye Qingge chuckled, "You truly are something, even threatening your own child." Gu Jinyu smiled, thinking, "To me, my dear wife is of utmost importance. This little one shall have to wait." 2 days before Zhao Yuting's marriage to the Prince of England, Ye Qingge was summoned to the palace. As it was a royal wedding, even though she was merely a concubine, she was still a lady of status. Thus, Gu Jinlin sought the emperor's and empress's approval for a grand ceremony befitting a secondary wife, which was granted. Prior to the wedding, the empress gathered the ladies to discuss relevant matters. Gu Jinyu was reluctant about Ye Qingge's entry into the palace, as each visit seemed fraught with unforeseen incidents. With her pregnancy still delicate, he worried for her safety while he was occupied with court duties. Ye Qingge reassured him, "Do not worry. I will have Yueying, Xiaoyao, and Baihe accompany me. Their martial prowess ensures my safety." The two parted ways at the palace gates, one heading to court, the other to Fingyi Palace. Inside Fingyi Palace, the empress had already prepared everything. Cushions were placed for the crown princess and the Prince of An's wife, and the room was free of incense, with food suitable for pregnant women laid out. "Your son pays his respects to the empress." Meng Yanran turned upon hearing the greeting, rising swiftly to assist Ye Qingge.
"Oh,
"My little ancestor, you must not kneel. Please sit." Meng Yanran helped Ye Qingge settle onto the cushioned seat. Seizing the moment before others arrived, she disregarded decorum and sat beside Ye Qingge, grasping her hand with bright, eager eyes, cautiously reaching toward her belly. Has there been any discomfort lately? Is morning sickness severe? Can you eat properly? Has Gu Jinyu taken good care of you? Ye Qingge smiled in response. Thank you, Empress. Everything is well. There has been no morning sickness. And my appetite is quite robust. After a brief pause, she shyly added, My husband has taken excellent care of me. Observing the situation, Meng Yanran, as someone with experience, could not be oblivious to the fact that her son seemed to be doing quite well, especially considering how well Ye Qingge appeared. The crown princess was reported to by the palace maid. Su Wanwan, supported by her maid, entered the room, her complexion clearly poor, evidently exhausted by the trials of motherhood. Ye Qingge, concerned, wondered if her sister-in-law's condition was that severe, but the physician had already been consulted. The physician indicated that her health had not been robust to begin with, and the previous incident had caused a disruption in her pregnancy. Although some adjustments had been made, her foundational health would take time to recover. This pregnancy would be particularly arduous, with more pronounced reactions. The main issue was her inability to keep food down, which had led to her brother's complaints about the child, who, even before birth, was already troubling his mother. Before she could extend her congratulations to her sister-in-law, Ye Qingge noted her sister-in-law's pallor, suggesting that this child might be a stable one. Ye Qingge smiled and gently touched her own belly, pondering whether this child would cause her similar troubles in the future. As the palace's concubines arrived in succession, the empress returned to her rightful place. Tua Ba Yun entered behind Hui Fei, offering Ye Qingge a slight smile as she settled into her position. Ordinarily, as a mere concubine, she would not warrant such attention. It was merely a procedural formality to demonstrate the royal family's regard for the Prince of England. When the other concubines arrived, they all congratulated Ye Qingge, but Hui Fei, while verbally expressing her congratulations, displayed a clear disdain. This visit was primarily to convey the emperor's message. He had permitted Hui Fei to oversee matters outside the palace and had briefed Tua Ba Yun on several issues before allowing her to leave shortly thereafter. After the midday gathering dispersed, only Ye Qingge and Su Wanwan remained in Feng Yi Palace, finishing their lunch in anticipation of Ye Qingge's husband coming to collect them. On the day of Zhao Yuting's wedding, she arrived at the Prince of England's residence dressed in a vibrant crimson wedding gown, accompanied by her dowry from the Zhao family. The prince, wishing to showcase his virtue and sense of responsibility, personally went to greet them at the Zhao residence, bestowing honor upon Zhao's family. Gu Jinlin escorted Zhao Yuting to the side entrance, as she was not the principal wife and thus lacked the right to enter through the main door. Regardless of Zhao Yuting's discomfort, she had no choice but to step through the side entrance, crossing over the fire basin to the front hall. Hui Fei was already seated in the high position, with Tua Ba Yun settled at her own place. After exchanging vows, Zhao Yuting was led to the bridal chamber, where she sat alone on the bed while Gu Jinlin attended to the guests. To facilitate matters, Gu Jinlin had invited all the notable figures from the capital, including Gu Jinyu, Gu Jincheng, and Gu Jini, who accompanied him throughout the drinking festivities. Among the princes, aside from the Prince of England, only the Crown Prince and the Prince of An had wed, with their wives both expecting, hence their absence. Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng had no such reservations, remaining vigilant to avoid being outmaneuvered while indulging in drinks. Gu Jini, however, was rather naive, quickly becoming intoxicated and needing to be escorted to a side hall to rest. I can still drink. Don't leave. Let us continue. With the help of attendants, Gu Jinlin made his way to the new chamber, his earlier ramblings vanishing as he left the crowd's sight. You may withdraw. I can manage on my own. Gu Jinlin proceeded to the secret chamber, where he found Mo Zihue, who had already undergone disguise. Brother Zihue, are you prepared? Everything is ready, my lord, replied Mo Zihue. Gu Jinlin changed out of his wedding attire and, along with Mo Zihue, exited the residence through the back door. At that moment, all attention was focused on the front courtyard, with Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng both inebriated, rendering them oblivious to his actions. Thank you for your assistance, my lord, Mo Zihue expressed as they reached the city gate. I shall not fail you. I await your good news in the capital, Gu Jinlin replied, stealthily sending Mo Zihue out of the city before quietly returning to the residence, where he changed back into his wedding garments. Upon returning to the bridal chamber, Gu Jinlin found Zhao Yuting seated on the bed, her veil covering her. Considering her schemes, he approached and casually lifted her veil, causing her to gasp in surprise. Although her appearance did not rival that of the likes of Leng Yu or Ye Qingge, she was still a beauty in her own right. Under the influence of alcohol, Gu Jinlin, unable to restrain himself, pressed her down onto the bed. Your Highness, Zhao Yuting protested, attempting to make him stop, but was met with his sharp rebuke. Silence. In such a situation, there was no possibility of halting, and Gu Jinlin felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, leading him to unleash his desires. He silenced Zhao Yuting's protests, tearing at her clothing until it was swiftly removed. He then began to disrobe himself, and in that intimate moment, Gu Jinlin took her suddenly, and without warning. The unexpected pain caused her to break into a cold sweat. She had thought that since it was not her first time, it wouldn't hurt, yet the agony was still profound. Gu Jinlin displayed no regard for Zhao Yuting's discomfort, as her cries of pain mingled with his gasps of pleasure. On what should have been a joyous wedding night, there were no ceremonial decorations, no celebratory wine, no sweet words, only tumultuous waves of passion. Before dawn, Gu Jinlin rose from Zhao Yuting's side and immediately fell asleep, showing no concern for her well-being. Zhao Yuting gazed up at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 54, Yu Feng's awakening within the Prince of An's residence. Ye Qingge nestled in Gu Jinyu's embrace, relishing his affectionate attention. After a period of attentive care, Ye Qingge had gained a bit of weight, her cheeks fuller and her overall demeanor more endearing. Gu Jinyu now cherished the time spent alone with Ye Qingge, finding great comfort in their moments together. As Ye Qingge enjoyed pastries and drank milk, she listened contentedly as Gu Jinyu read to her from a storybook. He narrated a tale of a general deceived by a woman who neglected his wife only to regret it after her death, ultimately choosing to follow her in death. Ye Qingge scoffed at the story, disapproving of the general's failure to cherish his wife while she was alive, only to lament her loss afterward. The pressing matter was to eliminate those who harmed her. There was no question of sacrificing oneself for another's sake. Gu Jinyu cast a deep gaze at Ye Qingge. While the story diverged from their own circumstances, the fundamental essence was strikingly similar. In his past life, he too had failed to cherish what he had until it was too late. Ye Qingge, having not experienced such indifference, could not fathom the general's wife's plight. Yet in her previous life, she had truly endured such suffering. Noticing Gu Jinyu's unusual expression, she asked with concern, "My husband, what troubles you?" Gu Jinyu gently stroked her head with one hand, reassuring her it's nothing. Let us continue with the story.
All right.
Listening to the story grew tiresome, and Ye Qingge felt that way now. Hearing Gu Jinyu speak was reminiscent of her childhood days in school, where she would listen to her teacher, only wanting to succumb to sleep. Since her pregnancy, Ye Qingge had been eating and sleeping more. She needed several hours of rest each day. Initially, Gu Jinyu had been worried about her condition, but with Yi Wenshuan's assurance that everything was fine, he felt relieved. As sleepiness suddenly overtook her, Ye Qingge let out a soft yawn, leaned against Gu Jinyu, closed her eyes, and drifted off, still holding onto her unfinished snack. Gu Jinyu noticed her breathing had steadied and, looking down, saw that his dear Qingge had fallen asleep. With a smile, he took the pastry from her hand and placed it on a plate. He gently lifted her, carried her back to the room, and laid her on the bed, planting a kiss on her lips. Having just eaten pastries and drunk milk, Ye Qingge exuded sweetness, which filled Gu Jinyu's heart with joy. Taking advantage of Ye Qingge's slumber, he did not forget to threaten their unborn child. Be good. Do not trouble your mother. If you behave, there will be rewards when you arrive. If not, do not blame your father for disciplining you. As Gu Jinyu stepped outside, he spotted Yu Feng chatting and laughing with a woman not far off. Raising an eyebrow, he mused that the woman must be Inger. He recalled that there had not been such a person in the front yard before. Could she have been transferred from the backyard? Observing Sakura's demeanor, it was evident that she held feelings for Yu Feng. Xilian and Kaiping stood by the entrance, their every movement visible to him. Yu Feng, I have a task for you to complete, the prince said. Yu Feng replied to Sakura, Sakura, the prince has summoned me, so I must take my leave. We shall discuss those matters another time. Goodbye, brother Yu Feng, Sakura said. He quickly approached Gu Jinyu. What are your orders, your highness? Come with me to the study, Gu Jinyu instructed. After they left, Sakura departed as well, casting a provocative smile towards Xilian, who merely rolled her eyes in response. Within the study, Yu Feng closed the door. Was that young lady just now the Sakura you mentioned? Gu Jinyu inquired. Yes, your highness, Yu Feng confirmed. Sakura hails from Nanyang as well. She informed me that she wishes to borrow the kitchen tomorrow to prepare some local delicacies. I wondered if I should partake. And how did you respond? Of course, I want to eat it. Although I left my hometown at a young age to follow you. Those are still the flavors of my homeland. Jinyu sighed. So, you address her as if she were your sister? She is younger than I. Naturally, she is my sister, Ye Qingge replied matter-of-factly. Do you harbor feelings for her? Jinyu pressed. Ye Qingge, flustered, exclaimed, Your Highness, please do not jest. How could I possibly have feelings for her? Jinyu inquired again, and what of Xilian? Do you like her? Ye Qingge's face flushed slightly at the mention of Xilian. His mind flooded with memories of their time together. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he glanced at Jinyu. Xilian, she. Jinyu stepped forward and placed a hand on Ye Qingge's shoulder. Ye Qingge, remember this. To love someone is to be sincere and unwavering. If you care for Xilian yet flirt with others, what will others think, and how will Xilian feel? Reflect upon your relationships with both Xilian and Sakura. The latter is not as simple as you perceive. Upon exiting, Ye Qingge found himself in a daze, believing his relationship with Sakura to be perfectly ordinary. He unconsciously wandered to Lanyue Pavilion, only to find that Xilian was no longer at the entrance. He made his way to the backyard, where he spotted Xilian practicing martial arts with Ye Qingge cautiously approached the two. Xilian, what troubles you? You seemed fine before. Why have you been ignoring me recently? Xilian rolled her eyes in response. During that time, you would always come near me whenever you had a moment, initiating conversations and even teasing me at times. But ever since you were injured and that Sakura appeared, you two seem to be getting along splendidly. Xilian, with her impatient nature, often displayed her temper. Yet Sakura was different. Her words were gentle, and she was considerate. The rapport between Ye Qingge and Sakura was far more harmonious than with Xilian. You've already got your sister Sakura. Why come looking for me? Xilian retorted, her sarcasm evident. Just then, Sakura entered the courtyard. Brother Ye Qingge, I made some snacks for you and the two sisters to try. Xilian, enraged, threw her sword to the ground. Who are you calling your sister? Always with the brother and sister. Are you a chick or something? Sakura's eyes glistened with tears as she replied, Sister, please don't be angry. If you don't like Sakura, I won't come before you again. Seeing this, Ye Qingge moved to comfort Sakura while chastising Xilian for frightening her. When I was injured, it was Sakura who took care of me every day. I owe her my gratitude. What's wrong with her calling me brother? You're being too aggressive. Xilian, even angrier, picked up her sword and pointed it at Ye Qingge and Sakura.
Fine.
You two share a lovely sibling bond. Now, take your sister and disappear from my sight. I never want to see you both again, otherwise, I shall not hold back. Xilian knew she could not best Ye Qingge in a fight. Her words were merely a plea to keep them away from her. Sakura tugged at Ye Qingge's sleeve. Brother Ye Qingge, it's all my fault. Please don't be angry with sister. Ye Qingge, seemingly indifferent, allowed Sakura to lead him away. Xilian, unable to contain her frustration, stormed off towards the princess's quarters. Ye Qingge watched Xilian's retreating figure. Sakura smiled after Xilian left, though she did not notice Ye Qingge's expression, which went unnoticed by him but was understood by Ye Qingge. Ye Qingge sat on a stone bench, pouring herself a cup of tea. Your aim has been achieved. You may leave now. Ye Qingge did not grasp Ye Qingge's meaning, but Sakura understood that Ye Qingge had been observing her throughout. Brother Ye Qingge, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As Ye Qingge tried to follow her, Ye Qingge halted him. Ye Qingge, come sit with me. Sakura displayed a look of reluctance, but said nothing, departing alone. Do you still have feelings for Xilian? Ye Qingge queried. Ye Qingge, confused, nodded mechanically, wondering why both the prince and Ye Qingge had posed the same question to him today. His mind lingered on Xilian's anger, and he paid little heed to Ye Qingge's expression. Ye Qingge observed him closely. However, love is not meant to be so. It is characterized by unconditional care and protection, akin to the relationship between the prince and princess. When have you seen them harm one another over another person? Ye Qingge looked up at Ye Qingge. That Sakura is not simple. She appeared at that moment to sow discord between you two. If you wish for a future with Xilian, you must first resolve matters with Sakura. I have said my piece. If you choose to remain entangled with your sister Sakura, then so be it. Ye Qingge returned to his quarters in a daze, unresponsive when Yu inquired about his state. He was, in fact, uncertain about how to interact with women and what they might care about. Now he was at a loss, pondering whether Xilian would continue to ignore him after today's outburst. Xilian was indeed quite upset. Upon returning to the Nightingale Pavilion, she found Nightingale already awake and immediately sensed something was amiss with Xilian. When questioned, Lian remained silent, ultimately revealing the reason through Ye Qingge. That evening, Nightingale did not afford Gu Jinyu a pleasant demeanor and insisted he properly discipline Ye Qingge. Lian and Nightingale shared a sisterly bond. How could a mere girl provoke her to this extent? Nightingale contemplated sending Sakura away immediately. However, Gu Jinyu intended for Sakura to act as a catalyst for Ye Qingge and Lian's relationship, thus she was not dismissed right away. Yet, her days ahead would not be easy. Chapter 55, The Contents of the Letter the Day after receiving advice. Ye Qingge approached Gu Jinyu to seek counsel on how to pursue a woman. Gu Jinyu began, first, create distance between yourself and other women. You must allow Lian to perceive your intentions. Avoid the brother-sister banter. A man who lacks self-respect is akin to a spoiled cabbage. I understand. I will maintain distance from Sister Sakura, Ye Qingge affirmed. Be a bit bolder, stick close to her. If all else fails, follow her wherever she goes and remain by her side. Ye Qingge asked if she goes to the restroom, should I accompany her as well? Gu Jinyu was left utterly speechless. If rolling his eyes were not beneath his dignity, he would have done so right then. He could hardly fathom how he could have such a dim-witted subordinate. There are matters to avoid discussing. Once you are married, you may do as you please. Hearing this, Ye Qingge felt his ears burn. Gu Jinyu continued, if she strikes you, do not retaliate. Let her hit you. Once she has had her fill of venting her frustrations, it will be over quickly. Do not think it shameful to be struck by a woman. It is far more disgraceful to have no wife at all. Moreover, once you've been hit, you can play the weak one and let her take care of you for a few days. Will that truly work? Won't she become angrier? Ye Qingge questioned. Gu Jinyu replied, being struck is a sign of affection. If she is willing to hit you, it is a good sign. If she no longer wishes to do so, then you will find no place to cry. Remember, your attitude must be soft. Whatever Lian says, you should comply. Do not oppose her. It is only by being thick-skinned that you can win her heart. The reason why Lord Yu relies on his audacity to evoke the princess's deep affections, does it not? Gu Jinyu proudly declares that he has mastered the art of charm, a skill you cannot easily acquire. Moreover, his relationship with the princess is reciprocal, a notion you fail to grasp. Remember, set aside your pride. It holds no value in the presence of your spouse. As Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge engaged in a discussion on the ways to win over a wife, Yu Mu entered to report that Ye Qingge had summoned Gu Jinyu to the Yi residence. Upon hearing this news, Gu Jinyu understood the gravity of the matter and quickly informed Ye Qingge before making his way to the Yi residence. Inside the study of the Yi residence, Ye Qingge and Ye Wenxuan sat solemnly in their chairs. Upon Gu Jinyu's arrival, Ye Qingge handed him a letter, urging him to take a look. This was the investigative result returned by the individuals Ye Qingge had dispatched. The contents of the letter revealed the findings of Gu Jinyu's earlier request for an investigation by the Qianjij. Gu Jinyu's expression turned grave as he raised his gaze towards the two men. Miaojiang, Gu poison?
Ye Qingge nodded.
Based on the information you provided, I dispatched Qianjij to investigate, and this is the result. Ye Wenxuan interjected, to my knowledge, the Miaojiang has long been devoid of descendants skilled in the art of Gu. Their which clan perished over 2 decades ago, so there is no need for concern. No one answered him, yet Ye Qingge continued to fixate on Gu Jinyu. How did you come to know this information? Who has been afflicted by the Gu? Gu Jinyu found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly confess that it was the symptoms observed in his mother in a previous life. It was no wonder the imperial physician could not diagnose her. She had fallen ill suddenly, without any prior warning, and it turned out to be due to Gu manipulation. Who was behind this? Why target his mother? Was it merely to disturb their peace of mind, rather than to strike directly at them? And who exactly was this individual, lingering undetected in the capital? Perhaps even in their midst? Was it Gu Jinlin's doing? Why would he assist him? Seeing Gu Jinyu's unease, Ye Qingge inquired, what troubles you? It is nothing. I apologize for troubling you, elder brother. I merely overheard of a certain substance that is neither medicine nor poison, yet can cause sudden illness and gradual decline. I fear that one day someone within the palace may exploit this technique for malevolence. Understanding it sooner would allow us to guard against it better. Ye Qingge recognized that Gu Jinyu was concealing something, but deemed it inappropriate to press further. The art of witchcraft had once thrown the world into chaos, leading to a consensus among multiple nations to jointly eradicate the witch clan, resulting in a massacre that left no survivors. He and Ye Wenxuan shared a complex expression, reminded of that bloody purge, especially since Tianxuan had participated in it. If any descendants of the witch clan were indeed alive, they would undoubtedly seek revenge, possessing knowledge capable of annihilating the entire realm. Contrary to the thoughts of the two brothers, Jinyu believed that there were still survivors of the witch clan. After all, everything from his previous life had truly transpired. Furthermore, he suspected that this individual was working for Gu Jinlin, harboring ulterior motives. Yu and Xuan had additional matters to discuss with Jinyu. Once Qingqing's birthday passes, I shall set out for Yawang Valley. This journey will take no less than 3 months, and may extend to half a year, or even a year. To ensure Qingqing's well-being during her pregnancy and delivery, I have sent word to my junior brother, asking him to come to the capital to assist. My junior brother, Zhu Yin, is a trustworthy individual. I can only rest easy by entrusting her to him. He should arrive shortly after my departure, and I will have him stay at Baichao Garden. Jinyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. Qingqing is my sister, and I must consider her welfare thoroughly. You have lent me your trusted aid. I, too, must facilitate your peace of mind. Zhu Yin's medical skills may not surpass mine, but he is certainly superior to those old men at the Imperial Hospital. I can only feel at ease knowing he will be there. Take good care of Qingqing. If she inquires about me, tell her that my master instructed me to practice as a wandering physician for several months every few years, tending to the common folk. I will assuredly return before next year. For any matters, consult elder brother. He remains at hand. After departing the Yi residence, Jinyu did not hasten back to the royal residence, but instead visited the marketplace, ensuring everything was in order before returning to the palace. Within the royal residence, Yunshan had arrived, engaged in a discussion with Qingqing regarding the designs for children's clothing. Indeed, the previous items had already been prepared, tiny garments and adorable toys, utterly charming. Ye Qingge arranged for these gifts to be sent to her cousin's merchant caravan, which would soon head south, delivering them in due time. Ye Qingge's cousin was due to give birth in a little over 2 months, making it inconvenient for her to visit personally, but these items would certainly be useful. Initially, Ye Qingge intended to craft the items herself, but her sewing skills were not up to par. Children's items required a certain finesse. As Jinyu approached, he observed Yunshan pressing her cheek against Ye Qingge's belly, playfully inquiring, "Qingqing, may I be the godmother? What do you say, little one? Shall I be your godmother?" Jinyu gritted his teeth, declaring, "You shall not. If you love children, then bear your own. This child belongs to Qingqing and me." He scooped Ye Qingge into his arms and, to their astonishment, carried her into the room while ensuring the door was closed behind them. Yunshan was indeed domineering. "I would love to bear a child, but who would father it? That deadwood Ye Wenjie?" Meanwhile, in the Yi residence, Ye Wenjie sneezed thrice, suspecting a cold, and sought Ye Wenshuan for medication. Once inside the room, Ye Qingge glared at Jinyu, who feigned innocence, as if he had wronged her. "Why are you behaving this way? Sister Yunshan is not a stranger. My dear, you always defend her. I do not care. You are mine and mine alone." Jinyu held onto Ye Qingge, refusing to let go, regardless of her protests. In exasperation, Ye Qingge called out to Yunshan, "Sister Yunshan, come back another day. Kaiping, please see her off." Yunshan replied, "Qingqing, I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. Do not heed anything the prince says. Your well-being is paramount. My mother always said that a man should not be indulged too much." Jinyu's face turned pale upon hearing this, while Ye Qingge could not suppress her laughter in his embrace. She was sowing discord, yet he remained amused. He deserved punishment. With that, he kissed Ye Qingge's lips, stating, "If you cannot have meat, then a little soup will suffice." Chapter 56. Birthday gifts in preparation for Ye Qingge's birthday. Jinyu had been making arrangements for several months in advance. The estate had been decorated according to her preferences, although it had been delivered to her early. The weather in February was still quite chilly, and given Ye Qingge's early stage of pregnancy, it was not convenient for her to travel far. Thus, Jinyu resolved to celebrate at home. To surprise Ye Qingge, he enlisted Yunshan's help to divert her attention in the days leading up to her birthday. He also sought his mother-in-law's assistance, requesting her to take Qingqing out for a stroll. At his behest, the Empress began to summon Ye Qingge to the palace under various pretenses. The Empress wholeheartedly supported Jinyu's decision, assuring him that he could entrust Ye Qingge to her care. Consequently, under the orchestration of those around her, Ye Qingge met with various individuals each day, entirely unaware of Jinyu's intentions. Every time Ye Qingge departed, Jinyu would stealthily exit through the back door. He had been frequenting the jade shop in the east of the city for many days, intent on crafting a jade hairpin for his beloved Qingge. Their journey had not commenced perfectly, and he had never presented her with a gift of significant value. The Ye family was not short of wealth, nor was Qingge in need. He had already given her all the resources he could offer, thus he yearned to give her a meaningful gift. Although he had purchased a hairpin for her on their wedding day, it was not a creation of his own hands. His Qingge deserved everything he made for her. The proprietor of the jade shop was an elderly man with a beard who welcomed Jinyu each time he visited. It was not merely his noble status that drew the old man, but rather Jinyu's unwavering dedication. The elderly man observed Jinyu with admiration, nodding appreciatively as he stroked his beard. He mused to himself that this young man had been frequenting his shop for several days now. Initially, he would only visit for an hour on occasion, but now he appeared punctually every day. Carving jade was a challenging endeavor. One misstep could ruin the piece. Generally, people would purchase finished products as tokens for their beloved, seldom opting to craft something themselves. Even if they did, they typically chose wood as their medium. A man like him was indeed a rarity. In the old man's eyes, Jinyu's craftsmanship was commendable. The hairpins he had carved over the past days were exquisite. Given that they were made from fine jade, their market value would undoubtedly be considerable. Yet, none of them had met his satisfaction, which revealed the care he put into his work for that special lady. At last, on this day, Jinyu produced a piece that pleased him, a vividly crafted phoenix tail hairpin. Satisfied, he handed over the payment to the shopkeeper. "Thank you for your guidance these past days. I hope you will accept this small token of my appreciation." The old man accepted the pouch of coins without inspecting its contents, trusting in the young man's character and believing he had not misjudged him. "You intend to gift this to your beloved as a token of affection, I presume? I am certain she will cherish it." Jinyu intended the gift for his wife. He owed her a token of love, and with her birthday approaching, it was a perfect opportunity to make amends. Upon hearing that Jinyu was already married, the old man smiled and wished him and his wife a harmonious union for a lifetime. Jinyu bowed in acknowledgement of the elder's kind words and took his leave. He carefully wrapped the jade hairpin and placed it in a box he had prepared in advance before returning to the Wang residence. At that moment, Ye Qingge was still at the palace and had not yet returned home. Jinyu entered his study, moving some books on the shelf to reveal a hidden compartment. He placed the completed jade hairpin inside, alongside another box whose contents were unknown, likely another gift for Qingge. After closing the compartment, Jinyu proceeded to the backyard to inspect the items purchased by Li Baoquan. Meanwhile, in the palace, the queen summoned all the concubines and princesses to gather gifts for Ye Qingge. Zhao Yiting was also permitted to enter the palace. Since their marriage, she had not seen Jinyu. The events of their wedding night had left her hurt, and the following morning, Jinyu had merely expressed a fleeting regret. He was not one to show tenderness towards his wife, making it impossible for him to comfort her. In his mind, it was all a normal occurrence, and Zhao Yiting was merely being overly sensitive. Initially wanting to confide her grievances to Jinyu, Zhao Yiting was forced to suppress her feelings. She dared not provoke him and chose to flatter him instead, complimenting his bravery. Jinyu, benefiting from her flattery, offered a few soft words, claiming he had merely drunk too much and would be more cautious in the future. He could never understand a woman's sentiments. Zhao Yiting felt deeply wronged while trying to appease Jinyu, knowing that only his happiness would ensure her own comfort. Tuoba Yun, understanding Zhao Yiting's plight, ceased to trouble her after sharing a cup of tea, but this did not prevent the concubine Hui from tormenting her. Jinyu showed no regard for her well-being, forcing her to endure humiliating positions on the bed, even as her lips were injured. After a long night, she was awoken early to pay respects to concubine Hui. The latter, having lost face due to previous incidents, had no intention of sparing Zhao Yiting, making her kneel for 2 hours under the pretense of teaching palace etiquette. Upon returning home, Zhao Yiting fell ill, taking days to recover, and even now, she appeared quite haggard. The queen subtly alluded to Ye Qingge's upcoming birthday, leaving unspoken intentions lingering in the air. Those present could easily grasp the implications. Ye Qingge's private treasury was about to expand. Observing the queen's affection for Ye Qingge, Zhao Yiting felt a surge of jealousy, her gaze turning venomous. In her mind, had it not been for Ye Qingge, she might have become a beloved concubine in the Wang residence, possibly even doted upon and cared for now if she were with child. Reflecting on the Yanwang's attentiveness towards Ye Qingge and contrasting that with Gu Jinyu's indifference, Zhao Yuting felt profound regret. Had she not heeded Leng Yuexiong's advice to scheme against the Yanwang, she could have easily found a husband who cherished her, given her lineage and talents. Alas, a single misstep had led her down a path of no return. Tuoba Yun, seated beside Zhao Yuting, observed her transformation and recognized her regret, but it was too late. Her actions had doomed her to forever cower beneath the royal family's scrutiny. With Gu Jinyu as her husband, she could never hope to live as freely and joyfully as Ye Qingge did. Unbeknownst to Ye Qingge, Zhao Yuting's thoughts were far from her mind. She was captivated by the cat in Gu Jinzhai's arms, its fluffy form utterly adorable, melting her heart. The queen also took notice of Gu Jinzhai's cat, inquiring about its origin, remarking on how plump and charming it was, much like Jinzhai herself. Gu Jinzhai shyly smiled in gratitude for the queen's compliment, explaining, "This cat was a gift from my mother. I find her exceedingly adorable." The kind concubine was unaware that since receiving the cat, Jinzhai had not let it out of her embrace, insisting on bringing it everywhere, even to the queen's presence. Jinzhai felt embarrassed by the attention. Lowering her gaze to the cat, which seemed to sense her discomfort, looking back at her with a soft meow. Ye Qingge was thoroughly enchanted, her gaze lingering on the cat until she left the Fingyi palace. Upon returning home, Gu Jinyu awaited her at the door. After the carriage came to a halt, he gently lifted Ye Qingge down. Throughout the journey, she seemed distracted, and Gu Jinyu's inquiries were met with silence. That night, as they prepared for bed, Ye Qingge murmured a few words in her sleep, mentioning how cute the cat was. It was then that Gu Jinyu understood the reason behind her distraction and began to formulate a plan. Chapter 57. Ye Qingge's birthday. On the 23rd day of the second lunar month, Ye Qingge's birthday arrived. That morning, she rose early, tidying herself in anticipation of the surprise that awaited her. Gu Jinyu had been busy in recent days, and Ye Qingge was confident that he was preparing a surprise for her. However, upon his return from court, Gu Jinyu headed straight to his study, unresponsive to her subtle hints. "Today's weather is splendid, dear husband. Do you notice anything special about me?" Gu Jinyu took a moment to appraise Ye Qingge before replying. "My dear, you have grown even more beautiful. That's not it. There is something else." Gu Jinyu leaned closer, catching a whiff of milk from her breakfast. "You had milk this morning?"
No.
"Did you wear new clothes?" "I've not seen you in this outfit before, but my wife looks lovely in anything." Frustrated, Ye Qingge left the room with her maids, Kai Lian and Kai Ping. As soon as she stepped out, the Wang residence erupted into activity. Under Li Baochuan's direction, the servants hurriedly arranged the prepared items according to the master's instructions, striving to complete everything swiftly. Gu Jinyu, smiling, exited the study, carrying the gift he had prepared for Ye Qingge. Meanwhile, she rushed to Yun's residence to confide in Yunshan, feeling neglected that her husband had forgotten her birthday while the queen had remembered. Along the way, she asked her maids, who expressed ignorance about any special significance of the day, further fueling her irritation. Upon reaching Yunshan, she was immediately pulled outside. "Qingge, you arrived just in time. I was about to look for you." Ye Qingge thought, "Yunshan is the best. She surely remembers my birthday." However, just as her heart swelled with gratitude, she was doused with cold water. "I have come to collect the jewelry I ordered from Lingxi Pavilion. Will you accompany me?" "Of course." On the surface, there was no reaction, yet within her heart, a sense of disappointment lingered. After departing from Lingxi Pavilion, Ye Qingge expressed her desire to visit the Yi residence. She believed that her parents and brother would surely remember her birthday, only to be informed by the steward that they were all out and not at home. Yunshan mentioned she had matters to attend to, thus she did not accompany Ye Qingge, who returned to the Wang residence feeling dejected. During her absence, the Wang residence had been beautifully decorated. Upon entering, Ye Qingge was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a lantern festival, vibrant and joyful. Gu Jinyu emerged from around the corner, approaching Ye Qingge step by step. At that moment, Ye Qingge burst into tears, the pent-up grievances erupting all at once. Gu Jinyu stepped forward to embrace her, urging her not to cry. Ye Qingge struggled in his arms, playfully striking him a few times, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! I thought you had forgotten. Do you know how sad I was?" "You deceived me." Gu Jinyu replied, "It was all my fault. I was to blame. For the sake of the child, could you grant this scoundrel a chance?" Ye Qingge insisted that such behavior must not happen again. Gu Jinyu tightened his embrace, promising to heed her wishes. He gently wiped away her tears and lifted her in his arms, carrying her into the courtyard. Xilian and Kaiping discreetly slipped away, sensing the moment. Upon reaching Lanua Pavilion, Jinyu set Ye Qingge down, and she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing to avoid the gaze of others. To her surprise, her parents were present, along with her brother. Sister Yunshan had also come, as well as the crown prince and his wife. Had it not been for the Empress's inconvenience, she would undoubtedly have joined the festivities as well. "Happy birthday, my dear Qingqing," her mother exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "I hope you find eternal happiness." Her father added, "Happy birthday, my good girl. I only wish for your safety and joy. Soon you shall become a mother. No more childish whims, understand?" Ye Qingge wept in response. Jinyu, gazing at her tear-streaked face, reassured her, "Do not worry, for I am here. You may always indulge in your whims." With her glistening eyes fixed on Jinyu, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Ye Qingge then turned and leaped back into her parents' embrace, calling out to them. Her mother gently patted her back, saying, all right. The crown prince and crown princess are still here. You should not provide them with entertainment." Sniffling, Ye Qingge stepped away from her parents and obediently approached Jinyu. The crown princess smiled. "It is all right. Today is your special day, Qingqing. You need not worry about us. Happy birthday. This is a gift from me and your royal brother. We hope you will cherish it." Ye Qingge expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, royal brother and sister-in-law. I truly adore it." Jincheng replied, "It is our duty. Without you, we would not be so blissful." He and Su Wanwan exchanged a knowing smile, their happiness evident. Her elder and second brothers each presented her with a box filled with gold, silver, and precious gems, all the finest treasures they had saved for her since childhood. In both Qianji Pavilion and Yawang Valley, Ye Qingge held a certain status, and the least they could offer her was ample wealth. Yi Wenshuan stated, "This collection of rare treasures was gathered by my elder brother from various places, filled with many delightful items." Yi Wenjie leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Among them are several shimmering silks, reputed to make exquisite garments. I kept 2 for mother, and the rest are for you." Ye Qingge instantly grasped her brother's implication. Casting a meaningful glance at Yunshan before turning back to her eldest brother, her expression one of understanding. Yi Wenjie could not help but glance at Yunshan, only to find that she was also looking at him. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before parting, yet Yi Wenjie still felt his ears flush with warmth. Yunshan presented Ye Qingge with a recently acquired headpiece, embracing her and wishing her a happy birthday. "I just asked if you liked it and you said you did. It was crafted according to your preferences. Consider it a gift for you." "Silly girl, how could I possibly forget your birthday? We are the best of sisters." Ye Qingge embraced her back, softly murmuring her agreement. Tuoba Yun had fashioned a sword sheath for Ye Qingge, which she promptly tried with her sword, finding it splendidly functional. "Thank you, Sister Yun. I adore it." Even Xilian, Kaiping, and Yu Ying presented her with handmade gifts, yet Jinyu remained silent. However, Ye Qingge was not anxious. She knew he must have something prepared. "Let us dine first. The food will grow cold." The meal had long been ready, laid out on the table in the front hall. Jinyu guided Ye Qingge to their seats, lifting the lid to reveal a bowl of longevity noodles. "Qingqing, do taste it and let me know how it is." Ye Qingge picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, her eyes lighting up with delight. "Husband, did you make this? You are incredible. You can even cook noodles. It is truly delicious, the best longevity noodles I have ever tasted." Jinyu affectionately stroked her head. "I am glad you like it. I shall make it for you often in the future. I will also learn to prepare other dishes for you if you will permit." Ye Qingge nodded eagerly in agreement. Unbeknownst to her, Jinyu had wasted countless ingredients in his pursuit of crafting this bowl of noodles, nearly setting the kitchen ablaze in the process. The head chef had attempted to dismiss him several times, yet his status had afforded him some leniency. After finishing their meal, Jinyu led Ye Qingge toward their quarters. Chapter 58, Ye Qingge's Birthday, Part 2. At the entrance, Jinyu instructed, "Qingqing, close your eyes." Ye Qingge gazed at him for a moment, her heart racing, unable to contain her excitement. She obediently shut her eyes, allowing Jinyu to guide her. This was the happiest birthday she had experienced in years, surrounded by loved ones, a scene she had scarcely dared to imagine mere months prior. With a creak, the door swung open, accompanied by Yunshan's gentle call, "You may open your eyes now." Slowly, Ye Qingge opened her eyes to behold a gallery of portraits. Each portrait depicted her at various stages of life, from her wedding day to the present, even including scenes from her time in the boudoir. It was no wonder Yinshan had gasped in astonishment moments earlier. As she took in the array of images, Ye Qingge turned to the man beside her, incredulous. When were these painted? I had no idea. Tears welled in her eyes, and disregarding the presence of others, she reached out for an embrace. Jinyu chuckled softly, playfully pinching her nose and drawing her close. These were created during your slumber, in my moments of leisure. I cherish our time together, and wish for it to linger, allowing me to memorize every expression of yours. Each day, I painted a scene, your joyful moments, your pouting, your contemplative states, so that when we grow old and our memories fade, we can revisit these memories through these portraits. Ye Qingge surveyed the room filled with her likeness, asking, "But why did you only paint me? What about you?" Jinyu replied, "How about you become the artist for my portrait in the future? We can each depict one another." Ye Qingge's heart raced at his words, prompting her to change the subject, pointing to the portraits from before their marriage. "But these scenes do not include you. What about you at that time?" Jinyu explained, "I inquired with your parents and with Xilian and Kaiping. Having spent time with you, I yearned to know everything about you. These were inspired by their descriptions. Is it not accurate?" Ye Qingge shook her head, pouting as tears threatened to spill. She turned back to him, embracing Jinyu tightly. "Husband, I love you so much." Jinyu had once told her he preferred not to hear her say thanks, so she replaced her gratitude with declarations of love. "Is this love enough?" he asked. "I have more gifts for you." Ye Qingge lifted her gaze, her eyes and nose reddened, eliciting a desire to tease her. Jinyu swallowed hard and leaned in to kiss her, releasing her only when she could no longer catch her breath. Ye Qingge struck a few gentle blows against Jinyu's chest, inquiring about the presence of others. Upon glancing toward the door, she realized there was no one left. They had long since departed without her noticing. Jinyu and the others have left, so do not fret, she reassured. Pulling Ye Qingge to the vanity and urging her to sit, she retrieved a box from the side, opening it to reveal the exquisite hairpin meticulously carved by Jinyu himself. Jinyu delicately placed it atop Ye Qingge's head, and after admiring her reflection in the mirror, she asked, "Does it look good?" Ye Qingge reached up to touch it, feeling the fine quality of the white jade, skillfully crafted with evident care. A thought struck her, prompting her to grasp Jinyu's hand. It bore faint scars, now healed but still visible. She recalled having noticed them before. Jinyu had claimed they were the result of a training mishap, and she had believed him.
Now,
she pondered that they were likely injuries sustained while creating the hairpin for her. Holding his hand, her eyes reddened. "Does it still hurt?" she inquired softly. "It no longer pains me. As long as Qingqing is pleased, it is worth it," Jinyu replied. "I truly adore it," Ye Qingge affirmed. Jinyu wiped away the tears streaming from her eyes with a sigh. "What a little crybaby you are." Ye Qingge turned her head away, retorting, "You're the one who cries. I merely have dry eyes." Jinyu chuckled indulgently. "Very well, I shall accept my title as a crybaby." He reached out to caress Ye Qingge's head, adding, "This hairpin should have been gifted to you before our marriage." Jinyu turned Ye Qingge, who was admiring herself in the mirror, to face him. Kneeling down, he gazed earnestly into her eyes. "Qingqing, though it is a bit late, I still wish to ask you." He took a deep breath before continuing, "Will you accept my hairpin, becoming my beloved and my wife?" Ye Qingge wrapped her arms around Jinyu's neck, nodding lightly, "I would." With that, Jinyu lifted Ye Qingge into his arms and carried her to the bedside. Ye Qingge's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly said, "Brother, we cannot do that just yet." Jinyu laughed. "What are you thinking? There are other gifts I wish to present to you." Realizing her misinterpretation, Ye Qingge felt a bit sheepish. At that moment, Jinyu revealed another box containing a special item. "Open it and see," he encouraged. Ye Qingge opened the box to discover a talisman for safety. Jinyu hung it around her neck, explaining, "I obtained this from the Guogua temple a few days ago. It will ensure your safety and that of our child. Do not remove it except when sleeping or bathing. If you prefer not to wear it, you may keep it in your purse close to you." Those who have visited the Guogua temple know that such talismans are exceedingly rare, requiring immense patience, determination, and sincerity to obtain. Additionally, those seeking the talisman must pay a price. The talisman from the Guogua temple particularly special?
Ye Qingge inhuiret.
Jinyu shook his head, clearly wishing to keep the details from her, and Ye Qingge refrained from probing further. Suddenly, a meow echoed from somewhere, capturing Ye Qingge's attention. She rose to search the surroundings. "What are you looking for?" Jinyu asked, feigning ignorance. Husband, did you hear that sound? I think I heard a cat meowing. She replied. You must be mistaken. There are no cats in the Wangfu, Gu Jinyu countered. After searching the room and finding no trace of a cat, Ye Qingge dejectedly remarked, perhaps I was mistaken. Just as she spoke, another meow resonated, confirming her belief. I just heard it again. There must be a cat nearby. Following the sound, she opened the door to find a pure white kitten nestled in a basket at the entrance. Ye Qingge excitedly scooped it up and presented it to Gu Jinyu. Do you like it? He asked, stroking its head. I love it. I adore it so much, husband, she exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Gu Jinyu's cheek. He pointed to the other side of his face. This side too, please.
Ye Qingge oblige.
Kissing him again. How did you know I liked cats? She inquired. It's a secret, he replied, unwilling to reveal that she had mentioned it in her dreams. He thought that if she ever had something else she liked but hesitated to share, he might glean it from her dreams, allowing him to prepare surprises without her knowledge, thus preserving the element of surprise. The couple left the room and returned to the main hall, where Ye Qingge cradled the kitten tightly, not letting go. Gu Jinyu felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had inadvertently invited a rival into his realm. Nevertheless, seeing Ye Qingge's joy, he consoled himself, deciding to tolerate the situation. The Empress and the various concubines had sent gifts for Ye Qingge's birthday, now piled high in the courtyard. Gu Jinyu decided to leave them for the next day. After dinner, he bid farewell to the guests. Ye Qingge had hoped to play with the kitten a little longer, but was ushered to rest by Gu Jinyu. However, her excitement kept her wide awake, and she insisted on hearing more about Gu Jinyu's past. He shared selected stories, and as she listened, she gradually fell asleep. Gu Jinyu placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering, "Good night, my Qingqing. Happy birthday, I love you," before embracing her and drifting into slumber. Chapter 59. The mischievous snowball. Since her birthday, Ye Qingge's most frequent activity involved carrying the kitten gifted by Gu Jinyu, roaming throughout the Wangfu. She derived more joy from hearing the servants praise the cat than from compliments directed at herself. She named the kitten Snowball, for it was entirely white, unblemished. Resembling a little snowball from a distance, Gu Jinyu had spotted Snowball at first sight during his search for a cat. His intuition assured him that Ye Qingge would adore it. The soft, tiny creature with bright, sparkling eyes melted his heart. Upon seeing it, Gu Jinyu thought its eyes resembled Ye Qingge's, and its gentle nature gave him confidence that it would not harm her. As Gu Jinyu had anticipated, Ye Qingge was utterly enamored with Snowball. However, the cat's presence severely affected his standing. Moreover, its obedience seemed to vary. It was a sweet darling in front of Ye Qingge, but a little tyrant in front of him. Strangely, Gu Jinyu couldn't shake the feeling that Snowball looked at him with a sense of smug superiority whenever nestled in Ye Qingge's arms, as if to boast, "See, she's holding me, not you. Clearly, I am her favorite." Gu Jinyu tolerated this for 2 days, but on the third day, he could no longer bear it. He resolutely took Snowball to the palace, entrusting it to the palace's animal trainers to be disciplined before returning to the Wangfu. The incident began after Ye Qingge had seen the numerous paintings in the room, gazing at Gu Jinyu with starry eyes, utterly captivated by his artistic talent. However, Gu Jinyu was preoccupied with various matters and could not paint her portrait, resorting instead to creating landscape paintings for her enjoyment. One day, while in his study, Gu Jinyu realized that the jade pendant Ye Qingge had gifted him after their wedding was missing. He hurriedly left the room to search for it, forgetting to close the door behind him. Snowball, wandering in the courtyard, seized the opportunity to sneak into the study. Upon Gu Jinyu's return, he was met with chaos. The table was strewn with items bearing tiny paw prints, particularly the freshly painted plum blossom artwork, which had been completely ruined. The study was in disarray, and there was even a mess on his chair. Gu Jinyu's face darkened with fury, and the culprit had long since vanished. "Call for someone," he seethed.
Igrecumu.
Stationed at the door, and Lu Yun, lurking in the shadows, swiftly appeared before him. "At your service, my lord. What is your command?" Gu Jinyu demanded. "Bring me that cat." The two had not witnessed Gu Jinyu's wrath in a long time, and, upon seeing the state of the room, quickly understood the situation. After receiving the command to depart, Yu Feng arrived fashionably late, presenting an appearance reminiscent of heartbreak. Was it truly necessary for him to sulk over the fact that Kai Lian had disregarded him? As Yu Mu, Yu Feng's elder brother, pondered this perplexity, he relayed the prince's words to Yu Feng, after which the three dispersed to pursue their respective endeavors. Unable to remain in the study any longer, Gu Jinyu feared that she might succumb to the urge to strike Xuetuan. Meanwhile, Li Baoquan, who was directing the servants to tidy the courtyard, soon approached the prince, inquiring about the commotion. You arrived just in time. Why don't you take a look in the study yourself? Find a few people to dispose of the mess, particularly that chair. Have it replaced for this prince. Having given his instructions, Gu Jinyu sought out Ye Qingge to voice her grievances. At that moment, Ye Qingge was preoccupied with the gifts received for her birthday. Aside from the rather perfunctory present from the favored concubine, the other gifts were thoughtful and sincere. Her uncle and cousin had sent her an array of items long ago via the merchant caravan. In previous years, her master would return on her birthday to visit her, bestowing upon her a weapon or imparting a skill, yet for reasons unknown, he had not made an appearance this year, causing her some worry. Instructing the servants to transport the items to the storeroom for inventory, Kai Lian, holding the account book, remarked, Princess, with so many gifts received, how much will we owe when we return them? Kai Ping, placing a blue and white porcelain vase on a nearby shelf, replied, These are matters of human relations. If you don't accept them now, you'll still have to reciprocate later. Ye Qingge rummaged through a box and found several small hairpins, perfect for young girls, and adorned Kai Lian, Kai Ping, and Yuing with them. Kai Ping is correct. The intricacies of human interaction require reciprocity. You must learn this well. Otherwise, how shall you navigate marriage in the future? Kai Lian muttered under her breath, Who's getting married? All men are dreadful. Coincidentally, her words reached Gu Jinyu, who had just arrived at the entrance. Kai Lian, I have not wronged you, have I? If someone has offended you, direct your ire towards them, not me. I cannot speak for others, but I assure you, I am a good man. Am I not? Qing? Kai Lian was taken aback, embarrassed by the thought of her words being overheard by the prince, wishing for a hole to hide in. The prince chuckled, Do not be foolish. How could a servant scold me? I am the very epitome of a virtuous man. Remembering her other matters, she excused herself hastily, leaving without waiting for Gu Jinyu or Ye Qingge's responses, taking the account book with her. Kai Ping and Yuing exchanged glances and quietly withdrew as well, leaving only the young couple in the storeroom. Ye Qingge glared at Gu Jinyu, who had frightened the three girls away. Look what you've done. They've all run off in fright. I have yet to finish my inventory. The suddenness of the situation had almost made Gu Jinyu forget his original purpose. Attempting to appease Ye Qingge, he began to knead her shoulders. I apologize. I shall speak softly in the future to ensure I do not startle them again, all right? Though Ye Qingge was not truly angry, she found it hard to maintain her irritation. With Kai Lian having taken the book, and it unlikely to return soon, she decided to forego organizing today and took Gu Jinyu's hand to leave. Just as they exited the storeroom, Yumu approached with Xuetuan in tow. The little creature, being held by Yumu, flailed its paws in the air, appearing pitifully desperate for rescue upon seeing Ye Qingge. Filled with sympathy, Ye Qingge yearned to embrace it, but Gu Jinyu intervened. What are you doing? Why permit them to capture Xuetuan? Look how forlorn it appears. Gu Jinyu shot Xuetuan a fierce glare, but the creature was undeterred, baring its teeth in defiance. What is it whining about? I am the one who deserves sympathy. You are unaware of the havoc it wreaked in my absence, ruining the drawings I had prepared for you, scattering items all over the floor, and even soiling my chair. Should I not discipline it? Ye Qingge, upon hearing this, cast a meaningful glance at Xuetuan. It has indeed crossed a line, but one cannot treat it so harshly. It is still a mere child. Gu Jinyu replied, If I cannot manage it, I shall find someone who can. I have decided to bring it to the palace for proper training. Xuetuan, sensing Gu Jinyu's determination, became increasingly distressed, calling out mournfully as it struggled to reach Ye Qingge, who could do nothing to help. Xuetuan, let us study diligently. If you behave well, you may return home sooner. Do you understand? Turning away from its woeful expression, she instructed Yumu to take it away. Thus, Xuetuan was led away, destined to endure lessons in feline etiquette at the palace until the eve of the envoy from the kingdom of Zhong's visit, when it was finally returned to the prince's residence. Chapter 60. Return to the Valley of the Medicine King 7 days after Ye Qingge's birthday, night when Xian's disciple, Zhu Yin, arrived in the capital. Night when Xian brought Zhu Yin to the royal residence, where he met Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge, and subsequently assigned him to the herbal garden, advising him on various matters before returning to the palace. After much deliberation, He decided to inform others of his return to the Valley of the Medicine King, planning to leave the capital in 3 days and to depart the city tonight. During my absence, should any need arise, seek out Zhu Yin. Jinyu inquired. Did you not hear any news from him? Knight Wenxian shook his head. My disciple and I have both been absent from the valley this year. There have been no reports of any disturbances at the Valley of the Medicine King. Furthermore, the traitor there must be dealt with personally by me. I shall accompany you tonight. Though Fu Sheng has dispatched assassins to protect you, I will ensure that Mo Zhu accompanies you as an additional precaution. Very well. That night, under the cover of darkness, a carriage quietly slipped out of the city. Knight Wenxian waved goodbye to Gu Jinyu from within the carriage, who had sneaked out while Ye Qingge was asleep. After bidding farewell to Knight Wenxian, he hurried back to the royal residence, anxious that if Qingqing awoke and found him missing, she would become distressed. Once Knight Wenxian's carriage had exited the boundaries of the capital, they switched to horseback. After 4 days of travel, they finally returned to the Valley of the Medicine King. Meanwhile, within the city of Kyoto, news of Knight Wenxian's impending return had stirred unrest among certain individuals. In the residence of Luo Xiong, deputy commander of the Shadow Guard, a middle-aged man clad in black paced anxiously within his chambers. Upon learning of Knight Wenxian's return to the Valley of the Medicine King in 3 days, he became increasingly agitated. When the incident involving the favored concubine had unfolded, he had feared that Knight Wenxian might deduce the poison's origin from the Valley of the Medicine King, prompting him to personally resolve the matter with the favored concubine. Fortunately, Knight Wenxian had assumed it to be a remnant prescription from the previous dynasty circulating in the marketplace, never suspecting the Valley of the Medicine King. Rationality told him that Knight Wenxian could not possibly know about the incident concerning the English princess, yet he remained anxious. After all, he had publicly claimed to be in seclusion. If Knight Wenxian returned and found him absent, it would surely raise suspicions. He could not understand why the Valley Master had chosen him for the position, when others were far more suitable. How could that young, brash Knight Wenxian lead the Valley of the Medicine King to new heights? The Valley of the Medicine King was capable of both curing and concocting poisons. The library housed formulas for secret medicines from various dynasties, which were forbidden for disciples to learn, yet the methods for their neutralization were essential knowledge. His curiosity led him to secretly extract relevant texts from the library. Over the years, during each seclusion, he had diligently studied these, ultimately managing to create several secret medicines. When tested on individuals, the results had indeed been promising. The prince and his wife, as well as the dukin and his wife, had previously been afflicted by one of these concoctions. Originally, this secret medicine was deemed impossible to replicate, but during a journey, he had learned from a reclusive elder that a crucial ingredient had been omitted from the prescription. It was a type of insect that required the blood from the heart of a human to flourish. Upon acquiring this item, he had successfully replicated the formula. The concoction that had weakened the English princess was also documented in the library's records. Though these secret medicines remained in the shadows, their application proved to be remarkably effective. Half an hour later, Luo Xiong returned. Since the last visit to the Duke's residence, he has been under constant scrutiny for the past few months. The Emperor no longer assigns him significant tasks, indicating a growing suspicion towards him. To avoid exposure, he has refrained from any suspicious behavior for quite some time. Previously, when matters concerning the Mo family arose, the prince was enraged, and he found himself helpless to assist, resulting in the tragic demise of the Mo family members. In recent days, all communications with the prince have been conducted secretly through the food cart. Were it not for the ever-watchful eyes upon him, such caution would be unnecessary. Today, for reasons unknown, the watchers have all withdrawn, granting him the opportunity to act openly. The man in black, upon seeing Luo Xiong return, hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. How did the inquiries fare? Is he truly returning to the Medicine King Valley? What is the reason behind this? Luo Xiong quickly packed his belongings, informing him that he had sent someone to inquire with the soldiers at the city gate, who reported that he had departed the city under the cover of night. The specifics remain unclear, but his public declaration was that he was returning for a visit before embarking on a journey. The man in black was taken aback. He had left last night. Hastily finishing his preparations, Luo Xiong led him out through the back door, where their horses were already saddled, and the man in black rode swiftly towards the city gate. Before departing, he instructed Luo Xiong not to meddle with his poison, assuring him that he would return once he had dealt with Ye Wenxuan. After exiting the city gate, he took a back route, hoping to arrive before Ye Wenxuan's return. Ye Qingge had entered the capital under the pretense of seclusion, only briefly returning to the Medicine King Valley around New Year's Eve. Moreover, he had been known to retreat for several months at a time before secretly descending the mountain. This prolonged absence was due to his awareness that Ye Qingge was not present on the mountain, and others would likely overlook his absence. It was unexpected that he would return so suddenly. Each time he entered the capital, he stayed at Luo's residence, under the guise of being a distant cousin. And for years, no one had raised any suspicions. Traveling along the back road without pause, he finally arrived at the Medicine King Valley just hours before Ye Qingge's return. The first thing he did upon returning to the mountain was to meander about the valley, feigning nonchalance to create the impression that he had always been present. "Greetings, Fifth Master Uncle." "Greetings, Fifth Master Uncle." The disciples greeted him, and he nodded in response to each. Indeed. The man in black was the fifth disciple of the former Valley Master. When the former master had taken the other disciples on a journey, he had chosen to remain behind, claiming he wished to assist Ye Qingge. The old master had not insisted, and for years, no news had come from him, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Every year, the Medicine King Valley would send several disciples on journeys to assist those in need. A tradition that had been upheld since the valley's inception, and long-term travel required notification to the Valley Master. Upon Ye Qingge's return, the disciples of the valley came out to greet him. He glanced at the crowd but said nothing, directly heading to rest. That night, Ye Qingge visited the library, only to find that the book he sought was indeed missing. Recalling the unusual expression on the fifth Master Uncle's face when he first entered, Ye Qingge began to formulate his own plans. The fifth Master Uncle felt somewhat guilty, considering he had just returned, and was anxious that Ye Qingge might inquire and others might inadvertently reveal secrets. The next day, he convened several trusted confidants to inquire about the situation. They reported that during his absence, everything in the valley had proceeded as usual, without incident. They also inquired about Ye Qingge's descent from the mountain. After gaining this information, Ye Qingge asked when the fifth Master Uncle had emerged from seclusion. The subordinates exchanged glances, for they had all been preoccupied with their own affairs and had not paid attention to this particular uncle. They were unaware. "That will be all," Ye Qingge dismissed them. After they left, Mo Zhu emerged from the shadows, ready to obey the commands he had received from Jinyu during this period. "I have a task for you, monitor someone." The remaining instructions were whispered into Mo Zhu's ear. Having finished, Mo Zhu vanished from sight once more. Ye Qingge sat in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, intrigued. Chapter 61. A great confrontation. Upon returning to the Medicine King Valley, Ye Qingge dispatched 2 letters, one to the Ye family and the other to the royal residence. The letters conveyed that he was well and intended to remain at the Medicine King Valley for a time until he resolved his affairs before promptly returning to the capital. Except for Ye Mu and Ye Qingge, the others were aware of Ye Qingge's true purpose for returning to the valley, to alleviate their concerns. He refrained from disclosing the truth. In recent days, Zhu had been visiting the royal residence daily to check on Ye Qingge's pulse, as she had been eating excessively during her pregnancy. Zhu advised that for a smoother delivery, she needed to take more walks. Thus, Ye Qingge would stroll around the royal residence with assistance from others. One day, while out for her usual walk, she spotted Zhu peeking at Kai Lian, mistakenly believing he had returned to Baijiao Garden, only to stumble upon such a scene. Kai Lian and Yuang had been practicing martial arts for some time and felt confident enough to spar with Xiao Yao. This scene was witnessed by Zhu, who was passing by. Observing Zhu Yin's starry-eyed fixation on Kai Lian, Ye Qingge found herself torn between laughter and tears. That evening, after discussing the matter with Jinyu, she found him equally bemused. Since that incident, Yu Feng had ceased his interactions with Inger, but regardless of how he pranced around Kai Lian, she paid him no mind. Jinyu observed this and understood well that matters of the heart are not easily controlled. The following day at court, the emperor announced that the envoy from the kingdom of Jiang was soon to arrive in the capital. The documentation had been sent earlier in the year, and the peace treaty and other arrangements had been thoroughly prepared. If Jinyu's memory served him correctly, the little princess of Jiang had also made an appearance in his previous life. Another intent behind Jiang's visit was to seek a union between their daughter and Tian Xian. That little princess certainly had a headstrong disposition. The emperor had initially intended for her to be paired with the fourth prince, as he was the only adult royal without a wife. However, the princess did not take a liking to her fourth prince but rather to ensure Chang, a royal guard, What transpired in between was unclear, but he remembered that when Shi Chang had firmly rejected her advances. Ultimately, the envoy had to return to Jiang with the princess, who was unwilling to go. It was only after the envoy had rendered her unconscious that she was taken back. Unfortunately, their journey was fraught with peril, and the envoy encountered mountain bandits. The princess was abducted and, upon being found again, was in a state of near death, ultimately succumbing to her fate. In his previous life, it was the crown prince who received the envoys, but this time it was initially the fourth prince who took on this duty. Jinyu wondered if that princess would develop feelings for the fourth prince due to these events. After discussing the relevant matters, the emperor stated that the entire capital was to prepare for the arrival. Although they were the victors, as a great nation, they must exhibit grace. Furthermore, the correspondence from Jiang indicated that the previous disturbances at Tianxian's borders were a result of internal strife within Jiang, though the specifics were deemed unsuitable for discussion. Many were unaware of the underlying causes and assumed this was merely a simple request for peace. However, Jinyu understood that had it not been for the former empress of Jiang stirring trouble during the illness of the ruler, the war may not have occurred. Upon returning home, Jinyu was quickly pulled aside by Ye Qingge, eager to recount the events that had transpired. Before he returned, Yu Feng and Zhu Ying got into a fight. Jinyu frowned. Why? Let me explain, it was because it turned out that Yu Mu had accompanied Yu Feng to court that day. As per usual, Yu Feng had been pestering Kai Lian and, by chance, collided with Zhu Ying, who had just left Ye Qingge's side and was covertly observing Kai Lian. It was no surprise that Yu Feng could not contain himself and unleashed a powerful strike at Zhu Ying. Caught off guard, Zhu Ying staggered but quickly regained his composure, and the two began to engage in a fierce battle. The commotion attracted the attention of Kai Lian, Yu Ying, and other servants, who all gathered to watch. Upon seeing Kai Lian, Zhu Ying pretended to falter, allowing Yu Feng to land a blow to his chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse into Kai Lian's embrace. Enraged by this sight, Yu Feng was poised to strike again, but was halted by Kai Lian. Coincidentally, Ingers appeared at that moment, immediately grabbing Yu Feng to inquire about the situation and leading him away. To everyone's surprise, Yu Feng followed along. As Ye Qingge approached, both were being pulled away, and all of this was relayed to her by Yu Ying. Currently, Zhu Ying is resting in the guest room of the backyard, where Kai Lian has summoned a physician and is personally tending to him. Ye Qingge is smugly amused, observing that the younger brother of her second brother seems to have taken a liking to their family's Kai Lian. In the blink of an eye, her expression shifts, darkening with a fierce intensity. That Yu Feng truly lacks understanding. He fails to see that Ing'er is merely a white lotus. Her presence clearly intended to sow discord between him and Kai Ping. Jinyu watches as his wife's expression transforms from sparkling joy to solemnity, relieved that this is not directed at him. His wife speaks truthfully. Yu Feng is indeed quite oblivious. Jinyu reflects on Yu Feng's folly, recognizing that it is due to his subordinate's blunder that he and Ye Qingge have personally visited Zhu Ying. Fortunately, Zhu Yin's injuries are not severe. This situation merely allows Kai Lian to show him more care. Today marks a mistake on my part, and I have already dispatched someone to seek him out. I will ensure he personally apologizes to the young master and implores for his forgiveness. Yu Mu brings Yu Feng before Zhu Ying, who struggles in reluctance. But upon seeing Jinyu, he immediately deflates. Kneel. Apologize to young master Zhu Ying. Yu Feng, a prince, must comply. Today it was my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Zhu Ying is unbothered, he responds. Yu Mu, take him away for 50 lashes as punishment. Before being led away, Yu Feng fixates on Kai Lian, yet she does not glance his way, causing him to lower his head in disappointment. The lashes rain down on him, but he feels the pain in his heart surpassing that of his physical punishment. Thus, Zhu Ying, citing his poor health, remains in the royal residence, where Kai Lian diligently cares for him. Meanwhile, Jinyu sends top-notch healing ointments to Yu Feng, but alas, while his body may heal, his heart remains untouched. Kai Lian has not visited him, and Ing'er has been dispatched to a remote village by Ye Qingge. She cannot bear to sell her. But the rift between Kai Lian and Yu Feng has been largely caused by her, and she wishes to see her no more. Eventually, it seems she has taken up with the steward of the village, who is already married. She was mercilessly beaten by the stewardess' wife and cast out. Her ultimate fate remains a mystery, as it is a consequence of her own choices. Had she possessed a more striking appearance, perhaps she would have attempted to entice Jinyu herself. She has certainly sought proximity to the likes of Lu Yun and Yu Mu. Yet they remained impervious to her charms. Only Yu Feng, truly, believed in her benevolence. Following the events with Yu Feng, Kyle Yen is resolute in avoiding any further emotional entanglements. She perceives Zhu Yin's affections and has expressed her sentiments. Yet Zhu Yin assures her that he will wait for the day she is ready to accept him. Consequently, Zhu Yin completely relocates to the royal residence. Chapter 62. The envoy arrives in the capital with the arrival of spring. Envoys from the kingdom of Jiang have come to the capital. The primary figures in this delegation are the third prince and the young princess of Jiang. Although the Tianxian dynasty has been established for a short time, it has prospered due to the legacy of the previous dynasty and the virtue of its 3 emperors. In recent years, however, Jiang has suffered from various natural disasters and internal strife, making their covetous gaze towards Tianxian understandable. The envoy group is settled in an inn, with Gu Jinyu overseeing all arrangements for their reception. 3 days hence, the emperor will host a banquet in the Taiji Hall to formally welcome the envoys and discuss matters pertaining to the cession of territories. Recently, Ye Qingge has begun to experience morning sickness. The sight of greasy food induces nausea. Zhu Yin has examined her, deeming it a normal occurrence. Yet Gu Jinyu remains deeply concerned. On the morning of the banquet, while breakfasting on a dish of her former favorite braised meat, Ye Qingge cannot suppress her urge to vomit. Clutching a spittoon, she heaves, while Gu Jinyu soothes her, patting her back. After she is finished, he hands her a glass of water to rinse her mouth and instructs the kitchen to refrain from preparing any greasy dishes henceforth.
Yes.
Gu Jinyu, using a handkerchief, gently wipes Ye Qingge's mouth as she sits limply on the bed. If you are unwell, we need not attend. I will inform my father that you are unable to come. No one will hold it against you. Ye Qingge gradually feels better and touches her abdomen. It's fine. As long as I avoid greasy foods, it will be manageable. Today is significant, and as your princess, I must accompany you. Gu Jinyu, observing her pitiful condition, feels a pang of sympathy. He threatens her belly. If you continue to make your mother uncomfortable, beware when you come into this world. Your father will spank you. Do not heed your father. With your mother here, he dares not lay a finger on you. Before entering the palace in the afternoon,
Wu Jinyu insists on feeding Ye Qingge abundantly.
the banquet fare is not only insufficient, but could also be tampered with. Ye Qingge must remain vigilant during this crucial time. In early spring, the weather is still somewhat brisk. Gu Jinyu thoughtfully prepares a cloak for Ye Qingge and cushions the carriage with thick padding to ensure a smooth journey. The banquet primarily includes royal family members and officials from the Ministry of Rites, along with esteemed generals like Ye Qingfeng, who have distinguished themselves on the battlefield. Inside the Taiji Hall, Gu Jinyu assists Ye Qingge to her seat, greeting the crown prince and princing before returning to his place. Attentively caring for Ye Qingge, the crown princess is absent, having recently caught a cold, prompting the crown prince to allow her to rest in the eastern palace. The princess of Ying is also not present. Prince Ying has brought Zhao Yating, which is rather unconventional etiquette. The image-conscious Prince Ying astonishingly brings a concubine to such an occasion. Perhaps Zhao Yating possesses some charm, having swayed Gu Jinling. Your Highness, T. Your beloved has a kind heart, Gu Jinling remarks. Zhao Yating, with a strained voice, pours tea for Gu Jinling, causing the onlookers to shudder. Yet, Prince Ying appears quite content. Does he truly prefer such behavior? Ye Qingge watches their antics, bewildered, especially as they sit diagonally across from her, making it impossible to ignore them. Qing, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Noticing Ye Qingge's distressed expression, Gu Jinyu abandons his conversation with Gu Jinyi, assuming she is feeling ill again, though in truth, she is merely repulsed. After a moment, the Emperor and Empress arrive. The Emperor and Empress have arrived. Long live our Emperor. Long live our Empress. Your Majesty, all ministers rise. Be seated. Thank you, Your Majesty, and Your Highness. Li De Quan, envoys from Jiang Kingdom, present themselves. Announce them. The third prince and princess of Jiang, accompanied by their entourage, enter the hall and bow to the Emperor and Empress. Jiang Luo and Jiang Yao, with envoys, pay their respects to His Majesty and the Empress of Tianxian. May Your Majesty and the Empress enjoy eternal happiness, and may the bond between Tianxian and Jiang flourish. Third Prince and Princess, please rise. Guests are always welcome here in Tianxian. I hope the envoys have a pleasant experience. Thank you, Your Majesty. With that, the banquet commences, music plays, and dishes are served. While musicians and dancers perform, Ye Qingge finds herself lost in a gaze with Jiang Yao, who seems taken aback, although they have never met before. Ye Qingge lifts her cup in a friendly gesture, smiling at Jiang Yao, who returns the smile before turning her attention elsewhere. Jinyu notices the exchange and leans in to inquire, "What is amiss?"
Ye Qingge smiles reassuringly.
"It's nothing. Today's dishes are likely prepared at the Empress's behest. Ours differ from others, lacking any greasy items. Today's offerings include shrimp and crab. And I find myself quite tempted." Jinyu sits beside her, peeling shrimp for her. "These are cooling foods. Do not indulge excessively. If you enjoy them, we shall feast after the child is born, shall we?" He affectionately ruffles her hair. Ye Qingge nods, dismissing her earlier thoughts about Jiang Yao. Fully engrossed in the delightful dishes before her, the Emperor and Zhang Luo were engaged in conversation, punctuated occasionally by laughter, creating an atmosphere of delight. As the performances dragged on, they became rather tedious, and I found myself idly plucking grapes from the plate and drumming them on the table. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the Emperor's side, and Ye Qingge overheard that they were planning a spring hunt in a few days. Extending an invitation to Zhang Luo and Jiang Yao, the prospect of the spring hunt piqued Ye Qingge's interest. She glanced back at Jinyu, who immediately discerned her thoughts. The spring hunt had been planned beforehand, and he knew Ye Qingge would be intrigued, which is why he had refrained from mentioning it. He had no intention of attending himself, but now it was impossible to keep it from her. Seeing Ye Qingge tugging at his sleeve with an imploring expression softened Jinyu's resolve, leading him to concede.
Ye Qingge instantly biriktenet.
While Jinyu braced himself for the necessary arrangements. After the banquet concluded, the Emperor summoned several princes to the study, releasing them after a half-hour. While waiting for Jinyu, Zhao Yuting approached. "Sister, are you waiting for the prince? How hard it must be for you to attend such an occasion while pregnant." "Prince and truly shows no concern, leaving you to wait for him." Ye Qingge frowned, initially disinclined to engage, as Zhao's words lacked substance. However, Zhao Yuting's disparaging remarks about the prince were intolerable. "Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own status, Zhao Shufei. A concubine like you has no place in such gatherings, lest you become the subject of ridicule. If my father were to blame the Prince of England, what fate would await you?" With that, Ye Qingge turned towards the study, leaving Zhao Yuting seething behind her. How dare she, a mere concubine, criticize the princess? Does she know nothing of rank?
Cai lian muta in bigang.
Her words are inconsequential. There's no need to be angered by a clown. Besides, for her, being referred to as a concubine is the greatest humiliation. Emerging from the study, Jinyu spotted Ye Qingge in the distance. He hurried over and embraced her, and together they joyfully returned to their royal residence. Chapter 63. The siblings with designs on the wall. Jinlin observed Jinyu carrying Ye Qingge away, sneering in disdain. His fifth brother was indeed only interested in the company of women. After walking a short distance, he encountered Zhao Yuting, who was also waiting for him. "Why are you still here? Did I not instruct you to return to the residence?" Zhao Yuting, eager to approach him, hesitated at his words and withdrew her hand. Casting a cautious glance at Jinlin, "I was merely hoping to wait for the prince together. I did not intend to upset you. It won't happen again." She lowered her head submissively, a demeanor that pleased Jinlin. "Let us leave it at that for now. We shall return to the residence." Jinlin walked ahead, with Zhao Yuting trailing behind. "It's all that wretched Ye Qingge's fault. All my misfortunes stem from her. One day, she and Leng Yuanshuang shall know despair." Jinyu, carrying Ye Qingge along the palace path, asked, "What did father summon you for?" "It concerns the cession of 6 border cities by the Jiang nation. The final handover will occur in 3 days, after which those cities will belong to Tianquan. Do they truly wish to part with the 6 border cities? This is their own fault. Empress Jiang took advantage of the king's illness to seize power and instigate war, leading to widespread discontent. The Jiang nation has faced numerous calamities in recent years. Those border cities are sparsely populated and not considered true territory, so their loss is not greatly mourned. The king of Jiang also seeks to ally with Tianquan to reduce enemies and gain friends. Do you not wonder why the Jiang princess accompanies the envoy? The king seeks a marriage alliance. Is she to marry your 4th brother? Not necessarily. It depends on her inclinations. After all, in her previous life, she was enamored with Wen Shichang, causing quite a stir. Days before the spring hunt, Jiang Yao, accompanied by Tuo Biyun, explored the capital. The suitable companions were few, as she and the crown princess were both pregnant, and the princess was too young. With the late emperor having no other heirs besides the current emperor, and one married off to a foreign land, the task ultimately fell to Tuoba Yun, who was reluctant, while Zhao Yiting was more than willing but lacked the status. Thus, Tuoba Yun reluctantly accepted the responsibility. One day, it was unclear who initiated it, but they found themselves at the Prince Anne's residence. At that moment, Ye Qingge was busy with the maidens, discussing designs for children's clothing. A visitor announced their arrival. Ye Qingge, supported by Kai Ping, made her way to the front courtyard. I have come to pay my respects to the princessin. Jiang Yao performed the customary Tianquan greeting, and Ye Qingge gently assisted her up. No need for such formalities. Please come inside. Ye Qingge gestured discreetly to Tuoba Yun, who shook her head in response. Once inside, Jiang Yao surveyed the residence before her gaze returned to Ye Qingge. Each time she encountered this princess, she felt an odd sensation, as if the princess viewed her through a peculiar lens. You may find it hard to believe, but I dreamt of you. That is why I gazed at you more during the banquet. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all, Ye Qingge replied. Please do not be concerned. I have heard of your relationship with Prince N. Curiosity compelled me to request Tuoba's sister to bring me here. Jiang Yao gestured to a maid, who presented her with a wooden box. This is a gift for you and the little prince. I hope you will not find it lacking. You are too kind, princess. I thank you on behalf of the child. Jiang Yao did not linger long, and soon departed the residence. As soon as Jiang Yao left, Jinyu returned home. Ye Qingge informed him of Jiang Yao's visit and the gifts she had brought for her and the child. After parting with Tuoba Yun, Jiang Yao returned to the inn, sitting leisurely while sipping tea. It struck her as strange that over the past few years, she had consistently dreamt of unfamiliar people and places, all of whom would appear in her life shortly thereafter, without warning or pattern. On the day she arrived in the capital, she dreamt of the princessin. Dressed in simple attire, her makeup understated, exuding profound sorrow. She appeared entirely different from the person she had seen at the banquet, prompting her to gaze longer than intended, not realizing she had caught the princess's attention. Today's visit was motivated by curiosity. The princess radiated happiness, in stark contrast to the figure in her dreams. Though pregnant, she was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating to the point that one might envy Prince N. Had she not been married, she would have wished for the princess to be her sister-in-law. What are you thinking about? Zhang Luo entered, noticing his sister's dreamy smile. Thinking about my sister-in-law. Realizing her brother had returned, she exclaimed, Brother, why are you back? Zhang Luo, perplexed, replied, I could ask you the same. And what sister-in-law are you talking about?
Clarify.
Oh, it's nothing. She quickly shifted the topic. How was your time with the princes of Tianquan? Quite pleasant, especially Prince N. He truly is charming and talented. Were it not for his marriage, I would consider him the prime candidate for you. Jiang Yao smiled awkwardly, surprised that her brother's thoughts aligned with hers, both contemplating how to disrupt the couple's union. Why not the crown prince? He is just as worthy as Prince N, she suggested. The crown prince is not someone we can consider. Prince N, however, is a legitimate heir, yet he does not bear the burden of succession, making him the ideal choice. Enough of that, brother. Prince N's father-in-law is General Yi, who would dare compete for his daughter. Moreover, their affection is so profound that it invites envy from those around them. Zhang Luo scratched his head and chuckled. I was merely speaking casually. Speaking of which, does your sister hold any interest in the fourth prince? Jiang Yao twirled her teacup, expressing her disinterest. Yet, on that particular evening, a fleeting figure departing from the gathering stirred a hint of excitement within her. She pondered whether fate would grant her another chance to encounter him. Under the care of Zhu Yin, Ye Qingge's condition improved somewhat, though she still required not only the essential miscarriage preventive medicine but also various tonics for her health. Ye Qingge harbored a profound aversion to taking medicine. It was an ordeal that necessitated vigilant supervision to ensure she consumed it all promptly. Otherwise, who knew how long it would remain untouched? At that moment, Jinyu was observing her as she took her medicine. The concoction brewed by Yi Wenxuan was infused with special ingredients, rendering it less bitter. In contrast, Zhu Yin's medicine was purely bitter. Each day, Ye Qingge grimaced while drinking it, but thankfully, Jinyu provided her with candied fruits to alleviate the bitterness. In 3 days, they would embark on the spring hunt. During the preceding days, Jinyu had been either accompanying Zhang Luo or overseeing the preparations. they managed to gather 2 full carts of supplies. In her previous life, the spring hunt had been uneventful. It remained to be seen what surprises this new life would bring. Chapter 64. The royal hunting grounds. Jinyu ensured that 2 entire carts of supplies were ready, as Ye Qingge's delicate condition demanded meticulous attention. Upon departure, not only did they bring along their closest attendants, but all the guards accompanied them as well. Zhu Yin also joined them on their journey to the royal hunting grounds. The spring hunt, an annual grand event, saw participation from royal family members and court officials, with the added presence of envoys from the kingdom of Jiang this year. Consequently, the security of the hunting grounds was of utmost importance, prompting the emperor to deploy shadow guards to assist the imperial guards. This explained the absence of those monitoring the Luo Xiong residence, as they had been reassigned to prepare for the hunt. Be careful with that box, my dear ancestor. Handle it gently. Inside are the belongings of the prince and princess. Do not let anything break. Li Baoquan directed the servants at the entrance as they loaded the items onto the carriage. Supported by Kai Lian and Kai Ping, Ye Qingge made her way toward the exit. My lord, are you truly not bringing me along? I can protect you and the princess. Yu Feng pleaded, hoping to accompany them. However, Jinyu had no intention of allowing him to join this spring hunt, yet he was aware that Zhu Yin would be present, which only intensified his urgency. He circled around Jinyu, imploring him to take him along. You haven't been yourself lately. It is better for you to remain in the manor and recuperate. I hope that when we return in half a month, we will see a revitalized Yu Feng. Besides, Xue Tuan requires care. You should stay behind to look after it. But Jinyu turned back to cast a thoughtful glance at him, then walked toward Ye Qingge without further comment. Yu Feng remained rooted in place, feeling utterly at a loss. In the past, the prince would have certainly taken him along in such situations. Now, he realized he had disappointed him. Suddenly, a pair of hands encircled Ye Qingge's waist, and she turned to smile at Jinyu. Qing, we are ready to depart. Jinyu lifted Ye Qingge into his arms and walked toward the carriage. As they passed Li Baoquan, he instructed, during my absence, you are to oversee all matters of the manor. Yes, my lord, I shall obey. I bid farewell to you, my lord and lady. The royal hunting grounds lay on the outskirts of the capital, necessitating half a day's journey from the city. Ye Qingge's carriage was equipped with all essentials, resembling a small chamber. Jinyu meticulously packed everything Ye Qingge might need, ensuring that no one else had to worry. Once they departed from the capital, Ye Qingge fell asleep, waking only a few times to admire the scenery before dozing off again in Jinyu's embrace. Upon reaching their destination, Ye Qingge remained asleep. Jinyu, reluctant to rouse her, carried her directly into the tent. After tucking her in, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before stepping outside. He did not forget to instruct a few maidservants to take good care of her. Just then, a guard arrived with a message, requesting Jinyu's presence in the main tent. He made his way there, where the emperor briefed them on the precautions for the upcoming hunt, taking special care to remind Jinyu to watch over his princess. This year, the emperor had only brought the empress with him, leaving the other consorts in the palace. The crown princess was still absent from such gatherings, causing the empress to worry. She had even asked Xian Fei to look after her. Initially, Gu Jinlin had not intended to allow Tua Bayun to join, but who could have anticipated that the princess of Jiang would specifically request her presence? In the end, both she and Zhao Yiting were brought along. Upon returning to the tent, Ye Qingge was still sound asleep. Having left the bumpy carriage, her slumber deepened. Her mouth slightly agape as she occasionally smacked her lips in her sleep, her cheeks adorably flushed. Jinyu could not resist reaching out and pinching her nose playfully. Ye Qingge mumbled sleepily, swatting his hand away and rolling over to continue her slumber. She finally awoke, roused by a delightful aroma. Sleepily, Ye Qingge sat up, rubbing her eyes as she stepped out of the tent. Upon exiting, she found Jinyu squatting on the ground, roasting something in his hands. Kai Lian and Yu Ying were nowhere to be seen. Only Jinyu remained at the entrance. You're awake. Are you hungry? Just a moment, and you can eat. Jinyu, upon hearing her stir, hastened the cooking of the meat. What kind of meat are you roasting? It smells heavenly. Ye Qingge crouched beside him, gazing at the meat in his hands. The emperor sent people to hunt a few deer. This is venison. Jinyu sliced off a piece of the roasted meat, placed it on a plate, and handed it to Ye Qingge. Go sit over there for a while and enjoy this. The rest will be ready shortly. Obediently, Ye Qingge followed his gaze and settled onto a nearby stone, munching on the meat while watching Jinyu roast more. It was her first time discovering that he possessed such culinary skills. Biting into a piece of meat, she squinted her eyes in delight. It was simply delectable. Jinyu, noticing her joyful expression, chuckled and shook his head. Before long, the remaining pieces of meat were also ready. He carried a whole plate to Ye Qingge. Seeing Jinyu's unwavering gaze upon her, she inquired, "Aren't you eating? I've already eaten while you were asleep. This is all set aside for you. Hurry and eat before it cools down." Jinyu replied, gently patting Ye Qingge's head. After finishing the venison, the two strolled around the vicinity. "The official hunt begins tomorrow. You should seek out the Empress or your mother-in-law and wait for your husband to return with the top prize." As twilight set in and the stars twinkled above, the scenery of the outskirts was particularly enchanting. Jinyu held Ye Qingge close, gazing up at the sky. A shooting star streaked across the heavens. Jinyu recalled that when a shooting star passed, one could make a wish, and the deities above would hear their desires. "Qingqing, shall we make a wish?" The two clasped their hands together, closing their eyes to silently articulate their wishes. After Jinyu finished his wish, he discreetly opened one eye to glance at his wife. "Have you made your wish?" Jinyu hurriedly shut his eyes again, pretending to open them simultaneously, with Ye Qingge. "I wish for our family and friends to remain healthy, and for my husband and I to grow old together." Jinyu reached out to stroke Ye Qingge's head, assuring her that her wish would surely come true. "And what about you? What did you wish for?" "I can't tell you." He then took her hand, leading her back. "Please tell me, husband. I'm begging you." Jinyu chuckled, but remained silent. Throughout that night, regardless of how Ye Qingge implored him, he refrained from revealing his wish. As they drifted into slumber, Ye Qingge murmured in her dreams about Jinyu's wish. Amused, he embraced her tightly and fell asleep alongside her. His singular wish was to see all of Qingqing's dreams fulfilled. Chapter 65. The competition. On the following day, when Ye Qingge awoke, Jinyu was no longer at her side, and the warmth of his presence had vanished from the place where he had slept. Outside the tent, attendants, hearing movements within, entered to serve Ye Qingge. "When did the prince rise? Why did you not awaken me?" This was Ye Qingge's first participation in the spring hunt, and to have overslept felt exceedingly rude. Observing her expression of vexation, Yuing offered words of comfort. "Your Highness, the prince instructed that you should sleep until you naturally awaken. The Empress also specifically requested that you not be disturbed. You need not feel burdened." Once dressed, Ye Qingge ate a modest meal under the watchful gaze of the young maidens before making her way towards the hunting grounds. Upon her arrival, the emperor had already concluded his speech, and the attendees were preparing to enter the hunting area. Jinyu was conversing with Yu Mu when he sensed her arrival and turned around to see Ye Qingge, who had just arrived. Without hesitation, he walked towards her and gently embraced her. His attire was somewhat rigid, and he feared it might cause her discomfort, so he released her after a moment, ruffling her hair and promising to bring back a grand prize. With that, Jinyu hurried back to join the others. With preparations complete, the skilled horsemen mounted their steeds and swiftly disappeared from view. Jiang Yao and her brother Jiang Luo naturally followed suit. The Empress, who had been discussing with the Emperor about who would achieve greater success that day, spotted Ye Qingge arriving late. She waved for Ye Qingge to come closer. Just as she was about to speak, a voice cut through the air with a tinge of acidity. "Pregnancy changes everything. Arriving late to such an occasion is truly a testament to the decorum of the prince's household." The speaker was none other than Zhao Yuting, the side consort of the Ying prince. Her words drew frowns from those present, as she mistakenly believed her comments were too quiet to be overheard. Yet they were clearly heard by all. The Ying princess coughed lightly, prompting Zhao Yuting to notice the gazes directed her way, each one imbued with a sense of judgment, particularly from the Empress, who appeared slightly irate. Zhao Yuting quickly averted her gaze, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Leng Yueshuang, who had insisted on accompanying her father, scoffed at Zhao Yuting's foolishness, thinking her truly dim-witted, oblivious to the peril she was courting. Zhao Yuting cast a silent smirk at Ye Qingge and her belly, perhaps plotting something malicious. Within the hunting grounds, the princes rode alongside the Jiang Kingdom's prince and princess. As they entered deeper into the hunting area, Jiang Luo proposed a competition among themselves to see who would claim the first prize. Jinyu was the first to voice his agreement, exclaiming, "I'm off then. You may take your time." With that, he vanished from sight, quickly followed by the others. Jinyu soon spotted a rabbit and, as he raised his bow, an arrow shot past him, striking the rabbit before he could release his own. "Brother, I've beaten you to it. This catch is mine." The crown prince, passing by, had his attendant retrieve the rabbit. Before departing, the crown prince reminded Jinyu, "Before we left, your sister-in-law mentioned that I must win to meet her again. I cannot disappoint her, dear brother. Please bear with it." Jinyu hastily pursued, "Your Highness, that's hardly fair. Qingge asked me to secure the first prize for her. You know I am as obedient to my wife as father is. Let us see who prevails based on merit." "Very well, let it be a contest of skill then." In the interest of Jiang Yao's safety, the emperor assigned Wen Shichong to protect her. Upon their first meeting, Jiang Yao recognized him as the man she had encountered previously. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity, she attempted to strike up a conversation, but he responded only in brief, clearly reluctant to engage further. After managing to extract his name, she decided not to press him further, focusing instead on her own hunt. Suddenly, a small deer appeared within her line of sight. She loosed an arrow, only to miss as the startled deer fled in panic. "How frustrating, to miss!" Jiang Yao exclaimed in annoyance, waving her hands in the air, as if that might alleviate her irritation. Wen Shichong chuckled at her antics. In her previous life, Jiang Yao had been accompanied by Xiao Ran for protection, while Wen Shichong had only intervened once to save her, subsequently becoming the object of her attention. It was only after Jinyu recalled this and suggested to the emperor that Wen Shichong be assigned to her protection that their paths had crossed in such a manner. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo and Jinyu galloped through the hunting grounds, both setting their sights on the same deer. In their eagerness, they clashed, only to be outmaneuvered by Jinyu, who seized the opportunity. The two were not disheartened and turned to pursue other quarry, leaving Jinyu reveling in his triumph like a jester. The hunting grounds were abuzz with excitement, while outside, speculation ran rampant among the ministers regarding who would achieve the greatest bounty. The princes and soldiers continued their gallivanting through the woods. Since the deer had eluded her, Jiang Yao had not encountered any further game, or perhaps she was simply distracted, sneaking glances at Wen Shichong. She observed him closely. He possessed a rugged yet gentle appearance, bearing the marks of hardship yet retaining an air of scholarly refinement. She found herself curious as to what had led him to choose a life as a military officer. He certainly did not possess the demeanor suitable for military attire. A hint of sorrow perpetually lingered in his gaze, suggesting unspoken concerns. Intrigued by his demeanor, Jiang Yao ventured to inquire, "Young Master Wen, do you harbor worries?" Wen Shichong regarded her with a look of perplexity, gently shaking his head. "My mother once said that one should not bottle up their troubles, for it may lead to one's undoing. Only by voicing them can others comprehend your thoughts." Wen Shichong remained silent, his attention fixed on Jiang Yao, whose bright eyes and innocent demeanor revealed a childhood steeped in parental affection. She exhibited no fear regarding matters of marriage, for she was assured that her royal parents would always stand by her side. As he continued to withhold his thoughts, Jiang Yao, undeterred, offered an awkward laugh before turning her focus back to the hunt. Suddenly, a fleeting white figure darted past her, moving quickly. She could not discern whether it was a fox or a rabbit. Just moments ago, she had been flustered by Wen Shichong's gaze, and without a second thought, she spurred her horse onward in pursuit. Wen Shichong, taken aback by her swift reaction, found himself lagging behind. As the distance between them narrowed, he noticed a cliff ahead. "Princess, be cautious," he shouted, but Jiang Yao merely glanced back for a moment before her horse approached the edge. In her eagerness to shake off her worries, she had failed to heed her surroundings, and now misfortune had befallen her. By the time she realized the peril, it was too late to avert disaster. The horse's front hooves slipped over the precipice, and in a panic, Jiang Yao shut her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts of doom. In that moment of freefall, powerful arms enveloped her. The sound of metal scraping against the cliff echoed as they hung precariously in midair. Jiang Yao cautiously opened one eye to see Wen Shichong's serious expression and the strained muscles in his arms. She chastised herself for not taking a respite. Had she done so, neither of them would be in this predicament. "Do not fear, my guards are stationed around the hunting grounds. Once they discover my horse, they will come in search of us," Wen Shichong reassured her, casting a fleeting glance at her anxious face. Her vulnerable eyes stirred a sense of urgency within him, prompting him to avert his gaze and hold her a bit tighter. Assessing the height of the cliff, He realized that while he could potentially ascend alone using his lightness skill, carrying Jiang Yao rendered that impossible. For now, he could only stabilize her and await rescue. Jiang Yao, understanding the gravity of their situation, wrapped her arms tightly around Wen Shichang's waist, pressing herself against him, fearful of slipping away. Meanwhile, the hunting party thrived, with Gu Jinyu and Zhang Luo even teaming up to slay a wild boar after an arduous chase. As dusk settled, the group began their return, laden with spoils. Just as the emperor prepared to tally the day's catch and reward his subjects, Zhang Luo noticed his sister's absence. "Where is Yaoer? Has anyone seen her?" The collective response was one of confusion until a guard reported the discovery of Wen Shichang's horse. "Issue a decree to dispatch all imperial guards for a comprehensive search of the hunting grounds. We must locate the princess before nightfall." While the search for Jiang Yao intensified, Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge exchanged words before dashing into the forest. "Be careful. The forest will be rife with beasts tonight." Jiang Yao lacks combat skills. Even with Wen Shichang present, she may not evade an attack. At the cliff's base, the two awaited rescue, but as Wen Shichang began to tire, he scrutinized the cliff structure and discerned a cave below. He guided Jiang Yao to jump down, landing at the cave's entrance. However, in the process, Jiang Yao twisted her ankle on a stone, rendering her a burden in this dire situation. Wen Shichang removed his outer garments, laying them on the ground for her to sit upon. He assumed her stillness was due to disdain for the dirt, so he placed his clothing beneath her. Moving towards the cave's mouth, he intended to listen for any sounds of approach, ready to call for help if necessary. Jiang Yao, touched by his actions, attempted to shift closer, but the slightest movement sent sharp pain through her, causing her to gasp. Wen Shichang rushed to support her, realizing the pallor of her face indicated a serious injury. "How could I have overlooked your condition?" He chastised himself inwardly. "My apologies," he murmured, lifting her gently and placing her where he had arranged his clothing. Hesitating, he wrestled with the dilemma of treating a princess's injury versus the propriety of their situation. Ultimately, he chose to attend to her wound. He carefully removed her shoes and socks, rolling up her pant leg to reveal a swollen ankle. Jiang Yao winced, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she gasped in pain. Wen Shichang, too, felt a tightening tension within him. With no tools available, he scavenged for herbs around the cave to alleviate her injury, crushing them before applying the mixture to her ankle. His cool hands brushed against her skin, sending tremors of awareness through both of them as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. The sensation of her soft skin was intoxicating, stirring unfamiliar feelings within him. After swiftly applying the remedy, he retreated to the cave entrance, attempting to mask his blushing ears. With the salve's effect, the swelling in Jiang Yao's ankle lessened. Observing their precarious position, he realized that even with his skills, ascending the cliff was unfeasible. As night enveloped the land, he cast a glance at the sleeping figure beside him, furrowing his brow. He removed another layer of clothing to drape over her, then stationed himself at the cave entrance, watching the stars emerge overhead. The following morning, Jiang Yao roused slowly, taking in the sight of her attire and Wen Shichang leaning against the rocky wall. She intended to drape her clothing over him but forgot her injury and winced in pain. Hearing her discomfort, Wen Shichang sprang to her side, rolling up her pant leg with an ease that belied their earlier awkwardness. "Do not move carelessly. Your injury has yet to heal. Any sudden motion will only exacerbate the pain," he gently admonished her. Jiang Yao regarded him with tenderness, unable to suppress a smile. "What brings you such joy?" he inquired, watching as she shook her head. "Why has no one discovered us? Are we destined to remain here indefinitely? Fear not. If they cannot locate us, I will devise a way to ensure your safe return. I will not allow us to perish together," he assured her. Outside, the search intensified, with the emperor dispatching all available personnel to scour the mountains. Yet, the cliff remained overlooked as the imperial guards had deemed it an unlikely hiding spot. Zhang Luo, frantic with worry, lamented his pursuit of the boar, realizing too late that his sister was missing. The vast expanse of the hunting grounds left him at a loss for where to search. Meanwhile, Gu Jinyu stumbled upon an earring along the path Jiang Yao had taken in pursuit of the rabbit, surmising it belonged to her. Nearby lay clear hoof prints leading him to the precipice. He glanced downwards, finding nothing but traces on the cliff wall that resembled sword slashes. Gu Jinyu called out, "Is anyone down there?" Wen Shichang, hearing the voice, hastily responded, "Is that you, His Highness?" "Wen Shichang, is it you? Are you with the princess?" Yes, we're below. Please wait for me. With that, Jinyu summoned others. A group of them utilized ropes to rescue the two. Anticipating that someone might be injured, Jinyu also brought Zhu Yin along. Zhu Yin had initially been nurturing feelings with Kai Lian but was abruptly pulled away. Assessing their condition, he found only Jiang Yao with a minor issue. After returning to the tent, Zhu Yin tended to Jiang Yao's foot once more. Zhang Luo confirmed Jiang Yao was fine before allowing Zhu Yin to leave. Upon opening the door, they encountered Wen Shicheng standing outside, who regarded Zhu Yin with a questioning gaze, then glanced at the tent. Zhu Yin sighed and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. All is well now. It will not affect future mobility. When Shicheng exhaled, realizing he was eager to refute, I did not intend to inquire about that. Zhu Yin raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Then I have spoken out of turn, assuming you were curious. I shall refrain from mentioning it again. Afterward, Zhu Yin proceeded to report to the Emperor and Empress, with Wen Shicheng accompanying him, as the princess's injury stemmed from his actions, and he ought to seek forgiveness. I am guilty. I failed to protect the princess in time, causing her to fall from the cliff and sustain injuries. When Shicheng knelt before the Emperor and Empress, the Emperor stroked his non-existent beard. You indeed bear responsibility. However, considering your timely protection of the princess, preventing her from falling further, the consequences have been mitigated. Your primary task henceforth is to continue safeguarding the princess and ensuring her happiness. Does the third prince have any other opinions? Jiang Luo clasped his hands. I leave the matter to your majesty's discretion. You may depart. Yes, I obey. After leaving the Emperor and Empress, Wen Shicheng silently waited outside Jiang Yao's tent, occasionally glancing inside. During his absence, Ye Qingge and Tuoba Yun had come to visit her. They were currently inside, chatting and laughing, but suddenly Jiang Yao became upset. When Shicheng heard her exclaim, I dislike it. My two elder sisters only know how to tease me. Ye Qingge and Tuoba Yun inquired what had transpired at the cliff's edge. As she pondered, her face flushed. Tuoba Yun remarked that she was smitten, causing Jiang Yao to feel both embarrassed and preoccupied with Wen Shicheng's demeanor, blushing profusely. All right, sister, do not tease her further. Let her rest properly. And it is inconvenient for us to linger here. Ye Qingge, having sensed Wen Shicheng's return, exchanged glances with Tuoba Yun. Following her cue, Tuoba Yun looked towards the entrance, and indeed spotted a corner of clothing. The two sisters exchanged smiles and bid farewell to Jiang Yao. As they reached the door, Ye Qingge couldn't resist teasing Wen Shicheng. When my brother, do behave well. Under Wen Shicheng's astonished expression and Jiang Yao's flustered gaze, they departed from sight. After confirming their exit, Wen Shicheng lifted the curtain and entered. Are you all right? Jiang Yao, her face still flushed, nodded gently. I am fine now. That is good. Please rest well. I shall be outside. Call for me if needed. Watching Wen Shicheng flee awkwardly, Jiang Yao couldn't help but laugh. Originally, the Emperor had other plans for the day, but due to this incident, the arrangements were cancelled. The Emperor and Empress discussed Wen Shicheng and Jiang Yao's situation with Jiang Luo. Jiang Yao's visit was indeed intended for a potential union. However, both the Empress of Tianxuan and the Empress of Jianghua believed that matters of the heart could not be forced. The Empress of Jianghua opined that if she truly had a man she admired, one of good character who would cherish her faithfully, then consideration could be given. It was not a necessity for her to marry a prince. Gu Yao and his wife were also aware that Jiang Yao and Gu Jinyu did not share mutual affection. As parents, they could not compel a union. Everything depended on fate. Unexpectedly, his casual actions had inadvertently led to the emergence of other feelings between Wen Shicheng and Jiang Yao. He could discern Wen Shicheng's unease and believed Jiang Luo had also noticed Jiang Yao's unusual behavior. After all, a solitary man and woman sharing a night together could easily develop sentiments. Wen Shicheng's background, character, and abilities were commendable. Thus, they decided to observe the interactions between the two before making further plans. Jiang Luo had initially held reservations about Wen Shicheng, but after hearing Gu Yao's words, he acquiesced. Nothing was more important than his sister's happiness. If that young man proved worthy, he would entrust his sister to him. When Ye Qingge returned to the tent, Gu Jinyu was preparing tea for her, and she recounted the situation between the two and Jiang Yao's reaction. As they had rescued them, Gu Jinyu had sensed the subtlety of their relationship. He had not anticipated that his intervention would serendipitously yield a favorable outcome. Should they become a couple, it would eliminate Wen Shicheng as a potential rival while averting Jiang Yao's misfortunes. Truly, the timing was impeccable. Wen Shichong's temperament required someone of Jiang Yao's caliber to temper him, but he was curious to see what they would be like together. Chapter 68. Rising affection with Wen Shichong's companionship, Jiang Yao's health improved remarkably. Within a few days, she could walk, albeit needing assistance due to her limited mobility. Wen Shichong, feeling guilty and having received orders from the emperor, stayed by her side constantly. On one occasion, when Jiang Yao felt discomfort in her stomach and wished to relieve herself, she dashed off, leaving Wen Shichong no choice but to follow without a second thought. Upon realizing where she was headed, his face flushed with embarrassment. He lingered at the entrance, and when Jiang Yao emerged, she found him wearing a comically strained expression. From that day on, whenever Jiang Yao wished to go anywhere, she would inform Wen Shichong in advance. Strangely, he felt a sense of unease whenever he couldn't see her. Being by her side brought him immense comfort. This sensation was unfamiliar to him, something he had never experienced before. One day, upon returning from a hunt, Jinyu brought back a flower crown for Ye Qingge, which he had crafted himself, making her beam with joy. Even the empress praised her, saying the flowers accentuated her delicate beauty. Jiang Yao pouted as she watched their interaction, fixating on the flower crown atop Ye Qingge's head for quite some time. For reasons unknown, Wen Shichong couldn't stand to see her envious and aggrieved expression, his heart softening uncontrollably. The following morning, he concocted an excuse and ventured into the woods. He remembered seeing a patch of vibrant flowers on the day of the cliff incident. Jiang Yao had paused to admire them, and she must have liked them very much. After crafting the flower crown, he returned, finding Jiang Yao still asleep. No rush. He would wait until she awakened to present it to her. Surely, when she wore it, she would be as stunning as Ye Qingge. When Jiang Yao awoke, she found herself alone. Habitually, she stepped outside to search for Wen Shichong, spotting him smiling charmingly. Lost in thought, rubbing her sleepy eyes, she asked, "What are you laughing about?" Wen Shichong, upon hearing her voice, stifled his laughter. After a couple of awkward coughs, he replied, "It's nothing." Shyly, he produced the flower crown from behind his back, presenting it to her. "This is for you." Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted his gift. "Did you make this for me? I love it." Rising on her toes, she planted a kiss on his cheek. Wen Shichong's face turned crimson in an instant. "The emperor summons me for a matter. I must take my leave." He departed, feeling exceedingly awkward, though if one overlooked his flushed cheeks and disheveled gait, one might assume he was perfectly composed. Wen Shichong found a secluded spot to conceal himself, striving to calm his breath. No matter how he tried to steady himself, the image of Jiang Yao kissing him lingered in his mind the moment he closed his eyes. He extended his hand and gently touched his face. Jiang Yao's lips were warm, and her kiss was not merely a mark on his cheek, but seemed to be imprinted upon her heart. His heart raced uncontrollably, each beat more intense than the last. That day, when Shichong sought various excuses to avoid Jiang Yao, yet he could not resist stealing glances at her as she conversed with others, adorned with the floral crown he had gifted her. Her radiant demeanor was infectious, capturing his attention irresistibly. Those around them noticed Jiang Yao wearing the crown and observed Wen Shichong's bashful demeanor. It was clear to them what had transpired, the crown being a testament to his affection. The emperor and empress exchanged knowing glances and smiles, understanding that allowing them to navigate their feelings naturally was the wisest course. While the atmosphere on their side was filled with warmth and joy, Wen Shichong felt a tumult of emotions within himself. He longed to gaze upon her, to steal just one more glance, but it transformed into a ceaseless cycle of longing, drawing her ever closer to his heart. For reasons unknown, Jinyu felt increasingly unsettled these past few days. Although everything had seemed normal in his previous life, he could not guarantee that misfortune would not strike again in this one. Since his rebirth, numerous aspects of his life had undergone transformation, and nothing remained within his control. Recently, Ye Qingge had indulged in excessive meat, feeling somewhat queasy, and craved wild vegetables. Jinyu scoured the mountains for wild greens, cooking them into porridge for her. "What is the princess doing eating such things?" "I thought only animals enjoyed grass," remarked a bystander. Jinyu, who had initially been joyfully watching Ye Qingge eat, looked up upon hearing the voice and was met with a visage that repulsed him. Leng Yefeng had taken to lingering around them, her intentions clearly dubious. Jinyu had taken great care of Ye Qingge, ensuring that Leng Yefeng never approached her. Now that Ye Qingge had finally managed to eat something, Lung Yefeng reemerged to stir trouble. Gu Jinyu felt a surge of anger, contemplating how easy it would be to rid himself of her once and for all. Though this spring hunt had nothing to do with her, she insisted on following along. I had warned you, Miss Lung, about the consequences of disrespecting the princess. Have you forgotten so soon? It seems the lesson you learned was insufficient, he scolded. Moon Shadow, teach her a lesson until she remembers. Lung Yefeng attempted to leave, but was restrained by Moon Shadow, who possessed formidable martial skills, rendering her punishment far more severe than any ordinary reprimand. Within moments, her face was flushed, and she knelt in supplication, but Gu Jinyu ignored her pleas, turning his attention back to Ye Qingge, wiping her mouth gently. Slow down, don't rush. There are no other vegetables here. I can only apologize for this inconvenience. Once we return to the capital, I will prepare something delicious for you, he assured her. Ye Qingge smiled, grateful for her husband's kindness. Meanwhile, Lung Yefeng glared at them, wishing she could annihilate them with her gaze. After enduring a flurry of slaps, it was Ye Qingge who finally interceded. Husband, please stop. If you hit her face anymore, it will be ruined. Gu Jinyu affectionately patted Ye Qingge's head, conceding, all right. My dear. Lung Yefeng, I hope you remember today's lesson. Should you offend again, I will make your life unbearable. Instead of humiliating Ye Qingge, Lung Yefeng had only brought punishment upon herself. Upon returning, her father learned of her actions and chastised her, confining her to the tent for reflection. The maidservant applied ointment to her swollen face, but Lung Yefeng felt mocked and dismissed the girl. Alone in the tent, she cursed, damn it all.
Ye Qingge.
I will ensure you suffer a terrible fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao and Wen Shichong engaged in a playful game of covert glances, often colliding eyes only to feign indifference and part ways. Ye Qingge and Tuoba Yun exchanged amused glances, secretly mocking Zhang Yao's antics. One day, while strolling along the outskirts of the hunting grounds, Zhang Yao stumbled over a stone and began to fall. Wen Shichong, quick on his feet, caught her in his arms. They stood in close proximity, their hearts racing in unison. As he gazed at her, a wave of emotion surged within him, prompting him to hold her tighter. Zhang Yao, wide-eyed in disbelief, attempted to push him away, but her struggles proved futile. Finally, in a fluster, Zhang Yao pushed him away, adjusting her clothing and scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before letting out a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, Wen Shichong found her more endearing than ever at that moment, her flushed cheeks and fierce expression lacking any true menace. You lecherous rogue! You scoundrel! I refuse to acknowledge you any longer, she exclaimed. It is I who has been rude. I humbly request punishment from the princess, he replied. Zhang Yao regarded him, realizing he was utterly oblivious to a girl's heart, and her frustration only grew. Fine, I shall ignore you. With that, she stormed off, leaving Wen Shichong to ponder for a moment before bursting into laughter and chasing after her. Be careful, slow down, watch your step, he called after her as she hastily walked away. Zhang Yao, upon hearing his words, unconsciously slowed her pace. To onlookers, she appeared to be blushing as she hurried ahead, while Wen Shichong followed with a bright smile. This scene was observed by the Emperor and Empress, who exchanged knowing glances. While Zhang Luo's expression soured, could it be that their cherished flower was to be trampled by a swine? Upon returning to the tent, Zhang Yao crawled inside and refused to emerge. Wen Shichong stood outside, beaming brightly. He was certainly not a man of loose morals, having felt his heart stir. He intended to take action. When a servant approached to deliver medicine to Zhang Yao, Wen Shichong intercepted them, using the pretense of delivering medicine to enter the tent. Zhang Yao had been waiting for him, yet he seemed hesitant to enter. She wondered where his earlier courage had vanished. When she finally saw Wen Shichong, her eyes lit up momentarily before she turned her head away in defiance. He placed the medicine on the table and sat beside her, silently observing her. Eventually, Zhang Yao could no longer endure the silence and asked, "What do you want?" Wen Shichong smiled. "Let us take a moment to discuss our little quarrel." "What quarrel?"
All right, no quarrel.
"Shall we talk?" Zhang Yao met his gaze and saw determination reflected in his eyes, as well as her own feelings mirrored back. Wen Shichong lingered in her tent for quite a while, emerging with a radiant expression, while Zhang Yao felt shy and often found herself smiling to herself. Having confirmed their mutual feelings, Wen Shichong declared he would take care of everything, assuring her he would explain the situation to the Emperor and Empress. And all she needed to do was await his good news. Before arriving in the capital, she had harbored doubts about her potential marriage to Tianxuan, as such matters relied heavily on fate. Yet upon meeting him, she felt an immediate spark, and when he saved her, it seemed as though everything was preordained. She had simply encountered him at the right moment. In the days that followed, they were often seen together, basking in each other's company. On the day of the hunt, they achieved a bountiful catch. To everyone's surprise, the crown prince returned with a tiger. The emperor rejoiced, declaring a feast for all the soldiers to celebrate, and they gathered to admire the majestic creature. The tiger was secured at the rear of the camp, under careful watch to prevent any mishaps, for even captured, it remained the king of the forest. The crown prince had fortuitously discovered this weakened tiger and, after careful consideration,
Decided to bring it back.
what they did not know was that this tiger had been meticulously arranged by Gu Jinlin long before. Unable to place assassins near the hunting grounds, and wary of captured assassins revealing his identity, much like the Mo family had, he resorted to other means. He had confined the tiger to a predetermined location within a restricted area, typically devoid of visitors. Even the shadow guards would not uncover it. Gu Jinlin had earlier confined the tiger there, then, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, released it. He intended for it to be captured by either the crown prince or princein, so he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. At the banquet, everyone feasted, drank, and reveled in merriment, oblivious to a figure stealthily departing from the table. Even Yue and others were distracted, not noticing what transpired. Following Gu Jinlin's orders, Leng Yuanshuang discreetly maneuvered to the back, incapacitating the guard watching the tiger. She produced an object from her bosom and tossed it before the tiger. Instantly, the tiger regained consciousness, exhibiting a hint of madness. After completing her task, she quietly returned to her seat, unnoticed amidst the bustling crowd. As per the emperor's directive, the cage containing the tiger was brought forth. The moment the cloth covering the cage was pulled aside, a pair of blood-red eyes was revealed. Upon seeing humans, the tiger began to thrash violently against the cage, soon breaking free. Chaos erupted as everyone fled in panic, screams echoing in disarray. The closest individuals were Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge, the latter paralyzed by fear as the tiger charged towards them. Having become slower and more sluggish since her pregnancy, she could hardly react in time. Fortunately, Gu Jinyu acted swiftly, employing his lightness skill to whisk Ye Qingge to safety and trusting her to Yue and Zhu Yin for protection, before turning back to shield the emperor and empress. Upon his return, Gu Jinyu found Gu Jinlin already by the emperor's side. His thoughts solely focused on garnering favor from the emperor, neglecting the well-being of his own wife. Gu Jinlin had orchestrated this scene to achieve multiple objectives. He had calculated Ye Qingge's position, knowing that if the tiger were to attack her, even if she survived, the child she carried would be in peril. By presenting himself in time to save the emperor and empress, he hoped to earn the emperor's praise and perhaps alter his perception of him. Moreover, regardless of whether the tiger was brought back by the crown prince or princein, such an incident would inevitably lead to repercussions. Alas, Gu Jinlin's plan faltered as Gu Jinyu's prompt actions prevented the tiger from harming Ye Qingge. Additionally, Gu Jinlin sought to use this opportunity to unearth any hidden guards around the emperor. Despite having Luo Xiong's assistance, he was merely a deputy commander, arriving late. Certain matters remained sensitive to the emperor, as he lacked the trust that others enjoyed. Over the years, he had only developed a few subordinate shadow guards, and even he was unaware of their specific circumstances. Likely, only the emperor and the shadow guard commander possessed such knowledge. Regrettably, he underestimated the martial prowess present. It took little time for the tiger to be subdued, leaving him no chance to display his capabilities. To his astonishment, it was General Yi who had subdued the beast. Though it was not dead, it bore severe injuries, having been spared by General Yi. Unexpectedly, the tiger was seen weeping. With a darkened expression, Gu Jinlin realized that the Yi family always seemed to thwart his designs. Your Majesty, I have successfully captured this beast. Please decide its fate. The emperor and empress, still recovering from their shock, were slightly dazed. The emperor shielded the empress throughout, fearing for her safety. Gradually, they rose to calm the crowd. Since the beast was brought back by the crown prince, it would be left to him to handle it. Yes, I shall comply with your command. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Jincheng observed the whimpering tiger with a sense of bewilderment. As Gu Jinlin had anticipated, Gu Yao was indeed furious. But he merely instructed Gu Jincheng to manage the situation without reprimanding him. Gu Jinyu had not expected such an incident to occur in his previous life. A similar tiger had been captured by Gu Jinlin, and it had not gone berserk. He wondered why this time was different. Returning to Ye Qingge's side, he enveloped her in his arms, soothing her as her face paled in fright. Alongside him, Wen Shichong was comforting Jiang Yao, as both rushed towards each other during the chaos. Wen Shichong sought to protect Jiang Yao, who in turn sought solace from him. Leaving no one to attend to Jiang Luo's plight, he had hidden himself away in a corner, lamenting that his sister had endured such tribulations. In the aftermath, Gu Jinlin seethed silently at his thwarted ambitions. Zhao Yuting, having been thoroughly terrified, emerged from her hiding place once the tiger was subdued. Dusting herself off, she hurried to Gu Jinlin's side, tugging at Gu Jinyu's sleeve. "My lord, are you unharmed? You frighten me to death." Gu Jinlin glanced down at her hands, then looked at Zhao Yuting, reflecting on how his misfortunes seemed to have escalated since her arrival. In front of everyone, he chose not to make her uncomfortable, after all. He had to maintain his virtuous reputation as a prince. "Do not fear, it is all well now." His words of comfort were devoid of warmth, even carrying a chill. Zhao Yuting had witnessed Gu Jinyu's gentle demeanor towards Ye Qingge. Gu Jinlin reached out to stroke Zhao Yuting's head, but she found his expression unsettling. He noted the unperturbed Tuoba Yun behind her, wishing she could find solace in him. "Let us return to the camp." Gu Jinlin led Zhao Yuting away, while Tuoba Yun cast a concerned glance at Ye Qingge, who responded with a reassuring smile. That evening, Gu Jinlin, oblivious to all else, unleashed his fury upon Zhao Yuting, leaving her feeling like a mere shell of her former self. Despite her efforts to please him, she received no semblance of compassion. "It's all right. Once we have children, everything will be better," she often reassured herself. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she would never bear children. Worried for Ye Qingge, Gu Jinyu and her parents returned to the camp, requesting Zhu Yin to check on her. Ye Qingge was in excellent health, having been well cared for. Ye mother held her hand, speaking tenderly, her heart aching at the thought of her daughter undergoing such fright while pregnant. Ye father stood silently behind, offering his silent support. Seizing the moment, Zhu Yin quietly called Gu Jinyu aside and spoke a few words, returning with a changed expression. Realizing that it was getting late, Ye father took Ye mother away, glancing back at Ye Qingge as they departed. After bidding farewell to her mother, Ye Qingge turned her gaze to Gu Jinyu, noticing a strong desire in his eyes. Alarmed, she pulled the blanket over her face. Gu Jinyu chuckled, reaching out to pull the blanket down. "Do not cover yourself so tightly. Who will compensate me for my wife if you suffocate?" Zhu Yin had just informed him that Ye Qingge's condition was stable, and she could resume marital relations with caution. Her health was robust, with no adverse effects. After hearing this, Gu Jinyu felt a stir of restlessness, but managed to calm himself. He could endure for a few more months. After all, he could not risk Ye Qingge's well-being. The following day, Gu Jincheng sought out several hunters from a nearby village. After inspecting the scene, they reported to him that the fierce beast had likely just given birth, and its sudden frenzy was a result of fear for its offspring. Perhaps someone had unknowingly carried the scent of its young, provoking its wrath. Gu Jincheng exchanged glances with Gu Jinyu, realizing they had not seen any other cubs nearby. The hunters continued, suggesting that the tiger had left its young at home while it went hunting, only to encounter humans unexpectedly. Gu Jinlin, upon hearing this, lamented the tragedy. Understanding now why the tiger fought so fiercely, it was desperate to protect its child. Both Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng, soon to be fathers, could empathize with a parent's concern for their offspring. The tiger, already injured, bore wounds not only from the previous day, but also from earlier encounters.
Now,
On the brink of death, Gu Jinyu initially contemplated killing it, given that it had nearly harmed Ye Qingge. However, he soon found himself contemplating other peculiarities. Ordinarily, the royal hunting grounds would not harbor such ferocious beasts. In his previous life, this particular creature had been brought back by Gu Jinlin. Was everything orchestrated by him? Yet, what advantage would such machinations yield? Was it merely an attempt to disrupt the banquet of the previous night? If it were indeed a premeditated act, why did he not capture it himself? How had he managed to conceal it from the vigilant eyes of the Imperial Guards and the Shadow Guards? Gu Jinyu pondered these questions, casting a glance at Gu Jinlin, who appeared completely indifferent, his expression betraying no hint of involvement. Was it possible that Gu Jinyu was overthinking? Could this truly be mere coincidence? Amidst her thoughts, The mother tiger suddenly lifted her head, gazing imploringly at Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng. A soft whimper escaped her lips, tears glistening in her eyes. Gu Jinyu spoke up, "Are you asking for our help to find your cubs?" The mother tiger emitted a louder cry, collapsing onto the ground. Her eyes filled with longing as she looked at Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu dispatched several individuals to explore the depths of the forest where there might be caves. He also sent some to investigate the nearby mountain, suspecting it could be a location beyond the hunting grounds. As Gu Jinyu frowned at the mother tiger in its cage, he noted its precarious condition. Though the general had shown mercy the previous night, the tiger bore numerous fresh and old wounds, now clinging to life. Yearning to see its offspring once more, Gu Jincheng nodded, dispatching 4 teams. From dawn until dusk, they scoured the area but found nothing. The next day, they set out again and, indeed, discovered 2 small tigers on the far side of the neighboring mountain. They huddled together, appearing weak and emaciated, as if they had not eaten meat in ages. The soldiers who brought them back reported that they had observed the vicinity and found no other mother tigers. So they returned with the cubs. Gu Jincheng ensured they were fed some meat and then brought them before their mother. The moment the mother tiger laid eyes on her cubs, she became overwhelmed with emotion, mustering her strength to nuzzle them. The cubs, in turn, pressed against her, seeking comfort. Witnessing this poignant reunion, Ye Qingge could not hold back her tears, burying her face in Gu Jinyu's embrace, unable to bear such a scene. Gu Jinyu gently caressed her back, whispering words of comfort. When he turned his gaze back to the mother tiger, he saw her nudging one of the cubs. The little tiger, following the mother's lead, took hesitant steps toward Gu Jinyu, glancing back at her mother with each stride. At the sound of her mother's roar, she halted, looking back once more before finally reaching Gu Jinyu's feet. She gazed up at her mother, and upon hearing her voice, began pawing at Gu Jinyu's shoe. Observing this, Gu Jinyu picked up the small tiger and approached the mother, asking, "Do you wish for her to accompany me?" The mother tiger roared in response, affirming Gu Jinyu's assumption. Gu Jinyu found himself perplexed. Despite the injuries inflicted upon her, she entrusted her child to him. Looking at the innocent face of the little tiger and the pleading eyes of the mother, his heart softened. He turned to Ye Qingge, who was also watching the cub with keen interest, and he knew she would cherish it. Thus, he acquiesced to the mother tiger's request. The mother then performed the same act, entrusting another cub to Gu Jincheng. She bore no resentment toward him for having captured her, for she understood that they had chosen not to harm her, but rather sought to ensure the safety of her children. The little tiger in Gu Jincheng's possession was far more spirited, exhibiting a cleverness and pride that set it apart from Gu Jinyu's seemingly simple cub. The fabric thrown into the cage by Leng Yueshuang had belonged to the person who captured her, imbued with his scent. The mother tiger's fury had been ignited upon detecting it, leading her to shred the cloth in a fit of rage. It was this very encounter that had rendered Gu Jincheng and Gu Jinyu oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon seeing the multitude of people after the lid was lifted, it was impossible for her not to recall the day she was captured and to think of her children, thus inciting her wrath. Chapter 71. Returning to the capital after Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng consented to the mother tiger's plea, her once resilient body gradually succumbed to exhaustion. They placed the 2 cubs back beside her, allowing them to share their final moments together. That night, the mother tiger passed away, with her cubs lingering by her side, calling out to her in hopes of reviving her spirit. Alas, the mother tiger could no longer open her eyes. In her last moments, her greatest concern had been for her 2 offspring, but now they had found a place to belong, granting her solace. Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng brought the cubs back, ensuring they were cared for by dedicated personnel, keeping them together. They behaved quite well, not straying far, and when visitors approached, they would roll onto their backs, rubbing against them, resembling 2 playful kittens. Ye Qingge named the dazed little tiger Tuanrong, planning to send them to the palace upon their return to the capital, where they would be entrusted to a trainer before eventually being brought back to the manor. With Ye Qingge expecting a child, Tuanrong and Xuetuan would be kept in the backyard under specialized care until the baby was born, at which point they would be allowed to roam freely. The emperor, moved by the tale of the mother tiger, commanded the crown prince to ensure she received a proper burial, recognizing her as a mother who cherished her children. The empress, however, could not help but empathize with the mother tiger's plight, feeling as though she were the sorrowful mother herself, weeping uncontrollably. This drew the ire of Gu Yao, who glared at Gu Jinyu and Gu Jincheng, accusing them of causing her distress. The 2 brothers found themselves at a loss for words. They had forewarned him to let the Empress depart before sharing the story, but he had insisted she remain, leading to this unfortunate outcome. That night, in a tent overlooked by many, sounds of youthful passion echoed. Upon closer inspection, the protagonists were Gu Jinlin and Lung Yueshuang. Their clandestine rendezvous had already become a frequent occurrence, having indulged in each other's company countless times in private. Previously, Gu Jinlin had instructed her to seduce Gu Jinyu, promising her numerous rewards to ensure she kept him under control. Unexpectedly, Ye Qingge entered the fray, prompting Gu Jinlin to blame Lung Yueshuang for disrupting his plans, leading to a prolonged absence from her. Unable to endure his coldness, Lung Yueshuang willingly offered herself. Her affection for Gu Jinlin was genuine. She would not have entangled herself with so many men otherwise. Though she enjoyed the feeling of being cherished, her heart truly belonged to Gu Jinlin. Having previously resented her for nearly derailing his scheme, he had begun to ignore her. This time, however, she had fulfilled his request, and despite the unsatisfactory outcome, she had completed her task, earning a night of intimacy with Gu Jinlin as a reward. As the clouds parted and the rain ceased, Gu Jinlin withdrew, donning his garments. "You performed admirably this time. Continue to strive for excellence, and I shall reward you further," he remarked. Lung Yueshuang, blushing, sat up to dress, wrapping her arms around Gu Jinlin from behind. "Will you not stay a little longer? You visit Zhao Yuting every day. Is she truly so remarkable?" Gu Jinlin pried her hands away, assuring her, "You are incomparable. She is merely a vessel for my release. You are my precious one. Once I achieve my goals, I will not forget your contributions. The position of Empress shall be yours." Lung Yueshuang obediently released Gu Jinlin, and after a while, she too departed. Everything felt as though it had been a dream, and upon waking the next day, nothing had transpired. The spring hunt, which had spanned more than half a month, was nearing its conclusion, and Gu Yao, concerned about potential unforeseen events, proposed they prepare to return to the capital 2 days early. On the eve of their departure, Gu Jinyu prepared roasted meat for Ye Qingge once more, for such fresh wild venison would not be easily obtainable upon their return to the capital. He carved the roasted meat, offering a piece to Ye Qingge and another to Tuanrong. By the time he finished the entire deer leg, he had not managed to eat a bite himself. In the end, one could only grasp a bone, gnawing at the remnants of meat. Ye Qingge and Tuanrong were thoroughly satisfied. One sat languidly to the side while the other frolicked joyfully on the grass. That night, the stars in the sky shone exceptionally bright, and as one gazed upwards, their eyes sparkled with reflected starlight. On their return, Zhang Yao chose to ride a horse, walking alongside Wen Shichong. She occasionally pointed out the flowers and grasses along the way, and Wen Shichong followed her gaze. Their interaction radiated warmth and harmony, a stark contrast to Jiang Luo, who felt slighted for not having taken the carriage either. Little did he realize that his sister had chosen not to ride for the sake of accompanying Wen Shichong. Poor Jiang Luo trailed behind, unable to interject a word, his gaze coldly fixed on their retreating figures. As usual, Ye Qingge slept soundly throughout the journey, finding the tedious travel only bearable through slumber. Tuanrong had been entrusted to Kai Lian and Zhu Yin by Gu Jinyu. During this time, not only had Zhang Yao and Wen Shichong's relationship flourished, but even Kai Lian and Zhu Yin had made significant progress. This was all thanks to that tiger, whose unexpected frenzy provided Zhu Yin with the opportunity to protect Kai Lian. Unlike Yu Feng, Zhu Yin's first instinct during the incident was to shield her, and his selfless act moved her deeply. She acknowledged her affections had been stirred, perhaps even earlier, though she had been reluctant to admit it. In the days spent with Zhu Yin, he always prioritized her feelings, considering her first when he encountered something delightful. He placed her in the foremost position of his thoughts, and she found this sentiment exceptionally comforting, gaining the approval of Kai Ping and Yu Ying. With this in mind, she decided to give him a chance. Gu Jinyu had noticed their budding relationship even before Ye Qingge, this time assigning Tuanrong to their care under the pretense of allowing them to gain early experience in child-rearing. Several hours later, the main party arrived at the city gates of the capital. As their return was a sudden decision, the ministers and citizens within the city were unaware of it. The emperor, wishing to stage a surprise visit to observe the daily lives of his subjects, halted the carriage at the city gates. After changing into plain clothes, he disembarked, accompanied by Gu Jinyu and others. Gu Yao and Meng Yanran strolled along, stopping intermittently to survey the lives of the citizens under their governance, contentedly stroking his non-existent beard. It appeared the populace was faring quite well. An official nearby chimed in, attributing the citizens' well-being to the emperor's astute leadership. Gu Yao chuckled at the praise, but was soon met with an unexpected turn of events. A woman dashed out from a street corner, disheveled and crying for help. The passers-by hurriedly avoided her, not a single soul extending a hand. Behind her pursued several vicious ruffians, brazenly committing their misdeeds in broad daylight, proclaiming their intent to take the woman back. Gu Yao, infuriated, hurled his folding fan with precision, striking the last assailant squarely on the head. Chapter 72. The Emperor's Fury, How Dare You Strike Me? The man stumbled forward, clutching his head and turning to his companions. Do you know who we are? Brothers, let's teach them a lesson. The leader, still brazenly threatening them, demanded, what about that woman? She won't escape. Once we deal with these fools, we'll pursue her. With that, the group rolled up their sleeves and charged forward, only to be apprehended one by one. The ruffians struggled on the ground, oblivious to the gravity of their situation and unaware of the identities of their captors. Gu Yao stepped forward, addressing the one referred to as the leader. Who are you, and why are you pursuing that woman? The man, still defiant, retorted, do you know who our master is? You'd best tread carefully. When Shi Chong placed a foot on the man's head. If you refuse to speak, it seems your life is forfeit. Drawing his sword and placing it at the man's throat, the ruffians, realizing they were outmatched, quickly divulged their identities. We are servants of the Duke of Qingge. The woman you saw was the Duke's concubine, who escaped while he was distracted. Let us go, for the Duke is not one to be trifled with. Jinyu frowned at the mention of the Duke's son. It seemed the previous lesson had not been sufficient, as he had resumed his tyrannical behavior, inciting her indignation. Do you know who you're dealing with? These individuals are imperial relatives, and standing before you is His Majesty. How dare you act so recklessly? Please spare us. Your Majesty. Gu Yao cast a cold glance at the man and turned his attention to the pursued woman. She had been brought back, visibly shaken, her eyes dazed and demeanor erratic. Upon seeing the subdued ruffians, she attempted to flee. Please, I will return with you. Do not harm me. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, prompting Gu Yao to pressure her acupoints, allowing her to drift into a temporary slumber. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward. Are you the Emperor? I beseech you to save my daughter. She was taken by the Duke of Qingge's son half a month ago and has not returned since. Her fate is unknown. One by one, others knelt before Gu Yao, recounting their tragic tales. Your Majesty, my daughter was forcefully taken by the Duke's son a month ago, and now she is unaccounted for. I am but a humble woman. My husband sought justice, but was crippled by the officials. Please, save us from this tyrant. The Duke's son is greedy and lecherous. We common folk cannot contend with him. My daughter was tortured to death by the Duke's son last year, and still, no one has avenged her. My poor daughter has not even reached womanhood, and yet she must endure such torment. Your Majesty, please grant us justice. Gu Yao's vision blurred with rage. He had never anticipated that beneath the grandeur of the capital, such inhumane acts could occur. What a disgrace for the Duke of Qingge to commit such atrocities right under his nose. Stepping forward, he assisted the elderly man to his feet. Please rise, sir. Everyone get up. I shall seek justice for you. I will ensure you are avenged. We shall not return to the palace just yet. Seize these vile ruffians and take them to the Duke's residence. Within the Duke of Qingge's estate, Sun Jiaxiang reclined on a chaise, surrounded by 3 young women who were massaging his shoulders and legs. These women had recently been captured and bore various bruises from their struggles. Put some effort into it, have you not, Eden? He demanded. Serve me well, and you shall be rewarded. One of the women inadvertently pressed too hard, causing Sun Jiaxiang to wince in pain, and he kicked her away. Have you no respect? Do you wish to kill me? He growled, mounting her and tearing at her clothing. The other servants watched without flinching as the woman struggled against him, receiving several slaps in return. Just as he was indulging in his vile amusement, the doors of the estate were kicked open. Sun Jiaxiang looked up, furious at the interruption. How dare they disrupt his enjoyment? Gu Yao and his entourage entered, witnessing the scene, prompting Jinyu to launch a kick that sent Sun Jiaxiang sprawling. The other 2 women hurriedly helped the victim to her feet, draping her in clothing. They knelt, repeatedly thanking the intruders. Sun Jiaxiang, groaning in pain on the ground, attempted to rally his companions for revenge. Upon raising his head, he was met with Jinyu's gaze. Once again, it is you, impudent scoundrel. The last time, You thwarted my endeavors, and now you dare to approach the Marquis's residence. It seems you have a death wish. Summon the servants. Let them teach these rascals a proper lesson. The household servants of the Marquis were no match for Gu Jinyu and her companions, and were swiftly subdued. Upon witnessing this, Sun Jiaxiang's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees, lamenting his folly and pleading for mercy. Gu Yao, however, paid no heed to Sun Jiaxiang's pleas and sat on a bench in the courtyard with the Empress, awaiting the return of Marquis Konglu. After half an hour, the Marquis returned, only to find a throng gathered around his residence.
Who are you?
How dare you commit such brazen acts within my estate? Do you believe I won't ensure you regret this? Unbeknownst to him, the emperor had returned early, and he felt no fear nor considered stopping Sun Jiaxiang.
Alas!
Gu Yao witnessed the entire scene unfold. The Gu father and son were positioned behind the door, hidden from the Marquis's view, while others were scattered throughout, leaving only a few guards at the entrance. It is I. What will you do to ensure I regret this? Gu Yao turned around, and the Marquis's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground. It was over. Everything was lost. Why, Your Majesty? How is it you? Gu Yao commanded that he be brought before him. Sun Lu, you have raised a commendable son. Sun Lu knelt, unable to meet Gu Yao's gaze, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. I dare not. I beg Your Majesty for mercy. Gu Yao cast him a glance and ordered, go to the backyard and see how many women have been abducted. Bring them all to the front yard. For those injured, fetch a physician to tend to them. These two beasts, along with the wicked servants of the Marquis's residence, are to be taken to the Dali Temple. I shall interrogate them personally. This was the first time Gu Yao personally interrogated criminals, a testament to his profound anger. Not only he, but all present were filled with immense rage. Chapter 73. Delivering justice upon learning who had arrived, Sun Jiaxiang was left completely dumbfounded, being taken away, while still leaking unknown fluids. In the Marquis's backyard, several women were rescued from various rooms, most of them recently coming of age. Having been seized by Marquis Konglu and his son, one had lost her senses, bearing numerous wounds, and cowered in a corner at the sight of others. Ye Qingge suggested relocating them to the Baichao garden to heal their injuries before inquiring about their circumstances. Thus, they settled in Baichao garden, and that night, several recounted their harrowing experiences. They were daughters from ordinary families in the capital, having caught the eye of Sun Jiaxiang. Some were drugged through despicable means and forcibly taken as concubines, while others were outright abducted. Not only him, but his father was equally vile. The father and son would take turns tormenting the women in the backyard, viewing them merely as playthings. Those who disobeyed were beaten and scolded. And if they continued to resist, they were simply disposed of, for there would always be other women to satisfy their desires. From the women's accounts, Ye Qingge and her companions learned that many bodies were buried near the dry well in the Marquis's backyard. As commoners, they had no means to reach the officials and could only beat drums to seek justice at the yamen. Yet those in power had taken bribes from Marquis Konglu and never listened to the people's pleas. Thus, countless innocent women suffered these torments without understanding why. Listening to their stories, Kai Lian and Kai Ping could not contain their tears. Though they were maidservants, the princess treated them like sisters. They, too, hailed from ordinary families, and if such atrocities befell them, they would find no recourse. Gu Jinyu escorted Ye Qingge back to the residence, reassuring the others, then turned to report everything to Gu Yao. Upon hearing, Gu Yao crushed the teacup in his hand.
You
Take some people to the Marquis's residence and unearth the bodies of those women. Then, post notices for the parents of the victims to come and claim their daughters' remains. Provide them with some silver, and tell them I will avenge them. Yes, I shall obey, replied Gu Jinyu. She led a team to recover the remains, discovering a total of 13 bodies. The actions of Sun Lu and Sun Jiaxiang were utterly inhumane. Gu Jinyu watched as parents recognized their daughters by their belongings, weeping inconsolably. He could not help but think of his own child with Qingqing. If it were a girl, what would they do if they were not of their current standing? Sun Lu and Sun Jiaxiang endured severe torture in the dungeons until they could no longer withstand it and confessed to their misdeeds over the past 2 years. The more Gu Yao listened, the angrier he became. The father and son committed heinous acts right under his nose, drawing salaries without ever benefiting the common people. In the court, Gu Yao publicly dealt with several officials who accepted bribes and disregarded the lives of the populace. Such individuals did not deserve to live. It was only when the decree for execution was issued that they truly felt regret, lamenting their momentary folly that ultimately cost them their lives. Regarding the punishment of Marquis Conlu and his son, Gu Yao believed that even a death by 1,000 cuts would not quell his resentment. The Marquis's title was revoked. Initially intended to soothe the populace, but he showed no gratitude, instead committing further atrocities. The wicked servants of the Marquis's residence were executed, while other innocents were dismissed. Sun Lu and Sun Jiaxiang were first castrated and their instruments of violence disposed of, fed to wild dogs. No matter how much they pleaded for mercy, no one showed them compassion. Good is rewarded, and evil is punished. Justice is merely delayed. Subsequently, they endured relentless torment, subjected to every form of torture imaginable. In the end, Gu Yao sentenced them to be drawn and quartered, experiencing the slow tearing of their bodies in their most lucid moments. After death, their corpses were displayed at the city gate, and the common people expressed profound gratitude to the emperor for ridding them of a pest and restoring peace. As for the young women of Baichao Garden, Ye Qingge proposed several solutions. Having lost their purity, some families may be concerned. Ye Qingge would notify their relatives, allowing those unconcerned to come and take them home. For those whose families did care, they could remain in Baichao Garden. If any had other desires, they could confide in Ye Qingge, who would fulfill them. In the end, more than half the young women were taken home by their families. One elderly man remarked that as long as she was alive, he would care for her for life, stating he did not raise her merely to marry her off, but wished for her well-being. The remaining few, unwilling to return home or lacking any family, chose to stay at Baichao Garden to assist. Ye Qingge agreed and entrusted them to Zhu Yin, who would teach them medicine. The girl who had fled the streets that day had fully recovered. When she heard Ye Qingge's words, she wept for a long time. She explained that she had come to the capital to find her biological parents, only to be deceived by Sun Jiaxiang, who promised to help her find them, but instead brought her to the Marquis's residence. She had endured months of torment until her captor fell ill, forgetting to lock the door, allowing her to escape. As she reached the back door, she was discovered, chased by the Marquis's men, and in the struggle, her clothing was torn. She fell while fleeing, hitting her head against a stone, which caused her temporary disorientation. Now, under the care of the physician in Baichao Garden, she had made a full recovery. She resolved to leave the capital, abandoning the search for her so-called relatives, wishing only to return to her foster parents' home, the warmest place in her life. Ye Qingge and Gu Jinyu accompanied her on her departure, bestowing upon her a generous sum of silver before she left. What a pitiable soul! Have matters been resolved? It is all over now. The wicked have received their just punishments. The two of them, hand in hand, strolled towards the city gates. The fluffy creature has been sent to the palace, correct? Gu Jinyu assisted Ye Qingge as she gradually ascended into the carriage. Yes. It is together with the royal brother's fluffy pet. Perhaps we should send Xuetwan in another day, allowing them to acclimatize to one another. Very well. I shall heed the lady's wishes. The once formidable and tyrannical residence of the Marquis of Conlu has been utterly decimated overnight. The estate's riches were distributed among the victims, while the servants either perished or scattered. This elicited both a sense of satisfaction and profound melancholy. The officials of the capital scuttled about, fearful that they might be the next victims of misfortune. Chapter 74. The young couple's farewell following the demise of the Marquis and his son. The fate of Jiang Yao and Wen Shichong was also settled. Wen Shichong took it upon himself to express his intentions and resolve to the emperor and Jiang Luo, while Jiang Yao conveyed her willingness to marry him. However, it was not solely a matter of marriage. The sole request of the king of Jiang was for the daughter and son-in-law to reside in the same place for a year. The king sent an envoy with a national decree to explain everything to Gu Yao. They unanimously agreed that after their marriage, they would reside in one kingdom for a year, followed by a wedding ceremony in each realm. Their nuptials were set for the 7th day of October, to be held in Tianquan, followed by another celebration in Jiang country the following year. Gu Yao publicly announced this decision in the court and conferred upon Wen Shichong the title of Marquis of Sunan, granting him a marquisate to be inherited by his descendants. After the death of his father, the emperor had intended to bestow a title upon him, which ultimately returned to his possession in a manner he could accept with joy. Ultimately, this outcome was orchestrated by Gu Jinyu, leading to the union of the lovers, which brought him immense satisfaction. With their tasks in the capital complete, Jiang Luo and Jiang Yao were to depart for Jiang country in 7 days. The envoy from Jiang country had already set out for home, but Jiang Yao, reluctant to part, chose to linger for a few more days. Yet, regardless of her unwillingness, separation was inevitable. The princess was to marry, and the preparations required for such a distant union were extensive. The king of Jiang was loath to see her go and wished for her to remain with him for a few more months. Not only was Jiang Yao reluctant, but when Shi Chong shared her sentiment, having finally confirmed their affections, the prospect of being separated was indeed arduous. Recently, when Shi Chong had been preoccupied with the relocation of his residence, only managing to visit her every couple of days. One night, Jiang Yao had a dream in which a band of robbers abducted her while traversing the path back to Jiang country. She recounted her dream to Jiang Luo and then visited the residence of Prince In. Through their previous interactions, she and Ye Qingge had become confidants. Ye Qingge was aware that her dreams often bore prophetic significance. She had recognized Jiang Yao from a dream prior to their meeting. My dreams may come to me in advance, but ultimately, the people and events within them do manifest. Qingge, what should we do?
Ye Qingge grasped her hand,
Continuously reassuring her not to worry. When the prince returns, I will speak to him. He will send someone to inquire about the situation before we devise a plan. Ye Qingge understood Jiang Yao's anxiety. She would feel the same in her position. After comforting Jiang Yao, when Shi Chong arrived, upon learning that Jiang Yao was at Prince N's residence, he personally came to escort her home. That night, when Jinyu returned to the residence, Ye Qingge shared Jiang Yao's dream with him. He had never heard of anyone foreseeing the future, yet found it less peculiar considering his own experiences with rebirth. Seeing Jinyu's lack of surprise, Ye Qingge pouted and playfully tackled him onto the bed. Why aren't you surprised? Did you already know? Jinyu protected her abdomen, his expression turning slightly serious. Slow down, be careful not to hurt yourself. He embraced her as they lay on the bed. I will send Lu Yun and Wu Shuang to investigate the matter. If it proves to be true, I shall address it with the emperor and ensure he sends troops to eradicate the threat. I won't allow your brother Shi Chong to lose his bride. Jinyu gently tapped her nose, noticing that the little woman in his arms had already drifted into slumber. He kissed her cheek and gradually closed his eyes. The following morning, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang were dispatched to ascertain the specifics of the situation. By midday, they returned with news that the bandit stronghold was named Haifeng's, housing over 200 men. Their martial prowess was not particularly remarkable, but their numbers were formidable. The local populace reported that they engaged in heinous acts of arson and plunder, with the authorities unable to subdue them. During the court session the next day, Jinyu reported his findings to Gu Yao. After the incident involving the Marquis of Konglu, Gu Yao could not tolerate any similar occurrences. Upon concluding the meeting, he dispatched a troop to eliminate the bandits. When Shi Chong volunteered to lead the troops himself, capturing all the bandits from Haifeng's, with the chief being executed on the spot. When Shi Chong personally dealt with the individuals who had caused distress to his bride, the local citizens expressed immense gratitude towards Shi Chong, who reassured them that it was the emperor who had acted on their behalf. Long live our emperor! The people's heartfelt appreciation for the ruler of Tianquan and the hero who punished the wicked resonated deeply. As for the matter of the bandits, it had only just been addressed, which could be attributed to Jinyu's oversight. He had almost let the situation escalate. Thankfully, it was resolved in the end. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic. With the bandit crisis quelled, Jiang Yao's worries dissipated as well. In this lifetime, she would not endure such a wretched fate. Nor would she meet a tragic end. She had faith that she and Shi Chong would find happiness together, and that his destiny had changed with her arrival. At the city gates, a group gathered to bid farewell to Jiang Luo and Jiang Yao. The young couple, hand in hand, gazed into each other's eyes, oblivious to the chatter of those around them. Under the reluctant gazes of the couple, Jiang Luo, in exasperation, pulled Jiang Yao into the carriage. You're leaving now. In a few months, you'll marry him. Are you still worried about not seeing him enough? Jiang Yao hardly registered her brother's words as she lifted the carriage curtain to glance at Shi Chong. I will return soon. Remember to think of me. When I come back, I will marry you. Very well, I will wait for you. Take care on your journey. A pair of hands reached from within the carriage, gently pressing Jiang Yao's head back inside. When Shi Chong watched as the carriage gradually receded from view, a flicker of desolation crossing his eyes. Jiang Yao had departed, leaving the capital feeling eerily vacant. To ensure Jiang Yao's safety, Shi Chong requested assistance from Fu Sheng through Ye Qingge, arranging for several individuals to escort Jiang Yao safely home. Though Haifeng's Hai had been dismantled, he could not guarantee the absence of other dangers.
He could not afford to take that risk.
Although Gu Yao had also dispatched people to accompany them, Wen Shichong remained uneasy. Wen Shichong lingered at the city gates for an extended period, long after the other well-wishers had departed. Jiang Yao's absence left a void in his heart. Lost in thought, he felt a hand clasp his shoulder. Everyone else has left. Are you still watching? In a few months, she will return to marry you. And then you can gaze upon her as much as you desire. Turning to see Gu Jinyu's teasing gaze, he found Ye Qingge beside her, wearing a cheerful expression. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to be seen in such a melancholic state by his childhood friend, who had once harbored feelings for him, Wen Shichong diverted his attention from the departing carriage and walked back with Gu Jinyu and her husband.
Thank you.
Wen Shichong's sudden expression of gratitude left Gu Jinyu perplexed, while Ye Qingge listened in confusion. When Gu Jinyu met Wen Shichong's gaze, they exchanged understanding looks. Wen Shichong realized that Gu Jinyu had orchestrated his protection of Jiang Yao. Hence his gratitude. Gu Jinyu responded with a smile, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. At the entrance of the royal residence, a figure hurriedly emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was Ye Qingge.
Ye Qingge.
He called out, rushing toward her. Have you seen Yunshan? She is missing, and I could not find her at the Yun residence. Chapter 75. Ye Qingge pursues his wife brother. Please do not rush. Tell us what has happened. Several individuals gathered in the courtyard of the Wang residence, listening attentively as Ye Qingge recounted the situation. During their days at the hunting grounds, Yunshan had been incessantly clinging to Ye Qingge. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until 2 days ago when, while Ye Qingge was listening to a report from Yu Mei, he was unexpectedly confronted by Yunshan. Believing that there was something illicit between them, she fled with tear-filled eyes. Ye Qingge chased after her, hoping to clarify the misunderstanding, only to find himself blocked at the gates of the Yun residence. He intended to wait for her anger to subside before explaining that things were not as they appeared. However, upon returning to the Yun residence today, he learned that she had packed her belongings and left home. Ye Qingge assumed she would stay at the Wang residence for a while, but Li Baoquan informed him that Yunshan had never arrived. In a state of panic, he searched every possible place in the capital, yet she remained elusive. Frantic, he decided to ask his sister if she knew of her whereabouts. Ye Qingge listened with concern. Sister Yunshan has not visited the Wang residence lately, and I am unaware of her destination. Could she have gone south to her maternal family? I inquired with Uncle Yun and Auntie, and they only mentioned that Yunshan needed to clear her mind. But she left without even taking her maid. Where could she have gone? Brother, I must say, this predicament is indeed your fault. You harbor feelings for Sister Yunshan, yet you refuse to accept her, she continued. Now she has given up hope. You no longer need to avoid her. It is clear she is the one avoiding you now. Gu Jinyu interjected, brother. Just look at Yu Feng's recent demeanor, and you will understand. Men often feign indifference, clinging to their pride, only to end up benefiting others. Do not wait until you have lost her to regret. It will then be too late. Yu Feng, unexpectedly mentioned, felt quite helpless. He already regretted his actions. And now the prince was rubbing salt in his wounds. Truly unkind of him. Ye Qingge stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought, when suddenly, Yu Ying appeared. She handed Ye Qingge a letter. This is a message from Miss Yunshan, entrusted to me for the princess. Upon hearing Yunshan's name, Ye Qingge's eyes brightened instantly. Under his watchful gaze, Ye Qingge opened the envelope, and as she read its contents, Ye Qingge's expression darkened further. Yunshan and her brother Jiang Yao had set off for the kingdom of Jiang. She had met Jiang Luo at some point, and her anger stemmed from Ye Qingge. Fascinated by the cultural practices of Jiang, she had accepted Jiang Luo's enthusiastic invitation to accompany him, believing it would be a splendid experience, and thus, she had secretly boarded the carriage with them. By now, they had traveled quite a distance. The letter concluded with a plea for Ye Qingge not to inform Ye Qingge of her whereabouts, stating that she did not wish to see him at present. She expressed her desire to make him regret his actions, as she had pursued him for so many years. It was time for a change. Ye Qingge's countenance darkened significantly, and he abruptly stood, rushing out like a gust of wind. As he reached the door, he remembered something and quickly returned. I might also need to leave the capital for a few months. If there are any needs, please seek out Yu Mei. Fu Sheng is also in the capital. Contact him if any troubles arise. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Do not hesitate to act. Ye Qingge, supporting her waist, stood up, brother. You are going to pursue Sister Yunshan, aren't you? Remember to take some people with you. Be careful on your journey. Ye Qingge mounted his horse, sister. Await good news for me. I shall pursue my wife. With that, he set off towards the gates, heading towards the kingdom of Jiang. As he rode, many thoughts filled his mind. Over the years, it was not only Yunshan who harbored feelings for him. He too cared for her deeply. Yet, his pride had overshadowed his emotions, leading him to evade the situation. The truth was, had he truly disliked her, he would not have allowed her to linger by his side day after day. Only now did he comprehend that no semblance of pride mattered. She was the most important person to him. Ye Qingge galloped fiercely and, after nightfall, finally caught up with them. The carriage had halted before an inn. It seemed they intended to stay the night. Ye Qingge hesitated to enter, fearing that he might startle Yunshan, causing her to flee once more, making it impossible for him to catch up. The following morning, after breakfast, they resumed their journey. As Yunshan stepped out of the inn, she spotted a familiar figure. Ye Qingge leaned against a tree, arms crossed, eyes closed in rest. Yunshan was genuinely taken aback by his swift arrival. Though excitement stirred within her, memories of past heartaches restrained her from easily forgiving him. She resolved that he must endure some hardship before she would relent. Thus, she boarded the carriage without a backward glance. Ye Qingge, hearing the sound, hurriedly rose to chase after her, as his guards instinctively moved to block his path. Upon recognizing Ye Qingge, they stepped aside. Ye Qingge rode closer to the carriage. Yunshan, Shan, it is all my fault. Can we talk? Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Yunshan, is he your friend? Friend? I barely know him. Driver, hurry up and ignore this lunatic. Hey, Yunshan, wait for me. If you wish to travel to the kingdom of Jiang, then let us go together. I will accompany you. If you do not wish to hear me speak now, I shall remain silent. Whenever you are ready to listen, I will be here. Just do not let me go. Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow. Should I send him away if you do not wish to see him? Let him be. No need to concern ourselves with him. If he wishes to follow, let him. Jiang Yao remained silent, observing the scene. It was evident that they were a couple embroiled in a quarrel. She discreetly glanced at her brother, whose expression of schadenfreude was unmistakable. Throughout the journey, Yunshan largely ignored Ye Qingge, while Jiang Luo continuously mocked him. If it were not for Jiang Yao's awareness of Ye Qingge's affections for another, one might assume he had feelings for Yunshan. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Wang residence in the capital, Ye Qingge was busy organizing the wedding arrangements for Kai Lian and Zhu Yin. Indeed, they were to be wed. Upon their return to the capital, Zhu Yin and Kai Ping had explicitly expressed their feelings for one another. Kai Lian confirmed her love for Zhu Yin. With her consent, Zhu Yin sought the approval of Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge. Gu Jinyu, naturally indifferent, entrusted everything to Ye Qingge. Over the past few weeks, Ye Qingge had observed Zhu Yin's affection for Kai Lian, and though a hint of reluctance lingered, she ultimately wished for her happiness. Ye Qingge agreed to host their wedding and prepared a generous dowry for Kai Lian. The dowry had been in preparation for quite some time, with Ye Qingge periodically adding to it, anticipating its future use. They had served her loyally for so long, they must not be treated poorly. Not only for her and Kai Ping, but even for Yuing, provisions had also been made. Within the Wang residence, everyone rejoiced for the couple, save for Yu Feng, who felt a twinge of loneliness. Had he not misjudged people, perhaps he would now be the one embracing a beautiful bride. Chapter 76. Kai Lian's wedding. Kai Lian and Zhu Yin's wedding was scheduled for half a month later, a rather hurried arrangement, but fortunately, everything was on track. Ye Qingge brought forth the dowry prepared for Kai Lian, selecting suitable jewelry from her own collection. Zhu Yin had taken it upon himself to handle the wedding attire, relieving Ye Qingge of that concern. Seated in the courtyard with her dowry list, Ye Qingge contemplated what to include for Kai Lian. Zhu Yin should know how to manage finances, so she decided to gift Kai Lian 2 shops. The 2 shops in the eastern part of the city were thriving, yielding a substantial income each year without requiring excessive effort, perfect for them. Although Zhu Yin mentioned he would purchase a residence, she felt compelled to contribute as well. Thus, she would provide her with a farm. Kai Ping, observing, teased, I never expected that Kai Lian would marry and transform into a wealthy lady. Ye Qingge chuckled at Kai Ping. Do not be anxious. You too shall have your turn. To become a wealthy lady swiftly, you must find someone to marry. The princess only knows how to tease me. I have no desire to marry. I simply wish to remain by the princess's side forever. Not only for you, But I have also prepared for Moon Shadow, ensuring that you both will marry your beloved in splendid fashion. Salian, feeling shy and embarrassed, ran away, while Ye Qingge smiled and continued to review the dowry list. Pregnancy can be exhausting, especially after sitting for long periods, and Ye Qingge leaned against her waist, supported by her maid, as she intended to return to her chambers, just as Jinyu returned from outside. Jinyu approached and embraced Ye Qingge, carrying her into the house. The two discussed the matters concerning Salian and Zhu Yin's upcoming marriage. In truth, Ye Qingge could easily refrain from participating in such affairs given her unique circumstances, but she did not want to miss Salian's most significant moment. Salian had accompanied her for so many years, and she desired to be part of Salian's wedding journey. A few days ago, Yunshan had written, sharing that her elder brother had been pursuing her relentlessly. The two had separated from Jiangyao as siblings to embark on their own journey, taking pleasure in the scenery along the way. Her second brother had also returned to the Medicine King Valley for some time now. She wondered how his matters were progressing. Ye Qingge reflected on how long it had been since her second brother left the capital, uncertain of when he might return. Rest assured, everything is progressing smoothly. And with Imo Zhu by his side, he is in no danger. In truth, Jinyu was also unaware of Yi Wenshuan's current situation. Aside from a letter he had sent upon his return, there had been no further news. Within the Medicine King Valley, Yi Wenshuan felt overwhelmed. To his astonishment, someone was using a half-finished book, acquired from an unknown source, to falsely represent the Medicine King Valley, maligning its reputation. When the disciples returning from their outings reported this to Yi Wenshuan, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. If his master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly return from afar to skin him alive. Yi Wenshuan was preoccupied with handling this matter, leaving him no time for anything else. Even the letter from Zhu Yin received only a fleeting glance. He had learned of Zhu Yin's impending marriage, but did not even discern the identity of the bride. Ye Qingge busied herself with the preparations for Salian and Zhu Yin's marriage at the royal residence, while Jinyu had secured a separate room in the back courtyard as their dwelling. Zhu Yin, utilizing his savings, purchased a house just across the street from the royal residence, stating that if Salian wished to live outside, it would be quite convenient. Though she was the soon-to-be bride, Salian felt no sense of involvement in the wedding plans from the very beginning. Both Ye Qingge and Zhu Yin insisted she remain at ease as she prepared for marriage. Even the wedding garments and other items were arranged without her needing to lift a finger, as Zhu Yin had long taken care of everything. With nothing pressing to attend to, she spent her time chatting with others in the royal household. Salian, I can hardly bear to see you go. Why must you marry? Kai Ping, having spent the longest time with Salian, lamented their impending separation. They had been brought into the Yi household together, accompanying Ye Qingge, and had never been apart for all these years. Now that Salian was to marry, Kai Ping truly felt a pang of sorrow. Salian comforted her, saying, I am merely marrying someone. It's not as if we will never see each other again. The prince and princess have set aside a courtyard for me. As long as I wish, I can always stay at the royal residence. I will miss you all dearly, especially you, my lady. The thought of Salian being mistreated by Zhu Yin ignited a fire of anger within her. Both Salian and Moon Shadow found her words amusing, with Moon Shadow playfully pinching her nose. You silly girl. Why do you reveal everything? Aren't you ashamed? The group engaged in playful banter until footsteps approached, causing them to turn. The owner of the footsteps was Yufeng. Salian, may we have a word? Yufeng appeared different from his usual self, a veil of sorrow enveloping him. Salian stood and followed him to the back courtyard. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Indeed, there is not.
Why?
Because he will unconditionally trust me, protect me, respect me, and prioritize me in all matters. Ask yourself if you can do the same. Yufeng stood stunned in place, and after a long pause found his voice. I apologize for the past. I wish you happiness. With that, he turned and left, knowing that the bond between him and Salian had irrevocably changed since the uncertainty surrounding him and Ying'er. The prince had informed him of Ying'er's actions at the estate, and Yufeng finally realized the depths of his own foolishness. Yufeng, look ahead. There is nothing to cling to. Life is still long, he choked out, to which Yufeng nodded in agreement. The following day, Yufeng gathered himself and returned to Jinyu's side, having regained his former composure. Have you come to terms with everything? Yes, I have. Salian said to look ahead. There is nothing to hold on to. It is good that you have come to this realization. Walking around with such a gloomy demeanor is unbecoming. Learn from your experiences and be more vigilant in the future. I understand, sir. Half a month before the wedding garments were completed, and Salian tried them on. They fit perfectly, without any need for alterations. When she emerged from changing, Ye Qingge's eyes lit up. Her two little maids were as beautiful as the daughters of the capital. The vibrant red wedding gown accentuated her allure, and it was no wonder both Zhu Yin and Yu Feng were captivated by her. Observing Ye Qingge and Kai Ping's unwavering gaze, Salian wondered if something was amiss with her attire. "Is there anything wrong with this dress?" she asked, feeling uncertain and ready to change back. Ye Qingge quickly stopped her, insisting, "No, it looks splendid, truly splendid. I guarantee Zhu Yin will be unable to take his eyes off you." "Your Highness, are you mocking me?" Salian blushed, though her heart was filled with sweetness. Zhu Yin often took her out for outings and bought her little trinkets. She had heard that the prince hand-carved a hairpin for the princess, and Zhu Yin had also made one for her, saying he hoped she would wear it on her wedding day and that he would personally remove it afterward. Time flew by swiftly, and just days before their wedding, the house Zhu Yin had purchased and the courtyard of the royal residence were both beautifully arranged. Zhu Yin, guided by descriptions from Kai Ping and Ye Qingge, ensured that every decoration and piece of furniture reflected Salian's preferences. Without a prior visit, he planned to surprise her after their marriage. Over the years, Zhu Yin had saved quite a sum. After buying the house, he still had ample funds, which he used to present a significant portion as a betrothal gift, while the remainder was spent on clothing and jewelry for Salian. Chapter 77. Salian's marriage. Too, upon learning of Salian's impending marriage, Ye Qingge's friends arrived to bring her dowry. When a woman marries, her family is expected to contribute to her trousseau, and for Salian, Ye Qingge was her family. Yunshan's contribution was already prepared and handed directly to Salian. Tuoba Yun offered several precious medicinal herbs from her own dowry as an addition to Salian's trousseau. The crown princess was even more extravagant, providing an entire shop. After all, her current situation was largely thanks to Ye Qingge. The only grievance held by Su Wanwan was that she could not personally deliver the gifts to the royal residence. The crown prince even forbade her from attending Salian's wedding. Su Wanwan, already prone to mood swings due to her pregnancy, was utterly incensed. Seizing opportunity, when Gu Jincheng was absent from the East Palace, she slipped away, leaving Gu Jincheng utterly alarmed. But that is a tale for another time. Ye's matriarch prepared a set of headpieces and other items for Salian. The headpiece, carved from mutton fat white jade in the shape of orchids, was particularly suitable for Salian to wear. Salian's dowry filled 3 large boxes, surpassing that of many daughters of noble families. As Ye Qingge meticulously counted and recorded the dowry, her face radiated with joy. Gu Jinyu, observing her exuberance, could not help but tease, "Why are you so ecstatic? It seems you are the one getting married, not her." Ye Qingge replied, "Of course, I am excited. Salian has been by my side since childhood. She is like a sister to me. Now that she has found a good home, how could I not be happy? Moreover, this excitement is different from my own marriage. Do you understand the feeling of marrying off a daughter? That is precisely how I feel now." Gu Jinyu chuckled, looking at her fondly, then glanced at her belly. "Marrying off a daughter, you say? Why not find a suitor instead? Even if my daughter chooses not to marry, it matters not. Let anyone who dares to speak ill of it face the consequences." Ye Qingge never anticipated that in such a brief moment, Gu Jinyu would already be contemplating suitors for their future daughter. On the eve of her wedding, Ye Qingge accompanied several young ladies to Kai Lian's chamber to share whispers. Particularly, Ye Qingge recounted to Kai Lian the words her mother had shared with her on the night before her own nuptials.
Kai Lian, Bo Lu Xing,
listened as they laughed and chatted, the atmosphere reminiscent of the days before Ye Qingge's marriage at the Yi residence. Before departing, Ye Qingge entrusted Kai Lian with a small booklet, urging her to peruse it in secret when time allowed, to which Kai Lian nodded in understanding. After bidding farewell to Ye Qingge, she awaited the dawn with a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Ye Qingge had thoughtfully chosen a few maidservants to attend to Kai Lian, marking them as her own. On April 26th, a day deemed auspicious for weddings, Kai Lian rose early. Qian Mama styled her hair, while Yi Mu applied her makeup, and Ye Qingge adorned her with a bridal veil, sending her off in a splendid manner. From that moment forth, she would no longer be a mere maid, but the wife of Zhu Yin. As Ye Qingge held her hand and stepped outside, they were greeted by Yu Feng, who bent down, allowing Kai Lian to climb onto his back. "Kai Lian, may you find happiness in your marriage. "This is my final blessing as your brother," he said. Startled, Kai Lian expressed her gratitude. Yu Feng carried her to the entrance, where Zhu Yin awaited beside the sedan chair. Gently placing her down, Zhu Yin lifted her into the chair, and they exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's sentiments. Yu Feng watched as Kai Lian departed, realizing that though he could not be her husband, he would always be her brother, capable of safeguarding her for a lifetime. The wedding procession, filled with lively sounds, made its way from the Wang residence to Zhu Yin's home, as previously arranged. Kai Lian's marriage was not treated lightly due to her background. Rather, it was celebrated with considerable grandeur. Ye Qingge publicly declared Kai Lian to be her sworn sister, and with Zhu Yin's esteemed lineage from the Yawang Valley, many were inclined to pay their respects. The banquet was held at Zhu Yin's residence, where Ye Qingge and her companions attended, and the other servants of the Wang residence enjoyed an enhanced feast, celebrating with joyous wine. For that day, Jinyu permitted them a bit of indulgence, as long as they maintained moderation. With neither Kai Lian nor Zhu Yin having parents, Yi Mu and Yi Fu presided over the ceremonial rites. As they observed Kai Lian and Zhu Yin paying homage to heaven and earth, Ye Qingge found herself overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Jinyu gently embraced her, wiping away her tears, sensing her heartache at the thought of Kai Lian leaving her side. Ye Qingge's sudden outburst left everyone in a state of amused bewilderment. While Jinyu felt exasperated, just days prior, she was filled with excitement, and now she seemed distraught. Indeed, as my brother said, a pregnant woman can be quite unpredictable, he thought. Unable to bear it any longer, Yimu scolded, "You foolish child, stop your nonsense." Hearing Ye Qingge's words made Kai Lian sniffle as well, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her, momentarily making her reconsider marriage, wishing only to remain by her princess's side. Fortunately, Ye Qingge's emotional turmoil subsided swiftly as Jinyu comforted her in time, averting Zhu Yin's fear of losing his beloved. Once Ye Qingge regained her composure, she shyly buried her face in Jinyu's embrace, peeking out with the corner of her eye. As Kai Lian was ushered into her new chamber, Zhu Yin attended to the guests. The princes, save for Gu Jinlin, had come disguised, ensuring their presence remained unnoticed. Zhu Yin, along with his brothers from the Baichao garden, welcomed the attendees. When Zhu Yin finally returned to the bridal chamber, he was inebriated. Yet, as soon as he stepped inside and closed the door, he became sober, having taken an antidote beforehand, as had Jinyu and a few others. They merely feigned drunkenness for the sake of their guests. Approaching the bed, he lifted the bridal veil, momentarily entranced by Kai Lian's beauty. He had known her to be lovely, but her radiant appearance exceeded his expectations. Her exquisite makeup and vibrant red wedding attire accentuated her allure. He gazed at her, while Kai Lian, feeling anxious, began to sweat in her palms. Eventually, she had to remind him that it was time for the ceremonial drinking of the wedding wine. Zhu Yin snapped back to reality, guiding Kai Lian through the necessary rites. As they returned to the bed, both felt a twinge of nervousness. Zhu Yin delicately removed her crown and jade hairpin, then tenderly kissed her lips. With her beneath him, he caressed her face, murmuring, "I have finally married you. It is truly wonderful." Kai Lian shared in his joy, having found someone who would cherish her as the prince cherished his princess. The dragon and phoenix candles burned throughout the night, the swaying of the bed only settling before dawn. Zhu Yin held Kai Lian tightly, feeling that, at that moment, his life had reached its fulfillment. Chapter 78. Leaving home in stark contrast to the warmth shared by Zhu Yin and Kai Lian, Gu Jincheng was seething with anger. His princess had daringly escaped the palace, even taking his royal token with her, striding out nonchalantly. Upon returning to the East Palace, he discovered her absence, finding only a note stating her intention to venture out for a couple of days. Fuming, Gu Jincheng's forehead throbbed. It was evident that this girl had harbored discontent toward him for some time. She resented being confined to the East Palace, feeling stifled. Had he truly been too strict? Yet, all his actions were for her sake. During the last spring hunt, when he learned that Ye Qingge had accompanied them, she had thrown a fit, accusing him of being unreasonable. He felt wronged, as he had chosen not to bring her for her and their child's well-being. Little did he know that pregnant women could be so irrational, forgetting their own words and fixating solely on his perceived faults. Now, her frustration had erupted, fueled by the fact that she had not been allowed to accompany them to Kai Lian's wedding. With a sigh, Gu Jincheng lamented his predicament, realizing he needed to pacify her. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he rose and ventured out, guessing that Su Wanwan would likely head to the Wang residence. Upon reaching the palace gates, he found them locked. Unable to disturb his parents' rest, he returned dejectedly. Ye Qingge was equally surprised by Su Wanwan's sudden visit. Upon arriving at the Wang residence with Gu Jinyu, Li Baoquan reported a distinguished guest had arrived. As Ye Qingge pondered who it might be, she saw Su Wanwan, heavily pregnant, seated in the courtyard, smiling at her. Accompanying her was a guard who appeared utterly disenchanted. This guard was presumably one of Gu Jincheng's shadow protectors assigned to safeguard Su Wanwan, and it was astonishing that she had persuaded him to accompany her outside the palace. Yuing, familiar with the situation, chuckled at the scene, pulling Gu Jinyu aside to tease him. Meanwhile, Gu Jinyu furrowed his brow at Su Wanwan. If he recalled correctly, his elder brother had just returned to the palace. How was it that his sister-in-law had appeared in his home?
Sister-in-law.
Does the crown prince know you're out of the palace? Do you realize how dangerous this is? He will worry about you, he admonished. From Su Wanwan's perspective, Gu Jinyu's lecturing mirrored Gu Jincheng's, and she found them equally irritating. I didn't tell him. I slipped out on my own. The palace was too stifling. And I needed some fresh air, she replied, huffing as she settled back down. Observing this exchange, Ye Qingge mistakenly assumed there was a dispute between the young couple and, siding with Su Wanwan, began to view Gu Jinyu unfavorably. You men are such a hassle. Nothing has gone wrong, and she has a companion with her. The palace gates are locked now, so sister-in-law can rest easy at the Wang residence. Two expectant mothers supported each other as Ye Qingge led Su Wanwan to the guest room for accommodation. Su Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed about being a burden, explaining that her royal brother was overly protective, not allowing her to go anywhere. But I'm not a fragile porcelain doll. I'm not that easy to get into trouble. He even restricts what I can eat, which is utterly vexing. Ye Qingge understood her brother's concerns, acknowledging that it stemmed from his care for her, especially considering she was with child. You are both treasures to him, and he wants to ensure your safety. It was reasonable for him to deny her attendance at the spring hunt, as such crowded places could indeed be perilous. However, his refusal to allow her to partake in the lotus-picking ceremony was simply outrageous. Fifth brother treats you like a jewel, yet he doesn't watch over you as closely. Why can't he learn from that? Ye Qingge found herself at a loss for words, admitting that under safe circumstances, Gu Jinyu would indeed heed her wishes. Outside, Gu Jinyu was secretly sweating for his elder brother, realizing why the royal sister-in-law had ventured out of the palace. It was clear she could no longer tolerate his overbearing nature. She had felt the need to escape, and he was well aware of his brother's demeanor. If his royal sister-in-law was upset, he knew his brother wouldn't care. Like a fist hitting cotton, it would leave no impact on him. Inside the guest room, the two pregnant women slept soundly, oblivious to the fact that their men were outside waiting for them. If not for the protection of their unborn children, a scolding would surely have ensued. Awakening from her slumber, Ye Qingge rubbed her sleepy eyes and surveyed the room, her heart sinking. Oh no, I let Gu Jinyu, that jealous one, sleep alone all night. This is bad. She tiptoed out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and headed for the door. Gently opening it, she slipped outside, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. However, upon lifting her gaze, she was startled to find two stern-faced men staring at her. Her first instinct was to retreat, but she was swiftly scooped up by Gu Jinyu. Your Highness, the royal sister-in-law is inside. You may enter and find her, Gu Jinyu said to Gu Jinlin as he carried Ye Qingge, striding purposefully toward the Lanyue pavilion. Ultimately, Ye Qingge found herself pressed onto the bed and kissed for an extended duration, leaving her lips swollen before Gu Jinyu finally released her. Following Gu Jinyu's departure with Ye Qingge, Gu Jinchen entered the room. Su Wanwan was still blissfully asleep, cradling her belly, and he couldn't bear to wake her. He simply gazed at her for half an hour. After that time, Su Wanwan awoke, only to find Gu Jinchen staring at her. Unfazed, she pouted and calmly turned away from him. Chapter 79. Gu Jinchen soothes his wife. Su Wanwan had anticipated that Gu Jinchen would come to her early in the morning, but she was still upset and had no desire to engage with him. Observing her small gestures, Gu Jinchen couldn't help but smile as he moved closer to her. During a recent conversation with fifth brother, he had recognized that he might have been too strict, causing Su Wanwan discomfort. Her health had previously been delicate, leading him to remain in a constant state of vigilance, dispatching numerous people to keep watch over her. The physician had advised that both the physical and psychological well-being of a pregnant woman were vital. He had focused solely on her physical care, neglecting Su Wanwan's emotional needs. Her health had already improved, and the baby was developing well. He had been overly anxious. It was no wonder she felt upset. It was her first experience of running away from home, a mix of novelty and fear that she did not wish to repeat.
Ye Qingge gently embraced Su Wanwan.
Burying his face in her neck. His warm breath against her skin made her want to wriggle free. As she attempted to rise, he enveloped her in his arms. "Let go. I haven't forgiven you yet," she protested. Unfazed by her struggles, he held her tightly, murmuring, "Wanwan, I was wrong. It was my fault. Please don't be angry anymore." Su Wanwan ceased her struggles, allowing him to hold her as he confessed, "My mistake lies in restricting your outings. I've already reflected deeply on this, and Fifth Brother has lectured me. It won't happen again." "That's good to hear. I'm not as fragile as you think," she replied, realizing he was genuinely remorseful. "However," she added, "but you mustn't scare me like that again. The baby is growing, and if anything were to happen, how would you cope?" As he spoke, Gu Jinchun's tone shifted to one of grievance, leading to a playful exchange between the couple. Their disagreements were minor, merely playful banter between spouses. Gu Jinchun assured her that he would ease up on his restrictions regarding her movements and diet, as long as her safety was guaranteed. His only condition was that she must not run away again, for he truly feared for her well-being. When they departed, Ye Qingge and Gu Jinyu had not yet emerged from the room. Although Gu Jinyu could not act against her, he was still determined to make her pay for her transgressions. Upon returning to the East Palace, Su Wanwan found herself facing past grievances. Gu Jinchun looked at her as though she were a faithless partner, lamenting that she had left him to endure a lonely night. "The nights in the East Palace are so cold, and you could bear to leave me alone while you slept soundly in the Wangfu?" Realizing she had to appease him, Su Wanwan acknowledged her fault and unwittingly fell into his trap. Gu Jinchun had cleverly maneuvered to coax her into agreeing to his unequal terms, promising that once the child was born, he would be properly compensated. Unfortunately for Su Wanwan, in her eagerness to placate him, she failed to realize she had walked into a cleverly laid snare. Once Su Wanwan completed her confinement, Gu Jinchun would insist she uphold her promises, leading her to experience many unfamiliar encounters, leaving her regretful. But that was a tale for another time. Ever since Su Wanwan had run away from home, Gu Jinchun had loosened his grip on her, allowing her a newfound sense of freedom, which in turn brought him joy. After the Emperor and Empress learned of the previous incident, Gu Jinchun received a stern reprimand, leaving him with no one to confide in. Upon returning to the palace, Gu Jinchun discovered something alarming. His wife and sister-in-law were only 2 months apart in their pregnancies, yet Su Wanwan's belly appeared considerably larger than Ye Qingge's. Over the past few months, he had watched her belly swell to a seemingly abnormal size. Worried, and with the palace physicians unable to identify any issues, he decided to summon Zhu Yin for a consultation. The outcome revealed that Su Wanwan might be expecting twins, which brought immense joy to the Emperor and Empress. Amidst their happiness, Gu Jincheng began to worry for Su Wanwan, as childbirth is inherently painful, and he feared that her experience would be even more arduous with twins. Hence, for her safety, he followed Zhu Yin's advice and started to regulate Su Wanwan's diet and exercise, much to her dismay. "You're being unreasonable and stubborn," she protested one evening, fighting for a bowl of sweet soup. However, Gu Jincheng felt she had already eaten enough for the day and refused to let her indulge. Pregnancy made women more sensitive, and her grievances surfaced, leading her to burst into tears. "You're just bullying me. You only know how to bully me. You're such a bad person. I don't want to bear your children anymore. You don't love me at all if you won't even let me have a sweet soup. And it's not even for me, it's for our babies." Holding her belly, Su Wanwan cried and wiped her tears, looking utterly pitiful. Gu Jincheng's heart ached at the sight, yet he couldn't relent, knowing that eating such things late at night would be detrimental to her health. "How about just one bite? Just one, Wanwan. You have 2 babies in there. If we don't manage your diet, childbirth will be very painful. Aren't you afraid of pain?" Hearing his words, Su Wanwan reluctantly dried her tears and opened her mouth. Gu Jincheng took a spoonful for her. The remaining soup was taken away by Gu Jincheng under her longing gaze. Deep down, she understood this was for her own good, yet she couldn't help but feel wronged and cry when denied. Su Wanwan thought back to how she was never like this before. Perhaps she was carrying 2 little crybabies. And the more she pondered, the more convinced she became. After finishing her meal, Gu Jincheng held her close and comforted her. "How could I not love you? You are my utmost priority, even above our children. Once they are born, you can have whatever you desire. Just bear with it a little longer. Don't you wish to take a stroll outside? I'll take you out tomorrow. Su Wanwan looked up, her eyes sparkling with hope. Really? Of course. The weather outside is perfect for a spring outing. The next day, true to his word, Gu Jincheng took Su Wanwan out until evening. Within the palace, since Gu Jinyu had caused her lip to swell, Ye Qingge had been wearing a veil whenever she went out. How could Gu Jinyu be so heartless to not only cause her pain but also to deceive her into thinking it looked good? It was laughable. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. A glance in the mirror confirmed her swollen state. For several days, Ye Qingge barely acknowledged Gu Jinyu. Yet his thick skin allowed him to cling to her, unbothered by her silence. After Kai Lian married Zhu Yin, they moved back to the Wangfu just 3 days later. Kai Lian was reluctant to part with Ye Qingge and Kai Ping, and Zhu Yin acquiesced, leaving others at Qinglian Xiaozhu while he took Kai Lian back home. Ye Qingge could tell from Kai Lian's demeanor that she had been exceedingly happy since her marriage, each of her movements radiating joy, indicating that Zhu Yin had taken excellent care of her. Yu Feng had also completely moved on, and she believed that after this experience, he would become wiser. Yi Mu informed Ye Qingge that her cousin had given birth to a daughter, which left Gu Jinyu filled with envy. He had been eagerly anticipating the day Ye Qingge would bear him a daughter, wishing upon stars and moons, praying fervently for a girl every day. Ye Qingge found his obsession amusing, rolling her eyes every time he spoke of a daughter, which had become a daily refrain for him. Chapter 80. The twins eventually. Su Wanwan gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, and she emerged from the ordeal safely. Ignoring the physician's protests, Gu Jincheng remained by her side throughout the delivery. As Su Wanwan endured the pain, beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, prompting Gu Jincheng to place his hand near her mouth for comfort. After an arduous struggle, the 2 children were finally born, and Su Wanwan immediately succumbed to exhaustion. Wanwan, you've suffered greatly. We won't have any more children after this, Gu Jincheng whispered, but upon hearing his words, she fainted without even getting a glimpse of their newborns. This frightened Gu Jincheng immensely, and, thankfully, the midwife reassured him that the crown princess was merely fatigued and would awaken after a rest. Otherwise, he might have burst into tears. Once the midwife had tended to Su Wanwan, she brought the children to Gu Jincheng. Congratulations to the crown prince and crown princess. The crown princess has given birth to a pair of auspicious dragon and phoenix twins. Gu Jincheng's gaze remained fixed on Su Wanwan, holding her hand tightly while wiping the sweat from her brow, completely absorbed in her. Take them out to show the emperor and empress, he instructed. The midwife complied, carrying the twins out of the delivery room, leaving Gu Jincheng vigilantly watching over Su Wanwan. Upon learning of Su Wanwan's safe delivery of dragon and phoenix twins, both Gu Yao and Meng Yanran were overjoyed, as these were their first grandchildren. Gu Yao named them Gu Jingze and Gu Jinghan. Su Wanwan awoke the following afternoon, with Gu Jincheng by her side the entire time, not having closed his eyes. As soon as she stirred, he rushed to her side. Su Wanwan had never seen Gu Jincheng look so haggard, as if he had been the one giving birth. Wanwan, how are you? Does it still hurt? Should I call for the physician? With a gentle smile, she replied, It doesn't hurt anymore. There's no need to call the physician. You should rest. You look so worn out that I can hardly recognize you. Don't worry, I'm not tired. Wanwan, eat something, please. The physician recommended some easily digestible food. So I've had the kitchen prepare some porridge for you. Gu Jincheng helped her sit up and fed her half a bowl of porridge. They gazed into each other's eyes, momentarily forgetting their 2 newborns. Suddenly, the sound of 2 infants crying from outside snapped them back to reality. Quick, bring them in. Su Wanwan called out, and the wet nurse entered with the twins, placing them beside Su Wanwan on the bed. The dragon and phoenix twins lay side by side, their eyes darting between their parents. The children were exquisitely beautiful, far from the typical appearance of newborns, occasionally emitting soft coos that melted Su Wanwan's heart. Unable to resist, she reached out her finger to play with them. Are they a brother and sister, or a sister and brother? Su Wanwan inquired of Gu Jincheng, who scratched his head in embarrassment. This was indeed a good question, as he, too, was uncertain. All he knew was that they were twins. He had only just seen the children himself since their birth. Fortunately, the wet nurse came to his rescue, explaining the one on the left is the brother, and the one on the right is the sister. Brother and sister. How wonderful! Gu Jincheng gazed at his wife and children, deeply aware of the new responsibilities on his shoulders. From that moment on, he had 2 more treasures to protect, but he was determined to safeguard them all. With the arrival of Su Wanwan's twins, all attention shifted to Ye Qingge, whose child would not arrive for another 2 months. Since Su Wanwan had given birth to her dragon and phoenix twins, Jinyu was consumed with envy. For several days, he dreamed of a soft, sweet daughter who would chase after him for a hug, calling him daddy. He had gathered numerous baby items for girls from outside, even preparing delicate pink clothes. Whenever he spotted something adorable, he would buy it, often acquiring 2 of each, one for Ye Qingge and one for the daughter he dreamed of. In his desire for a daughter, Jinyu even consulted an oracle, but the results were disheartening. The oracle hinted that he should not force the issue. Yet Jinyu remained unconvinced, stubbornly pretending that nothing had happened. He believed that as long as he remained sincere in his wishes, the heavens would eventually grant him the daughter he longed for. Ye Qingge found his antics amusing, realizing that she would have to comfort her man herself. As there was no other way, Tuoba Yun came to visit Ye Qingge, and the two entered the room hand in hand. Now that the crown princess's affairs have concluded, only you remain. Ye Qingge gently caressed her belly, knowing that in just over 2 months, the child would make its entrance into the world. She had heard that Prince and particularly desired a daughter. Whether this child could fulfill that dream remained uncertain. With a smile, Ye Qingge remarked, "I believe it is unlikely. I have a premonition that this child will undoubtedly be a son." Jinyu had a moment of sorrow. Before departing, Tuoba Yun informed Ye Qingge that Gu Jinlin had been particularly irate recently. The crown prince had delivered a legitimate heir, and Gu Jinlin had faced numerous setbacks in the past few months. He attributed all misfortunes to Zhao Yuting, believing that ever since he had come into contact with her, everything had gone awry. Gu Jinlin regarded Zhao Yuting as a harbinger of disaster, frequently lashing out at her and offering her little kindness. Zhao Yuting was currently enduring a difficult time, blaming all her tribulations on Gu Jinyu and Ye Qingge. She had secretly cursed them countless times, even wishing ill upon Ye Qingge and her unborn child. Tuoba Yun clasped Ye Qingge's hand and assured her, "I believe Prince will take good care of you. But you must still exercise caution. Sister Yun, do not worry. I will not allow anyone to harm my child. No one shall hurt her." That evening, Gu Jinyu once again rested his face against Ye Qingge's belly, sensing the child's movements. It seemed to respond to the presence of its father, playfully stretching its tiny hand and gently kicking Gu Jinyu's face. "Little rascal, be gentle with your mother, or when you arrive, your father will spank you." The child had been well behaved, not causing any trouble during the day, and it was clear that it was only because of her that it kicked him. "My dear, you have worked hard." Gu Jinyu had heard that the crown princess experienced a day filled with pain during childbirth, and he immediately regretted allowing his beloved Qingqing to become pregnant. Although he yearned for a daughter, nothing was more important than her well-being. In his previous life, he had not cherished her properly. In this life, he could not afford to lose her again. On the 3rd day, a piece of good news eased Gu Jinyu's anxious heart. Yuan Xuan had opened a letter, revealing the identity of a spy within the Medicine King Valley. Once he dealt with the matter, he would return promptly. Within the Medicine King Valley, after addressing the previous issue, Yuan Xuan intensified his investigation into the traitor. He deliberately set a trap to lure the enemy deeper, placing a false manuscript in the room of his 5th master uncle to ensnare him. He intended to expose him rather than pursue a slow investigation. Yuan Xuan publicly claimed that a secret potion given to him by his master had gone missing, suspecting that there was a spy within the valley, which naturally led to a search throughout the entire valley. Ultimately, the fake manuscript was discovered in the 5th master uncle's quarters. Yuan Xuan presented it to him and asked, "Now, explain why this was found in your room." The disciples of the Medicine King Valley murmured among themselves, while the 5th master uncle appeared incredulous. The manuscript was, of course, a forgery. The real one was not within the Medicine King Valley. Yuan Xuan had fabricated it to reveal the 5th master uncle's secrets. The 5th master uncle feigned composure, but a fleeting moment of distraction was quickly seized by Yuan Xuan. Rationally, he believed that he had hidden the manuscript well enough that Yuan Xuan could not find it. However, he could not dismiss other possibilities. "How could this manuscript be in my possession? I am unaware of it." "Oh, really?" Yuan Xuan observed the 5th master uncle's performance quietly, not rushing to expose him, and began to leaf through the fake manuscript. "Ah, the 5th page is missing. This is unfortunate. Impossible. This is not real. The fifth master uncle instinctively blurted out, but by the time he realized, it was too late. Mo Zhu, seize him. The fifth master uncle attempted to flee, but his martial prowess was no match for Mo Zhu. Within 5 moves, he was subdued. Ye Qingge brought him to the main hall for open interrogation. Tell me, where is the real manuscript hidden? Are you aware of the strict laws of the Medicine King Valley against harming others? You knowingly violated them. What punishment do you deserve? The fifth master uncle regarded Ye Qingge with disdain. Not willing to speak, then let us break one of your hands. Mo Zhu exerted force, and the fifth master uncle's hand was shattered, his anguished cries echoing throughout the room. The disciples of the Medicine King Valley looked at him with contempt. They prided themselves on helping others, and it was shocking that their respected uncle had used the valley's secret medicines to harm others. Enduring the pain, the fifth master uncle bared his teeth at Ye Qingge. You a mere youth. What do you understand? My senior brother would rather pass the position of valley master to you than allow me to take it, since he shows no mercy. Do not blame me for being unjust. What of harming others? I want my senior brother to regret this and realize that had I been made the new valley master, none of this would have transpired. Ye Qingge's fellow disciples could no longer bear it. You are utterly unreasonable. The master chose senior brother because his talent and character surpass yours. Years ago, when you misdiagnosed a patient, it was the young senior brother who saved that life. You showed no gratitude but resented him for interfering. In the end, the victor writes the history. Words are futile. You may kill or punish me as you see fit. The fifth master uncle closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. You all leave for now. I have matters to discuss with him privately. Following Ye Qingge's command, the other disciples retreated, leaving only the fifth master uncle, Ye Qingge, and Mo Zhu in the grand hall. Where is that manuscript now? Who directed your actions? Seeing that the fifth master uncle remained silent, Ye Qingge approached him, crouched down, and forced a pill into his mouth. It was a drug Ye Qingge had previously developed, possessing hallucinogenic effects that would render the taker unable to control their consciousness, compelled to answer any questions. The formula for this drug resided solely in Ye Qingge's mind, ensuring it could not be misappropriated by others. Just as Ye Qingge was about to begin his inquiries, he was taken aback when the fifth master uncle suddenly started bleeding from all 7 orifices, and before he could intervene, he succumbed to death. Ye Qingge's brow furrowed in concern as he approached to inspect the body. There were no signs of poisoning, but the fifth master uncle's internal energy was in disarray, as if it had violently surged, shattering his meridians, leading to his abrupt demise. The drug had been modified with certain peculiar ingredients, yet it should not have caused such an outcome. Something was amiss. Observing the fifth master uncle's expression, it appeared he had no knowledge of his impending death. Frustrated at being unable to extract any information, Ye Qingge ordered that the body be taken away and buried in the back mountain. He returned to his study to write letters to his master and the capital, informing them of recent events. In the back mountain, where the fifth master uncle's body was interred, a small insect emerged from the earth, disappearing into the woods. In a corner of the capital, a person opened their eyes while seated on a bed. Truly useless. Subsequently, Ye Qingge immersed himself in the library, poring over various texts until he discovered the information he sought within a tome detailing the secrets of Miaozhong. The witch clan's secret techniques could discern the human heart and control life and death. Just as Ye Qingge sought to read further, the subsequent pages were missing. The witch clan had vanished, yet their secret arts persisted. To uncover this mystery, he would likely need to journey to Miaozhong himself. After the fifth master uncle's death, to solidify the loyalty of the Medicine King Valley and prevent such incidents from occurring, Ye Qingge instituted reforms throughout the valley, granting disciples greater authority. Those dissatisfied with the Valley Master's position could directly challenge him for the opportunity. The position of Valley Master was to be held by the wise and capable. Once everything was arranged, Ye Qingge ordered a thorough search of the fifth master uncle's quarters and the secluded area at the back mountain. Discovering that the manuscript was not within the Medicine King Valley, suggesting it had been taken down the mountain. As Ye Qingge and Mo Zhu descended the mountain, there was still more than a month until Ye Qingge would give birth, and they had initially thought they had ample time. However, they unexpectedly encountered an outbreak of illness in the village below. Ye Qingge remained in the village to assist with medical treatments, even taking the time to personally instruct the local doctor on how to handle such ailments. This endeavor extended over a fortnight, causing delays in his return to the capital. Though he harbored concerns for his sister, he could not forsake those in need, as the master of the medicinal valley. It was his solemn duty to rescue the populace from illness. Once the villagers recovered, they expressed immense gratitude toward Ye Qingge, with the village chief even contemplating marrying his daughter to him. After all, Ye Qingge possessed remarkable looks, making it quite natural for young women to be enamored. The chief discerned Ye Qingge's noble lineage. If his daughter could secure such a match, it would undoubtedly elevate their family status. His daughter, Lu Tsuehua, was the most beautiful girl in the village, and the chief mused that if Ye Qingge were to take a liking to her, their future would be secure. Unfortunately, his calculations were misguided, for Ye Qingge would not entertain such a proposition. As he prepared to depart, villagers gathered at the village entrance to bid him farewell. "Thank you, Divine Physician, for your timely intervention. You have saved the lives of our entire village. If there is anything you need, we will do our utmost to fulfill your requests." The chief added, "As you and your companions are all men, it may be inconvenient for you on the journey. My daughter Lu Tsuehua, just 17, would be willing to accompany you and assist." Saying this, the chief pushed his daughter forward, who looked at Ye Qingge with a shy demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Ye Qingge swiftly intervened, realizing that Tsuehua had been following him closely during his time in the village, mistakenly believing her intentions were to learn about medicine. In truth, he had been oblivious to the affection reflected in her gaze. "This is my duty as a healer. No further recompense is necessary. It grows late, and we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." With this, Ye Qingge and his companions hastily mounted their carriage, resuming their journey toward the capital. The village chief and others furrowed their brows at their hurried departure. "Chief, why didn't you stop him? This concerns my daughter's future. Next time he passes through, I shall ensure he is bound to marry you," the chief replied. "He clearly hails from an extraordinary background. I could enjoy the fruits of your union." "Indeed," Tsuehua replied. Unbeknownst to Ye Qingge, he had been the subject of intricate scheming. Chapter 82. Ye Qingge and Yunshan. After Ye Qingge caught up with the Jiang siblings, he followed them as they journeyed toward the kingdom of Jiang. Situated in the north, Jiang experiences consistently lower temperatures than other regions. The further north they traveled, the colder it became. Ye Qingge and Yunshan decided to pause in the city of Qingzhou to appreciate the scenic beauty and local customs, aiming to reach the capital, Luoxua City, before Jiang Yao's wedding. As they prepared to part ways, Jiang Yao clung to Yunshan's hand, reluctant to say goodbye. "Must we truly part? You're not leaving us to be alone with that insufferable man, are you?" Jiang Yao, a person of easy disposition, had come to regard Yunshan as a friend during their time together. She had hoped to show her around her homeland, but now found herself facing separation, which intensified her annoyance toward Ye Qingge. She shot several fierce glares at him, but he merely averted his gaze, unable to escape her murderous glare. "It has nothing to do with me. I simply wish to enjoy the journey at my own pace. He insisted on tagging along, leaving me no choice," she explained. Jiang Luo, ever the instigator, chimed in, "If you don't want him, I can find a way to get rid of him."
"No worries.
"You two can head off first. We will take our time," Ye Qingge interjected. "If we do not set out soon, we will not reach Mushan City before nightfall." Jiang Yao, still holding Yunshan's hand, led her reluctantly toward the carriage. "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself and come visit me soon." Leaning closer, she whispered in Yunshan's ear, "Don't let that insufferable man take advantage of you." With a final glare at Ye Qingge, Jiang Yao climbed into the carriage,
which then rolled away.
As it distanced itself, Yunshan turned back toward the inn. Ye Qingge followed closely behind her into the establishment. Upon reaching the second floor, Yunshan turned left and approached her room, only to find Ye Qingge trailing behind her. "Why are you following me?" she inquired. He pointed to the guest room ahead. "I'm staying here." Unbeknownst to her, Ye Qingge had arranged to stay in the room adjacent to hers, allowing him to be closer and more attentive. As Yunshan watched, he entered his room and closed the door. Shortly thereafter, a loud bang resonated from the adjoining wall as Yunshan forcefully shut her door. Ye Qingge chuckled softly at the noise. Seated on a stool, Yunshan grew increasingly irate. In the past, she had chased after him, but now that she desired solitude, he had insisted on accompanying her. Why should she have to revolve around him? As she recalled what Qingqing had said, she decided it was time to find someone better. There were countless men in the world. She would seek one who was wholeheartedly devoted to her, just like Jinyu. Fuming, Yunshan stormed out to the first floor to speak with the innkeeper. "Excuse me, do you have any other rooms? I wish to change accommodations."
I am terribly sorry.
But all our rooms are fully booked today. There are no other vacancies, the innkeeper replied apologetically. Having received Ye Qingge's payment in advance, he anticipated that Yunshan would want to move to a different room and had instructed the innkeeper to deceive her about availability. Yunshan frowned, and upon looking up, she spotted Ye Qingge smirking at her from the doorway. Very well, then, she muttered, turning to leave. Just as she ascended the stairs, a newcomer arrived. Excuse me, I'd like to check in. The innkeeper hurried to greet him. Please wait a moment. What kind of room would you prefer? Do you have any Tianhao rooms available? Yes, indeed. The innkeeper exclaimed, please follow me to the second floor. Witnessing the entire exchange, Yunshan glared daggers at the innkeeper, who suddenly recalled his earlier encounter with her. When he turned, he was met with her dark smile, sending chills down his spine. Rubbing his eyes, the innkeeper muttered, why have I been so forgetful lately? I must be getting old. As she could easily deduce, Yunshan knew who was behind this. Ye Qingge had returned to his room and shut the door long before the innkeeper's slip. Unable to contain her frustration, she stood before Ye Qingge's door and exclaimed, Ye Qingge, you despicable man. How dare you bribe the innkeeper? Feeling unsatisfied, she kicked the door a few times, followed by a sound from the neighboring room as Ye Qingge opened his door. He had not anticipated that the innkeeper would reveal his machinations so quickly. He lamented the waste of his silver. With a sigh, he stepped outside to borrow the kitchen, aiming to alleviate Yunshan's ire. The innkeeper, upon seeing him, felt a pang of guilt for having forgotten him in the rush to attend to new guests. While contemplating whether to refund Ye Qingge, he was reluctant to part with the significant sum. Then he heard Ye Qingge request to use the kitchen. The innkeeper readily agreed and promised that all meals for Ye Qingge and his companions during their stay would be complimentary, including the ingredients needed for that evening. Having traveled extensively in recent years, Ye Qingge had picked up some culinary skills. He had learned that men who could cook were often more appealing to the ladies. Although he was not an expert, he had mastered a few delightful dishes. After rummaging through the kitchen, he successfully prepared 3 dishes and a soup, 2 meat dishes and a vegetable dish, accompanied by a bowl of fish soup. He recalled that Yunshan had a particular fondness for fish, so he brought these dishes upstairs. Though the dishes appeared unremarkable, they were exceptionally fragrant. As Ye Qingge passed by others, they were all drawn in by the aroma of the food. Waiter, whatever that person has, bring us a portion too. It smells divine. The waiter, looking troubled, hurried to consult the innkeeper. Upon hearing the explanation from the innkeeper, the patrons wore expressions of disappointment. Ye Qingge knocked on Yunshan's door. Who is it? Food delivery, he replied, lowering his voice. Mistaking him for the innkeeper, Yunshan rose to open the door. Why is it delivered so late? When she opened the door, she was greeted by Ye Qingge's face peeking from behind the tray. Instinctively, she attempted to close the door, but he blocked it with his foot and slipped inside. I'm here to make amends. Shan, you must be hungry. These are dishes I prepared for you. Please do try them. Ye Qingge set down the food and turned to shut the door. Yunshan flicked her sleeves and sat on the bed, exclaiming, Who would want to eat your cooking? Take it away, quickly. Ye Qingge, unperturbed, pulled up a nearby stool and sat down. He picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and brought it to his nose. It smells wonderful. Chapter 83. Ye Qingge and Yunshan. After hearing Ye Qingge's words, Yunshan sniffed the air and, indeed, it was quite aromatic. She watched as he savored the meat in front of her, occasionally exclaiming in delight. Ye Qingge then picked up a bowl to serve the fish soup, stating, This broth is made from the freshest fish. It's incredibly delicious, yet someone won't get to taste it. He brought the bowl to his nose, savoring the aroma, which made Yunshan unable to resist. Why should she miss out when he had made it? Rising abruptly, she approached Ye Qingge, snatching the bowl from his hands just before it reached his mouth, and sat across from him, sipping the soup heartily. Seeing his goal accomplished, Ye Qingge rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her with a smile in his eyes. Yunshan, using her chopsticks to eat the dishes Ye Qingge had prepared, was pleasantly surprised. Each dish was delectable. Before she realized it, she had finished an entire bowl of rice. With a lingering desire, she glanced at Ye Qingge's bowl, and he instantly understood her unspoken request. With his long fingers, he handed his bowl to her. It must be said, despite his somewhat dog-like demeanor, Ye Qingge had many admirable qualities. Otherwise, Yunshan would not have taken a liking to him. Aren't you eating? Though Yunshan was still sulking, she couldn't help but care for Ye Qingge. After all, they were close. I'm not hungry. I'll just watch you eat. Take your time. No one is going to steal it from you. Yunshan was genuinely famished. Having not eaten all day, she was now tempted by Ye Qingge's cooking. This was bound to lead to an uncontrollable situation. After finishing, she couldn't help but burp, quickly covering her mouth, pretending nothing had happened. As a well-educated and graceful young lady, she valued her image, and fortunately, Ye Qingge did not call her out. I heard there are lanterns in the evening. Shall we go see them? While in the kitchen, Ye Qingge had heard the staff mention that this week was their special lantern festival, where young men and women donned masks and gathered to admire the lanterns, also expressing their affections to their beloved. Wearing masks obscured their faces, thus preserving their reputations. If two individuals found a connection, they would agree to meet on the Qixi festival on the bridge in the east of the city, exchanging tokens to signify their bond. Ye Qingge decided to take Yunshan out to explore, and she did not decline. After all, she had just enjoyed a meal he prepared. So this modest request was only reasonable. Yunshan thought simply of a leisurely outing, but upon stepping outside, she was taken aback. The streets were filled with a myriad of masked individuals. While she was puzzled, Ye Qingge donned his mask and produced another from somewhere, handing it to her. Put this on, it's customary here, and we should adhere to local traditions. Reluctantly, Yunshan accepted the mask and placed it upon her face. Surprisingly, Ye Qingge had a good eye. The masks he chose suited them both well. Though only their eyes were visible, their distinct personalities were still evident. Ye Qingge, in particular, stood out in the crowd. Together, they followed the throng, observing many young couples releasing floating lanterns by the lakeside. The surface of the lake was adorned with lanterns of various shapes and sizes. Just ahead, a vendor was selling lanterns, prompting Ye Qingge to ask Yunshan to wait while he made a purchase. Spotting an adorable rabbit lantern on the vendor's table, he felt it would be perfect for Yunshan and decided to buy it for her. As he turned, Yunshan gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Several curious young women nearby were drawn to him, intrigued and bold enough to approach, but Ye Qingge skillfully evaded them. Returning with the rabbit lantern in hand, he presented it to Yunshan. Following her gaze, he asked, "What is wrong?" Coming back to herself, she beamed sweetly, her smile enchanting. The mask obscured the upper half of her face, enhancing her allure. "Nothing, let us go." With the rabbit lantern in hand, she hurried forward, unaware of Ye Qingge, who stood momentarily stunned. Her smile had struck a chord deep within him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. By the time he regained his composure, Yunshan had already ventured far ahead. Holding the lantern, Ye Qingge dashed in her direction, but after some distance, he still could not find her. It was not until he turned a corner that he spotted the rabbit lantern lying forlornly on the ground, its owner nowhere to be seen. Ye Qingge picked up the lantern, scanning the area and noticing drag marks on the ground. Alarm bells rang in his mind. In his eagerness for a moment alone with Yunshan, he had not allowed his guards to accompany him. He had underestimated the audacity of such a crowded venue, thinking no one would dare to act so brazenly. How dare they lay a hand on Yunshan? It was tantamount to courting death. For years, he had been avoiding her, yet he had always ensured her safety, allowing no harm to come to her. Enraged, Ye Qingge utilized his agility to swiftly return to the inn, summoning several individuals to search the city for Yunshan, vowing to find her at all costs. Simultaneously, he dispatched someone to the local Qianji Pavilion liaison to coordinate efforts in locating her. Meanwhile, Yunshan had been taken to a storage room, her hands and feet bound, her mouth gagged. Despite this, she remained unconscious. After seizing the rabbit lantern and fleeing, she had seen a familiar figure in the crowd and, driven by an unknown impulse, had pursued it. As she ventured further, the crowd thinned until she witnessed the earlier girl being harassed by two men. Unable to stand idly by, Yunshan thought that her meager skills learned from Ye Qingge might be of use, and she stepped forward to assist, only to fall into a trap. As she approached, the two men ceased their actions, and upon the girl's signal, they seized Yunshan. She distinctly remembered the girl's treacherous smile. The group was working in concert, having targeted Yunshan since before she and Ye Qingge donned their masks. One of the men covered Yunshan's mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in a narcotic, and after a brief struggle, she succumbed to unconsciousness. As darkness enveloped her, she wondered when that insufferable man, Ye Qingge, would come to rescue her before losing all awareness. Upon learning of Yunshan's abduction, Ye Qingge was consumed by fury. Throughout his life, there were few things that could provoke him apart from his family. and one of them was Yunshan. He could tolerate a great deal, but if anyone dared to harm her, he would ensure they faced utter annihilation. Should anyone inflict even the slightest injury upon Yunshan, he would demand 100-fold retribution. Chapter 84. Ye Qingge and Yunshan. The following morning, in the woodshed of the Yihang courtyard, Yunshan slowly awoke, finding herself bound in a corner, her hands and feet restrained by ropes. She blinked her eyes open groggily. Realizing her predicament, panic surged within her. Where was she, and how had she ended up in such a state? With her mouth gagged and her limbs immobilized, she noticed a guard stationed at the door. Vaguely, she recalled witnessing a girl being bullied and had intended to intervene, only to discover that they were all part of the same scheme. One of them had covered her mouth and nose with a cloth, and then she had lost consciousness. Taking a moment to collect her thoughts, she surveyed her surroundings. It appeared she was indeed in a woodshed. The guard outside was lethargically keeping watch, oblivious to her awakening. After all, what could a young woman possibly do to escape their clutches? Yunshan attempted to struggle against her restraints, but to no avail. She inched closer to the wall, pressing her back against it in hopes of using the friction to sever the ropes binding her wrists. The rough texture of both the wall and the ropes quickly caused her skin to break, drawing blood. Having been pampered in her family, she had never endured such suffering. Just as the ropes showed no sign of yielding, footsteps approached. "What is the situation inside?" A woman's voice called out, prompting Yunshan to quickly shut her eyes. Feigning unconsciousness, the drowsy guard outside perked up, standing to attention. "Rest assured, Sister Hong, with me here, she cannot escape." Sister Hong produced a key, unlocked the door, and entered. Crouching beside Yunshan, she remarked, "What a lovely girl. Such fair hands, she would be a delight to serve. I can already envision the fortune she will bring me. Should she dare defy me, I will show her no mercy." A young servant beside Sister Hong, having observed her attire, speculated, could she be a young lady from a wealthy family? If her kin were to discover this, we would be in dire trouble. Sister Hong cast a disdainful glance at the servant. What is there to fear? A true daughter of nobility would never venture this far. Besides, we have Master Wang as our backing. He is a formidable figure, and here in Qingzhou City, he reigns supreme. I wonder when she will awaken. Did we administer too much of the sleeping draught? Surely not. It was specially concocted by Miss Lan Rue. Sister Hong's eyes gleamed as she gazed at Yunshan. Ah, the daughters of affluent families are indeed exquisite, so delicate. Master Wang will surely take a liking to her. Once she is ready to serve, she will cater to his every whim. She appears to be untouched, precisely to his taste. Lan Rue was the girl Yunshan had seen earlier. She was Sister Hong's own daughter, tasked with luring beautiful girls from afar. Two others, like Yunshan, had previously been ensnared in the same manner. Upon waking, they had vowed never to comply, and Sister Hong had starved them for 7 days until they were forced to submit. One girl, not yet of marriageable age, had taken her own life that very night out of shame. Over the years, many had sought to rescue their daughters, but with Master Wang's influence, families often succumbed, exchanging a sum of money to hand over their daughters to the Yihang courtyard. Listening to their conversation, Yunshan's heart trembled. She fought to steady her emotions, managing to keep her awakening undetected. After Sister Hong and her companions departed, Yunshan slowly opened her eyes. She could scarcely believe that beneath the seemingly peaceful facade of Qingzhou City lay such corruption. As she continued to rub her wrists against the ropes, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. "Who are you? What gives you the audacity?" Before she could finish, she was swiftly subdued. The door was kicked open, and Ye Qingge stormed in, his eyes falling upon the disheveled figure of Yunshan in the corner. Ye Qingge had searched for Yunshan throughout the night and finally discovered her whereabouts that morning. The culprits had done an admirable job concealing their tracks, ensuring no one else had seen her. Qingzhou City was rife with its own local powers, tightly controlling the area, a fact Ye Qingge had uncovered during his search. Even the Qianji Pavilion had little influence here. Following this lead, Ye Qingge tracked down the Yihang courtyard and learned from his subordinates that a stunning beauty had arrived the previous night. Immediately, he thought of Yunshan. After capturing 2 of the underlings, he interrogated them until he learned her precise location. Upon seeing Ye Qingge, Yunshan's eyes filled with tears. Before his arrival, she had been solely focused on escaping, scarcely allowing herself the luxury of despair. Yet, the moment he appeared, all her composure crumbled. Despite having her mouth gagged, She emitted muffled cries. The sight of her in such a state broke Ye Qingge's heart. He had never seen her so vulnerable, so pitiful. He rushed forward, removing the cloth from her mouth, untying her hands and feet, then enveloped her in a tight embrace. Yunshan buried her head in his chest, weeping uncontrollably. Though her sobs were quiet, they shattered Ye Qingge's heart. His arms were clenched behind her, a protective fist. It's all right, it's all right. Do not fear. Do not fear, he murmured, gently stroking her hair, each caress filled with tenderness. I was so frightened. I thought you wouldn't find me, Yunshan stammered. Her voice choked with tears. Ye Qingge tenderly wiped away her tears. It's all my fault for arriving late, causing you such fright. I should have protected you better. Ye Qingge felt a tumult of anger and regret, furious that those fiends dared to lay hands on Yunshan, and remorseful for allowing her to be alone. Leading to her terror. When he learned she was imprisoned in the Ye Qingge courtyard, he had wished fervently to set the place ablaze. Yet, upon realizing that countless other girls like Yunshan were likely trapped there, he reconsidered, unwilling to grant them an easy fate. My lord, we have brought her back. Ye Qingge's men had moved swiftly to capture those responsible as soon as he located Yunshan. The women of the Ye Qingge courtyard were confined within the building, while the rest were apprehended in the woodshed out back, including Sister Hong and her daughter, Lan Rui. Sister Hong struggled against her captors. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Dare to treat me this way, and I will ensure you meet a grim end. Indeed, release my mother and me, or you shall regret it. Lan Rui chimed in, her voice laced with threat. Ye Qingge, still holding Yunshan, settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, squatting down to comfort her. Stay here, Yunshan. I shall return shortly. He approached the captives. Let's see how you plan to make me regret this. Chapter 85. Ye Qingge and Yunshan continued. Lan Rui, upon hearing his voice, turned to see Ye Qingge's face. Her eyes widened. He was the most handsome man she had ever encountered. If she could win his favor, she would never need to associate with another man again. My lord, what is the meaning of this? I believe there has been some misunderstanding. We merely wished to invite a certain young lady as a guest, and were unaware of her connection to you. Perhaps you could instruct your subordinates to release us, and we can discuss this privately? As she spoke, Lan Rui cast what she deemed a charming glance toward Ye Qingge. He shot her a cold look, refusing to acknowledge her further. Ye Qingge's men forced Sister Hong and her daughter, along with the other thugs, to kneel in the courtyard. You foreigners! How audacious you are, daring to treat me this way. I shall ensure you never leave Qingzhou alive. Just wait and see. Be obedient, and do not shout. Continue to make noise, and I shall have your tongue severed. Hongzhou was taken aback, and promptly closed her mouth. In her view, such a significant incident at the Ye Qingge courtyard would undoubtedly reach Wang Yuanwei, who would soon arrive, and then they would witness their downfall. Yet, Ye Qingge remained unperturbed, staying by Yunshan's side, presenting her with the food and water that had been prepared, watching her eat with a sense of tenderness. Be good, sit tight, and watch me seek retribution for you, he encouraged. Yunshan nodded gently. She had just relayed everything she had overheard to Ye Qingge, who had also gathered some information on his own. Since they had arrived, they could not remain idle, for otherwise, more like Yunshan would suffer harm. Something they could not bear to witness. As anticipated, Wang Yuanwei arrived shortly thereafter, accompanied by a formidable entourage, with the lead figure clad in official regalia.
Ye Qingge suintet.
Before he departed, Jinyu had entrusted him with a token, instructing him to address local injustices along the way, particularly those involving wicked scoundrels and corrupt officials. The token had been issued by the emperor, who had sanctioned this matter. Initially, Ye Qingge had thought he would not need to utilize the token. However, he had not expected to encounter such troubles in Qingzhou City. Upon seeing Wang Yuanwei approach with his officers, Hongzhou quickly turned to him, lamenting, "My lord, please save us. These people do not regard you at all. Where do these ruffians come from, daring to commit violence in Qingzhou City?" Wang Yuanwei, hearing of the rioters, had specifically come to apprehend them. He had no idea who stood before him. He was accustomed to his misdeeds and had the backing of the officials. With Qingzhou City far from the capital, the prominent figures had little time to spare for such matters, allowing him to act as a local tyrant. He spoke with absolute authority, but today, he had encountered a formidable opponent who not only showed no fear but also dared to act against his men. Seeing that Ye Qingge's group remained unmoved, Wang Yuanwei assumed they were intimidated and raised his hand to command his officers to seize them. Halfway through, he caught sight of Yunshan, who was shielded by Ye Qingge. Such beauty was irresistible. Wang Yuanwei's eyes widened. It was the first time he had encountered a beauty so exquisite in both appearance and grace. At that moment, he altered his intentions. If she were to comply and join him willingly, he would spare the others and grant them their lives. Should she refuse to be sensible, he would not hesitate to resort to force, and furthermore, he would dispose of the others entirely. Yunshan felt the predatory gaze of Wang Yuanwei upon her, and a wave of revulsion washed over her. Ye Qingge witnessed everything, stepping forward to protect Yunshan firmly, his fists clenched tighter. Wang Yuanwei, undeterred by their actions, took a few steps closer, attempting to approach Yunshan, only to be obstructed by Ye Qingge's men. "You, a mere servant, dare to be insolent. Step aside, lest you ruin my plans and come to regret how you perish." When the man remained unmoving, Wang Yuanwei grew anxious and attempted to shove him aside, nearly toppling himself. After all, at over 40 and lacking in physical fitness, his strength was no match for the others. He stumbled backward, only to be caught by those behind him. "You! Outrageous!" The exclamation came from Hongjia. Upon seeing Wang Yuanwei, she felt a surge of joy, believing someone would finally advocate for her. However, she was dismayed to find that Wang Yuanwei was captivated by Yunshan, paying no heed to them. Hearing Hongjia's cries, Wang Yuanwei recalled his purpose and commanded his men, "Seize these ruffians at once." The officers charged forward but were swiftly subdued by Ye Qingge's men, each one collapsing to the ground, wailing in despair. Wang Yuanwei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his men would be so easily overpowered. Wang Yuanwei stumbled away in a state of disarray, utterly bereft of the arrogance he had displayed upon entering. The very officers who had been so eager to apprehend others now fled alongside him from this place of chaos. He sought reinforcements and intended to return to the yamen, calling upon the officials to support him. Ye Qingge had deliberately allowed him to escape, confident that he would bring the necessary people, facilitating a thorough capture. Upon witnessing Wang Yuanwei's flight, Hongjia and her daughter felt their hopes of salvation dissipate. They began to regret capturing Yunshan, realizing that had they not done so, none of this would have occurred. Hongjia and Lan Rui began to curse Yunshan and Ye Qingge, hurling insults at them, which only darkened Ye Qingge's expression further. Had they not yet served their purpose, he would have been tempted to end their lives. While killing was not an option, administering a lesson was certainly permissible. "Since you cannot control your mouths, I shall take it upon myself to do so. Strike them fiercely, until they can no longer speak." Hongjia and her daughter received slaps in the courtyard. For those skilled in martial arts wield their strength differently than ordinary folk. They had been silenced, suffering the consequences of their loose tongues. Ye Qingge returned to Yunshan's side, gently patting her head in a gesture of comfort. Yet, Yunshan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that such overt actions might incite retaliation. "Do not worry, nothing will happen," he reassured her. Hongjia and her daughter's faces were now completely swollen, blood trickling from their lips, rendering them incapable of speech and silencing their vitriol. Ye Qingge then turned his attention to the few servants, among them those who had captured Yunshan. Upon noticing Ye Qingge's shift in focus, they trembled, recalling firsthand the terror he instilled and recognizing the disparity between them. They simply wished to survive. Two of them appeared particularly uneasy. Ye Qingge did not need to interrogate them to ascertain that they were indeed the ones who had taken Yunshan. Ye Qingge ordered them to be brought forth and made to kneel alongside Hongjia and her daughter. "Is it true that you laid hands on my people?" Upon hearing those words, Yunshan's cheeks flushed crimson. Ye Qingge paid no attention, continuing to intimidate them, questioning whether it was one hand that had touched her or both, suggesting they might as well have them severed together. Ye Qingge toyed with the dagger in his hand, gesturing between the two men's hands while making feigned motions, which terrified them further. He had no immediate intention of executing them. He would deal with them after resolving matters with Wang Yuanwei and the other corrupt officials. At that moment, Wang Yuanwei arrived, accompanied by the magistrate of Qingzhou and all the officers from the yamen. "Cousin, these are the ones who harmed the individuals you entrusted to me. Swiftly punish them." The magistrate, a man of considerable age, was portly and round-faced, clearly having indulged himself excessively. Like Wang Yuanwei, he sought to resort to violence upon entering. After conversing with Wang Yuanwei, he greedily cast his gaze upon Yunshan. enticed by her beauty. Wang Yuanwei had informed him that once they dealt with the others, he should enjoy the lovely maiden. You ruffians! Do you know who stands before you? This is our county magistrate of Qingzhou. Do you comprehend the consequences of daring to commit violence in front of the magistrate? Release the captives at once, surrender obediently, and perhaps you shall meet a swifter end. With the backing of powerful allies, Wang Yuanwei regained his composure. Shedding the disarray from his earlier retreat, resuming his lofty demeanor, demanding that Ye Qingge's group capitulate. To his words, Ye Qingge paid no heed. He had already sent someone to summon the governor of Qingzhou, intending to apprehend both Wang Yuanwei and the magistrate shortly. After all, Ye Qingge held no official title and could not act with legitimacy. Arrest these traitors. They dare to cause chaos in Qingzhou city, openly attacking officials of a court. They shall be imprisoned and dealt with according to the law. The magistrate of Qingzhou, accustomed to wielding his power to intimidate, has not only oppressed outsiders, but has also mercilessly exploited the local populace, leaving them in profound anguish. The newly appointed governor of Qingzhou, unfamiliar with the established protocols and lacking his own authority, found himself under the covert influence of the magistrate. Others, believing that their numbers would grant them dominance, were unprepared for the formidable presence of Ye Qingge and his companions. Witnessing the chaos as a group lay sprawled on the ground, Ye Qingge smiled lightly. The tyrannical magistrate and the corrupt official were apprehended and brought before Hongjie and her daughter, kneeling side by side. At that moment, the magistrate, still oblivious to the unfolding situation, shouted at Ye Qingge, declaring that attacking a court official was a grave offense, threatening that he would soon face execution and his family would be exiled. Ye Qingge dismissed his protests, commanding silence. His subordinate, producing a handkerchief, stuffed it into the mouths of the magistrate and the official, disdainfully clapping his hands afterward, suggesting they conserve their strength for future pleas for mercy. Soon after, Governor Chen Hung arrived on the scene. When Ye Qingge's subordinate approached him with a token and briefed him on the situation, Chen Hung was filled with indignation. Having been transferred to the position just last month, he had heard whispers of unrest in Qingzhou and conducted discreet inquiries, yet yielded little information. In the month since his arrival, the magistrate had continually found excuses to prevent him from intervening in the affairs of the government, asserting that he could resolve matters without assistance. Chen Hung suspected foul play and intended to investigate further in due time. However, he now realized that the magistrate was the root of the corruption, enabling others' wickedness, and indeed, he was one of the sources of evil. When Ye Qingge's subordinate invited him to the Yihong courtyard to oversee matters, Chen Hung did not hesitate. It was both his duty and his oversight. If these pests were not dealt with, the citizens of Qingzhou would never find peace. How could the innocent women find rest? Upon his arrival, he found the magistrate and the official kneeling in the courtyard. A strikingly handsome man stood within, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. This man must be the one with the token, the one who had uncovered the misdeeds of the two culprits. Hearing the commotion behind him, the magistrate struggled to turn and saw Chen Hung approaching in haste. He wished to cry out for salvation, but his mouth was gagged. Chen Hung paid no mind to his gestures and advanced swiftly toward Ye Qingge. As he bent to pay his respects, Ye Qingge grasped his arm, saying, "My lord, I am but a commoner and cannot accept such honor. Presumably, you have heard from my subordinate the full account of events. While I possess the token granted by Princeton, it ultimately falls to you to adjudicate their fate." In the meantime, Ye Qingge had thoughtfully summoned the women from the Yihong courtyard. Upon witnessing the magistrate and the official kneeling, they began to weep bitterly, recounting their harrowing experiences. 1/3 of the women had been captured by Hongjie in collusion with the official. Their families had sought them out but were dismissed with a mere pittance. They remained in the courtyard, compelled to entertain clients and endure various abuses. Hongjie profited handsomely from their plight, dividing the spoils among a select few. Over the years, many young women had succumbed to despair and taken their own lives, yet nothing had come of it until they crossed paths with Ye Qingge and Yunshan. Upon hearing their lamentations, Hongjie fainted, and the ironclad testimonies rendered the magistrate and the official utterly defenseless. Even their subordinates admitted their misdeeds. Ye Qingge gestured for the handkerchiefs to be removed from the mouths of the magistrate and the official. The moment they could speak, the magistrate cried out for mercy, claiming ignorance and pleading for his life. When he saw Chen Hung bowing to Ye Qingge, he understood that all was lost. Just moments ago, he had boasted of punishing them, only to be swiftly humbled. Now, he could do nothing but plead for mercy, banging his head against the ground in desperation. Yet receiving no reply, he turned to the trembling official beside him and violently struck his head against the ground, exclaiming, "It was all his idea. He is my relative," claiming that his cousin in the capital is a high-ranking official who would protect us. I was deceived, momentarily blinded by greed. I shall never do so again. What is your cousin's name? Ye Qingge inquired, intrigued by the identity of this so-called official. Wang Difei. Suddenly, Yunshan, who had been quietly observing, chuckled. Wang Difei? Isn't he from the Zhao family? Is this the esteemed official you speak of? You should be embarrassed to admit it. The official, accustomed to boasting without consequence, was utterly undone by the turn of events. Chunheng turned to Ye Qingge and requested, "Might I borrow a few of your men? The current officials are no longer fit for duty, and I cannot find suitable replacements immediately. What do you think?" Lung Song, heed the governor's orders. As you command. The group was led away and imprisoned. Given the gravity of the situation, the entire city soon learned of the events. The populace condemned the official and the magistrate while extolling Chunheng. The unfortunate women who had perished in the courtyard were exhumed and buried with proper rites. Ye Qingge informed the public that Chunheng had uncovered the wrongdoing of the two and brought them to justice. Chunheng expressed his gratitude to Ye Qingge, who not only resolved a significant crisis, but also won the hearts of the people, facilitating his governance of Qingzhou. Having addressed these matters, Ye Qingge planned to depart once Yunshan had rested for a day. Upon returning to the inn, the innkeeper inquired after Yunshan's well-being. After all these years, how could the people of Qingzhou have remained unaware of the official and magistrate's actions? They simply could not contend with them and chose to turn a blind eye. As survival was paramount. On the night of the Lantern Festival, as Yunshan prepared to leave, the innkeeper casually advised her not to wander alone. At the time, she thought he was merely concerned about her getting lost. In hindsight, she realized he feared for her safety. Before departing Qingzhou, Yunshan left a substantial sum of money for the innkeeper, and Ye Qingge shared his culinary expertise with the chef, expressing gratitude for his guidance and care during their stay. The execution of the official and the magistrate was not witnessed by them. Ye Qingge had faith that Chunheng would ensure they faced the consequences and trusted that with Lung Song present, there would be no unforeseen events. The two continued their journey with light hearts, advancing toward the kingdom of Jiang. On the second day after their departure from Qingzhou, Chunheng publicly announced the results of the interrogation. The mastermind, the official, and Hongjie, along with her daughter, could not withstand the torture and confessed to their heinous acts. Their misdeeds over the years were beyond enumeration. Chunheng, who had endured a difficult childhood after his father sacrificed himself for the nation, found that the government's compensation had been embezzled by local officials. His mother worked tirelessly to support him and, after being humiliated by the village chief, succumbed to despair. Chunheng later learned that the village chief had long coveted his mother's beauty and had even attempted to kill him to silence the truth. Fortunately, a merchant couple took him in during his escape, providing for his education and upbringing, rescuing him from despair. Yet, he could never forget the tragic death of his mother. After graduating, his first act was to avenge her by ensuring the village chief received the justice he deserved. The individuals he despised most were those like the magistrate and the official, and he vowed to become a benevolent official who would benefit the people. 3 days later, at noon, under Chunheng's direct supervision, they were executed, with all their assets confiscated. Even in their final moments, they bickered amongst themselves, as Chunheng had deliberately placed them in the same cell to witness their mutual destruction. Especially a few individuals together tore at Wang Yuanwei, blaming him for everything, asserting that had it not been for his claims of great personages shielding them in the capital, they would not have engaged in such wanton behavior. Chunheng took it upon himself to distribute the wealth of the Yihong courtyard among the young women. Some of them were reluctant to leave, as their families and husbands had abandoned them, making the Yihong courtyard their only refuge. Now, no one was forcing them anymore. They could live freely and happily. Most of these young women came from families that engaged in trade and possessed various skills to sustain themselves. Chunheng reported this matter to the court and subsequently received commendation from Gu Yao, paving the way for a promising official career. The incident brought Ye Qingge and Yunshan closer together. Ye Qingge realized the significance of Yunshan in his heart, while Yunshan understood her dependence on him was far greater than she had previously believed. Throughout their journey in the carriage, they exchanged glances countless times, yet neither spoke. Yun Shan twisted her handkerchief, several times attempting to speak, but ultimately refraining. Ye Qingge found himself in a similar predicament, despite having embraced her numerous times that day. He now hesitated. I have something to say to you. You go first. Both spoke simultaneously, surprised, before breaking into smiles, with Yun Shan taking the lead.
Thank you for that day.
Had you not arrived in time, I truly would have been at a loss. I arrived too late and caused you distress. That is my fault. Do not blame yourself. It is my fault. Had I not run away, nothing would have happened, and I would not have troubled you. Ye Qingge smiled and shook his head. As long as it concerns you, there is no trouble. Upon hearing his words, Yun Shan suddenly lifted her head, meeting his profound gaze. The intensity of his emotions in his eyes made her shy away. Instinctively lowering her gaze, she found Ye Qingge gently raising her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Shan, look at me. I like you very much. In the past, I was at fault. Due to misunderstandings from our childhood, I was unwilling to confront my feelings and never responded to your affections. I deeply regret the pain I have caused you over the years. Now that I have come to understand my heart, I wonder if you would be willing to grant me a chance to make amends. Yun Shan had harbored feelings for Ye Qingge for many years, wishing to marry him above all else. Hearing his words, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ye Qingge felt a pang of heartache, awkwardly wiping her tears away with his hands. Shan, please do not cry. It is all my fault. Your tears are breaking my heart. As Yun Shan's sobs intensified, they gradually transformed into accusations against him. In the midst of her lamentations, she recalled the scene she had witnessed that day, which remained painfully vivid. You scoundrel! I have liked you for so many years, and now you finally respond? Do you have any idea how much that hurts? I even saw you laughing and chatting with other women. You clearly do not like me. If you did, how could you be so jovial with others? Ye Qingge accepted all her complaints until the last remark left him perplexed. He had always maintained his integrity, having only interacted closely with her aside from his mother and sister. After inquiring, he found himself both amused and exasperated. It turned out, while listening to Yu Mei's report that day, he had smiled at the thought of her, and she had misinterpreted that as him being with another woman. After explaining, Yun Shan felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that she had been upset over such a misunderstanding. You never bothered to ask me. You just condemned me without a second thought, then ran off with the Jiang siblings. Ye Qingge narrowed his eyes, casting her a dangerous look. Yun Shan felt guilty. She had been too consumed by her anger to consider the situation fully. Forgive me. It was my fault. I was too afraid to confront you,
Knowing you did not like me.
If I had made a fuss, it would only push you further away. Ye Qingge sighed, taking one of her hands. I do not blame you. Just promise me it won't happen again. You truly frighten me. Yun Shan nodded obediently,
Ye Qingge lanet closer.
resting her head on his shoulder and gently embracing her, both wearing smiles. As they continued their journey, Ye Qingge accompanied Yun Shan wherever she wished to go. Along the way, whenever they encountered her favorite foods, he would consult the vendors, learn how to prepare them, and then cook for her himself. Numerous small surprises kept coming, bringing joy to both Yun Shan and Ye Qingge. Despite the misunderstandings being resolved and Ye Qingge expressing his feelings, Yun Shan felt that agreeing too quickly would put her at a disadvantage. She desired for Ye Qingge to pursue her for a while longer.
Ye Qingge, naturally.
Was eager to indulge his future wife. Finally, as they approached Jiang country, Yun Shan agreed to Ye Qingge's pursuit. Overjoyed, he lifted her into the air and spun her around several times. Were it not for the circumstances, Ye Qingge would have proposed to her right away, eager to secure their union before anyone else could lay claim to her affections. The closer they drew to Jiang country, the more unsettled he felt. That Zhang Luo always seemed to have ulterior motives, being overly familiar with Yun Shan. He worried that she might be taken away, leaving him with no one to confide his sorrows to. Ye Qingge deliberately slowed their pace, taking his time to explore with Yun Shan, hoping to deepen their bond and keep others at bay. Yun Shan understood his intentions without needing to voice them. She relished the subtle jealousy he displayed through his actions. Though he had slowed their journey, they arrived in Jiang country as planned. Upon reaching Luoxua city, Zhang Yao personally came to greet them, warmly taking Yun Shan's hand and leading her to her carriage. Ye Qingge was left watching his empty hands and Yun Shan's retreating figure with a sigh, resigned to follow. After spending some time in Luoxua city, they set off for Tianquan, having enjoyed their time and feeling it was time to return home. Chapter 88. Qixi Festival recently. Ye Qingge had begun to understand the feelings of Su Wanwan's past frustrations. Jinyu had started restricting her movements, forbidding her from this and that. She spent her days confined indoors, occasionally wandering about the residence, often lost in thought while gazing at the portraits of herself and Jinyu. These portraits were painted after their wedding, capturing the little moments of their life together, documenting every joyful occasion. Jinyu had mentioned that once their child was born, he would add the child to the portraits, allowing their offspring to know how loving their parents were. This was a form of imparting values. Hoping that he too would find harmony with his future partner, Ye Qingge tucked away the portraits and sat on a stool in her room, one hand propping up her chin while the other caressed her belly. Jinyu had been mysteriously busy lately, and she had not seen him for a while. Pregnant women often experience heightened emotions, and in the books she had been reading, many depicted wives at home pregnant while their husbands were out with other women. In an instant, a vivid image of Jinyu with another woman flashed to her mind, causing her to slam her hand on the table. How could you, Jinyu? I am bearing your child with great difficulty, and yet you are nowhere to be found. Surely you are not frolicking about elsewhere? The handmaidens, Kaiping and Yue were startled by her outburst. What on earth was happening? How could the prince be unfaithful? With the Qixi festival approaching in just a couple of days, the princess was not allowed to join in the festivities as the prince was preparing a surprise for her. They all knew this, but had kept it from her, never expecting her imagination to run wild. Seeing the princess's conflicted and pouting expression, both handmaidens exchanged secret smiles. Do not be angry, your highness. The prince cares for you above all else. How could he possibly betray you? He is simply too busy to finish his tasks before he can relax and be by your side. Is that so? Of course, Kaiping. If you do not trust others, you must trust me. I have been by the side of the princess since childhood and would never deceive you. Ye Qingge was aware of her unreasonable behavior, yet she felt dissatisfied and sought an outlet for her frustrations. A little coaxing from others would suffice to soothe her. She would soon return to her usual self. However, Jinyu was not so fortunate. Upon hearing the report from Yue, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. On the day of Qixi, Jinyu personally took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast for Ye Qingge. Whenever she expressed a desire for a particular dish, he would learn to make it, and he had become quite adept in the kitchen. Jinyu thoughtfully granted Kaiping and the others a day off, allowing them to enjoy themselves, while he chose to spend the entire day with Ye Qingge. This was their first Qixi together, and he cherished the occasion deeply, yet it seemed his beloved Qingqing had no inkling of the significance of the day. This morning, he had styled her hair, but after breakfast, she noticed that everyone around her had vanished. When she inquired, Jinyu informed her that he had assigned them tasks, and she believed him without question. They strolled through the courtyard, picking flowers from the back garden to arrange in a vase. Soon after, Ye Qingge retired for a midday nap, and Jinyu began to decorate the courtyard. When she awoke in the afternoon, the courtyard was adorned with an array of lanterns and delightful trinkets. These were the fruits of his secret efforts during his absence a few days prior, each inscribed with a line of romantic verse. Startled, Ye Qingge gazed in awe as Jinyu emerged from behind a wall, taking her hand to admire the lanterns together. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Yue and Luyan watched the prince and princess declare their affections, stifling their laughter. In the midst of their merriment, their eyes unexpectedly met, and they hurriedly looked away. As night fell, the Wang Fu was simple yet warm. Jinyu poured out the years he had missed in heartfelt notes to Ye Qingge, each word imbued with sincerity. He tied a love knot around her waist, embracing her as they admired the lanterns and the starlit sky. At the Wang Fu, Gu Jinlin had long since disappeared, and Zhao Yating was enduring a difficult time, her health visibly deteriorating. Sitting by her bedside, she gazed at the moon, imagining the lively scenes outside.
Bear.
Do you think the outside is bustling with activity? She lamented. Alas, this merriment has nothing to do with me. Closing the window, she sat dejectedly on the edge of her bed. If not for her own desires entangling her, she could have enjoyed a splendid life. Everything she faced now was of her own making. Yet, she remained unwilling to accept her misfortune while others basked in happiness. Within her heart, a long-conceived scheme awaited execution. Meanwhile, Gu Jinlin was in a secluded corner with Leng Yushuang, reveling in frivolity. He was not one to create romance. In his eyes, women were mere tools, valuable only for their utility. If one presented herself, he would accept her without hesitation. Leng Yushuang believed that by offering herself to Gu Jinyu, she would earn his affection. Little did she know, once she lost her worth, she might find herself discarded. After Gu Jinlin left the estate, Tua Ba-yun donned a heavy cloak and slipped out through the back door. The streets were lively, filled with couples, while she wandered alone. She purchased a lantern from an elderly vendor and walked to the lakeside, inscribing her unspoken words upon it before watching it drift away.
Vailang.
The followers of my brother Qingge say they haven't found your body. According to their investigations, you are indeed still alive. But if you are alive, why can I not find you? In this vast world, where could you possibly be? Today is Qixi, a day for couples. Yet you have the heart to leave me alone? Tua Ba-yun muttered, tears streaming down her cheeks. As the lantern vanished from sight, she donned her hat and disappeared into the crowd. Zhu Yin accompanied Kai Lian as they explored the temple fair, releasing lanterns, enjoying boat rides on the lake, and participating in various games. This was Kai Lian's first Qixi, as well as Zhu Yin's. Kai Lian, carefree and oblivious, forgot to prepare a gift for Zhu Yin, but he had not forgotten her. He carved a comb from sandalwood and presented it to her, gazing longingly at the fragrant sachets in others' hands. Why does everyone have sachets but I do not? Nothing, my dear. Let us go see what lies ahead. Kai Lian had heard Zhu Yin's previous quiet complaint and recognized her fault, pondering how to make it up to him. When Zhu Yin suggested changing their plans for the evening, without a second thought, Kai Lian agreed. Only after she had consented did she realize what was afoot, as Zhu Yin happily queued to buy her sweet cakes. Initially upset, Kai Lian softened at her understanding husband's demeanor, eventually relenting. Consequently, Zhu Yin took advantage of the situation, leading to a night of indulgence, leaving Kai Lian nearly unable to rise the following day. In the East Palace, the crown princess was still in confinement, unable to go anywhere. Gu Jinchen dispatched someone to procure small trinkets for her, which delighted her. He promised to take her out of the palace next year for a grand outing. Ye Qingge and Yunshan also spent a memorable Qixi elsewhere. Ye Qingge yearned to marry Yunshan soon, so they could openly enjoy each other's company. Thus, upon their return to the capital, Ye Qingge's first act was to propose to her family, intending to bring home the woman he loved. On this day, even the emperor prepared a surprise for the empress. With bright eyes, he produced a pair of wooden dolls he had carved, resembling a man and a woman, which humorously represented the two of them. Though they were rather unattractive, they were a token of his affection. The empress, suppressing laughter, accepted the two homely figures and placed them aside, covering them with a cloth. Why cover them? Are they not pleasing to the eye? No, they're lovely. I merely fear they might gather dust. Whatever my wife says is the truth. If she fears dust, then it is indeed so. And it is certainly not a reflection of his craftsmanship. Among the young couples, when Shi Chang and Jiang Yao were separated by distance, each secretly pining for the other. But their union was imminent. In a few months, they would wed. Although they were apart, they were no longer alone, unlike some who remained without partners.
Gu Vinyi,
for instance, was being relentlessly urged by his mother to marry, a pursuit that had become quite tiresome. Chapter 89. Premature birth in the final stages of her pregnancy. Ye Qingge felt increasingly uncomfortable, her belly swollen, sleep restless, and appetite diminished. Her feet were swollen, making it difficult to walk. Gu Jinyu, observing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy, unable to alleviate her discomfort aside from gently massaging her back and legs to provide some relief. Zhu Yin also prescribed a calming herbal remedy suitable for pregnant women, understanding that poor rest would not bode well for either mother or child. Despite these efforts, Ye Qingge continued to toss and turn at night, prompting Gu Jinyu to embrace her, soothingly patting her back and singing lullabies to lull her to sleep. Recently, he had ceased to yearn exclusively for a daughter. A son or daughter would suffice. He even contemplated having just this one child, and then stopping. Gu Yao had long relieved Gu Jinyu of his morning duties, allowing him to focus on caring for Ye Qingge in the manor. Consequently, he was nearly inseparable from her side. Were it not for Ye Qingge's strong objections, he would have insisted on accompanying her even to the restroom. The flowers in the back garden bloomed vibrantly. Zhu Yin suggested that walking would aid in labor. With the support of Kai Ping and Yuing, Ye Qingge strolled through the royal garden. The prince had planted various flowers, ensuring that even as some withered in a few months, others would bloom, providing the princess with a year-round display of floral beauty. Ye Qingge smiled sweetly, passing through the garden toward the back courtyard. Once the child was born, Tuan Rong and Shui Tuan would return, and she needed to remember to have their rooms prepared. Kai Ping had just arrived, and today's medicine had been delivered. After 2 months of pregnancy, Ye Qingge consumed a specially formulated tonic from Zhu Yin daily to facilitate childbirth and alleviate pain. The medicine was indeed bitter, and each time Ye Qingge finished it, she had to eat a piece of candied fruit to counteract the bitterness lingering in her mouth.
Kai Ping.
Fetch me some candied fruit. This medicine is unbearably bitter. Ye Qingge opened the lid to take a whiff and grimaced, promptly sealing it shut again. When Kai Lian brought the candied fruit, Ye Qingge finally retrieved the medicine from the basket. Leaning closer to sniff it, she noticed that the bitterness seemed more pronounced today. Assuming Zhu Yin had modified the formula, she paid it no mind. Holding her nose, Ye Qingge swallowed the medicine, and the bitter taste surged to her brain, proving indeed to be more acrid than before. The emperor had summoned Jinyu to the palace unexpectedly. Yimu had originally been at the Wangfu to care for Ye Qingge, but after catching a cold a few days prior, she returned to the Yi residence to avoid spreading it to her daughter. Thus, only Ye Qingge and the servants remained in the Wangfu. After consuming the medicine, Ye Qingge lay back down to rest. Halfway through her slumber, she began to experience abdominal pain. Initially manageable, she assumed it was caused by inadvertently pressing on her belly during sleep, as the child was restless. However, it wasn't long before cold sweat broke out as the pain intensified, her hands gripping the bed curtains uncontrollably. Kai Ping Yuing, Ye Qingge called weakly. The two, hearing the distress, rushed in to investigate. They found Ye Qingge doubled over in pain, and upon hearing the commotion, Mama Qian entered. Discovering that Ye Qingge's amniotic fluid had broken, quickly summon the imperial physician and the midwife. Send someone to the palace for the prince, and fetch General Yi and his wife from the Yi residence. Hurry. Yuing called for Lu Yun and the others, and they hurried off to find help. The midwife and wet nurse had been stationed nearby since the crown princess's delivery, a precaution taken by Jinyu to prepare for any emergencies. Mama Qian instructed Kai Ping to boil water, relieved that Zhu Yin and Kai Lian were already in the residence and could arrive promptly. What happened? Why is the princess in labor early?
Kai Lian inquired.
Mama Qian, uncertain, explained that everything had been fine in the morning, but by the afternoon, the pain had begun. And then the water broke. Zhu Yin rushed in to examine Ye Qingge. His brow furrowed deeper as he realized, why would the princess consume something that invigorates the blood? It is a grave taboo for pregnant women. Quickly bring me everything she has eaten today. As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Ping brought over the remnants of the medicine. I inspected the food beforehand, and it was fine. But how could the princess have ingested something harmful? Zhu Yin examined the remnants and found no abnormalities. However, his gaze fell upon the medicine bowl that Ye Qingge had set on the table after drinking. Kai Ping had noticed she appeared ready for sleep and intended to collect it later. Zhu Yin picked it up, his expression darkening. This was where the issue lay. Bring forth everyone who has handled the princess's medicine today. Before Jinyu returned, Ye father and Ye mother had arrived. Upon hearing of Ye Qingge's early labor, they were distraught. Kai Lian, how is Qingqing? Ye mother anxiously grasped Kai Lian, inquiring about her daughter's condition. She is in labor now. We have sent for the prince, and those who plotted against her have been apprehended. There will be no harm to her, madam, do not worry. Kai Lian withheld the details of the poison, fearing it would only cause more distress. Ye father nodded at Zhu Yin and helped Ye mother to a seat in the courtyard. Zhu Yin is here. He is Xian'er's junior brother. Qingqing will be fine. Although Ye father shared in the worry for Ye Qingge, he was more concerned about his wife collapsing from distress, and he hurried to comfort her. Inside, Ye Qingge cried out in agony, and at that moment, Jinyu returned. Hearing from Lu Yun of the situation, he felt a jolt of panic. He should not have gone to the palace. How could his Qingqing be in labor early? Without a backward glance, he rushed out of the palace, dispatching all physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute to the Wangfu, instructing them to ensure the safety of both mother and child. What has happened? Why is she in labor? Upon entering, Jinyu spotted Zhu Yin outside and rushed towards him. Zhu Yin instructed his assistants to brew a tonic to replenish Ye Qingge's vitality and strength, enabling her to endure the labor. Someone has mixed cowbane into the princess's medicine. Cowbane invigorates blood circulation, promotes menstruation, and can induce bleeding. Pregnant women consuming this may lead to miscarriage. Although the princess is far along enough to avoid miscarriage, she faces the risk of difficult labor or even hemorrhaging. Gu Jinyu trembled anew. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. Who did this? Have they been caught? They are kneeling in the rear courtyard. Everyone who has touched the princess's medicine bowl is here.
Keep a close watch on them.
They will be interrogated only after the princess safely delivers. If anything happens to her, they and their families shall pay the price. With that, Gu Jinyu stormed into the room. Ye Qingge, who had been struggling to give birth, shed tears upon seeing Gu Jinyu. He grasped her hand, tenderly caressing her pale face. Qingge, do not fear. Your husband is here, and I shall stay by your side. The midwife, having witnessed the couple's affection, refrained from admonishing Gu Jinyu about the inappropriateness of a man in the delivery room and instead focused on instructing Ye Qingge on how to push. Your Highness, take a deep breath and then push. You must not waste your strength by crying. Following the midwife's guidance, Ye Qingge inhaled and exhaled, then exerted herself. The effects of the medicine had caused the baby to be in a non-optimal position, and as night fell, the child had yet to make an appearance. Ye Qingge felt utterly drained, her eyelids heavy. Qingge, you cannot sleep. For my sake, for the baby's sake, you must not fall asleep. Ye Qingge struggled to keep her eyes open but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Qingge, wake up. Zhu Yin feared that Ye Qingge might faint midway through, as many pregnant women had done, never to awaken again. Gu Jinyu was on the brink of tears. Zhu Yin had previously given Ye Qingge medicine to bolster her energy. Yet this unfortunate turn of events had still occurred. Zhu Yin produced several silver needles, preparing to insert them into Ye Qingge's acupoints. Just as he was about to administer the first needle, someone announced that Yi Wenshuan had returned. A figure rushed in, and upon recognizing the visitor, everyone felt a wave of relief. Chapter 90. The young heir upon returning to the Yi residence, Yi Wenshuan found that Yi mother was absent. The servants informed him that Ye Qingge had gone into premature labor, and without even changing his clothes, he hurried over. Outside the delivery room, Yi Wenshuan inquired about the situation. Zhu Yin briefed him, and he quickly penned a prescription for a remedy, instructing Zhu Yin to prepare it while he entered the room to administer acupuncture to Ye Qingge. The immediate concern was to awaken Ye Qingge, otherwise, both mother and child would be in peril. After a few needles were inserted, Ye Qingge gradually regained consciousness. Second brother, you're back. Qingge, do not worry. Your second brother is here. Yi Wenshuan placed a medicinal pill in Ye Qingge's mouth for her to hold, then stepped outside to wait. Shortly after, Zhu Yin returned with the brewed medicine, which Gu Jinyu personally fed to Ye Qingge, restoring her strength. The combination of Yi Wenshuan's medicine and acupuncture corrected the baby's position, and Ye Qingge found the process less arduous than before. As dawn broke, the sound of a baby's cry filled the air. The child had finally been born. Hooray! The princess has given birth to a son. After delivering the child, Ye Qingge fell into a deep sleep, alarming Gu Jinyu. Second brother, come quickly. What is wrong with Qingge? Yi Wenshuan entered and found her unharmed. She had merely fainted and would be fine after a rest. You should also go and rest for a while. You must be well to care for Qingge. I don't want to. I wish to stay here and watch her awaken. Take the child outside. Do not let him disturb Qingge. Yi Wenshuan sighed. You must first avoid the situation, allowing the physician to tend to Qingge. Gu Jinyu walked to the screen, glancing back frequently, his gaze fixed on the interior, ever watchful of Ye Qingge's movements. The wet nurse held the child nearby, but he did not spare her a glance. Once the physician emerged, Gu Jinyu entered to accompany Ye Qingge once more. The child was handed to his maternal grandparents, and upon learning of the woman's safety, Ye's father and mother felt at ease, now watching over their little grandson together. Ye Qingge awoke in the afternoon, greeted by the sight of Gu Jinyu's weary visage. He had not closed his eyes for several hours, fixated on Ye Qingge, refusing to rest despite the fatigue weighing on him. He feared missing the moment when his Qingge awoke. What if she felt frightened? Thus, when Ye Qingge stirred, he was the first to notice, one hand clasping hers, the other gently caressing her face. My dear Qingge, you have endured so much. We shall not bear another child. Never again. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Ye Qingge reached out, wiping away his tears. Do not weep. All is well. I am truly happy to share the joy of nurturing our child with you. I was frightened, truly terrified, of the thought that you might leave me. It is not worth it. Even for our child, it is not worth your life. I heard before sleeping that it is a son. Do you not desire a daughter? Gu Jinyu replied, I do not. Having you is sufficient. I do not wish for a daughter. Where is the child? Just then, Ye's mother entered, cradling the child alongside Ye Wenshuan. Ye's father had to leave for military matters after confirming Ye Qingge's safety. Ye Wenshuan approached Ye Qingge to take her pulse. Qingqing, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Ye Qingge shook her head. I am merely a bit tired. There is no other discomfort. She attempted to sit up, and Gu Jinyu assisted her. Ye's mother noticed her desire to see the child and placed him into Ye Qingge's hands. The newborn, aside from eating and sleeping, had just finished nursing before drifting into a deep slumber. Perhaps sensing his mother's presence, he nestled closer to Ye Qingge. His round face was flushed with sleep, and his tiny mouth occasionally pursed, exuding adorable charm. Ye Qingge could not resist planting a kiss on her baby. So precious. Gu Jinyu, however, wore a displeased expression, pouting at his child. Just a wrinkled little old man. What is there to find adorable? No sooner had he uttered these words than the child erupted into loud cries. Ye Qingge shot Gu Jinyu a fierce glare before cradling the baby. Be good, my dear, do not cry. Your father did not mean it. To her surprise, upon hearing his mother's words, the baby ceased crying and turned to continue his slumber. Ye Qingge, feeling fatigued, returned the child to Ye's mother for care and resumed her own rest. You should be cautious. Speaking to him in such a manner may lead him to favor you less in the future. Gu Jinyu mused about the tiny being, feeling a sense of disorientation. But the thought of the little one causing Qingqing suffering, especially as he was not the daughter he had longed for, left him feeling rather irked. The very thought of this little rascal competing for his beloved wife only deepened his displeasure. Furthermore, judging by the child's appearance, he was destined to be contrary, resembling Gu Jinyu, yet garnering more affection from Qingqing, which was hardly favorable. What need is there for affection between two grown men? My dearest connection is with my wife. The fact that he had caused her so much distress only fueled Gu Jinyu's anger. How could he feel affectionate towards him? Qingqing, rest a while longer. Do not dwell on him. It is not arduous. It is blissful. Upon hearing this, Ye Qingge obediently closed her eyes and soon fell back into slumber. Gu Jinyu gazed upon her sleeping face, tenderly caressing her cheek, enveloped in a warmth of affection. Today's events had left him shaken. Had anything happened to Ye Qingge, he would have found life meaningless without her. Once she had drifted off, the Empress and the Crown Prince stealthily left the palace for the Wangfu. Following Ye Qingge's safe delivery, Granny Qian dispatched someone to the palace with news. By the time the Empress arrived, Ye Qingge had already succumbed to sleep, while the child lay peacefully in Ye's mother's arms. The Empress brought numerous nourishing supplements and gifts for Ye Qingge, including items the Crown Princess had received during her own delivery. Gu Jincheng, on behalf of Su Wanwan, also came to see the child. As Su Wanwan had long since completed her confinement, yet Gu Jincheng was not reassured. He had heard that women who did not properly observe the postpartum period could fall ill. For Su Wanwan's health, Gu Jincheng insisted she adhere to the full 3 months of confinement, regardless of her objections, leaving her no choice but to comply. A sweet burden indeed. Gu Yao named the child Gu Jingyan, and the entire family, save for Gu Jinyu, adored him, especially the little girls led by Kai Lian, who surrounded the little lord daily. For a considerable time afterward, Zhu Yin quietly lamented Gu Jinyu's negligence towards his own son, wandering about and enticing the wives of others. News of Ye Qingge's safe delivery spread swiftly throughout the capital. While some rejoiced, others trembled in fear, notably Zhao Yuting of the Yingwangfu. Those implicated in the plot against Ye Qingge were apprehended, yet Gu Jinyu did not interrogate them immediately. Instead, he confined them to the dungeon, ensuring they were under constant watch, aiming to break their psychological defenses. With Ye Qingge's health still fragile, Gu Jinyu had no intention of diverting his attention to anyone else. When Gu Yao and Gu Jincheng visited to see the child, they inquired about the situation, to which he replied, "There is no rush, they cannot escape." Thus, they collectively endured several days of trepidation, while Zhao Yuting remained in a state of unease within the Wangfu, hardly daring to step outside. After Ye Qingge's ordeal, Gu Jinyu redeployed the individuals he had previously assigned to monitor her, as she believed the danger had passed, unaware that everything was unfolding according to Gu Jinyu's plan. Chapter 91. The death of Zhao Yuting. After several days of recuperation, Ye Qingge no longer appeared so frail. She had rested well and received excellent care. Ye's mother and Granny Qian devised various nourishing meals for her, while Gu Jinyu remained ever vigilant, as if she were the newborn. Tua Ba Yun visited the next day, checking on Ye Qingge and the child. She had come secretly, slipping away while Gu Jinyu was not in the Wangfu. Are you well? I heard your delivery was quite perilous. It is all behind me now. Both the child and I are well. Tua Ba Yun playfully engaged with the baby in Ye Qingge's arms, eliciting laughter from the little lord, which made Tua Ba Yun smile in delight. Sister Yun, did no one watch over you? Where would they find time for me? Now that the crown prince and prince both have children, they are in a frenzy. I suspect soon there will be more women entering the Wangfu. Moreover, I surmise your recent misfortune was orchestrated by Zhao Yuting. Honestly, that woman lacks foresight. Even in her own plight, she seeks to harm others. Sister Yun, do take care. Gu Jinyu is quite treacherous. Exercise caution. As for Zhao Yuting, I trust the prince will handle her appropriately. You need not worry about me. Gu Jinyu and Huifei still regard me as the frail shadow I once was, hardly taking me seriously. I heard your delivery frightened Prince N. I am sure he will seek justice for you. Ye Qingge watched Tua Ba Yun leave, then turned to play with her son. Your father is the mightiest, is he not? The little lord babbled happily, a scene witnessed by Gu Jinyu outside the door, who smiled gently at the sight. Lu Yun Wushuang and others kept a watchful eye on the captives, ensuring they did not take their own lives. These individuals had endured unprecedented psychological pressure over the past few days. Upon seeing Gu Jinyu, they all knelt before him, pleading for mercy. Zhu Yin had instructed his men to capture them without revealing the reasons. Inform them that the prince is already aware of their actions and is contemplating their punishment. Nowadays, upon seeing Gu Jinyu, they confess their misdeeds in a desperate attempt to save their lives. Some have pilfered the wealth of the royal residence, while others have disclosed the whereabouts of the prince to the young ladies of the capital in exchange for silver. Gu Jinyu was taken aback. Despite offering a generous monthly stipend and additional rewards from Qingqing, they still deemed it insufficient, exemplifying the insatiable nature of humanity. Observing their expressions, Gu Jinyu discerned their irrelevance and shifted his gaze to the man cowering in the corner, visibly terrified and reluctant to approach. The torment he had endured over the past few days had rendered him a shadow of himself. As Gu Jinyu approached, he recoiled in panic, exclaiming, "Do not come closer. I did not do it. Someone forced me to drug the princess. I had no choice, burdened by immense gambling debts, and they threatened to kill me if I refused." Gu Jinyu's countenance darkened ominously as he commanded Lu Yun to take him away. In the presence of Gu Jinyu, the man exhibited none of the audacity he had when he drugged Ye Qingge. Fear had stripped him of his bravado. Originally employed in the herb garden, he had been reassigned to deliver medicine within the palace, which granted him access to the princess's prescriptions. Recently, he had accrued gambling debts, and it was Zhao Yuting who settled them. Upon learning that he could access Ye Qingge's medicine, she entrusted him with a powder, instructing him to mix it into her potion. Zhao Yuting assured him that it would merely induce drowsiness in Ye Qingge without harming the young heir. He truly believed it would not endanger the princess or the child. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared. He also revealed to Gu Jinyu where the remaining powder was hidden. Following his directions, Gu Jinyu discovered the residue concealed beneath the flower bushes in the rear courtyard. Upon seeing the quantity of the leftover powder, Yi Wenshuan's demeanor turned icy. According to the servant's account, Zhao Yuting had intended for him to use the entire amount in Qingqing's medicine. Such an application was meant to endanger both her and the child. Fortunately, the man's cowardice led him to use only a small portion, yet it still caused considerable distress for Ye Qingge. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinyu's anger surged, and he raised his hand to strike the man dead. Thankfully, Yi Wenshuan intervened, suggesting they spare his life for the sake of identifying Zhao Yuting. Gu Jinyu reported the entire affair to Gu Yao, who, in a fit of rage, ordered the arrest of Zhao Yuting at the Duke of England's residence. When Gu Jinyu and the Imperial Guards arrived at the Duke's residence, night had fallen. Zhao Yuting was currently attending to Gu Jinlin, and the two were entangled in a compromising situation when the door was forcefully kicked open. Zhao Yuting believed she had escaped suspicion, and that evening she had devised a plan to keep Gu Jinlin by her side. Her survival depended on him, and by ensuring his comfort, she hoped to secure her own well-being. However, her unseemly scene was witnessed by others. Fifth brother, how dare you trespass upon the Duke of England's residence? Do you not fear that I shall report you to the king come dawn? Third brother, perhaps you should ponder your own situation. Your concubine has bribed the servants of the Duke of and to harm the princess and the heir, a crime deserving of execution. I am merely acting under orders to apprehend Zhao Yuting for questioning. Father is awaiting the outcome, so do not keep him waiting. Take her away." Zhao Yuting hastily donned her thin garments as the imperial guards escorted her from the palace. Gu Jinlin, disheveled and mortified, followed suit, while Tuaba Yun remained an onlooker, observing the spectacle unfold. Zhao Yuting was brought to the palace, unceremoniously thrown to the ground by the guards. Kneeling beside her was the man who had aided her in administering the drugs. Disheveled and in disarray, Zhao Yuting rushed at him. "It's your fault. Why did you not heed my instructions and put all the powder in her medicine? Had you done as I said, she and that wretched child would be dead by now. Why must she enjoy a life of happiness with the man I desire while I suffer endlessly?" Even at this juncture, she continued to shift blame onto others. The greatest blemish on Gu Jinyu's life was having been liked by such a woman. Before she could finish her tirade, a gust of wind from a powerful slap sent her crashing into a pillar, causing her to collapse and spit blood. This blow had come from Gu Jinyu himself. Not only had she maliciously drugged Qingge, nearly causing her to suffer during childbirth, but she had also dared to curse them. Such actions were unforgivable. Upon hearing her words, Gu Yao was equally incensed, turning to Gu Jinlin. "This is the woman you chose? Truly commendable.
Now,
She dares to conspire against the princess. Shall she soon conspire against me as well?" Gu Jinlin hastily knelt. "I do not dare. It is all the doing of this venomous woman. I was completely unaware." At that moment, Gu Jinlin cursed Zhao Yuting numerous times in his heart. This wretched woman, so foolish, had brought ruin upon herself. Had she succeeded, it would have been one thing, but now she faced exposure, endangering not only herself but also him. He regretted not having eliminated her from the beginning. If it were not for her, he would not be loathed by his father. She was truly a calamity. In the end, the Duke of England was indeed unaware of the conspiracy, but he was reprimanded for his lack of control over his concubine, resulting in a year's salary being withheld. Zhao Yuting, having conspired against the princess and the heir, faced undeniable evidence and was sentenced to execution in 3 days. The official, Zhao Derun, was dismissed for failing to educate his daughter and exiled to the northern frontier. The person who had assisted in drugging Ye Qingge was executed as well, and none escaped their due punishment. In an effort to secure a blessing for his grandson, Gu Yao refrained from a massacre, executing only a few principal offenders. Zhao Yuting's scheme not only failed to harm Ye Qingge but ultimately led to the downfall of her own family. Her final days were fraught with torment, suffering various tortures daily. In her last moments, she dreamt of an alternate reality, a world where Ye Qingge had not won Gu Jinyu's heart, where he still cherished Zhao Yuting. Though she did not possess Gu Jinyu, she imagined marrying a commendable man and living blissfully. That was the true reality, was it not? If only she had not heeded Leng Yuanshuang's words, if only she had not clung to Gu Jinyu, perhaps the happiness in her dream would have been hers. With a heart full of regret, Zhao Yuting finally closed her eyes forever. Chapter 92. Confinement. Speaking of which, our little heir is the most pitiful of all. Due to the events surrounding Ye Qingge, all attention has shifted to her. Even her doting grandmother has forgotten him, focusing solely on caring for her daughter. His naming ceremony was hastily conducted without inviting any guests. Gu Jinyu felt a twinge of guilt and promised him a grand celebration for his full-month ceremony. During her confinement, Ye Qingge felt utterly helpless, reliant on others for every need. Gu Jinyu would not even allow her to attend to her own necessities, insisting on carrying her. Afterward, he would return her to her resting place. The child was not permitted to be held for long, allowing only half an hour of play each day. Having gone days without a proper bath, Ye Qingge complained to Gu Jinyu that she felt infested. On the 15th day of her confinement, the crown princess came to visit. Ye Qingge learned that the crown princess had also been confined for 3 months, but to her surprise, she was allowed to leave the palace. Inquiring further, she discovered that her second brother had spoken to the crown prince, advocating for her freedom, as the crown princess had recovered sufficiently to venture outside. Thus, Gu Jinshun permitted Su Wanwan to leave. These past months had been suffocating for her, confined to the palace with little more than eating, entertaining the child, and sleeping. She felt as though she had gained weight, her face becoming rounder. However, Gu Jinshun did not share this concern. He found her slightly plumper to be even more charming. Su Wanwan left her small children behind, as they were still too young, and together with Gu Jinshun, they exited the palace to visit Ye Qingge. Gu Jinshun was conversing with Gu Jinyu outside, while Su Wanwan entered the room to see Ye Qingge and the child. Upon entering, Su Wanwan found Ye Qingge playfully coaxing the baby into laughter. For reasons unknown, this child brightened up with just a gentle tease from Ye Qingge. Yet when faced with Gu Jinyu, he could only wail, as if he were there to collect a debt, particularly in the presence of others. He showed no regard for Gu Jinyu's dignity, crying so loudly that one might think Gu Jinyu was his sworn enemy rather than his father. Upon seeing Su Wanwan, the baby smiled at her, the sweet scent of milk making him utterly endearing. Su Wanwan settled beside Ye Qingge's bed, gazing at the infant in the swaddling cloth. Such a joyful little one. One could only wonder how many maidens would be enchanted by that laughter in the future. The crown princess jested, asserting that in terms of looks, it was Zir and Hainer who truly embodied the perfect blend of their parents' virtues. The two women discussed their children, eventually veering into the topic of men. You wouldn't believe it. Had your second brother not intervened, Gu Jinshen would have insisted I stay in confinement for 3 months. I would have been overrun with lice by now. It's only because your brother cares for you. Had you not come with him today, Gu Jinyu would have whisked the child away already. Just wait and see. He will come to hold the baby soon. No sooner had she spoken than Gu Jinyu knocked at the door. Sister-in-law, Qingqing, I'm coming in. Ye Qingge handed the child to Gu Jinyu, gently patting his small face. Let him be with the wet nurse. He has played for long enough and it's time for a nap. Isn't it, baby? The adorable little heir responded with a few coos, gazing blankly at Gu Jinyu. With Ye Qingge, he was always joyful and animated, yet with Gu Jinyu, he either cried or stared dumbfounded. The two shared a moment of mutual stubbornness, refusing to yield to one another. Compared to other children, Yen was remarkably well-behaved. The crown princess had ample grounds to comment, given her own pair of children, each more unruly than the last. How wonderful! Yen is indeed obedient. Unlike Zir and Hainer, who are both quite a handful. Su Wanwan watched Gu Jinyu depart with the baby, shaking her head. They are still young. They will face so much in the future. I've heard everything from your brother. That Zhao Yiting woman is truly restless. To concoct such a scheme as drugging you, she deserves the fate she has met. The path she chose was her own. She cannot blame others. After sending Gu Jinshen and Su Wanwan away, Gu Jinyu returned to accompany Ye Qingge. What did you and the crown princess discuss for so long?
Ye Qingge pilai fully similet.
It's a secret. I shan't tell you. Oh, really? Are you daring to tease your husband now? Gu Jinyu retorted. Ye Qingge blinked at him, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. Would you really be able to bear it? He scooped her into his arms, unable to resist. Just wait until you finish your confinement. Then I shall teach you a lesson. I shall look forward to it. Ye Qingge, emboldened by her confinement, had been playfully teasing Gu Jinyu quite often. Just like that night, before bed, she showered him with affection, and when he resisted, she pretended to cry, leaving him no choice but to indulge her whims. Ultimately, after playing, Ye Qingge turned over and fell asleep. Gu Jinyu, watching her, clenched his teeth and took a cold shower, waiting until he felt warm enough before climbing into bed beside her. Sensing his presence, Ye Qingge turned and nestled into his embrace, laughing in her dreams, unaware of the mischief she had stirred. Oh, you little rascal. Just wait until your confinement ends. I shall see how you fare then. Gu Jinyu pinched her nose, only to have her swat his hand away, and soon they were entwined in slumber. Ye Qingge enjoyed a night of pleasant dreams, while Gu Jinyu was less fortunate, suffering under her restless antics. The following morning, Ye Qingge awoke to find Gu Jinyu gazing at her with a look of discontent. Husband, what troubles you? You appear quite dissatisfied. We think, he replied, his tone laced with frustration. Ye Qingge, puzzled, wondered how he could be upset after a seemingly pleasant day before. Did you not sleep well? I slept quite soundly, she protested. Gu Jinyu pushed her down onto the bed, looking down at her, before leaning closer to inhale the light scent of milk emanating from her. It is indeed delightful, he mused. Ye Qingge, flushed with embarrassment, pushed him away. Go on with your business. Ungrateful little girl. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Ye Qingge's child had reached a month old. The celebration for the little prince's full moon was fast approaching, and Gu Jinyu had vowed to make it a grand affair, beginning preparations a fortnight in advance. To ensure the child was blessed, Gu Jinyu also engaged in charitable acts, distributing porridge for 3 consecutive days. Thanks to Yi Wenshuan's care and her own martial training, Ye Qingge's health was notably better than Su Wanwan's, allowing her to avoid an extended confinement. After 20 days, Ye Qingge could no longer endure. She secretly took a bath, Upon returning home, Gu Jinyu learned from Yue that Ye Qingge had been bathing. Yue and her companions were powerless to stop her and could only wait for Gu Jinyu's return. This revelation infuriated Gu Jinyu, who was both angry and concerned for her well-being. Fortunately, she suffered no serious repercussions. Otherwise, Ye Qingge would have faced severe reprimands. Even so, she received a stern lecture. I was simply uncomfortable with the stickiness of my body and thought a wash would bring relief. I had barely stepped into the water when you returned. Ye Qingge's explanation softened Gu Jinyu's ire. It seems I returned at an inconvenient time, interrupting your enjoyment. Do you not know your current condition? How can you not take better care of yourself? Ye Qingge murmured, but I am fine. Why are you so angry? She turned away, ignoring him. Gu Jinyu sighed helplessly and went to prepare dinner for her. Chapter 93. The full moon celebration. Ye Qingge eagerly awaited the day of her child's full moon celebration, as it was supposed to be the day she could finally venture outside. Yet, despite her anticipation, she found herself unable to step out the door. For Gu Jinyu was adamant in his refusal. Following her secret bathing escapade, Gu Jinyu had been displeased with her, even refusing to embrace her while sleeping. However, unbeknownst to her, he would still pull her into his arms after she drifted off, intending to teach her a lesson for her recent antics. Thus, even though Ye Qingge felt disgruntled, she kept her displeasure subtle, resorting to private complaints that her personal maid, Kaiping, could not help but chuckle at upon overhearing. The full moon celebration for the little prince attracted dignitaries from all corners of the capital, with those unable to attend sending lavish gifts. Given the child's status, both Gu Jinyu's and Ye Qingge's families were keen to curry favor. To everyone's surprise, the emperor and empress made a personal appearance, as this was their third grandchild and Gu Jinyu's first child, an occasion not to be missed. Those present felt fortunate, as it was a prime opportunity to make a good impression before the emperor. The royal family and the Ye family occupied the main table, while the others sat in lower positions. Gu Jinyu raised his cup to toast. Today marks my son's full moon banquet, with the finest dishes from Zui Xianlu for all to enjoy. Not only was it a royal banquet, but Gu Jinyu had also reserved every tavern in the city to provide complimentary meals for the common folk. Naturally, though Ye Qingge could not attend, she was ensured the very best of culinary delights. Gu Jinyu would not allow his child to suffer a lack, nor would he let Ye Qingge go without. After the banquet, it was time to receive gifts and introduce the child, for the true star of the full moon celebration had yet to make an appearance. The emperor and empress had already bestowed numerous gifts upon Ye Qingge shortly after she had given birth. In the present day, the celebration of the young lord's first month is marked by the imperial couple presenting an exquisite pair of gold and silver treasures, along with an assortment of peculiar trinkets, which also reflect the affections of various palace concubines. The wise and considerate consort has not only prepared gifts for the child, but also for Ye Qingge. The young lord receives items of gold and silver, which are presently of no use to him, while Ye Qingge is gifted a crystal orchid, a plant she has cultivated with great care. Her passion for botany has resulted in the growth of 3 such rare orchids over the years. One has been given to the crown princess, another to Ye Qingge, and the remaining one is kept for herself. The crystal orchid is a rarity, immensely valuable, serving both as a visual delight and a source of medicinal properties. This clearly demonstrates the consort's earnest intentions, as parting with such a precious item is no small matter. Gu Jinxian and Gu Jinzhan have each presented handmade gifts. Gu Jinze has carved a wooden sword for the young lord, while Gu Jinzhan has created a small tiger. Yet, to Gu Jinyu's eyes, the creature resembles a cat more than a tiger, lacking any semblance of the latter's majesty. Gu Jinzhan explains that it is modeled after a plush toy, prompting Gu Jinyu to feel disheartened. A tiger without grandeur is merely a large cat. Other concubines and princes have also sent gifts for the young lord, delivered by palace attendants, as they are unable to attend the celebration themselves. The most vexing situation arises for consort Hui, as Zhao Yiting's machinations have indirectly brought trouble upon her son. Despite being the rightful nephew of the young lord, he is barred from attending the festivities. This circumstance raises eyebrows among the officials and the common folk alike, transforming her son into a mere subject of ridicule, an everlasting blemish on his reputation, regardless of his future accomplishments. While consort Hui is filled with indignation, she must also prepare lavish gifts to maintain her dignity, a task that pains her as if it were a wound to her very flesh. The most eccentric among them is Gu Jinyu, who has prepared a manual as a gift for the young lord. claiming he will personally impart its teachings when the boy matures. Hearing this, even Gu Yao cannot help but roll his eyes. Thankfully, consort Shu is absent. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly pursue him for such folly. After all, aside from Gu Jinxian, he remains unmarried, and consort Shu, desperate for grandchildren, is likely to arrange a match for him soon. Noticing that the guests have gathered, Gu Jinyu leans over to whisper in Li Baochuan's ear. He nods and departs, only to return with Nurse Qian, bringing the young lord along. The child, just a month old, appears before the crowd in jubilant new garments. Despite this being his first encounter with such a multitude, he shows no signs of shyness, his round eyes scanning the unfamiliar faces with curiosity. The women are captivated by the well-behaved child, deeming him a rare gem destined for greatness. As Gu Jinyu listens to their praises, a swell of pride fills his heart. Little Yenner, in a delightful turn of events, beams a smile in Gu Jinyu's direction, a testament to his lineage as the son of Prince In, evoking admiration from all present. Look at that smile. He is simply adorable, they exclaim. Given the good looks of the prince and princess, the young lord will surely captivate countless maidens in the future. I might even consider having another daughter with that useless old man, hoping for a chance to marry her to the young lord. A certain useless old man suddenly sneezes, tumbling into a stack of documents, rubbing his nose before resuming his work. Flushed with flattery, Gu Jinyu takes the initiative to lift the child for everyone to admire. After basking in their compliments, he joyfully carries the little one toward another group. This child represents both him and Qingge. The praises bestowed upon the boy are equally a tribute to their union. In stark contrast, Ye Qingge is utterly distressed. It should have been her holding the child and showcasing him to the crowd. The audacious Gu Jinyu has deprived her of this opportunity. If it were anyone else, it might have been bearable, but it is Yue, who is, despite her stubbornness, obedient to Gu Jinyu's commands. After Gu Jinyu concludes his conversation with her, she remains bound to his orders. Unable to confront him physically, Ye Qingge resorts to pouting. Yue, I feel suffocated. With all this noise outside, can you truly bear to leave me cooped up in here? Your Highness, it is the prince's decree. Yue must follow orders. The prince forbids you from leaving, and I am powerless to disobey. However, you are not alone. I shall stay here with you. Yue, are you my servant or the prince's? Why do you heed his words and not mine? I am your servant, your Highness, yet I must obey the prince's commands. Frustrated and feeling unheard, Ye Qingge sulks back onto the bed, muttering under her breath about how unappealing it all is. As Gu Jinyu continues to show off the child, the Empress, Ye Mother, and the Crown Princess enter the room to console her. Observing Ye Qingge's despondent demeanor, the Empress leans in to share a few hushed words, igniting a spark of hope in Ye Qingge's eyes. Gu Jinyu remains oblivious, never suspecting that his own mother would conspire with his wife against him. Ye Qingge, too, did not foresee that her innocence would ultimately fall prey to the harsh realities of life. As the afternoon draws to a close and the guests depart, Gu Jinyu entrusts the child to the wet nurse and instructs the gifts to be stored away. Upon reflection, he realizes that this infant, merely a month old, has already amassed a fortune. When he returns to his quarters, he finds Ye Qingge no longer in a foul mood. Rather, she is elated by the gifts, as if they were intended for her rather than the child. But it matters little. The child is still young, and what harm is there in indulging his mother? So long as she is pleased, all these treasures are hers to claim. Consequently, to win her favor, Gu Jinyu decides to grant all the gifts to her, on behalf of little Yenner. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Wanwan's situation is far from pleasant. Before the birth, Gu Jincheng had warned her that she would face consequences once the child arrived, and now the time for reckoning has come. This is the first intimate encounter in months, and with Su Wanwan fully recovered, Gu Jincheng has no qualms. He dominates her throughout the night, ignoring her pleas and refusing to relent. By morning, one wears a satisfied expression while the other sleeps soundly.